Full up and deal, guys. Good luck.
Welcome back to the coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series here in London. It's day 2 of the main event, the 100K, and the numbers are rising fast. We've got 77 individual entries. Many of them have brought back, some more than once, and we're now up to 122 total entries. And while we look ahead to tomorrow's action and talk about what's to come today and all the best bits of yesterday, those numbers could still go up because the registration is open until the start of play. But those numbers exceeding expectations, Jeff.
Yeah, this is unbelievable. 100,000 pounds with 120 plus entries. As you mentioned, registration's still open, so there is still some cash game players maybe that are coming in, or people that got knocked out late in the day that just said, you know what, let me come in fresh start instead of registering with 10, 20, 30 minutes left, just come in for the day. So I think 130 plus is a realistic expectation.
Marley, it's the biggest Triton main event by quite a way. Obviously, good signs for Triton's future.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't wait to see what they do next, and maybe some new cities in the works. Montenegro is huge, but this blew it out of the water, so I can't even imagine.
And obviously, London is proving itself to be the perfect place to play poker. Many events have been held here in the past, and it just seems to be right at the center of the poker world where everyone fancies the trip.
Yeah, it's good. It's also nice to have the pound, that strong currency. It adds a little extra than normal on the zing for the event. So it's a great place to play, and no shock that it's been such a successcel series.
The pound was strong once upon a time.
Well, it's still strong relatively. I get it. All right.
You're trying to make us feel better.
No, I'm just saying yeah, you know what I'm saying. Yeah, you got me.
But Triton do such a good job here. The players obviously love it. It's very relaxed at the tables. Obviously, the buy-in is attracting them. But what do you think really makes it a different event compared to the others?
I think the central. Marlo, you were at the last stops, or several, and from here, it's just such a central place. If you're coming from the U.S., you're coming from Europe, it's just right here. When you go to Asia and such, it's great, but it's just a very far trip. So I think the location-wise, you can't beat it, right? And it's such a big Heathrow, Gatwick. There's major airports, and it's from anyone coming from anywhere in the world. It's not too difficult. Usually one stop maximum, and you can be right here.
Perfect place to live. Let's look at yesterday's action. Have a little bit of a recap, starting with the leaderboard. Let's have a look at who's running things. We've got Tan Xuan building a huge stack there on day 1. Hot on his heels, Timothy Adams, who finaled not just the Millie, but also the 25K. Kyle Carlston, hard to say, continued his good run. The dinner break leader is now 3rd in chips. Matthias Eibinger and Michael Zhang, the other 2 over the million chip mark. And of course, we saw Zhang, who was forced to rebuy after his Queen Jack versus Schulman's aces hand. That was quite a hand yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah, I don't know if you saw that one with Nick Schulman?
Yes, that was an epic 4-bet pot. I think he just called a position. And, I mean, what do you think about that river call with the Queen Jack?
It's tough. I think as played, it's just where he just felt like, I'm stone bluffing, and now I hit something, and he just kind of was thinking, what could my opponent really have for value in this spot? Nick did lay the trap perfectly and got paid off. So yeah, it was a very exciting hand. I think to Nick Schulman's testament, he really sized up that this guy, he already saw him, he squeezed King Jack off in a big pot, he 3-bet Queen Jack offsuit, and then he got some of that information. He now sees a 4-bet from his opponent, and he's just thinking, this is the guy. He doesn't have necessarily kings or queens or ace-king suited. This is the guy that I need to trap. If it's someone he feels is playing very solid or sort of snugger, he might just go with it right there and try to put the money in, but I think he correctly deduced that this guy, Michael Zhang, was here to play today, and he just wanted him to let him drive the action on that hand.
And Jeff, you were pretty much solidly in the booth or on the panel yesterday. You must be exhausted. But
Feel good. I'm excited. Day 2, someone's going to win the 100K, man. I'm ready to go.
We're all excited.
Yeah, this is great.
But what were your highlights yesterday? Before we look at a couple of specific hands, what comes to mind for you from yesterday?
Yeah, I think the leaderboard, seeing that Michael Zhang is one of the chip leaders, seeing that he was just, you saw how he was playing on that feature table. He was going for it. So the fact that he re-entered at least one time, maybe more, but he is in there. He's coming to play. He's coming to win. Also, Timothy Adams, just kind of quietly. We didn't see a lot of him yesterday, but here's a guy. He final tables $1 million, top 3 in the 25K. Now he's just 3rd in chips at the 100K main event. So I think that's just really impressive. And of course, as we said, we will highlight a couple hands that stood out as well, but we'll take a look at. But I think, those guys at the top of the leaderboard just really brought it. Tan Xuan, too, who he's a fun guy. Everyone's saying he's so fun to watch. I got to see him a little bit on the first day of the 25K. Now he's chip leader, so that's a impressive day 1 stack. So excited to see more of him.
Marley, I know you've been enjoying the action. I saw you tweeted that in a couple of years you're going to be here, right?
Yeah, I talked about this in the booth a little bit. I am playing a lot of tournaments this year, and of course, this is such a unique event, and I think that what really sets us apart from other series is that it's so well run, it's so prestigious, and it gets you excited about playing poker. There's nothing, everyone's top notch, everyone's playing their best, and it's kind of what poker's all about. I mean, in most sporting events, you want to compete against the best. It kind of I'm like that when I'm around good players. It really just inspires me. So the energy in here is like on no other.
Of course, we got Bryn Kenny, who's back in action. He's already in the field. He's got 345K. He's notched up a few chips already. And do you think he's got a new strut now, a new walk, now that he's top of the pile?
He's got some new sandals, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
That's for sure. I mean,
if I were him, I'd keep the same sandals. You get a 20 million score, I'd be wearing those everywhere. I don't know.
Upgrade.
But yeah, he did. He actually came in fairly late in the day, but that makes sense, right? You're fresh off a 20 million score. You want to enjoy it, take it in a little, and maybe he didn't. Not that he doesn't care about the 100K, but sort of like, all right, I'm going to lay register, see what happens, but not too bothered by the result after that fantastic score.
Yeah.
I would have loved the irony if he came in a suit yesterday.
Right.
And just sort of screwed us all over for the million final table.
That's amazing.
Found it in his closet yesterday.
That was a perfect comedic setup. Why didn't he do that?
Yeah, he should have done that.
That would have been so funny.
I offered him mine, but he said it was too poorly put together.
Oh, no.
Well, let's take a look at yesterday's hands. First of all, we're going to look at a very interesting hand, Dominic Nietzsche, who flew in just for this event. And he went in with the impressive deuce 4 from the big blind. He ended up in a big pot. And talk us through it, Jeff.
Yeah, I was in the booth for this one. This was something where you see 4 deuce offsuit, or is it? It is. Yeah, he was 4 deuce offsuit, and it's one of those spots where when there's several players, multi-way pots are very tricky to play. Sometimes it's actually better to have a hand like 4 deuce than say a queen 9 or queen 8, because you're just going to be so often dominated. And in this particular case, we see him close the action in the big blind, makes the call, and flops just an unbelievable flop. It's a rainbow board, ace high, and I think Lex and I were a little surprised to see him lead out, where you would expect opponent with ace 10 plus, ace jack, ace queen would feel very comfortable, so they might just be betting for value, and he just sort of takes the lead, and he does get looked up by 2 players. So if you're Sharif here, I'm not familiar with him particularly, I've never seen him play, you have to think, what hands are bluffs from Dominique? Is he going to lead out 3-4, 3-5? The gut shots are really the only draws on that rainbow board. So he bets the flop, he bets the turn, and then on the river, when he gets called twice, you can't blame Tan Xuan for calling on the turn, picks up the backdoor flush draw with it, gets it. And interesting, Dominique does not go all in. He bets 94 of his 95,000, which is a little strange. And for those of you wondering maybe why he did that, it's because it leaves you an extra out. If your opponent doesn't then force you all in, he gets called there. Tan Xuan, I think if you had thought about it more, sometimes in those big pots in the moment, you just want to, you're just like hoping you're good, and you don't think, like, you see all the chips basically in, but he announces 94, and then the dealer asked him, he said you're all in, and Dominic looked at him very sternly and said, no, 94,000. Like, basically, not trying to give off to everyone else, like, oh, there's maybe a little chips back. And we saw him actually win another hand. So he got to play for all the big blinds, and his 1,000 chip turned into 9,000. And, it seems crazy, but you double a couple times in multi-way pot, all of a sudden you're back to 50, 60K. And, this happens a lot. You see some of the high rollers do this sort of, it's not an angle, it's like a trick, a little bit of a little extra added value where they leave themselves some outs to spin up a stack. And, it didn't work out for Dom eventually, but it is interesting to note that's a reason to do that, and it gave him a little extra chance. So.
What I think is so interesting about that is because that's because of the big blind ante, which is a new development we're seeing in a lot of tournaments. And it's interesting to me because clearly somebody came up with that, and that's fairly recent. So it's interesting that somebody is doing the time to run these, to figure that out, and and that word just spread so fast throughout the community because big blind ante has only been a trend. How long has it been? Not too long.
Yeah, I think Carrie Katz maybe gets credit, or one of the ones that sort of put that through with the Poker Go, the ARIA tournaments, and now we see it across the tour, and it speeds up a lot. It's really nice for the players because when everyone has to ante, sometimes too there's like 3 chips you have to put out. If it's like an awkward number, it's every hand's doing something. When the big blind ante, one person just does it. People are able to text or relax or order drink, because it's annoying. So it's really cool to see that adopted, and there are little nuances to being short stacked or what you can do with that. Just very cool to see Dominique illustrate that at this stage. So.
Absolutely.
And what about the call on the river? That was an edited down version of the hand, but on the river there, Tan Xuan actually took about 45 seconds, maybe even a minute to call. And at the time I was thinking, is that a bit of a slow roll? What do you think is going through his mind there, Marley?
I actually heard someone say slow roll under their breath on the table, and I don't think that it is. I think he wants to think things through. I think there are situations in poker where you just know you're calling, but you just want to, especially when you're on a situation like this, you just want to make sure you actually, cross all your T's, all your I's, and I think that he was thinking it through. I do think he had a little brain fart in terms of not going all in, but because if you think about it, you're either good or you're not. He's never folding for the extra 1,000, and you knock him out, and you kind of take that away from him staying in the event. So I don't know.
Yeah, and I think it was a couple of weird, different, I would say, spots. Like the 3-4 suited Tan Xuan, cash game background, very comfortable playing pots, but it's a pretty light peel where it's to flat the 3-4 suited, even though in position. And then you saw once he picks up a gut shot, there's not too many things he's looking for where you kind of have to continue in the hand. But then once you do backdoor into your hand, you basically have to call it off. So I think, like you said, he was going to call. Just want to double check a couple things, think about it, and ultimately, he made the call. And I don't think I would never consider Tan Xuan someone who's going to slow. I wouldn't put it in the slow roll category at all. I think just like you said, just taking a little bit of time just to think about it and think, wow, is there any way I could fold this, or what does my opponent have now? And I think he realized his opponent probably has trips at this point where he went bet, so there's a possibility of a full house, and he just was weighing the options.
I'm interested to hear what you think about that flop lead. It's not a traditional lead, and I was thinking about it myself, and I think that because he has a range disadvantage, he really can't have those big aces. They said that on the stream, he really would shove those pre, especially with his stack size. I guess maybe his logic is that it's going to be a board that's going to be checked back a lot, so maybe he feels like might as well get stacks in now. I don't know. What did you think about that? Yeah,
like Lex and I were both surprised by it, but when you do break it down, the reasons why you might do that, it does make sense. A hand like a weak ace, like ace-5 suited or ace-10, might check back. You might, and also at that point too, let's say that Tan Xuan doesn't have the 3-4 suited, which is not a hand you normally would put him on. What happens when he has 5s and 6s? When you take the lead on that flop, you're going to get those hands to fold, and you're going to hook on an ace. So.
Or maybe even call one with those hands. You know, they might think, what's going on here? Sometimes when you do unconventional things, you throw people outside of what they think is normal, and sometimes they do react spazzy, or as the kids say.
Yeah, so I like it. I think it makes some sense. It's just unconventional, but when you really do think about it, it does accomplish some things. And you actually saw him keep ace-10 on for the turn streets and Tan Xuan call. So he actually got a lot of value out of his hand. It was pretty unlucky how the board ran out. I mean, he was really only fading an ace or a gut shot in the backdoor flush draw. So it's. Dominic Nietzsche, one of the high-stakes crushers. He's won 100K, I believe, WSOP Europe at one point for a really big score. And, he has $1 million scores and no stranger to the high stakes. So, not a guy you're going to question what he's doing.
No, I just want to learn.
Right, yeah, for sure.
So.
Is there anything worse than being left with one chip at the table? It's quite a humiliating thing. It's the kind of thing when you're in a home game, you love to see your mate there stuck with one chip and, mate, go and get the beers while we just play a bit more poker.
Well, there is something worse. It's being out. That's the worst side. To have no chip than one chip.
100K is a lot. 100 pounds is a lot of dough.
Yeah, it is. And I think it's also one of those things, too, where he still had time to re-enter. I think if you saw him with like 20 minutes, 30 minutes left, 10 minutes left in the day, he wouldn't do that because it's like he doesn't want to be stuck with, even if he doubles and he has like 5 big blinds. He doesn't want to be on that. So I think that there's enough time in the day where he thought, all right, let me try to spin this up with the 1 chip, and then if not going to re-enter, I'm sure we'll see him back in.
And just before we move on, what about Sharif with the ace-10? On the turn there, he's just got that sick feeling, hasn't he, that you sometimes get, I've got an ace-10. I've got a reasonably strong hand on this flop, but this, against 2 opponents, I'm just not feeling confident. I think I get out of there.
I agree. I mean, I think it's a tough spot. I think that what does it for me is Tan calling behind and just the lack of bluffs and his stack size. He started the hand with 20 bigs. I don't really, it's a struggle to find bluffs, and even if he does have bluffs, you have Tan to worry about. It sucks, but I think, you know, you've got better hands too. You got ace king, you got ace queen, you've got, you know, you've got deuces sometimes maybe.
Yeah, quads possible. I would release, but yeah, it's easier when the cards are on their backs,
of
right?
Course.
You can see it, and it's like, oh, of course he has a deuce, or
of
course Tan Chuan has a gut shot, straight flush draw, and it's going to get there. But yeah, it's I agree. I think he could have let that one go on the turn.
Okay, let's move on to another great hand from yesterday. It's our man Stevie Chidwick, who was in action against Ben Heath. Chidwick with the ace-queen. Maybe talk us through this one, Jeff, because it was Chidwick doing a bit of his magic again, and I've got a lot of questions about this one.
Yeah, this is a super interesting hand against 2 UK players. We got Ben Heath, who's been on a crazy heater this year, and Stephen Chidwick, we saw make one of the bigger hero calls and just capable. He can bluff, he can make calls. Very, very tough player to play against. So, you know, we see Ben Heath defend heads up pot, queen 9 off. One of those hands that you kind of have to call. You don't love it, and here's a spot where there's just got to think how many boards are going to be great for you. And this queen high flop, you know, he check calls. Stephen Chidwick likes to usually bet pretty small on the flop, and then he bets huge on the turn. This is very difficult to play against. So now on this, the innocuous 8, you know, you see Chidwick go big. Heath sticks on, and what's interesting about this hand is there's 2 diamonds on the flop. Heath has no diamond in his hand, and Chidwick actually does have a diamond in his hand. So when he bets on the river and puts the all in, it's a tough spot for Heath because he's very likely could have the ace X of diamonds. That's a likely bluff that he would just shell off, right? And if you're Heath and you don't have a diamond, you're thinking, man, like how am I, if I'm folding here, I'm folding too much. Can I really just call queen 9, hit top pair, the board stays top pair, and just fold away? Because if you're doing that, you're going to get exploited at some point too. So, you know, to his credit, he makes a very disciplined fold, and I think that's one of the things to understand at home. If you're going to play these queen 9 offsuits in tough hands, you really have to have comfortability post flop and making tough decisions, because that was a very tough decision. He got it right, but you know, if he's wrong there, it's a huge mistake to fold top pair. So you got to be right when you make those folds.
Absolutely, and I think the thing to consider too is where I think about these spots, it was a big overbet, and you don't have to call that often. You like to think, oh, I have top pair, am I getting exploited? But in reality, you're still not getting exploited by just calling with the absolute top. And you know, even though he kind of was, it was a sticky spot, and I don't even know what I would do. I can't even begin to like say. It's one of those pull your hair out spots, I think. But yeah, I don't know.
And how does Chidwick know exactly where it's at? Because every time I overbet a turn and I get called, they have a set. He seems to know. And how important is it the fact that Ben was in the big blind, and that often means he's not going to turn up with the small pair? Was the big blind a big factor in that hand?
I think more so the factor is when he goes with that big size on a turn and just gets called, he can basically say, when there's a flush draw, I don't think that Ben would call with 2 pair. If he had a random, you know, he did have queen 9, he could have had queen 8, right? He could have had queen 8 suitors, queen 8, and I think he just realizes at that point he's probably gonna get re-raised. So he's essentially saying, you know, I don't think that going to the river I have the best hand. I have top, and the board didn't change. So he was just basically like, I should have the best hand. He figured out his opponent probably had queen X or even a middle pair that hung on. You know, and it makes a difference, the 9. If he has a queen king, for example, this changes things, because if you have queen king, now you block kings. The likely value hand Steve is representing is ace queen, a set, or pocket kings, or, you know, aces, of course. So like now when you have a king in your hand, it takes away some of those value hands. And I don't know if he could fold queen king, for example.
Yeah.
So I think with queen 9, he just kind of was randomizing, deciding, and he also had a really nice stack. It's sort of tough when you're like, all right, I got almost a 4x stack, and now if I call and I'm wrong, I'm below double starting, sort of towards the end of the day. You know, it's a very interesting hand. Very interesting.
Yeah, absolutely.
And when he calls turn, how often is he thinking, I'm going to call river here? I mean, the old-fashioned way used to be, I call turn, I call river, but there's a lot of re-evaluation. I mean, the diamonds didn't get there on the river. Yeah, are you surprised he didn't call river after calling the turn?
I think I think the 9 definitely blocks some of those bluffs. There is a lot of bluffs to be found with the backdoor flush draw, and this picks up a bunch of straight draws in the turn that I'll brick. But the other thing I wanted to mention is that Chidwick's play is obviously not exploitative. I think, because he can range he's pretty capped, here with the big blind, when he just calls the turn. And so when he jams river, he knows his opponent's super capped, but he, I think, is jamming anyways, just to be balanced against a super crusher. I'm speculating, but
he definitely has bluffs there. It's not just like, I have diamonds, I missed, and I'm going to check back. And I think that's what's so tough. When you play against someone that's so capable, it's not just like, if he misses, he's going to check back. And if you're known to do that, it's a lot easier to call with Queen 9 when you're just like, if he misses, he's going to check. But that's the problem, and that's why you saw Heath take some time makes. Think about it, because he knows, of course, Chidwick does have bluffs, and it was a special hand. And again, Chidwick, we see in these situations, these big pressure situations, making people make tough calls or making tough calls himself. And there's no reason, to doubt why people are saying he is the best tournament player in the world, or at least one of the best. So yeah, really strong stuff from him. Again.
Yeah, you sort of don't see a lot from Chidwick for hours on end, and then he'll do this amazing play that reminds you why he is so highly regarded. But let's look into today. It's going to be an exciting day. There's a few people that are missing from the field. Tom Dwan hasn't registered yet. Can you see him entering? Maybe he was playing cash games all day yesterday.
I know he loves his short deck, so that's going to be the later portion of the tournament series. Maybe he's saving himself for that. I don't know. I think he's been playing some cash too, so maybe he had some late night cash game sessions, but I hope so. I hope we see him.
I've seen him float. He's been floating around here, checking in. I know he takes, has some action here and there, different bets, and I wouldn't shock me if the cash game's close by. So it's walk over. How many blinds do you have if you register now? Not too many. Just try to spin it up or not. We saw him do that on the 25K 6 Max Turbo. He came in and kind of just was flicking it in, and I think the prestige of the championships here, these unbelievable how when you win, the champions, the walls and the trophies and all that, it's fun. And I think that Tom, although he's more of a cash game guy, he wants, it's like a playground here. Look at it. It's a beautiful set, everything's great. The staff, the dealers, the whole thing's fun. And tournaments are cool. Cash games are great, but tournaments keep score. It's a way of actually saying, hey, look, I'm a champion. I'm one of the best. And I would not be. If you want to bet, I'd say he comes, but he could just be asleep and he could still be playing a cash game. So who knows?
And if it's a way of keeping score, I mean, if you know that you've beaten this field, you're the best. And that's what's so great about Triton, is that it wasn't a bunch of goobers in there messing around. You really beat the best in the world, and it's something to feel proud of.
Absolutely.
Legitimately.
Well, maybe Tom's moving on, because we saw he did that interview for Triton on Twitter. He's been doing a bit of other stuff, extracurricular. Maybe he could join the team, see how he fares doing exit interviews.
That would be fun.
I think Tom would be quite good at that.
Yes.
So what about Aaron Zhang, the million champion? Will he turn up? Do you think he's got a bit of a boost in his confidence? Because he was struggling before the million with his confidence. You win the million, you're probably feeling a bit better.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say he's got to feel pretty good, and I would be shocked to not see him. It's one of those things, the heater, you're here. It's, again, you just won however million pounds. He did play yesterday. He did get knocked out. I'm sure with that, it's kind of, when I feel in a re-entry tournament, if you are playing, it's kind of, when you get knocked out, it's like your kids. It's like your children are out there. It's like you got to come get them back. Like you're invested in the tournament. It's still open. I don't see many people that have the bankroll to do that, and they just say, what, I'm good. That's one and done. So I would expect to see him back.
Hey, our own Charlie Carroll is in, I think, for 4 bullets today. You can't give up. Once you're in, you're in.
I'm from that school of thought, but then again, you never know. Maybe he's got something comes up, or a cash game. He's a high stakes cash game player, so you just don't know.
Yeah.
How did you know Charlie had 4 bullets? Was it just he had a 4-bullet face on him?
Yeah, I got to read. No, he was on the feature table, and I overheard. I saw him actually re-enter twice, and I think Lex saying that was at least 3, and then I heard him say I think it was 4.
I heard that too. He said might as well give it a 4th. He did win 1.3 million pounds earlier in the day.
Free-rolling.
So it's tough though when you win a 1.3 and then you're jeopardizing your $1 million profit for the day. So he is flirting with 4 bullets plus. But great player and feeling good. So it happens. Sometimes you got to re-enter.
And Jeff, we got our boy Randy still in there. He had a little dip down to about 180k, but he's back up 370 at the moment. So he'll be excited going into today on the first bullet.
Yeah, Randy just casually, slipped in our chat. He was like, "Hey," because we have a 3-man in the booth rotation going, and then he just sent a message like, "Hey, I'm gonna slip a bullet in," and then we were like, "In what? Like, what? Is there a sit and go going?" Didn't realize he didn't really mention he was considering it, and then he just, I guess he saw the field and couldn't resist. So Randy hopped in, and here he is, day two sitting pretty good. So good luck for Randy.
Let's just all hop in. We should just commentate from the table.
Yeah, it's not over yet.
100K short, but we'll see. I don't know, did Randy just find it in his back pocket? How does that happen?
You never know. Things happen. Magical things happen out here.
Yeah.
He does all right, Randy. He does all
Yeah.
right. All right, let's have a look at today's feature tables, what we got coming up for you, starting with Table 1. We've gone for Table 1. What do you think of that lineup, Jeff?
Well, Dominic Nietzsche, we saw the 4-deuce hand. We see Steve O'Dwyer, who's been quiet this week. It's early on, but he's won a Triton event at least, short stacked. He was up towards the chip counts earlier. Not so familiar with Timothy Adams, of course, 1.3 million. I'm not so familiar with Twan Herman. Mulder and Chinwei Lim we saw, I believe that's Webster, known as Webster. He's there, and Dan Smith, of course, fresh off his third-place finish. So a couple of varying stack sizes, but a very star-studded feature table, as you expect. All of them here basically are, but it's it's Timothy Adams' show and Dan Smith both final table that Triton Million. So it's nice to see them back and get to see what tricks they have.
And Timothy is becoming a Triton face these days, because back in Montenegro we had the Timothy Adams Invitational that he ran, and it was Henrik Hecklund that won that event. But because it was a surprise event on Timothy's behalf, there was no trophy. But yesterday we awarded Henrik the trophy finally,
nice.
and it was this big.
All right.
Was it?
It was basically a badge.
But the key is, does he get on the board? Does he get in the hallway where it shows his picture and a champion? That's what.
I haven't seen him.
Okay.
He's been up and down that corridor for the last 2 levels checking.
Okay.
That's awesome.
Fair enough.
And he got a check that was this big as well.
That's funny.
So Henrik, hopefully he'll be happy with that. Put it on the mantelpiece maybe. Okay, let's look at our second feature table, which is Table 2.
Cale Burns, Igor, coming back to avenge himself from bubbling the main, or the 1 million pound. Our own Randy. John Noel, do you guys know much about him? I don't. Frenchman?
Yeah,
apparently?
he plays a lot of the high stakes. He's got a pretty impressive head and mob as well. He's in there 50K, 100Ks, goes around to the stops, and yeah, he's fun to watch. He definitely mixes it up, and he's a guy that's going to play pots, so that'll be entertaining to watch, and hopefully Randy can stay out of his way, because he definitely mixes it up. So yeah, he's a tough player.
Okay, and looking at Randy, he was obviously a online player, a notorious online player.
Yeah.
But we're seeing quite a shift in the online players coming down to the Triton events. What is the big thing that's dragging them down here, out of their bedrooms? What's the pull for these guys? We've got True Teller, Kuznetskov has come down, and obviously Linus has made a big impact. Who else can we hope to see? And who else would you like to see from the online world pop up here?
Who else would I like to see from the online world? I don't know. I honestly would like to see some ladies in the mix, of course, always. Lauren Roberts. I love Kristen's here. I want to see some more female presence. I don't know.
Yeah, Socia Zhang. She played. I don't know if she's still in or not, or if she'll re-enter. But she was, she played well in the 1 million pound. That was cool to see her represent. There was one woman in the 54-person field. Kristen Bicknell actually got moved to the feature and got in a really sick hand. I don't know if you saw that. Like immediately got coolered by Ivinger, where she opened King Jack on the button. He flatted Ace 10 of hearts. It came Jack 10-10. She actually pot controlled, checked back, but Ivinger showed us why he's so talented, targeting her range, realizing she's got some showdown. He went for a big overbet on the turn. Can't blame her for calling. Top pair King Kicker, and then the river was a 10. So really sick run out. Now there's 3 10s, and she's got top, the full house Jack on the board, and he took a big chunk out of her stack. But she's one of the tough-feared players, and she literally fires the highest stakes. Her boyfriend, Alex Foxon, not a bad power couple duo there. I saw he was in here. He got knocked out, and those are pretty cool when you have couples. Not many boyfriend girlfriends or husband wives playing 100K plus buy-in tournaments. So she's another one of the ladies you mentioned that's capable and willing to fire in these fields. So hopefully get to see her.
I do worry about Foxon, because if he carries on at this rate, the amount he works out, he's going to need 2 seats. Right, every time he comes in, he barely really fits down that walkway.
Yeah, he's a big guy. He
They're
is.
both. I mean, she is jacked in her own right. I don't know if
is
you've seen her, but she is in good shape.
Yeah, they don't miss leg day. They get in the gym. I see them at the gyms on stops, always working out. So for sure, yeah, they're
Couples
tough.
that work out together stay together.
Well, that's why I'm single.
And that's why my relationship's on the rocks. It's not really, that's a gag. That's a gag. But the move from online to live, Jeff, speaking from experience, how long does it take before you feel comfortable in the live arena?
Yeah, no, I think it really depends. You see guys come on and instantly have success, like Linus Love, Loliger comes in here, he takes a third of first place. Now he's already doing well here, transitions very quickly. It just depends, I think, how you handle that and just how your personality is. So it's really hard to say, but I definitely think it's not always a smooth transition for someone to come online to live, and coming right into the highest stakes and mixing it up is it's impressive when someone is able to do that, which we've seen Linus go ahead and show us that he's just all around rounded player, live or online.
Are you scared that people are picking up tells on you, that are live experienced pros? Are you scared when you first join these big tournaments that they're seeing things looking through your soul?
I actually asked, so Linus was my first interview ever in the Montenegro stop, and I asked him that, and I noticed that he doesn't really look at people, and I asked him, why is that just not something you do? You not believe in live tells and all that? And he said, no, I feel like they might get more off me than I get off them. And I think that he knows that's kind of a disadvantage, maybe? Not a disadvantage, but he just doesn't have that much experience kind of dealing with those things, so he kind of feels like the defensive approach is best, maybe. So
when I watch him do it, I don't know what it is. It's not a stare, but it's almost like the Game of Thrones, like goes into like the or something, or like a Matrix. Like he just sort of, it's scary because you can feel him like in the solver world, like just going in and like figuring out what's happening. So there's something it's unique and intimidating about that. What he does for sure.
He's almost got one eyeball on seat 2 and one on seat 8.
Right. Yeah. It's a wild deal, but he makes it work. So
he's doing all right, isn't he? Good luck to him. Now we've got the world's best here this week. Do you think there's a few that are missing, the notables, the likes of Negreanu, Ivy, Helmuth? Do you think they're watching on thinking, I missed out here, I should have made the trip, Mark?
I think Negreanu is, you've seen him on Twitter, he's FOMO to the max, and these guys, they're competitive by nature. I think that everyone in poker is competitive by nature, and this is becoming the stop, honestly. And everyone who is, can get their hands on 100 pounds is chomping at the bit. So.
Yeah, it's some of the original, maybe big four, if you will, that were back in the day. You see Antonio Esfandiari, he won the one drop, the original one for 18 million. You see Negreanu, I believe, second the one drop. Phil Hellmuth, guys that have played these million pounds. Phil Ivey. To have those four not here, see 54 already in the field. And O'Brien Rask, for example, has played million, and he's on Twitter. He's saying the same. He's like, I can't believe I didn't put my name on the list or actively try to get in. And it's for sure. There's a real thing, the fear of missing out, and FOMO's going on. Negreanu says he wakes up, he's watching the coverage every day, and he's one of the all-time money list earners. And seeing an opportunity, a platform where it's built, where the stage is set, it's laid out, and it's there for the taking. I know guys that are so competitive and just want to play so much are just they're really they don't want to miss this, and they won't. I think it's safe to say they'll do their best to not miss any future Triton stops. That seems pretty apparent based on what they're saying.
I fully expected to see Esfandiari in the million. He loves those events.
Yeah.
I think he was down to play, and then last minute something happened.
Well, yeah. So he has two children now. He's one of my close friends, and I know he's very happy in LA, relaxing, but I know he was debating and even going to maybe piggy with Rick Solomon. It was sort of unclear who was going to come with Rick towards the end. He was one of the ones considering it, and then I think just schedule-wise, family-wise, I think he also didn't realize that it was going to be quite like this. I don't think he would have wanted to miss this opportunity to beat 53 other players and win, defend his largest score in the history of poker, which now Brinkini owns.
I've got a quick question for you, Jeff. How much money does it take for a poker player to retire these days? How much do you have to win? I mean, why do these guys keep coming back?
I mean, the retire word, I don't know if you can do it in poker, right? It's like in sport. Look at Fedor. These guys say they're retiring. We see them here. It's a soft retire. It's not the full deal. So they're always back.
Okay, I think it's time to get underway, so we'll quickly throw you over to Lex. Enjoy today's play. I think it's going to be exciting.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you, Pete, Marley, and Jeff. Exciting is the right word. Oh wow, look at that. Immediately, first thing we see, Timothy Adams. Made a few final tables earlier this week. It's on a really big stack. There's a lot of short stacks at his table. The blinds are 5k, 10k. We also see Mulder, good player from the Netherlands. He's on a tear. Cash game player that kind of switched the tournaments. Really cool to see, being Dutch myself. On the other table we see Lang Zhu with 87 big blinds, over 3 starting stacks. Jean-Noel Thorel is also in Jeju, I believe. It's a nice stack. Cal Burns got deep in a few of our tournaments, in the 25k and the 50k. So he's been doing really well, and there our very own Randy Liu, 37 big blinds. Should be great action. Kinda curious to see how many people register total. It's hard to give, or for me to know an exact number, because before the first hand is dealt, there was still a time to register. I'm gonna give the final number to you guys very soon.
So many of these things. And, yeah, it's like the time makes it like overkill now.
Here we see Nieberg and Chun also getting ready to play. Robert Flink still in the field, I believe. That's Jungleman on the right. Papua Ricao. Eric Seidel in the back, Sam Greenwood. There he is, Jungleman. Matthias Eibinger on the right side, Danny Tang on the left. Really star-studded field. Really nice mix of professionals and businessmen, which is kind of the theme this time around, of course, with our £1 million tournament starting in a 50-50 split. Tony G, ready to rumble. Really good to see him on the tables again. He was in Montenegro as well. Fogelstein, Chidwick. Really who's who of the poker tournament world. And like the guys at the desk were saying, there's a lot of people who are really regretting not coming here. I've been telling people as much as I can. Tan Schwen here in Vision. Telling people as much as I can that, you know, it's really incredible atmosphere here. Really fun games, lots of action. It's different. I think you know, it takes a little bit of a bigger step for people to come to Macau or Jeju.
Like at the corner of Herengracht and Herenstraat. Herengracht and Herenstraat.
Dominic Nietzsche had to re-enter at least once yesterday.
Directly on the corner.
Was involved in that hand that the desk also discussed.
Probably more quiet over there.
Yeah, I mean, I still live directly to the road, so.
I mean,
Good to see Steve O'Dwyer. It's the first time we, I believe he was on the feature table for a little bit, but this is the first time we really get to see him.
if I walk 5 minutes east, then it's like chaos.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm in 9.
So Timothy Adams got 8th in the £1 million tournament. He won $1.7 million.
Add me here for the
Sounds fantastic, but of course it's a $1.3 million buy-in, and going out in a 60 big blind pot with Kings versus Ace 10 is very painful. So it's more of what could have been a story for him.
Oh, I didn't
Chinwei
even
Lim,
look. I'm so lazy.
22 bigs. Seen him a lot this week.
I get back to the basics.
Timothy Adams did also score 3rd place in the 25k kickoff event. 6-handed turbo. Won $370,000 there. We saw Linus Leuliger win that one. Linus also one of the big players this week. Has a 3rd and a 1st. Daniel DeVoris
Put the
Example of the online crushers that have started playing live over the last few years. It's kind of different badges always that come from that come from online. While you guys get another overview of the chip counts. And, I think the latest is Limanovsky, Limitless. Daniel DeVore is a little bit before him. Linus Lödiger, Heckland, those guys have really dominated online poker.
178.
I forgot the blast one. Just
I want to get rid of my reds.
Fold, and we need a new setup.
What's up?
Alright, Mulder opening things up. Nietzsche very close to defending 100% in the big blind. We always see him defend very light.
Trying to get into the money, you know, every stalling trick I get.
Where's that?
Or as he would say correctly.
Oh, there. Okay. I'm definitely not sitting right.
Some
Okay.
players
I was looking for it.
different angles into strategy. Some players really want to Some players really want to defend exactly what they study on. Other players make adjustments based on the player they're facing. Defending a hand against a guy like Stephen Chidwick, who raises from early position, might be harder than defending against somebody else, for instance. Mulder ahead. He really doesn't want to make two pair. There's definitely a card that should hit Mulder more often. Nietzsche, against a small bet like that, is going to come along with hands like Queen 10, King Queen. Especially if there's a single club. Of course, if there's a double club, of course. Let's see if the river changes anything here. This is a really tough board for Nietzsche, because if the turn goes check-check and the turn is a 9, then all of a sudden Nietzsche can, you know, pretend to value bet things. But would Nietzsche really bet a jack here on the river? And that's kind of what handcuffs him here, because, you know, the board runs out very favorable for the pre-flop raiser, and it's tough to represent that board. Because, you know, if you had a really strong hand, let's say you had a hand as strong as 10-9 of clubs, wouldn't you check for somebody to be able to represent the king a lot? So, you know, it's and if you had a jack, would you really bet, because your opponent's gonna have ace king, king 10, those sort of things. Yeah, and he does give up. And now Mulder has to decide. We know he's good, but he has to decide to himself, you know, what if I check and I lose the ace-6 here? That's a horrible feeling. Or do I just put out a bet, because this board is just so damn good that I might even get a fold from a jack?
You win.
Wins indeed. Yeah, tough run out for Nietzsche. Not much he can do. I really like the check. Wouldn't really make sense, you know. I mean, sometimes the play to minimize your losses is to give up. It's not always worth it to fight for the pot, and I definitely think that's an example of that. Need a new setup. So Steve Dwyer at the table too. Steve Dwyer, Dominic Nietzsche, Dan Smith, some regular faces in the high roller circuit. They definitely need some help here though. All three players below 20 big blinds. It's not the spot you want to be. Really forced to certain actions. Just It's a lot less options, of course. Less chips is less options. Can be very relaxing too. Maybe not when you're playing a 100,000 pound tournament. Ivan Liao. Oh man. That might be an exit for him. That's too bad. Right after the start. Would have loved to see him in. One of the crowd's favorites. Jason
Going
Kuhn.
to lunch, quick. Okay. Okay.
Triton ambassador.
Small chip. You can double.
Oh, he's got loads. Oh, that's super for if you double.
个人打法，那马上死公式打。
It's a little bit of socialism in the world.
Queen of hearts. Okay.
Wow, last ace.
Oh, he folded aces?
I ace. 7.
Seven.
I have ace 7.
Oh, like to hear that.
That's good news.
All right.
最后一个 ace。
134.
猪皮蛋。
Dude, you bet. Inspiring. Let's do this.
Starting stack.
How many do
Only 2.
That's the same 10 Schwen.
他有8899。
I've already spent the 400.
8899才值10几万美。
Oh.
Back to our feature. Big difference in table chat there.
20.
You're always gonna see that though. Hilton saying,
173
Paw.
total.
Once those guys are involved. Wow. Dan Smith. Min raising here with ace-9. Nietzsche with the nuts. Has 15 big blinds. He's gonna get called quite often here. And if he flat calls there, he's gonna look so strong. He decides to go all in. Smith knows that Nietzsche is very capable of going all in with Queen 10 suited,
149.
King 10 suited even. Those type of hands.
149.
Then loses this pot, he's gonna be very short. Judging from these stack sizes, it looks like Dan Smith has more big blinds than we gave him credit for. See if I can eyeball a stack when it switches back.
$149. Call. That is not a good situation. He is all in.
Yeah, because C1 is all in.
Should be on.
Yeah. The all-in is on the aces, not the ace
Yeah, I
nine.
don't know. On aces?
Yeah.
Yeah, please.
Aces are at risk.
Oh. Please let me keep my aces.
There is a 9. It's always nice to at least have a sweat there. No spade for any player. Alright. So that is gonna severely handicap Dan Smith. Judging from his stack size, he has 25k left. goes 22,000 for Smith. He's gonna go all in.
And we count.
24.
4, thanks.
Adams with 130 big blinds, very deep. It's a fair fight though, 43% for Dan. Dan Smith, our third place finisher in a £1 million. Gets to fight another day. 6 big blinds.
My pal Danny in. Feels like a good one to lose. Keep you around.
Why can't you just let me have my moment instead you have to needle me? I understand I'm short stacked, Tim, and you have a lot of chips.
Good walk, Dan. Yeah, it feels good that you're still here.
Okay, Tim, I know it's tough with this stack, but I'm declaring war on you.
I was being sincere.
Oh, Dwyer, these guys think I'm kidding. They don't know.
I'd be afraid if it was like Sam. Sam's one guy who can really spin it the fuck up. Who else? Sam Greenwood. Like if you give him like 2 blinds, he might have 100 in the next level.
Justin Bonomo.
Bonomo for you?
But he did it yesterday.
Yeah, until Jeff Gross called his famous last words, and we lost him that very same hand. Pretty good spots. When you're short stack, you really want to look for 2 cards that are medium to high, because they perform better in all-ins. I mean, it sounds super logical, but I'm saying that hands like 10-9 offsuits oftentimes perform better than a hand like Jack 5, even though it's 10 high versus Jack high. Oh, aces this time for Chinwei Lim. This is pretty brutal for Dan Smith.
What happened? Did you
Shouldn't ask for that new deck.
Oh.
Even more impressive.
That was before big blind.
Did do very well. Good job.
Can't even see the board when I do this, so just let me know if a good card comes. Okay. No?
No.
No, that wasn't a great card.
That's not a good situation.
All right, GG Dan Smith.
GG, Danny.
So Chinwei Lim wins some chips there.
Yeah, the emotional roller coaster involved is like spinning it.
Really sucks for Dan. Showing up, busting within half an hour.
Day 2, like losing a big pot, having like 4K left, which was like, that was back when there was
Also guys, Triton is planning to host some smaller stops too. Tournaments ranging anywhere from $500 to $10,000 in Asia. If you're interested in that, check the register command in the Twitch chat. You get to give your input on what kind of buy-ins you'd like to see, perhaps like to play, or like to travel to. It's really nice that Triton is expanding that way. Get some people to experience what it's like being at an event like that.
Don't worry, wait until it gets to 1.3, it all goes back in one hand. Boom. That's the plan.
Anytime.
You just keep doubling me up until I'm
Winning one. We see pocket aces here as well. Looks like Brent Kenny was on the worst of it. He's short stack now too. Of course, our new all-time money list leader. Fresh off big score, second place, but took home the most money in the £1 million. I believe it was close to $20 million. And we see a Charlie 4-bullet Carroll.
Would I have shoved ace 10 suited? Yeah. But I would have shoved some more stuff too, like queen 10 suited and stuff. I put in it. I might have put in queen jack suited or something.
Queen again.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think I covered.
Good game Reynolds, perhaps?
Oh,
No,
some
that-
left out
I
there.
got 117.
Yeah, you do. I have too many pocket pairs and stuff, dude.
It is nice when you think you're out,
I just sideboard him
and
with sixes.
you know the break does cover this a bit.
I was actually more nervous for that than I was for the whole 50k final table. I don't understand what my emotions are doing. Yeah, the 50k I was just like so chill, just like laughing, having fun. This one was like,
Yeah, that was crazy.
So immediately next hand, Reynolds is going to be all in.
GG.
That is not a great board for him, and the curtain will still fall.
Yeah, I think 7's not. I don't think King Jack's a good shot. I don't think 7's.
Tournament grinder from Britain.
Best in the world, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, that. I don't want to question.
Back to our feature. William on the button, ace queen. So there we see it, 130 people total registered for the £100,000 main event. That's quite a lot. Let's see a massive first place prize, and 64 of those are still left. People were able to still register before the start of today with 25 big blinds. Daniel Vora's gonna go all in for 28 big blinds with ace-8. Wanted to attack that button range, so he gets himself in a bad spot. Chin hesitates not. Would probably fold ace-10 and ace-9. That's of course a massive win for ace-8. That will be the nut flush.
GG.
And that's GG. Tough way to go for Webster here. Man, it's a big pot. 60 big blinds. We see some of those rough ones.
Good game.
At the first club, it's like, oh, he has a sweat. The second club is like, oh no. And the third club is just like, wow. That's a disaster. One of the regulars. We'll see him back in the short deck events that are starting as well,
It's
of course.
easier to get lucky if you just cram it in pre.
That way you can get all the chips when you pop a flush.
You think I stack him if I call?
Raise, all in. How much did you have? 300?
No, a little less.
A little less, right?
450, right?
450. Why not?
So our first short deck event's kicking off today. It's going to be £25,000. It's later today. Supposedly we're playing to a winner today in the main event. We'll see how that pans out. be a long one. I don't think the structure is that slow though, so that should be pretty good. There, Eric Seidel. He's been at the top of the all-time money list before all the high rollers started as well. Definitely gives you a little bit more street cred.
Such a, like, effortless nickname for Matthias. Blaster. Like,
He's that guy.
he's that guy, yeah.
No, I'm saying that's my nickname for him. He's that guy.
Oh, he's that guy? That's his nickname? That guy?
No, I've told you this story before because you were there at 190.
Oh.
You were at Razia. You were sitting next to each other in the room.
Oh, right.
This guy
I kind of remember this. Yeah.
starts talking to somebody behind me who's like, he's saying like, are you gonna register the tournament? Like, you gotta get in here. It's a good one or something. And I'm like, oh, I wonder.
Yeah.
He sounded like very patronizing. Like it was like, oh, probably like a big whale. And I turn around and I'm like, oh, that guy.
Oh.
You thought that was hilarious. So now, ever since then, I've always thought of him as
He's that guy.
Oh, that's
he's that guy.
Mulder gonna open things off. Ace-6 suited.
I'm gonna go with Blaster. He just looks like a blaster.
I like how I'm in the story.
Yeah, you've sounded like how you sounded when you're talking.
Really a cool 3-bet there by Seidel. Definitely does it to bluff, so this is not a situation where he hopes his opponent will call. If you play against under the gun position, you're going to play against pretty strong hands. And it's the wins that you get against exactly the hand that Mulder has here with King-Queen. You know, you're trailing a little bit, you take over initiative, you get to win all the deuce-deuce-5 boards. It's also a little bit less likely that your opponent has a strong hand. You block some of the strongest hands in poker. Ace-King, Ace-Queen, Kings and Queens. That's why King-Queen is such a good hand to sometimes bluff with. It's too strong to fold, it's not strong enough to call. That might be a really good re-raising candidate. Of course, Les Ambassadeurs, official partner of Triton, across the road here. It's where Casino Royale was shot. James Bond movie. Very dreamy atmosphere. Very posh. Balcony that looks out over Hyde Park.
Excellent. Let's lay down the story.
Exactly.
I'm gonna go over to our other table. Lang Zhu here.
They got a pretty nice setup here for the commentators. They've done really well.
Yeah.
I mean, there's some over there. I think there's some in the back, but I don't know. Just the whole room's pretty nice, right?
Mate, I'm in a cubicle.
Yeah.
He's referring to the break desk, of course.
Huh?
It's like way so much better.
They bowling.
Yeah. It was already good. It was just like.
Yeah, they went all out like all fronts, on every front.
They be bowling.
And you know it's gonna get better too.
It's gonna get better.
It's a great
It's gonna
stage.
get better.
Probably.
Yeah, they only move in one direction.
They only
Up.
go one direction.
Up, baby.
And the behind just keep getting bigger.
Hey? Nah, I remember in Macau they're like just starting. It's fantastic what they've done. They always treat everyone super good.
Yeah.
You may.
That sound like Tony G.
You gotta love Tony G. I love him. He's great for TV.
You can't reply.
On your bike, I heard it.
See, I'm not quite the only Australian. We've got an adopted Australian over there in Tony G, you know?
Represents Australia well, right?
Yeah. He's Lithuanian.
Right, but I mean, he lived there for a bit.
You know he was a junior Lithuania Rubik's Cube champion?
Rubik's Cube champion.
Rubik's Cube champion for juniors in his whole country. Tony G, yeah. As a junior, so a young kid. I don't know.
You want to know who's walking out?
It looks like Nick. It is Nick. He just gave him a lesson learned.
We don't do that to certain people. That's why.
Huh?
He wouldn't do that to like.
He would do it to almost everybody.
No way.
Yeah. Like the businessmen know, all the professional showers. Because the ones who are friends with him are like friendly enough to know that he's just having a lol. And the ones who aren't, he doesn't care. Huh?
You can hear it. I mean, you can't manage that for so long. No, I don't think everyone. It's funny.
Like if your good friend did that to you, you know they were joking, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But then like, also, just anybody else who happens to be trying to make some money in this game, you got to take that. He's super nice if you speak to him off table. He does a lot of charity and stuff as well.
Alright, this time it's Burns' turn with the A6 of hearts under the gun. See Ellier sign there as well. Over to Thorell. So we see two Queen 10 offsuits in there.
Huh?
Both dominate each other's suits. Really good spot for Burns here, possibly.
As long as they read it, right? They don't have to stay there.
No, they don't have to stay there.
Yeah, as long as they read it. Yeah.
That is a pretty good spot for A6, wow. Just flops it, not a concern in the world. It's so amazing when your biggest concern is, okay, so I'm not gonna lose this hand. How am I gonna extract most money? Well, Thorell wastes no time. I think normally he's gonna get a lot of credit for bets like this if he just bets this quick, no hesitation, just fires at it. I mean, we know it's not gonna work, but I like the fact that he does it that quick. He gets a piece now. Might actually make him slow down. Sometimes, you know, when somebody flops a card, they're gonna be happy to show down. No, there's no slowing down the Thorell train in this hand. 60,000. Cal Burns has a decision here. We're still 50 big blinds behind. Is he hoping his opponent has a flush? Is he going to put in a raise? Does he estimate, you know, maybe my opponent has an ace-2 and will call anyway? If Thorell has a hand like ace-jack with a jack of clubs, he definitely might. He's just going to call though, it seems. Yep. Bricked out.
One more bet, please.
Thorell not gonna go for it. Pretty nice spot for Burns. I mean, that board is so dry. It's hard to get paid 2 streets.
That was an exceptional flop, wasn't it?
That was good.
It's hard to do.
Doesn't get better than that.
Surprising one to get, huh? On the top, I think.
Here we see a sign. Has won the Poker Player Championship at the WSOP. Plays a ton of mixed games online as well. dabbling a little bit in the No Limit Hold'em streets. Has a milli. That's a lot of chips. We saw him at the final table of the 25K as well. I think he busted 6th in that one. Randy always says in the booth when somebody's stacking their time bank chips in a funny way. Seems like he's doing the same thing now. He's inspired. Seth Davies gonna put in the money. Thorell probably not gonna hesitate. Cyan really has to think here. I mean, it's unlikely that Thorell is bluffing very often. We know Thorell likes to take flops, so once he comes in for a raise, you gotta be a little bit careful. And then on top of that, if somebody attacks that raise with not that much fold equity, you gotta give some respect. And he gets out of the way correctly. Gonna make the call. A bit cooler there for Thorell. Yeah. It's not what you want to see with Ace King. Still 34% for him though. 1 out of 3 he'll win this. This might be one of those. Tough hand for Davies. We know he's on at least 2 bullets. No run of hearts for him. It's 1 out in the deck. King of clubs. Doesn't get there, so Seth Davies gets eliminated. So we see some big names leaving the fold early on in this tournament.
You played 19 or 20, I guess.
So Thorell wins a nice one.
They'll pay 19 or 20.
Get some chips back.
Gigs here.
Yeah. It was just that million that they paid more.
Huh?
It was just a million that they paid more people.
How many did they pay the million?
20%. 11 people.
Yeah, I saw they got a really tiny min cap. For 1.1x.
Money back's not so bad.
Yeah. Hey, money back on £1 million, you're not gonna,
Charity as well.
Yeah. I mean,
I think it's good.
certainly better than bubbling the £1 million.
Yeah.
There was still heaps up top. It's not like the person that won was like, oh man, these little min captures paying the 20%. Like.
It's like, yeah, can we put more on?
Right, as your players in the 100K No Limit Hold'em main event, we have just confirmed your prize pool with a record-breaking for Triton event, 130 entries. Thank you very much, players, for your support. You generated a total prize pool of over £12 million. We're gonna pay 17 spots, with the 17th player finisher receiving £192,000, and the winner of this No Limit Hold'em main event will take home £3,080,000. Best of luck, everyone.
It's not too bad.
They heard you. So
£3 million for the winner. 100K buy-in. Paying 17 players. Puts her up. Has played all the events so far. Thank you. This guy's gonna see a flop. Great flop for Putra. I wonder if Langshu is going to be tempted to continue here. Ooh, he checks it. Trixie. Oh, excuse me. I thought he had nut flush draw. Early morning. Took clubs on board. So it's looks like he's just gonna give up on this board. Then actually, he does have some backdoor straight draw, a backdoor flush draw. Gets it done in position. We got Mr. Jeff Gross back in the booth.
Yeah, it's great to be here. It's an exciting day. Come right in, see the prize pools announced. Juicy, £3
Yeah.
million, biggest Triton main event. Very, very exciting. I want to know. I believe I missed it because I saw it on the board and I was antsy about the hole cards. Randy was in the tank for a long time and there was a big bet. What were the holdings? That hand did show the hole cards or no?
That might be from the future.
We might be in the future still. I don't think so. It was really early. It was like,
oh, yeah?
maybe it's coming right now. There was like a big spot, and they showed Randy at his hand like over his. He used a bunch of time make extensions, so I'm sure. It maybe it is coming.
Okay.
Maybe it wasn't even on the. Maybe it was on the. It wasn't showing while it was happening at the other feature because it was just in the room, but they had him on the big screen, and I don't know. So anyway, all right. Well, maybe we'll never know, but Randy's still in. He looks like he's doing all right.
Yeah. Started the day with like 340. Timothy Adams started the day with a lot, as usual it seems. Matthias Eibinger, also just a very active, aggressive player. Definitely hit the live scene as well in a big, big way. Daniel DeVore getting incredibly lucky against Webster, knocking him out with the ace-8 for his ace-queen. Big pot.
Vogelsang, someone we haven't seen got anything going yet so far. A few events. He has ace-king. Oh, maybe. Nice. Oh, maybe not. Wait. Oh, okay, no.
Yeah.
Sosia Zhang had ace-king.
The way it looked, he had ace-king in front of him. But I guess he just put it there.
I saw that table walking around. Very tough table there. Greenwood, Vogelsang. Very, looks like Sosia Zhang's got a nice stack here. Maybe she's coughing a bit. Maybe has a cold, has the mask on right now. Got the animated Tony G. Looks, I'm getting some shots at the feature tables, the non-feature tables here.
Ladies and gentlemen, 100K only told the main event. We have just confirmed your prize pool. Been a record-breaking for Triton event, 130 entries. Thank you very much for your support. Generated total prize pool of over 12 million pounds. We're going to play 17 spots. The 17th place finisher receiving 192,000 pounds and the winner.
So we see Chidwick and Wyken Young, son of Richard Young.
He's got a couple Triton titles I saw in the hallway.
Yeah.
There.
Yeah, he's doing really well for himself. Plays the cash games too. He's a really good player. I think he's one of the best short deck players.
I can't wait for the short deck. Like, this is so exciting, day 2 of this 100K, but it's like I'm ready for this 100 to really get into the short deck matrix. And these are definitely some of the best players in the world here on the Triton Tour that play that.
The very best indeed. Guys like Tan Xuan, Tom Dwan. So good at it. Here we see a Cyan with a similar hand.
Randy. Nano Noko.
Get in there, Randy.
He has got the best of it at the moment.
I think one of these cards is marked.
And Cyan here, after making a move, with King 10, one of those hands that's decent candidate to bluff with. Not so fun when you do get resistance. Now he's got a bit of a math equation. He's got a big stack.
Yeah, he's getting 2-1.
Did you put them in?
We'll get a new deck.
Yeah.
So realistically, he feels if he's up against the hand exactly that
Yeah, I mean, it's better than showing them.
Randy has, he could make a call here.
Wow.
He does make the call.
Randy, Lou, we are sweating booth sweat right now.
Wow.
Got to root for our man Randy.
So I'm a little bit surprised he calls it off there. King 10.
Happens a lot with these cards.
Yeah, maybe it's just a card.
Yeah, he's not going to get a ton of great scenarios, but going to have 9s or lower pairs sometimes, I guess. I don't know how often Randy's going with 9s or 8s there, but
difficult to look at them without.
Ace Queen.
Yeah. So far, so good for our boy.
Randy's got his time bank chips in an interesting formation there. He sits back, leaves it up to the turn and river. A little more of a sweat. He does block that with the two dings. Don't want to say, let's just see if Randy can do it. Some guys can do it. Randy did it. He held. He knows that was a major sweat, big spot.
Why not? You know, right?
I don't want to hit that set. See that?
And yeah,
It's not a proper gotcha. It's only half a gotcha.
he's healthy.
Yeah. 440,000, 44 big blinds. Awesome to see.
Half a gut shot, he said. I haven't heard that term, but yeah, 2 of the jacks were gone, so
I would have folded anyway. So.
Scion makes a speculative call and does not get there against Randy. Maybe just loves Randy's commentary. Maybe he was trying to help him back in the into the booth.
Naughty, naughty boy, huh?
Good size.
He's like, how do I get this Lex guy out of there?
we want Randy. He did his best, but couldn't run down the jacks. It's murderer's row there. You see Timothy Adams. We got a lot of heroes in the field, and Fedor is all in. Looks like someone's got a decision. Or he's getting paid. Maybe he's just getting paid out. That looks like that looks more like a payout. No?
No.
Board's complete. Maybe not. Maybe oh no, it's an all-in and a decision from Soiza. These are $2 million tournament entry battlers that both did not cash, so they're looking to get. This is a good chance to get unstuck and maybe even more. $3 million up top. There's going to be several people going to have that opportunity. Interesting board here. You know, if you're Soiza, you have Ace King or Ace Jack. Still not a great spot. And Soiza does. He looks enrolled in the hand here. On the great poker minds, Fedor's putting his opponent to the test. I'm not sure we'll get to see that or not, but maybe flash over. There's a call in here. See a pretty classic flip, Ace King to 9s.
Only if you.
I hope we don't see Carry Cats go.
7s you fold.
Carry's so fun at the table. Makes comments.
Yeah, for sure. What about 8s?
Especially on a table like this. Pretty quiet here. You see him already making comments, laughing.
8s, I hate my life, pretty much. 7s, pretty good hand.
The slow peel there.
Terrible flop.
Carries.
Back, I guess.
Carries already counting the back doors. Not many. So he needs.
I like the paint. I don't like that one.
He needs help and.
All right.
Good game, buddy. Good
game. Gonna knock the table and.
Lasted one.
Does Carey play short deck? Do you know? Or I guess we maybe haven't seen him on the Triton stop, so hard to say.
We have seen him in Jeju. I think he played short deck. Yes. Yes, I think I can remember that.
He strikes me as a guy that would take a shot, maybe just check it out. You know, it's fun. And I'm not sure how much short deck work he's done, but he's definitely a strong tournament player, and hopefully we get to see him again. And I'm going to win a nice pot. Those flips are huge. These equity spots just add a lot. You're going to stack difference, what you can do at the table, be aggressive, put pressure on people. Those are really big spots, and he's got a massive stack now. We're still on this hand. Looks like a lot of time banks have gone in.
Looks like almost 400,000 in the middle there from Fedor.
See Peter Jet in there looking on. He's got a nice solid stack over 500, 600-ish too. And he is going to call. We're going to get to see something here.
I believe this was ace queen 4-4 on the board.
And he is. Fedor has the.
Alright, we'll see who the.
Looks like Fedor has the 4-5 suited, I believe, but I'm not sure now. I would imagine, right? Because
wow, that is a rough run out there.
I would call.
That is very unlucky. 2-outer there against Michael Soiza. Fedor doing some Fedor things there.
Good or a bad thing? I don't know.
Wow, Michael Soiza also had the nut flush draw on the flop. That is painful. I think this is the walk of shame of Bryn Kenny.
didn't seem too bothered. A big smile, big smile on his face.
No, he didn't look too bothered. I will say that. This is the tunnel that we always reference to.
Yeah.
Alright. So Steve Dwyer raises. Adams will put in 50 big blinds effective. Tony Mulder behind him had 50 big blinds. You see some big pre-flop spots for these guys. Now I want you to remember that. Timothy Adams went all in that spot. So if you see somebody on Twitch do it, don't lose your mind.
Dan Schwan started the day as chip leader. Looks like he's still got a pile in there, and he's in a pot. He's got position. And he's got the boss, Paul, on the tank here. Looks like for his tournament life. Trying to recount the action, think about what the best move is against a guy. I imagine they play a lot together, cash games, and he's familiar with Tan's capabilities.
Yeah, these guys are very familiar with each other. I mean, something that goes through your head is a cash game from last night, from last week, a tournament they played 2 months ago. You know, this is, it doesn't get closer than a Tan Schwan and Paul Poa.
Little talk, little back and forth here.
Is 5, is 3. Check 5.
Sounds like Paul is top pair.
Tan on the button definitely has a wide. We saw him with the 3-4 spades yesterday. We know he likes to play wide variety, and with that, it does make it difficult for your opponents because they just can't. It's harder to just can't say, oh, this makes sense. Well, no, he's playing 3-4 suited. He's playing all these different hands, so it's like the random 2 pairs start coming in, and Paul is maybe doing what Liv's some randomizing here. He's gonna have to make a tough decision and figure it out, but dynamic board, some stuff misses maybe.
Sounds like I think Paul has ace queen here, the way he's talking.
You're sharp on your Mandarin. You caught a little. You've been brushing up. He definitely is pain, whatever it is.
Trust me, bro. He has ace queen.
Well, we might get to see it. We might not. He does take his poker seriously. I know he wants to make the right decision. He knows there's no re-entries at this stage. Short deck he could look forward to, but this is a fun one, the main. It's getting deep. It goes quick, too.
Ah, 5 already?
I have to face a man who's bluffing. Richard Young's one who's never used the time bank chip, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's Richard
Paul
Young.
had, he's used a lot of them now. And he is,
Oh,
he
man.
can't decide what's happening.
He's in pain.
He is in Oh, was he bluffing? He's paying him out, it looks like.
No, you don't.
What's he got? Is Lex in the Matrix? Is it Ace Queen?
不要乱搞，chip 你的就没了。3-4 call a race.
Is it 3-4 again on the button for Tim?
I think oh, King Jack. 3-4 again.
It was 3-4. Dan Schwan, the 3-4 button man.
Oh.
Was it well, either way, it's a river 2 pair. Because it's King Jack on the end, whatever way they're showing it.
Man, Dan Schwan putting people to the test. Slow roll.
That's awesome. That's good stuff.
Crashes into the wall. Like, Uncle, you okay? He's like, long night. It's like, were you partying? Like, were you drinking? No. Like, he was just like incoherent.
Or maybe I misunderstood that.
All bikes quickly.
4 bikes.
Bring
Oh,
four
is it 4 bikes?
Yeah, he's like, bring
oh,
4 bikes
all
quickly.
the bikes quickly. All the bikes quickly.
All the bikes.
Chidwick, wow, gonna find himself in a pretty sweet spot.
Yeah, this is 4-bet pre-flop by Chidwick. Thorell slow playing with the kings. That is incredibly unfortunate. Wow, Chidwick binking off a very important pot here. I mean, this 1.6 million. This is a chip lead pot.
Yeah.
Chidwick. Wow, that's unfair when Fader Holtz and Chidwick start doing things like this.
Yes, making big hands, sneaky hands against big holdings. You can't blame Thorell here. And he does have a backdoor straight outs, but he is in trouble here. That's not one. He is going to need a king and a king only, or else the dangerous Chidwick, he does secure the double. The board is complete, and that is not what your table mates want to see. The rest of the field want to see Steven Chidwick, who's in great form, just super pumped up now with his stack.
Yeah, all the draws?
I got to confess, Lex, I was late a bit today. My son had his first date, and it was with Chidwick's daughter.
That's cute, actually.
They're one day apart, born 3 months and 1 day, or whatever. You know, the day of one. I think she's slightly older, but it was cool. I went and checked them out in the lobby, and they were heading out into London, and he looked ready. I think he was ready for a big day, but Chidwick
ready for a big day. That's amazing.
He's having fun and. Chidwick, Daddy Chidwick, the baby run good they talk about. He won the 25K, the PLO this summer, one of the biggest events for, I believe, 1.6, and then came in here and had his biggest career score ever. And
where's your baby run good?
I got the booth, man. We're saving for the booth. I gotta enter a tournament. Nano Noko manned up for a 100-pack here. You know, I gotta put it to test. Look at that stack, 133 bigs. Man, what a pot. That is sick stuff, and you can't blame Thorell there. So Steven Chidwick on the big stack. We're going to see likely some exciting action here. Randy Nano Noko Lou, 440, 37 blinds. He's still in it. Anyone else here you feel is... We saw a light call there by Sion, the King 10 3-bet call off. Anything else here very
Kyle Burns again on a pretty good stack. We've seen him go deep a few times this week. Excited to see Wyken Young. Definitely not afraid to play and can play some big pots. And here we see Matthias Eibinger and Timothy Adams with the massive stacks, kind of same ballpark as Chidwick. And Mulder around the 50 big blinds, got his name fixed. No worries, guys. Steve Dwyer, Dominic Nietzsche, definitely on the outs there, shoving stacks for them.
Eric Seidel too. Gotta mention. You can't have a table and not. We gotta mention Seidel. I mean, legend. What a absolute traffic jam here of talent. This is the only player I'm not familiar with right there, and we are stacked for sure. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, he's Mulder is a cash game player online who plays in really tough games and has been kind of moving towards tournaments. Won the main event at Patrick Antonius' event. He's been having some big scores online, so definitely made a splash on the scene, and I think he switching mostly over to tournaments now.
Yeah, I think that's one of those problems with the cash games, especially online. It gets a little more dry, so you can't find action, and the tournaments are sort of a fun, refreshing new way to keep your game sharp, and these Triton events keep happening. These big pools come together. It's worth it. Look at Bob. Well, Garrus is in a situation. Best hand's going to win, and that is
GG.
GG for Bob.
Bjorn Lee taking that one down. King high.
He asked how much I had previous. Yeah, he knew how much I had from the previous.
Yeah. Now, what you say is definitely true. I mean, cash games are definitely not where it's at for most players right now. Lots of players choosing tournaments over that. We see Linus. All right, that's a turn sweat. And that is GG for Linus. Set no good. This man does not always win showdowns. This tournament's over for him. Of course, has a first and a third already this week.
Yeah.
10 again, the set. 5 times. To the ace mark.
Thank you.
I'm fighting for the
Nick Schulman here.
He's patient too.
I might send Timothy on his bike.
Yeah.
I have more chips. You do, but still, it's a bike.
Look, this could be a chop. This
Looks
could be a
like
perfect chop.
someone's dominating someone here. Maybe ace 10 versus
It's
ace.
still hard to get a chop. It looks easy, but it's still hard. Any 4, 9.
You got that's the situation. Yeah.
And ace drops. Queen as well. Ace drops as well.
Yes, so does the king of diamonds, of course.
Getting the play-by-play here. And that's going to be it for Nick Schulman. Not sure what happened exactly, but saw the ace-9 for True Teller there.
But I want a Russian there too. I want a Russian in there too, right?
Schulman's taken down a Triton event before. Sure enough, the last time we'll see him in one of these spots. Got off to a fast start, played his aces really nice to double up versus Michael Zhang's Queen Jack. Got him trapped and then hooked on the river, but didn't work out. It's not always, doubling up isn't enough in tournaments. You gotta withstand adversity and all of the ups and downs. It's a long grind here. Day 2, things starting to move fast. King 10 for Nietzsche is going to be enough. That 4 deuce hand was interesting. That was one of the ones talked about today. That was just trying to understand maybe some of the differences on it. The more I think about it, it makes sort of sense. But I just typically you're going to see people check back on that in that spot.
Yeah,
or check initially.
I would really love to see a similar spot where Dominic Nietzsche on a board that dry, on like King 5-5, which is even less dry than Ace Deuce Deuce. On a board like that, where he just goes 3 bullets with a bluff into multiple people, it's really tough to think of those instances. But Dominic is all about like thinking out a balanced strategy and working on that and not deviating from it. So of course there's going to be a plan behind it.
You know how much you guys have?
Yeah, because Ace Deuce Deuce, there is like 3-4, 3-5. There's a couple gut shot things, but it's this thing. I don't like if he did have the 3-4 there. Is he really just gonna go barrel and barrel? Maybe.
That sounds right.
Yeah.
But.
I think I know that face and that kind of. That was just as I'm going for it face. Felt it coming.
So I want to remind you guys again, if you check the register command in the Twitch chat, Triton is planning to have some bigger events, lower buy-ins. Anywhere from possibly 100 to 10,000 anywhere in Asia. So you can, if you're interested, if you also want to get to know the tournament stops better and get some of the Triton feel, you can fill out what you would like to see. And I mean, it's based on the feedback, just like these events are too. Everything is pretty much based on feedback by players and what they'd like to see. So check that out if you have a chance, or if you'd like to travel to a tournament in Asia, play there. They usually pick some of the real nice locations.
Yeah, you just associate Triton with the ultra high stakes, but that's pretty cool if they're gonna drop it down a bit. I can't imagine. Did they? Was it announced? I guess it's on the website, but is it like 5Ks, 1Ks, 10Ks?
Well, it really depends on what people want to see. So they're just gonna go by what feedback they get, and you know, it's there's millions of viewers from Asia every stop, and it's getting bigger and bigger. So it's I think it's expanding.
Yeah.
You know, you can bring that same quality to lower stakes tournaments as well. And if you look at the poker playing experience that people have, I think that's a really good thing, because you know, if it's like you sit in a warm bath, you know, everything's good, everything's nice, taken care of,
right?
Quality. And you see Nietzsche limp here on the button. He has 20 big blinds. Does not want to give up his Queen-8 offsuits.
Wow, Timothy Adams. You know, I think Timothy Adams generally known more as tight's not the right word. It sounds almost disrespectful, like more solid. But we've seen him take some spots and make some aggressive moves with the fives. Here he just correctively deduces what likely is being limped by Nietzsche. Generally, you're going to think of that like 9-10, Jack-10, those type of hands, Queen-9s, Queen-8s. And then when Dwyer just calls and doesn't jam there, I think he just doesn't feel that. I think he realizes that O'Dwyer perceives him maybe not as someone that's going to maybe make a play like that with like a modest holding per se. And I just, you know, it's just a really nice pickup there, putting his opponents at risk. So nice play by Timothy.
Yeah, I think a good thing you touched on there is the fact that O'Dwyer doesn't go all in. Like O'Dwyer is so unlikely to just limp the small blind there with a hand like Ace-10, Ace-Jack, Ace-Queen.
Right.
He just wants to print. I mean, he could be trapping there some, but...
Right.
All right, we're going to say goodbye to Rui Kao as well. Definitely see him in the short deck events.
If you put your chips in like your other nuts, you win the pot.
Oh, yeah. All right. We have a gut shot and a flush draw here for Burns. There's 400k in the middle. Randy, pocket queens on a tough board.
Man.
So Chivwick raised, Burns called, and then Randy made a big 3-bet from out of position. There was a raise, and then Randy made it 115,000 from the small blind.
You know what's interesting here, though? I think he may go with it. It's easy to see the cards and say that, but with that being with the actual holding of black queens, there's flush draw possibilities, but also he blocks king queen, ace king. Like ace king is probably going to put it in,
exactly.
right? So it's like now it's like, does he have king queen?
Wow.
You got those queens? You had those queens, buddy. But I have a lot of outs.
Wow.
Well, he does make the call. This is an 870,000 pot for Randy. What a spot. Bricket dealer. Not supposed to have favorites, but bricket.
And again a difficult hand, obviously, to proceed here with queens on a king high flop. It's Inonoko. A lot going on. This is this is for 3.5 starting stacks.
Oh,
wow.
That was red, but it's the good red.
About as scary as it gets. That was, man.
Look at the ice in his veins. Just sits there. 230, bud. Nice.
Big pot for
Inonoko.
Wow. And I think that's, again, it's so much easier in the moment. And of course, with the cards on their back, oh yeah, you have queens, but you're talking a 100,000-pound buy-in, overcard to the board, other stuff going on, and you just man up with the queens. That is not an easy spot.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to check fold. Can't do anything else.
Randy mentioning if it's ace on the turn, it's a different story. He's kind of cuffed, and at that point, can't really continue. But as it ran out, and he did, he made a very nice play, and he is healthy. So well done for Randy Liu. Let's look at Putra again. This guy was, I just keep bringing it up because it's so crazy of a spot where he gets one outed essentially versus Timothy Adams. So it's nice to see him back battling and hanging in there.
Langzhou opening up.
I use 5. One hand.
I think
He say he play
Blind Devils might be displayed incorrectly.
S6 suited. Raise to 30k. So this 6 draw. We down big blind all in. Like 24 big blind. It's net S6 suited. Big play. Huh? We queen 10 suited. And then one hand rest under the gun. Jason all in. He went all in pocket 7s earlier.
Ah, nice with Paul Pot at the table now.
And double Jason up.
And all in. Burns now short after that hand against Randy.
And Ricard has like 30 big blind under the gun race. 280. Lost half of his stack. And bury me 3 times. Replay call, just 5 times back.
How's it going?
Good.
You're doing well.
Leave the fish table.
Fish table, he said.
Always the case, huh?
Not sure about that.
No way.
You lost half of his stack.
No way.
It would have been a rude one for me to get there against you.
He call button, 4-3 suited. Nice call. You.
Nice hand. Welcome to the table, Paul. Paul has 1 million. Made a good call against Ten Schwen earlier.
Like 30,000.
You think about checking the turn before Randy?
Excuse me?
Having a good think about checking.
Yeah, I did.
So sick.
So we see a small 3-bet there from Terrell.
Ace of Diamonds, 100% worse card for you.
Oh, Ace of River. Oh,
Ace of Diamonds.
Yeah, I was like, okay, maybe I'd check call occasionally, but no. Maybe I was like, I was thinking about the turn, you know? Yeah. I wasn't sure if you were going to shove or not.
I was going to check this time,
But the river.
I'll shove some stuff.
The river? Oh man, I probably would have to fold.
You can't call, it's impossible.
Terrell is committed. He's going to call it off.
Damn.
His last 20 bigs. Paul, yeah, welcome to the table indeed.
I'm trying to think what I...
Exactly.
Nice hand for Boss Man.
Give me his luck.
One, just doing one count.
I mean, if I turn a pair into a block, maybe.
That looks pretty grim. No backdoor flush draws, nothing. And that's it. Paul takes a scalp. GG, Mr. Terrell.
I'm just happy there wasn't more stacks to play for, you know?
Huh?
I'm happy there wasn't more stacks to play for. It would have been
Yeah.
really tricky.
Yeah.
Would've
I
not-
like the way you played it. I just would have used less time though. Ruined your tower. Because if I got the diamonds, you just check and then I just go check.
So the diamonds got there, is that right?
Yeah, but like it sucks to give me a free card, right?
Yeah.
A lot of bad cards on that
One
board.
of the nicest people ever. He's one of the nicest people ever.
That was stressful.
can't say I was really bad shape, didn't I?
I mean, it's not like
I
they
did
expect
feel
it to
bad.
be that bad in shape. Like,
Yeah, I mean, you're allowed to have 2 jacks or something, I think. Ace king.
for sure. Thank you, sir. Cool. Maybe some other random stuff. Cool.
Yeah, maybe some blocks.
Okay, how much, yeah?
400.
400. Okay, okay.
Come to the table and just bam, immediately.
I have a very good friend. Anshan. My boy.
Everyone was
Always
saying
the case. Chip
Yeah,
lead and Blasilo.
Same thing last time. Montenegro, same thing.
Those few hands he played, I said, what?
He tried to win it early, you know? He tried to win the tournament now.
Try to win on day 1.
Tried to win on day 1. Early day 2.
Yeah. Once before he won from day 1 until finish in China. 1,000 over players. There's different.
What was the
feel.
first card you see?
Everyone was saying before what a
running
fantastic
into
job you guys have
a
done.
dominating
Everything
hand.
was really amazing. Players are all very well taken care of. Easy to buy in with any currencies. Like, you should be very proud of it.
Yeah, this.
Wow. This is good for you.
Queen of Clubs.
你個煙隻係嘛？
As fun as possible.
GG. See you later. Ah.
See you later.
You want to play Robo's game? They have game, you tell me. Huh? Later shot deck 2-5. Okay.
Alright, so Robles game, there you hear
I
it.
won. I'm the biggest winner.
Yeah.
Won 10 million. Quads. Quads against nut flush. Nice.
And short deck quads.
Yeah, Limport. 8-10. I fought Clarks. Then Rui behind me. I bet small.
Yeah, and bait him.
He raised.
Sneaky. You bet the quads hard.
This table switch
How
out
can you
on
see
the
it
break.
coming?
I bet 1-10 pot. He raised. And then the button call.
You're thinking,
Then
what's
I
going on
call.
here?
And recall. I raised, no, Coco. Then come a king, check
Guess
around.
we need player.
And king again. Flush is there.
Perfect.
Check, I check.
Perfect card.
Check raise all in.
Right, 26,000. Fold. 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 Heads up.
It is same thing that
I saved you. Maybe if you go all in, we both fold.
Papa. Don't burn a gut shot with a flush draw, but Langzhou gets there big time. Jack was no good. 70,000 in the middle. Paul has to be pretty happy with his hand so far.
That's 40,000.
Worked out well for me then.
before the shot.
Give up. Yeah. Not happy, but I think so.
Four.
good.
Mm.
110.
This is tough. He has that queen.
9. Jack 9. Queen 9.
Yeah, Paul trying to think of some hands. Playing Zhu, yeah, could be bluffing with. Very tough to get away from that, especially with the flop checked. You know, the 9. There's not a whole lot of 9s that would bet the turn, so it's really hard to think of value cards there. You're not going to run into a 10.
Always going to lose money.
Not going to run into a 10. Not going to run into a 9 that often. Unless it's a specific combination. No flop action. Just got to chalk that one off. Not think about it too much.
I just thought he wasn't bluffing. It's like 30 minutes before the table redraw, and he just 4-bet fold the ace king. I thought he wasn't bluffing. Thought he had full house. Sick bluff. What's up? Why doesn't he have threes? Why doesn't he have threes? Can you just bet the 10 every time? You think he wouldn't shove threes? If he's not shoving threes, I should definitely call. Because then he just has jacks and that's it, right? This is a weird hand.
Chidwick's still on a massive stack. I'm pretty lucky against Thorell earlier.
Most of the time, yeah.
Such big stack of.
The check is okay too.
Yeah. Normally bet the
Burns
big stack
25
against
bigs.
big stack.
Better to bet ace king. King queen.
You're like 350 behind?
Yes.
Straight draw.
Yes.
Thanks.
Either player hits his board, that's
Cannot
usually in
fold either.
favor of the person with the initiative, which is Stephen Chidwick here, of course.
Flush got there, yeah? Backdoor flush.
No.
No? So 3 diamond, no?
3 diamond. Flop. 2 diamond. Turn flop. Turn flop.
Okay.
I mean, he can have an ace of diamond.
Burns not convinced. King high, that's 6 of course, a key card here. King high is still good as well. Make some backdoor straights. Chidwick is generally not gonna like anything that connects too well to a 7 and a 5. You know, hands like 9-6, 9-8, they'll all continue on the flop. It's also going to be harder to bluff hands like 7-6, 5-6. So that 9 just kind of gives a little bit better perspective from the big blinds. He does check it. Alright, so now Burns has a decision. Do I bet the king to possibly get called by a hand like pocket 10s or pocket 8s, with of course the disadvantage that if you run into ace-x you lose more money. Chidwick not going for the bluff, sniffed it out. No way Burns was going to lay that down. It's a good check by Chidwick there. Not invest more into the pot.
My sir, please.
Randy gonna get out of the way under the gun. Peter Jetten.
Hi, Peter.
How you doing, Paul?
Great. I have a very good friend. Calm friend.
Good friend Tan Xuan. That's a really aggro raise there. We see Lang Zhu definitely opening up. Raising to 40,000. It's more than 3 times the big blinds. Paul not going to be deterred. Taking a flop with Queen 3. Really aggro. One of the worst hands that you could possibly have. He does have the best position, of course, on the button. Gets last say every hand. Paul has a pretty good flop here.
Gotta activate the glutes.
Activate the glutes. Activate the quads. Yep.
I wasn't judging you, I was trying to learn something.
Yeah. I don't care, judge me. Judge as you will, sir. Feel better sitting down at the end of the day if I just get up and do a few of those, so okay.
Cool. 34, right?
Yes, sir.
Right, to the turn we go. Doesn't help any player, but it will help Liang, because as a pre-flop raiser, he's going to have most of the Broadway cards. Also, when he bets the flop, he's going to bluff a lot with those Broadway cards to try and take the pot down immediately. Definitely a dangerous card for Paul there, so really curious to see if he's going to try and represent it and fire some more bullets at this.
Are you happy your suit made the final table?
I had my suit make someone else able, so you said? Yeah, I guess so.
What are you looking at, Randy?
You
You live vicariously.
I wonder if I'll ever get it back. It probably
He's got a different strap than you, yeah.
At least now you can just Photoshop your face over the top of Tim's.
I'll just have to
Be like, yeah, it's
wait 2
me.
years till the next one.
Yeah.
You were borrowing clothes too, I heard.
I thought I was gonna have to, but then they told me I didn't have to wear a shirt after all, so I had my wedding suit, my only suit.
Oh, nice.
Just didn't have a shirt. Vegas 4 months and travel 3 months.
Right, so we see Tenchron with the raise pre-flop. Mulder, who probably defended the big blinds, goes check on the flop. Mulder going for the double check. His hand is still good, but he needs a 5 or a 3 to roll off to actually win the pot. Otherwise, they will chop it. Or a 6, of course. That's pretty obvious. And Schwarm betting half pot there.
Raise 125,000.
Muller thinks he's good. 8, that will mean these players will chop unless somebody folds.
Check. Check. Showdown. A6, 2 pair, aces and eights for 7. Ace 4.
Both players will chop it. So Mulder, another example of cash game regular. It's hitting the ground in the live scene.
Meet him downstairs. Okay, let's meet up. Yeah.
Later tonight.
We're going to see an overview. Hangzhou, 113 big blinds. Table chip leader Steven Chidwick following him closely. Cal Burns now in some trouble. Wai Young, 52 big blinds. His table's still very deep. Randy, of course, after that nice hand with the queens, great shove by him on the turn, finds himself in a spot with 70 bigs.
3 raise, he call button, I call big blind. Jack something, Jack 5-4 or something. I mean, he played 5 and 3 hand wrong.
Nice. Nice.
Hangzhou continuing to play some low cards. 5 for suited this time, much better than the 5 deuce offsuit, of course. See if Paul is gonna take another battle. Play ace 8 of diamonds in position. Looks like he calls. Randy gets out the way. Peter Jetton with a really strong hand in the big blind will gladly come along. So nobody blocks each other's cards here. And it's a great flop for Hangzhou, and also Peter Jetton's going to be pretty happy. Of course, when he faces a lot of action, he's going to be pretty worried about a king with a higher kicker. But it's also a board that is so dry that people will try to bluff at it a lot. There's the continuation bet, 34,000.
依家得啦。我哋幫襯幾多？我日日都喺度食。
Jet not going anywhere. Great draw here for Hangzhou. All his outs are the nuts and the deuce. One of those outs, the most inconspicuous as well. Absolute brick in Jetton's mind.
係啊，其實睇我哋幫襯咁多又冇所
Gin
謂。
card there for
冇
lane.
啡咧，全部。而家呢啲唐人全部乜打爆啊！大咗你知中國佬唔撚。
Looks like 70. 8. Every bet that goes in, Jeton going to be a little bit less comfortable with his hand. This is definitely one of those situations where you just call twice. And the real decision is the river. The decision is not on the turn. If you start folding king 9 here,
I don't know actually.
Yeah.
then you shouldn't be in the hand. You should be in the hand because king 9 suited is just strong enough on the big blind. So no other option.
Maybe sold out. Maybe sold out. Yeah, you got to get him fast, huh? The material's really good.
It's 330k in the middle already.
Is it? I didn't see the price tag. I just felt the material.
You're like any price is okay.
No. I'm a price tag type of guy, but it was a nice type of shirt.
Like the hoodie is like $100 over, US.
I think so, yeah.
That's not too bad.
The quality is good.
Yeah. Get what you pay for.
Yeah, because we are high roller series, we cannot do lousy quality.
Yeah, of course not.
Yeah, of course.
I wanted the shirt though. The shirt was cool.
You get disappointed.
I mean, I can still maybe buy an extra large and then like either get fat or get in the gym. I do like eating, so my options are open, you know.
I'll try and shrink it.
Huh?
Try and shrink it.
I'll just wash it a few times until it fits me. See, that's a smart man's recipe. I was going to self-sabotage my body, but he recommended changing the size of the shirt.
Are you going to do the extra large or the small?
Well, I feel like it might be Asian large, therefore being a medium, which is where I am, so. So extra large would be like, it wouldn't be like, you know, a blanket, it would be like a loose fit.
It's a big bet, close to pods.
The washing's clever.
It's probably too good quality though. It won't shrink.
Yeah, you might be right.
Just get a couple and make a blanket out of it.
You get that still on the table, so.
It's always on the table.
Yeah. I can do damage at the buffets, don't worry.
Yeah.
Alright, put down here, I want to see.
One of the problems that Jen could be facing here is,
It's a good hand.
what does that jack mean?
It's a good hand. Have you seen this one? Yeah.
It's unlikely
Oh, what a guy. What a guy
for somebody
here.
to bet jacks this strong twice. If he was bluffing with a hand like queen jack or ace jack, wouldn't he check the river back
Who do you
because
think
he has
wins
so
the
much
hand?
showdown value now?
Looking at the stacks.
So it's a really
He
tough,
lost the hand, I'll send him back to Australia, I'll
tough
promise.
guard for him. He's gonna make a folds. Nice folds.
Yeah, squeeze.
Any call, please?
Gives him credits. No draws miss either, but nice spot regardless there for the Yang.
I thought it's the other guy, so Borosi.
Yes, Sam.
Yeah.
So sick, why can't you have the ace-high diamonds, bro? But if you don't have queens, I mean, there's some hands, I mean, that's
Looks
pretty
like
good
we're
too.
gonna go on a
If you're in there with like 9-8 of diamonds.
short break soon. First, we're gonna catch a key pot from the other table, or just a hand that they're playing. Don't want to hype you guys up too much. Perhaps nothing happens. Of course, we always have the 2 feature tables, even when there are different tournaments or a final table with the main event going on, so we can always show you guys the complete picture.
Raise 36,000. Fold.
She gets it done. Buffet? Guys, nice. Penny Tang. I hope this for the dinner break and not that he's packing. Looks like he did bust out, possibly at the hands of Michael Turrets here.
I think it goes back faster. It's like, just because of dryness, I got like this red. It's so weird.
Sam Greenwood's 1.6 milli chip leader.
Oh. Oh.
This is a good flop, these two squaring off again. This time it's Mulder with the pre-flop initiative, coming off a raise.
20,000.
Bet 20,000. Cool.
Players to the turn. Ten Schwen is wrong dead. There are 3 hearts on board, and he does have middle pair, so who knows?
Bet 77,000.
Miller gonna go for some value, of course. Ten Schwen trying to figure out how often am I up against a hand like Queen Jack with a heart here. It's a very marginal hand.
$205,000.
Ten Schwen will always surprise you. It's like, you know what? If you have Ace Jack or Ace Queen or any of those hands, I block a set of kings, I block Ace King, I no longer feel my hand is good. I'm gonna take some control of this pot. Flush gets there, I'm in the big blinds, I can have a wide variety of hands. I'm gonna put pressure on you. And pressure it is. I mean, Mulder still has an incredible hand. He has 330k back though, so only 25 big blinds behind for him. He's facing a raise of 130k. It is a little bit awkward for Ten Schwen if they go to the river. And to the river they go because he doesn't have a whole lot of firepower left because of the size of Mulder's stack. As you see, pot is 500, Mulder has 207k. At the same time, that can make it look incredibly strong. Wow. And this is gonna be tempting. For 10 perhaps.
Alright, if you do this even event, you can start shuffle. Please complete the hand you're on. Otherwise, you can send your players on a 15-minute break. 15-minute break.
Is Ten Schwen gonna pull the trigger? He's really trying to show Teun Mulder, I'm not afraid to get called. I'm going to bet very small. He bets about a third of Mulder's remaining stack. Mulder is going to wonder if you only have 200k left in a 500,000 pot. Wouldn't you just try to get it? Could be so easy to perhaps get value with the Jack or Queen of Hearts or even the 10 of Hearts.
All in.
Play all in.
Oh, Milner's going to go all in. Oh, that's very sophisticated. He's pretty much saying, like, I don't want to lose to a low heart here or a set of sixes. So he's really, that was not for value. That was really to get a low heart away. And that just shows that he's here to play. And that is a really cool move. That's so cool to see. I think he showed his hand as well. So like I said, that's really technical because that's not, oh, I have top 2 pair, but there's a 4 flush out there. Really wants to avoid losing to a set or some guy with a bluff who randomly, you know, has the 8 of Hearts in his hand. So I think Tan Xuan really cost himself there by leaving the door open. If you're gonna go for it, have to go all the way. It's gonna be really cool to see the dynamic after the break. We see some big stacks on these feature tables. Gonna see some other players too. We're gonna go over to the break desk and I'll see you guys after.
Well, it's been an interesting start to that piece.
Yes.
But it's been an interesting first 2 levels. Obviously, we're seeing them drop thick and fast. Only 44 people remaining now. We've lost some big names: Ivan Leal, Dan Smith, Igor Kurganov, Vogelsang, Davies, Lowlegger, and Kenny. They're falling fast.
Yeah, I mean, Bryn, you know, he entered late. He's fresh off his big win. He won't be adding to his 10 million lead. Justin Bonomo, who is now 2nd overall lifetime earnings, he's in the field. He's mixing up. He knows 3 million pounds are up for grabs. If he wants to get that top spot back, it's a decent tournament to grab a chunk into that lead. So it's 3 million pounds, as we said, 17 going to cash, 44 left. Things are going pretty quick.
And if we take a look at the chip counts, we've got Stevie Chidwick has climbed right towards the top. Sam Greenwood also up there now. And, well, the cream is rising to the top.
Definitely. And we also see Kyle hanging tough in the top-ish. He's having a decent day.
And
Killing
Chidwick, obviously we saw a lot of his chips came from the 10s versus kings of Thorell. You were watching that one, Jeff. How did that one play out?
You know, it hopped over to the flop, so I didn't catch the pre-flop action. I was told there was a 4-bet and just a flat by Thorell, so he had the option to 5-bet. Of course, king's a hand you're comfortable to put it all in with, generally, unless you're so deep. I think it shows you his thought process. He's trying to trap a great player, realizing that Chidwick's not someone that's just going to put it in, you know, with ace-5 suited or on. If he is bluffing, he wants to keep him in. Also, maybe not see an ace if he has ace-king. He did get tricky. He got a great flop for his particular hand, just not in this case when Stephen Chidwick had the set of 10s on a Jack-10 flop. So you can't blame Thorell for how he played it, put it in there, but a huge pot. Stephen Chidwick, it almost feels unfair. A player of his caliber gets to make sets versus over pairs. It just doesn't seem right.
Doesn't seem right, and when you play them slow, you take the risk of getting them cracked. So took a risk and didn't work out this time. But
yep. And with that Stevie double up, I think the whole table sighed as they realised he has all the chips and they're in for a tough time.
Yep.
But yeah, so Stevie's doing well. Our boy Randy's still doing. He had one of the busiest levels out there. I mean, 2 doubles with the jacks and the queens against the queen 9. He had to dodge a lot of outs against that queen 9.
Yeah, you know, that was one of those spots you don't want to take away from Randy, what an accomplished player he is. And for the viewers at home and in general, if you don't play a ton of poker, you might think, wow, just a crazy call. There's an overpair to the board. It's a huge pot. But with the action, there's not a lot of hands that beat him. If he has, if Burns has ace-king, probably going to hear about it pre-flop. So the fact that he has 2 queens in his hand, also a king, the hand that he's willing to put so many chips in, he can take away king-queen, right? Because he has 2 queens. So that's sort of out of the door. So with the that draw-heavy board. He's got 2 black queens, a lot of red cards. I think he just made the right, again, difficult spot, but he was able to work it out that he had the best hand at that moment. Still had to fade the world, which he did do, but, really top-notch play from Randy to figure out that he had the best hand in that scenario.
And like you were saying, you were hoping that he would go for it and wouldn't be playing scared. There you have it, Marley. He is going all out, guns blazing, making those big calls.
Those are the kind of spots that make or break your tournament, and he had the right read and went with it. Had to fade half the deck, but he's still in going strong.
Absolutely.
And Tony G's going strong. I don't know if you've heard. Well, it's been non-stop out here from the tournament floor. He's been getting vocal. We love to see it. Do his opponents love to see it? That's the question. He knocked out Pietrangelo and then Jesus Cortez, I think that's how you say his name. Yeah, he knocked those 2 guys out, and he was giving it the on your bike speech. And then Foxon joined the table to take Cortez's seat, and he went, "Oh, we're going to need a bigger bike." So I think he's revving up. And how do the players take to that, though? I mean, we love to see it. It's good for the game, but is Nicky Pietrangelo in his room now stirring up?
I think those that have been around poker for a long time, they know Tony G. They know what comes with it, the antics. And it's one of those things like, look, the guy he's no slouch. He plays poker, but he's not a GTO wizard guy in there in the lab all the time studying. If you had to ask the guys who do they want to see at their table, do you want to see Chidwick, Timothy Adams, or Fedor, or do you want to see, Tony G give you a little bicycle talk if he gets you? I think you take that risk. And I think most of the players are pretty accustomed to his antics and don't take it personally. And even I saw Nick smiling on the way out, not too worried about it.
He's been through a lot, Nick.
Yeah.
I was actually sitting here just next to Tony G's table, which happens to be here, which is perfect. But Tony was actually screaming at me, "Would you get me some bikes?" And I think I might have to go and spend the next 2 levels in the bike shop, seeing how many I can round up for him, because he looks like he's on the...
Someone should tell him it's not a knockout. He doesn't need to knock everyone out. He seems to really get pride in sending someone to the rail. But this particular format is it's not a knockout. But yeah, good for Tony having fun and running pretty well so far, it looks like.
Yeah. Let's have a look at the next feature tables. Obviously, we're going to change the tables up again. It's table 3, first of all. There we have Sam Greenwood, who is right up there with a chip lead. And he's going to look to boss that table. Jeff?
Yeah, Sam Greenwood, again, one of the Greenwood brothers, so talented, so dangerous. And Sam was one of the ones who I don't think was on a feature when he got knocked out of this £1 million buy-in. Stand me if I'm corrected, but I believe he got it in Ace King to Ace Jack, and I saw him get knocked out on a outer table, which is that's a really tough beat to deal with in a £1 million buy-in, to get it in a dominating position, don't win, and here he is rebounding again. One of those tournaments that to recover £1 million in an entry, it's very difficult. This is as we saw the payouts, £3 million up top. A couple other payouts are going to be over £1 million up there as well. So top 4 give you a chance. If you played the £1 million and you're in right now, you got a shot to recoup that right away, which is, again, difficult in a lot of these tours. There's not a ton of opportunities where you get million plus scores. In Triton, we've already seen the 50K provide that. This is going to provide that in the 100K. The short deck coming up 100K gets a huge field. So, really exciting time for these high roller players having opportunities to get these 7-digit scores.
And Sam took that nasty beat in the World Series, coming 45th. He's obviously bounced back well. I spoke to him and he said, it wasn't so bad. I went to the World Series for 2 weeks, took 200K home. There's nothing to moan about really, but good to see him running deep again. And then we have Makita, who of course is a 2-time main event champion for Triton. So he knows how to do this, Molly.
Of course. He's been here before. He knows, running deep in tournaments, especially ones of this caliber, it's something that you just get better and better at, and you can't take for granted just being there in the moment, all the emotions that go through your head, and he's been here before and he's got it down. So
okay, let's turn our attention to table 5, your other feature table. There we have Machine Gun Charlie.
Yes. hanging on.
Yeah, he's been in for 4 entries, fresh off his 50K win for a 1.3 million. Of course, look at what stands out there. Everyone's got the same 6-digit stack, but the Jungle Man, Daniel Cates, 7-figure stack there. He's got 91 big blinds, and always a joy to watch and see how he operates. So that's a treat. Anytime you get Jungle Man on camera, getting his massage, talking through life for a hand, it's fun, and that's going to be a lot of enjoyable poker content coming up. And Ike Haxton there as well, who Jungle and him play a lot of high stakes mixed games in Bellagio, and there's going to be some history and some fun at this table definitely coming up here, no question about it.
Yeah, if Jungle's not offering interesting poker to watch, he gives you some interesting table talk, doesn't
Yes,
he?
yeah.
Keep your fingers on those audio levels, guys, because he's known to say a few questionable things.
He says what's on his mind. That's the truth of it.
That's what we love about Jungle. And Ike, of course, 3 final tables in the last Triton event in Montenegro, 2 of which he came runner-up. So he's tasted victory. He's desperate to get that win, surely.
Of course. Also, Benjamin Heath, something that people don't really know much about him. He had a big score in the WSOP. And do you know much about him? I mean, he's kind of new, isn't he?
Him and Charlie, I believe, are the same kind of camp, same sort of, energy, very meditative, relaxed guys, and very. Charlie's meditating, we're told, on the side here as well. So that's it's a real the meditation camp.
Let's drag him in and just sit in here.
He's a great player. I think he got second in Aussie Million for a huge score. He's won a World Series 50K this summer, the inaugural 50K of the WSP 50. So he's had massive 7-figure scores, and guy's just super talented. You see him deep in a lot of his high rollers now. So yeah, he's in good form.
Okay, so 17 cash. What can we expect in the next 2 levels? Are we going to make it to the cash in the next 2, or can you see this going a lot longer?
The speed of play is big here. I think one thing that's been synonymous with Triton is guys are not here for the min cash. In general, every player is different, but we see people taking chances, going for it, pushing it in close spots. We even saw Josiah 3-bet, then call 4-bet all in with King 10. That was, I think, Randy's first double. And people are they're not here to get that min cash. They want that trophy. They want the title. They want the up top money. And there's no stalling. There's no delaying. And I think it's going to go quickly. I don't know about 2 hours, but I believe come in 3 hours max, I think we'll start seeing that bubble come to fruition.
Normally you see, as you approach the bubble, the best players are putting the pressure on the not so good players, but here it can't really happen because they're all the best players. So how does it even play out? It just continues as it was?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's one of those things where you have guys that aren't afraid, and when that happens, you see bluffs, you see big calls, you see the thing is when that type of energy is there, the calls are being made because they know that guys are capable. So you kind of there's really no stopping it. It's just guys are ready. Who wants to go for it more? And you see a lot of hero calls, you see a lot of big bluffs, and that's what makes this so exciting. Is someone is trying to win the £3 million. So and there is a short deck 25K, I believe, at 5 p.m. today too. So they got a backup option if you get removed. You're not just having to look for a cash game. You get to hop in another tournament.
They got some options. Of course, the big stacks, Greenwood, Chidwick, the likes of those two, they'll be looking to smash some pressure onto the medium stacks and of course the short stacks as we approach that bubble.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yes, I think in particular, those type of players, they just, especially fresh off, Chidwick with the 7-digit pound score, just confident, feeling good, has a stack. He knows how to leverage this. And this is not, again, side events here, 25K, 50K are massive, but this is, although it's basically, it is the main event. We had the featured event, £1 million, but this is a lot of people's main events. A lot of people weren't able to enter the 100K. They're here. This is what they flew over for. So it's no one wants the bubble. Although people aren't afraid, if you have a big stack, you can really leverage that, put people to the test, and chip up nicely. And that's what I think we're going to see displayed coming up here is some big stack poker, putting people to the test and trying to extend their lead in an opportunity time coming up here in the tournament.
And Jeff, you've been working hard with us for the last 6 days. You've been getting the jitters. You haven't been able to play poker for almost a week now. What's that like?
It's okay. It's refreshing. So I know Marley and I, we battled in Vegas in some high-stakes cash games this summer, and it's fun to compete, but it's sort of a treat to watch this high-level play and not have to worry about going bust or having to, re-enter or whatnot. It's nice to sit here and see some of the top players that go for it. So
all right, quickly,
it's nice.
Who came out on top?
I don't know.
We'll find out next time. Let's throw to Lex and look forward to the next 2 levels.
Welcome back. Thank you, Pete. Of course, thank you, Jeff and Marley as well, providing insights. Jeff plays both tournaments and cash games. And Marley is a high-stakes cash game player from Vegas that dabbles in the tournament scene lately. We have our chip leader now, Sam Greenwood, on the blue table. Very cool. He has more than 100 big blinds. I think he's the only player in the tournament above 100 big blinds right now. And Chun with a 1.2 million stack. Sosia Jang, gonna see her as well. She made some fearless calls in the £1 million event. Michael Watson, haven't seen much of him on the feature table, only on the outer tables. Bajikowski's back. We're gonna be switching between those two tables. I think on the red table we'll have Jungleman as well, so that should be good.
Probably start this final table pretty early so that you can get in there, but be able to play from the start. We've got so many people for this tournament that it's going to take a lot longer than they thought.
Everybody getting ready for another 2 hours of grinding. Here we see Chun. 76 big blinds.
Hilton, how much you playing there?
Sunstorm, ik doe maar zomaar. Nina?
Elton?
Nina?
Michael Watson, 40 big blinds. 40 big blinds is nice, it's comfortable.
Elton?
But at the same time, they can just have, be going in.
That last hand. 360? 350?
On the red table we have Nieberg, Charlie Carroll, Isaac Hexton, Daniel Cates,
Sorry, what is this
and
level?
Ben Heath.
816.
We see that table in the back, so we're going to be switching back and forth between those two.
Has Quetzal been doing the... Yeah. Has he been doing it in this tournament? In these
Oh, actually, no, I didn't pay attention, but I think the rule was only for $1 million.
Yeah.
Like.
He's been giving so much shit about it. That
Yeah, and so he finally saw.
Michael Watson pretty much flops the world here against Sosia Jang. Open-ended and a straight, open-ended and a flush draw. He's gonna raise it. Takes it down. Not much to continue for there. To just call with the backdoor straight draw is a little bit too much. Chip leader. Now Zhu Lang on the other table. We see Ben Sharif back. Was involved in a big pot where Dominic Nietzsche lost most of his stack with 4 deuce offsuit. Three-way with them and Tan Xuan yesterday.
Nope.
Guys at the break desk broke that down in the morning. Elton Sang. I know he's Nananoko's favorite, or one of his favorite players, and rightfully so. Elton Sang is 20 big blind, so he has to make something work. Just to give you some background on Elton Sang, he's a business guy. Has won $1 million tournament before in Europe. And plays some of the highest stakes cash games. He's been in some really cool hands in cash games from Jeju last year. You can find those on the Triton Poker YouTube. The highlights of that's really cool. Also requested in a $1 million pound tournament to be put on the pro side of things. Everyone trying to plead their case. People saying, I'm a businessman, allow me in the tournament. People that have had a lot of poker experience. Elton Sang, put me on the pro side. I'll do it. Yeah, there's a massive spot here. Turns the boats. Checked it on the flop. I mean, Sharif is going to be pretty happy with his queen here. Small bet by Elton. Sharif's got to be feeling good. You get a check. You get a raise from an aggressive position, the button.
Could I please just get
Gets checked on the flop, and then a small bet on the turn, and you have second pair. Makes the call. Let's see what kind of sizing Elton goes for.
Check.
Bet 80,000.
80,000. I think it's pretty impossible to get away from Ben Sharif. If he does figure this out, I'd be really impressed. Gets the bad news. That sucks. You could tell how confident he was in his hand. Ready to turn it over.
I think Tony G lost a bunch of chips, which is why he isn't yelling anymore.
Oh, thank goodness.
Which is why it's quiet here?
Goodness for that.
The worst was the 10K short deck in Montenegro. He was just like open shoving every hand. But like I wanted to get, like it was fun. It was like fine, I'd take the money, but like I wanted to play the 10K, so I knew how to play the game for the high stakes tournament. And then instead it was just like, alright, I guess I'll just limp for aces deal. I mean, you get the kind where you play short deck anyways with aces. Just limp for aces.
Yeah, Tony G definitely, the size of his stack directly correlates to how loud he is. Doesn't say much when he's on a short stack. Few hands there. Elton Sang opening ace-3 offsuit, but he's in a good position to cut off. Michael Watson does have position on him though with the ace-10. Looks like Sharif is considering something from a small blind, because he's really short now after that pot against Elton. He has 5 or 6 big blinds, and the nice thing about possibly moving in there is that somebody could isolate him, and you have a lot of dead money in the pot. So if Elton Sang were to just move all in over the top, Watson would have to fold, give up 32,000, which means that you could catapult Ben Sharif's stack into a good position. Alright, Greenwood with the middle ace out of the 3 guys. Make a bluff out of his hand here. Thinks the ace blocker is pretty good. Less likely your opponent will show up with a stronger ace.
5 seconds.
I'm considering this. Watson now with an even tougher decision. So Elton Sang always has to worry about the fact that there's still somebody behind him. If Watson ends up having a hand like pocket 8s, pocket 9s, he could just think, you know what, I think Greenwood's going to get out of line enough for me to go all in. He thinks he is going to get out of line enough. He makes the call with ace 10, has position. Greenwood outflops Watson. Still a pretty tough board to play though. Just a tough opponent out of position. As usual, we see really a small sizing from Sam to set things up. Get it done nice and easy though. Even though you flop a 7 there, it's really nice to see your opponent release. Also scare cards. Pretty much everything except for an ace and a 7. And a jack probably is a scare card there for him. And if you're in a marginal situation and you bet small, you take it down, it feels like a gigantic win. Quick and easy. Mikita falls under the gun. I really hope Elton's going to get a big stack. Elton, more of a cash game player. Plays really high stakes. Very strong hand for Elton. He's close to 30 bigs, a little under. Sorry, he is close to 30 bigs. Jang already has a big blind invested. It's a mistake to think that the ante also increases your odds. Ante you should just look at, even though it's paid by the big blind, you should just look at the average ante in every hand. That's a great flop for her. Elton not going to be so pleased with it. Ooh, I like the small bet. Once Elton checks behind here, there's a big chance he could just be giving up in general. And if he did slow play something or hit the 10, you keep things pretty small. She still only has a pair of 5s, even though it's a great board. Now that's an interesting card, because if Elton can have ace queen here, definitely also has ace king. Broadway card's the one thing Socia does not want to see.
All in.
Whoa. She takes control of this spot. She's not going to wait to see if he puts in the bluff. And we know that Elton only has ace high, but imagine if he had a hand like ace king here or jack 10. In what an incredible tough position he'd be in. He really seems to be considering this too. He has the ace of diamonds, so he knows she cannot have the nut flush. But he's gonna get rid of it.
I'm just coming back in here. I was on as I was leaving over there, I saw this hand and I saw the all in with the cards face down. I was very curious on it, and that is not what I anticipated. Not that she's not capable, but that's a crazy move. I mean, what a play. Happened to have the best hand, but that was not her intention. She was definitely trying to get a better hand to fold. Really impressive to see her just go for it like that.
Yeah. Shows that she wants to be in control of things rather than wait it out. And here we see Fader Holtz and Michael Turrets. Looks like a big river bet. Fader always involved in the big pots.
Look at those chips in the middle. That's a lot of white chips. That's a huge pot.
Yeah.
Wow. Fader does not like this. Doesn't look like he's going to call, but then again, you just don't know. I mean, when these spots are so close, when they take time bank cards and think and everything's running through, you know, when they don't snap call, you just never know what's going to happen, if they're going to actually put it in or not. And I haven't heard Turret since the first. Earlier, when he was on coverage on day one, getting some time, and stayed incognito today. Haven't heard of him, and here he is. Looks like if Fedor calls, well, if he folds, he's going to have a big stack. If he calls and he wins, he's going to have a really big stack. Fedor, if he folds, looks like he still has over 500K there, 300, maybe 600K. So I think I saw an update where he had around that. Oh, he does call, and that's a... And he is going to not be able to beat what looks like aces. Or no, ace 10. I can't... Two pair, right? Ace 10, wow. So, judging by the look, I mean, maybe Fedor had ace a better
That's hard to
ace.
say. This guy's definitely not afraid to hero with all
Yeah, it's true too, right? Does he have to have ace jack plus? No.
Adams. I have a feeling we're just gonna see him at the final table again. You know, it's just like, oh, final table, welcome guys, cool, let's look at the table. Oh, Timothy Adams.
Tim, hey, my name's Tim.
Yeah, hello.
Here he is, playing aggressively. And Ivinger. It's one of our big stacks as well today. Board's paired here, flushes here, straights are possible. This is about as many combination of possibility there is, and really interesting when you see these big bets, because if you're Ivinger, if you got a straight somehow, if you have a flush even, you know, you're not feeling amazing about it. Jason Kuhn doing some ace queen to ace king. Not sure if he was on the right end or wrong end of it. Looks like he's putting some chips out. Maybe did he get there? Looks like, or is he seeing?
I think it's.
The
It looks like he. Yeah. Oh.
Was it reverse thirds?
No, it looks like it was against Fedor again. So.
Oh, maybe
they're trying
Fedor.
to see, but I'm not sure if they're trying to see if Fedor covers him or not.
Fedor looks like he doubled up. That's how I see his posture, and Jason looks frustrated, but I'm not sure. Maybe not. The outer table sweats, you know. We see the cards, we get the great coverage, and Kuhn is. Nope, Kuhn is gonna be. It looks like got it in good. Ace king, guessing pre-flop to ace queen, and Fedor is gonna leave Jason Kuhn, our second place finisher in the 50K side event, got his 930,000 pound score. Got to be frustrating to see Fedor, great opponent, play a lot together and get it in good, and get pretty unlucky ace queen to ace king there. Kuhn's had the roller coaster of emotion. He had the £1 million, doesn't cash, gets the next day, gets in and gets basically the buy-in back, and then he's here in the 100K, getting pretty deep, and gets in a favorable position, but not over, man. Chips left. Jason Kuhn, anything can happen. I like that bluff by Socia Zhang as well with the 6-5. She has a blocker to the straight in there. She's in the big blind, I think, right? So she's like, it's a credible story.
She just really wants to tell people like, hey, if you have Queen 10 or Jack 10 here, good luck.
Yeah.
And she picks the right sizing for it too, because if you just go, you know, sometimes people think, oh, why don't you full top pair? Because you only bet 60% of the pot.
Yeah.
You know? If you're going to lead out from the big blind there and say I have 2 pair, then you can go really big.
Yeah. The flush did come home, and as you mentioned, he did have the ace of diamonds. I think kind of going through his head, like, is she, you know, what does she really have here?
Yeah, chipping up a little bit. Alright, we have a giveaway. You guys can check either at the Triton website, triton-series.com. Instagram is Triton Poker Series. Facebook and Twitter, as well as YouTube, our Triton Poker. Giving away a cap, it sort of looks like Triton merch, very popular. Also with the viewers, lots of players rocking it as well. And, you'll also find a lot of highlights and updates on what's happening. For instance, the Businessmen Plus Pro draw was done on Twitter. They would announce the pairings kind of leading up to the event. So definitely follow the socials if you want to see some of the biggest hands, the results, where the event's going to be, kind of get hyped up a little bit. And we see Ben Sharif going all in, 8.5 big blinds, early position, King 8 suited. Elton Sang also down to 20 big blinds himself. This could be an excellent opportunity for him to chip up. I mean, Ben Sharif is live, but Elton Sang looking at a really strong hand.
139. 139.
All in.
Raise all in?
So Elton saying he did win that £1 million, he won the one drop in the pro one, Or the amateur
Yeah,
one? That's
the
I'm
one
not
drop
familiar
in,
with. I don't remember swaying that tournament very hard, or even knowing that he won that. But that's a
Yeah,
that's
he
a
won
big
it for
score.
13 million. That's what he wanted. It was in Monte Carlo. All right, they are all in. Ben Sharif, tournament life at stake.
That if you want.
Key hand for Elton Sang as well.
Yeah, shows. I mean, he's short. He's under the gun. Doesn't want to hit the blinds. Big blind ante. King 8 suited. Got some potential. He's gonna go jump into the lead, even though he was in bad shape versus the hearts. Oversuited there. Still fairly live, and look at that. Doesn't have to wait long for the turn.
That's tough. Gets on the flop, so I'm gonna say goodbye to Ben Sharif.
Does
You need
tap,
to get a change, right?
does tap the table. Head on out.
Why is it 7?
9,000. 9,000.
Right, so some chips for Elton Sang.
Good game.
Sit up and table 3.
Yeah.
I give you 2.
I think you throw you 9.
You give me 9. I give you 9.
I think I asked you this, but
Yeah,
are you familiar with him? Or he plays? I'm not.
Yeah, he's one of the biggest winners in heads-up sit-and-goes in the history of those online. Also played a lot of sit-and-goes and has some really big scores in like very prestigious online tournaments as well.
Interesting.
He plays as Skywalker.
Oh
with
yeah,
a bunch of R's.
I've seen him. Yeah. So he must battle a lot with Dan Coleman, Mr. Green back in the day.
Exactly.
They were holding down the lobbies. And Charlie Carell on his 4th bullet, 17 blinds hanging in there. Daniel Jungleman Kate saw him over $1 million. Looks like he's got 700, and never know what you're gonna get with the Jungle Man. He is the man that tells you what's on his mind. Looks a little visibly disturbed right now. Like Hacks and him frequent the high-stakes mixed games in Vegas. See a lot of Jungle's Instagram videos, a lot of entertaining stuff. Like sometimes in there.
I scrolled through the stream for like 3 hours to find his hand and then remembered that it wasn't on the stream table.
When you really wanted to see what he 3-bet folded, huh?
Yeah.
It was 32.
But they like final 9 to final 6 they didn't stream. And it was like 8 left.
Yeah.
And it was like
You wanted to see if it was just like
second in
hitting
chips
3 off
against
or
third in
something.
chips.
Yeah.
And I was suspicious.
Probably something pretty dumb. Chance is pretty willing to 3-bet you with something dumb.
The Prince of Darkness doesn't like Chance too much.
Not my favorite.
Is Ike the Prince of Darkness?
Yeah.
See,
That's what he
doesn't
calls
like
him.
Chance too much.
Referencing
Wouldn't wanna
Chance
be a-
Corneth here.
I wouldn't want to be Chance if the Prince of Darkness was on the table. You never know what dark tricks you might have in store for him.
I'm mainly rolling my eyes and telling him to shut up, but...
Thanks for never doing that to me. Pretty sure I took more than him.
I feel like you go pretty light.
Apparently.
Yeah, it could have been like a curse or something.
Flops it.
Chance what?
I'm saying it could have been like a curse coming out of Ike's mouth. He got up easy.
Wow, that's
Possible.
that turn brings something for everyone.
What is it about the way he talks that's annoying?
That he is deliberately annoying.
Oh, you think he doesn't intentionally to tell people?
He says so.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And then you talk to him off the table and he's confused why people don't like him. He thinks that he should be entitled to be deliberately unpleasant while he's playing and have people treat him like he's not a dick as soon as they're not at a poker table.
Yeah, I see what you mean. I love Chance.
45.
He's a character.
If it makes you feel any better, I got his 9 big blinds.
It does, actually, yeah.
I thought you didn't like him for another reason. Because you thought he was just not the... Yeah, I thought it was for that maybe, and also for something else.
Something you don't want to say on stream just in case it's untrue.
No,
So
I
this
just
is
don't want
a
to talk bad about Chance.
pretty interesting spot
Just
here. And if you're
That
Nyberg,
doesn't even matter.
Nyberg, you have So not flush draw. The board's paired. You pick it up on the turn. He is just going to call. I think just correctly realizing if he makes his hand, he's not going to have much back. He probably gets paid. He also, he's got no fold equity, and he has ace high on this board. And as it runs out, two players going to make a full house here. And Nyberg was looking for a diamond. There were some diamonds that he would not even win with the board being paired. As it turns out, Bjorn Lee is going to find himself with a pretty favorable run out here with his opponent having a jack. And as it plays, he may get some money here.
It's nice too that the guy who bet on the turn checks, that just doesn't make your bet look as strong. If you have to lead in the guy that bet the turn, it's a different story.
Yeah, it's a great point, and just thinking about sizing here. Essentially the nuts, other than pocket jacks. So just say yeah, it's got the goodies here.
70.
That's 70.
And does go with the sizing that's almost certainly going to get paid off. That's the benefit of that. With his opponent actually having a jack, maybe he's targeting ace high to get some value from, or he's does size where I don't know how you could fold it with the jack here at that price. So
You're gonna win sometimes, you're gonna chop sometimes, It's also a board where Bjorn Lee could pretty cheaply try to bluff at it. In case one of his opponents has a hand like 8-9 and the other has a flush draw. Or had a hand like ace-10. And he's gonna make the call. Junwai, yep, we're gonna get bad news.
Bjorn Lee, nicely played hand. Goes for a light open there. And, King Jack off, one of those hands where you could argue 3-betting.
Whole stream saw that, BJ.
Jungleman letting people know that.
The whole world saw you in your Queen 9 offsuit. The whole world.
The whole world is seeing the
Think
open.
on that for just a second.
Jungle.
Well. Well, oh. Still Illinois.
Jungle saw chips coming over. He saw something happening. He was worried maybe he was going to get moved. He's not. Still in the feature. See another addition here. Saw Sion 3-bet call off versus our compadre Nanonoko with the King 10 off and double him up. See how many chips he's got. Looks like he's in the game. Very healthy.
Beware the Dark Prince Eleanor is in form today. Yeah.
The Dark Prince. That might just stick for Ike Haxton.
Huh?
Jungleman under the gun, but not full ring here. Ace-10 off, probably right around the bottom of his opening range. Maybe the stone bottom. Well, at least of the aces. I don't think he's not going to probably open ace-9 off. And he is going to run into a problem here because Charlie Corral has an awkwardly, perfect jamming stack, but this is one of the ones where Jungle could get hooked on here and just say, you know what, maybe what's he gonna do with 8s and 9s, King Queen suited. I have ace-10. I already have 32 in the middle, and this is gonna be a very favorable spot. Basically the perfect hand Corral would want his opponent to have, where he's not flipping, he's ahead, and Jungle's gonna do a little bit of math and say, man, he does fold. Look at that, quick
You
fold.
just jam like Jack 10 offsuit, dude. Really spooked me out.
Oh, I thought he said jacks, but Jack 10 off. Should have showed one there. Could have done the double check, look at one card, then push it back, look at the other, and flip over.
Which box?
You should watch the stream of the 50
Can you move the, okay, yep, this box.
If I could. I just realized, actually, you're somewhat of a white magician. what,
Whoa,
a
no need to
practitioner?
bring race into it, man.
Huh?
No need to bring race into it.
That's not true. Yeah, that's not the case. Like, how do I say? Phil Hellmuth is also a practitioner of white magic.
Oh yeah, what's the difference between white and dark?
Dark magic is the kind of magic that Ike do.
Ike has, yeah.
And white magic is more like
Dark magic's very precise to the point.
Huh?
Dark magic seems very precise and to the point.
Dark
quite
magic
powerful.
is more like it's more like how do I say, like science type stuff.
Yeah, this is not.
And white magic is more feeling and intuition and whatever.
If you could find someone that can mix science and art, man, you've got a powerful magician.
And then you have something like gray magic or something. I don't know.
That sounds pretty shitty.
I don't know. It doesn't. That was very anticlimactic.
And here comes the grey magician.
Ace Jack. Must be
Mr. Heath, 2 black aces.
I don't know how to aptly describe that sort of magician, but it would be good to know both white and black magic. Oops, sorry.
I feel like you understand
Hard to
black
fold,
magic
give
a
you
lot
a
more
good
you
price.
understand white magic.
2 for 2 bet.
Yeah, more
People
of
say that you
a
win.
more of a sorcerer, you could say.
More of a what?
A sorcerer.
Unlucky Louis.
Not sure. I'll figure it out.
Well, we could see dark and white magic clash on the stream finally.
What do you
On the
who do you
rare
think
occasion.
wins out of the dark and white magicians?
Well, historically, for especially at least recently, dark magic has been winning.
Yeah, it's very true. I feel like the white magicians don't pay any attention to the dark stuff, and the dark stuff is way more necessary than the white stuff.
Yeah, I would say so. It's sort of like the white magicians don't learn how to like counter like the dark stuff, but the dark stuff is like more it's more aggressive in general. So the white magicians are a little bit too pacifist.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I knows what you mean. Wow. We found the person
be
who
a
knows
new
what
age
Jungle
white
Man is
magician.
talking about.
A what?
I'm a new age white magician. Learn some of the dark stuff.
You need to learn some defense against the dark arts,
It's 3 p.m., ladies and gentlemen.
especially when you're playing against the Dark Lord himself.
Need to go to school. Should exchange some wizardry.
Well, we are in the UK. Find Hogwarts or whatever. Seems like the place anyway.
Who do you think would be getting a better deal
There's a stack soon.
if you and a white
Just
magician
random.
exchanged coaching?
Not sure. It's hard to say. Depends on multiple things.
I think short term they would get a worse deal, you'll get a better deal. Long term, I think it's close. Because you can say a lot of the white stuff, I think, pretty quick.
Huh?
You can get a lot of the, you can teach the white stuff a lot quicker than you can teach the dark stuff.
Oh. But then,
Oh.
but then learn from
Oh,
the-
That was
what
great.
the-
Probably right.
That's like, I learned something today.
That was amazing.
Dark magic and white magic.
Yeah, well, that's another thing to think about. That's the thing that
Another variable
matters.
to this extended metaphor.
Yes.
Interesting spot. We see a check here, and I mean, this is a very powerful hand from Heath. He's going to accomplish a lot by check raising here. He's going to get some, get some hands to fold. He's going to put pressure on. He's got a gut shot. He's got the nut flush blocker card. I mean, it's just a really nice flop for this hand. When you defend ace-3 off in the big blind, a lot of times you're like, oh, here we go. If I flop an ace, where am I at? What's going to happen? A lot of scary boards, but this is just as good as it gets. And, for Scion here, he doesn't really have much defense. He's just going to have to give it up. I can't see him doing anything else. He does have one diamond, which is going to interest him. But really, that's like, what do? You call, you hope you hit a diamond. You don't know if your opponent has a hand like the ace of diamonds X, and if you do hit a 10 or 7, maybe just has protecting a king. So
It's just going to hope with the 20 seconds.
I mean, 700. 700 and change. So.
Still nice to stack them so we can count. Not having a go.
I just like to stack them like differently all the time. I never stack them the same way. Sometimes 10, sometimes 15.
Yeah, I think that's what he's complaining about. Yeah, I
Yeah, but it's like it's pretty clear. My chips at the front, and that's 700. So I mean, 800 is quite clear.
interesting point.
Yeah, you had to break it down. Like, it's not really. You didn't know. It's not the most clear.
Cyan getting teamed up by a couple buddies, but the point remains that you heard him reference the time, which makes a lot of sense, right? He's saying, look, we get 20 seconds pre-flop to make a decision. I can't be looking at your stack. A lot of these decisions are important. I don't want to have to every time ask you for your chips, or I'm gonna use a time bank extension trying to figure out what's going on.
I think generally everybody stacks the chips in stacks of 20.
Yeah.
I hope that was a high.
You know, 2,500 is 10K. It's easy to count.
Yeah.
Asking.
Cyan just basically saying, look, I do different things at different times, and it's all good, friendly. Don't think Heath means anything by it. Yeah, where's some Tony G requests out there for the table? Tony G's been animated, catch him on the outer tables. Maybe we'll get to see him today. He's been referencing his favorite word, bicycle, a lot today. Told when boxing came to the table, he said, we may need a bigger bicycle. That's pretty good. Yeah. So 17 players going to cash just under 200,000 pounds. It's getting deep now. 130 entries, 38 remain. Sort of getting to that phase where the reality sets in that you're in contention. Almost 34-50% will make the money, so it's getting really moving along here.
Great turn for Charlie here.
Just for you, Ben.
Makes a good pair. Isaac, the Dark Lord Hexton, Prince of Darkness. The big blinds.
It's a wild nickname.
It's a pretty wild nickname.
If your name's Jungle Man, though, you gotta start giving out some nicknames. Those are some of the more fun ones.
I think Jungle Man is one of the best nicknames in poker.
Yeah, there's a lot you can do with that.
Battle of the wizardry. Now we get to find out.
Maybe it depends on what you have.
Sorcery going on. Carroll, a player who prides himself a lot on reads. I think it almost bothers Ike in a way. You heard him reference Chance Corneth, someone who prides himself on reads, bothers him. They seem to have a history. I think, he's more of a, not that he can't read people, but he's like very technical, in that streets, and I think he almost thinks that, he almost doesn't believe, like when people say I can make great reads and stuff, it's almost, he's kind of like, all right, like.
Yeah, there's always a debate going on between people, like how much weight do you put into that, and,
Right. And, well, let's see here. We got Haxton with the worst possible hand possible. Basically, I mean, 2-3, but same would be the same on this board. We play the board. So he's got absolute air ball. He has gotten out of line here. Well, it was an open with ace-9 from Corral. So Haxton's out of the big. And let's see what he's going to do. He doesn't have a club in his hand. Maybe he thinks there's some clubs that he could have, some ace-X clubs, or, there's some possible bricks here. And look at Corral just studying intently, really looking at him, and curious. 258 in the middle. Haxton's got a decision if he's gonna go for it. It's not fun to, you're on camera, you got 4 high, and you've been exchanging some words. You've just been given a large nickname to live up to, and I don't think Jungle expects the Prince of Darkness to give up on a 4 high.
Yeah, that's the thing, and it is a tough river to bluff though, because Charlie, if he checks the flop and calls a turn, he is gonna end up having some Queen Jack, King Jack, King Queen. I going really faking the value bet with the 10 here. or really trying to, you know, there's a possibility he's inducing as well. I mean, this bet's gonna have great return, right? I mean, you're gonna get folds from 9x, specifically targeting Charlie's hand.
He reminds me, he does that a lot, you know, it's not an angle at all, it's just live, he looks at, gets reaction, and gets some extra enjoyment there, but yeah, I think that's an interesting line from, I think Ike's reasoning, if he has like the ace-x of clubs, or just, you know, some hands are hands he's going to fold, just going to fold anyway, and doesn't have to risk a lot there to bet that sizing. It's actually a really extra big call for Carell, right, with his stack. I mean, that's a huge swing. He just chipped up a lot.
Buttons over there.
So I'm going to open the ace-7 suited and runs into a better hand. Jungle Man Dan with ace-jack decides to, it looks like, call. This seems to be the interesting one, Lex. We hear a lot this type of ace-jack. I've heard a lot of players debate, well, ace-jack suited to flat, maybe ace-jack off 3-bet. You know, it's also not bad to take it, and you see in the spot you are dominating your opponent, and it's not a fun hand to 3-bet, get 4-bet to fold, so I think it makes a lot of sense, but I think you could see Jungle Man doing either one there.
It's funny, there's like, I always hear two different opinions from players. Like, some people feel if your hand is offsuit, it plays worse with more people because you can't flop flush draws most of the time, so it's better to turn it into a bluff, and other people say, I want to raise with my ace-jack suited because it's like investing in a stock, and suited is worth more. So it's like, I don't know.
True. That's a good point. I know Ben CB we work with, do stuff with. I hear that sort of school thought with the suited to raise and vice versa, but I've heard both too. So it's always great to see great players and see how they maneuver.
For sure. I mean, there's, you know, multiple ways lead to Rome.
Yes. Or to London, where they are for a £3 million. There's an avenue today. Someone is going to have a shot at £3 million, which is really another just massive purse here. The largest Triton main event here.
Actually, we lost almost 30 people already today. Actually, we did lose 30 people today.
Yeah, that's right, because 60. Yeah, and 8 entries today to come in, and look at this board. I mean, we're just sitting here top versus nut flush draw. And Jungle gonna feel good just coming along with top, although Cyan gonna eye up the Jungle Man, who's not scared to tango. Ace-jack off, you're not thrilled. There's the Queen or King are the two immediately annoying cards to come out. A flush, you know, scare card is also something to think about, but this is definitely in the bottom few cards that Jungle would like to see. And we're seeing a big boy bet here from Cyan, and Jungle, if there's anyone that can work out equations and puzzles and hands, it's Jungle, but he may be, I don't know if you shake the Jungle here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough man to shake.
And the thing is though, in Jungle's perspective, it's tournament, he calls here, look at his stack size and the stack to pot ratio, it's gonna be, he's kind of got to decide, I think, if he's gonna call here, is he gonna just stick around for it, because I don't see how he calls, like, look at his stack now. What's he got? 376. There's 562 in the middle. So if he thinks he's good now, I don't know if he's just going to run away, but maybe he thinks his opponent may shut down. And that is a card that you are not going to shake the Jungle from, I don't think.
Yeah, and that's such an interesting card, too, from Cyan's perspective. Is he going to go for value, you know? I mean, he could. Is he going to bluff catch? But, you know, he had to draw himself. This is such an interesting card. Really curious to see I mean, Science is pretty much going to show us what he thinks of that card. If he's going to shove, he thinks it's good enough for value. I mean, we know that Jungleman is going to call a bet or go all in himself. His hand is so strong.
Yeah, it's really crazy run out. Oh. Almost like. Yeah, Jungle calls fast. He knows, like, think long, think wrong. There's nothing to talk about there. He stuck in there, and he got an amazing run-out river for his hand. And
They're like close to 4 or less.
Okay, so it looks like Jungleman actually has less than what the graphic says. So that's a double up for Jungleman. Cyan is not out of the tournament.
Wow, massive pot. Really, the key point of that hand is the turn. You know, it's a difficult spot to be putting yourself in, going to the river. You know, if let's see, we see there's a lot of rivers where it's going to be tough that aren't a spade, that aren't an ace, that aren't a jack, where Jungleman's going to have to really think about it there. As we see, he just got such a good, clean river. But I wonder, you know, I don't know if there's a way out. If Cyan checks, he's probably going to, Jungle's going to shove, and then he's going to be have to think about it. I don't know if he could fold either, but interesting.
Yeah. I mean, it's so tough having the spades yourself. You know?
Yeah. And there's one of the benefits of flatting ace jack. You get your opponent there with the weaker holding, and you're in position. And really well executed hand from the Jungle Man Dan. A lot of fan favorites. I've seen Cyan just be willing to go for it though, you know, like he's just in there battling, playing a variety of hands, pushing the action. We saw him at a final table earlier, already this week. Remember, 250,000 starting stack. So 1 million means you have 4 starting stacks in your stack. We got a bunch of players in that vicinity now. Still a ways to go in this tournament, but you know, 4x starting puts you pretty deep in a tournament. Puts you healthy, average stack, you know, as it gets later. And Ike Haxton gonna call the 6-7 suited again. I think the school and tournament train of thought, different people do different things. This is definitely a hand if you're gonna be playing. You could go for a bluff. It does hold a lot of value. Position's nice, and this is indicative of what he thinks behind him. You know, he's on the dealer button. Does he feel that Bjorn Lee and Junhwa Yap are they going to be a type of players that are going to be squeezing? If you think they're kind of making moves, if they're like, let's say you got Michael Zhang behind you, you know, in the button, you know, he's got the king jack squeezes, the queen jack offs, and puts those into his range. You may not feel as comfortable. When you feel, all right, these guys may be a little more solid, like to see flops, not as worried about squeezing, you say, let's take a peek with 6-7 suited and flop a top full house, basically. Yeah. That's the other side of that.
Yeah, and Junhwa Yap has an open ender. Heath with a gutter. I think everybody's reasonably happy, but let's switch over here real quick. We have Badjakowski all in for 15 big blinds. Tune not going anywhere with ace-queen. We have action behind still.
Let's see, Sir Watts, Michael Watson, very talented player.
Was a setup.
Greenwood as well, true teller. This is, look at these guys. I mean, these are some of the best tournament players in the entire world just in a row right here. And
that's good.
Chun is... we've seen him maneuver and build stacks so far this week too. Seems like a very talented player.
Nikita always smiling. That's a really nice hands, I guess.
Still like it.
Feels okay. Some paint could be interesting. There's some sweat cards. He's calling for cards. That's as clean as you're gonna ever see for sixes
you know,
to
like
ace
if I
queen.
ask for a blank, that's too much.
He did ask for a 9, so he was trying to pick a middling, not like a, you know, so, and if it had been a 9, he would have been out counterfeited, but as it runs out, he is going to get a double. The dangerous Nikita, 640, huge swing for the tournament.
Yeah.
See a knockout and the tough player depart. Pretty sure Sophia Zhang, we know who she was rooting for, him on her direct left. There's the man we were talking about, Tony G.
Less chips, so less talk.
Yes.
You see it on his face too. If he'd have a mountain of chips, he'd be smiling,
yeah,
looking
chirping
around,
at him,
looking at the
talking.
camera, screaming.
Hope Chidwick's able to remain focused with my son out on a date with his daughter. I don't know if that's crossing his mind right now. He's generally one to not rattle his confidence or his focus. He is one of those guys you just know has all the regiment down, the workout, the routine, the mindset, works hard on his game, is an understatement. Tony G's not amused. He's gonna fold. He's got, looks like 400-ish, 500-ish. Final logic.
Up against Hecklin.
Two beasts. Something's got to give. Okay, well, someone's in bad shape. And Bonomo's going to hold. Says good game, taps the table to Hecklin. And there's Timothy Adams as well. Looks like still well over a mil, at least well over a mil. Oh yeah, let's get back to this one. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, what a turn.
And don't see any way out for Junhwa Yap here.
Looks like Hexton bet the flop.
I mean, that's even more sneaky, right? This is where you can't imagine it's this sick, right? There's like it's like the one hand where your opponent's just nutted as well.
Yeah, this is the worst. Just gonna make it 430. That's gonna be music to Ike's ears. What a setup in his favor here! Wow.
So if you're Ike and you're thinking your opponent's not bluffing here, he could have 5-3. He could have 8-5. 5-3 would be a gut shot. He bet the flop. So yeah, 8-5's a straight. There's an 8-9. He could have an 8-9, like somehow flush draw as well. He could also have a 6, right? As sick as it is, but with this being in the big blind, that's something you're thinking about. But now the question is there any other play but call? I don't know. I don't see it, but at the same time, you don't think your opponent's bluffing. What if he does have a flush draw? Maybe he's committed to put it in. I can't. I mean, when you flat 6-7 suited, you don't get too much better of a spot than this. This is as good as you're going to see.
Wait for the big blind to also hit something insane like this.
His opponent looks very in tune, watching Ike as movements. Ike's checking back his cards again. Pretty sure he knows exactly what he's got.
The thing you make a good point, because the thing is, if somebody's not bluffing here, right? Like, I don't think that Junhwa is really going to be bluffing here very often.
Yeah.
If they're not bluffing, but they have flush draws as well, maybe it's better to get the money in.
Yeah.
Maybe if the river is the jack of diamonds, he'll just give up with those flush draws. As we see it, though, there's no way around this. This is just disgusting. I think that for Junhwa, his only saving grace would be a 7 or a 4 here.
Or a spade somehow, but even then, probably not, right? I mean, it's just stacked up hot ratio. It's like maybe my opponent has, he flatted, he's got 8s, he's got 9s, he's got 10s, a spade comes, you can't just say, oh, I lose now, so it is, as it plays, just the biggest brick you're gonna see. And he's gotta just be thinking, wow, I mean, I have 8-5, it's so pretty, it's so good, and he should, rightfully so. He is going to get snapped out of his pants when he says those 2 words. He gets shown the bad news. There's just no other way around it. He's got a quarter pot. He's got a fantastic hand. And you're wondering,
That's so disgusting.
He's not even going to believe it. It's just hard to believe. So gross. What a ridiculous spot. Ike is going to catapult himself into the chip lead. A little bit of
I told him he was the dark prince.
magic. Yeah, I was waiting for Jungle Man's reference.
Fucking darkness.
Super darkness. It's even black gloves. Man, you can't blame Junwon Yap. Just absolutely coolered there. No other way to say it. Really, really unfortunate flop and turn. Just as like the fact no spade comes. It's just you know. There's nothing to say there. Just cooler in a big spot.
Or the main event.
Maybe he'll see him in some short deck events.
Dark magic all around us.
Jungle
you
just.
It was gonna be a dark day, Jungle.
No, you didn't. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Say something.
Like Axon been hitting the gym a little bit there. Looks like he's looking sharp, looking good.
Kind of like a curse.
Telling his friend.
The only good news is I'm a bit of a sorcerer myself. So.
Damn, had to drop that one in. I was wondering how long it took.
I'm a little bit of a sorcerer myself.
You thrive in the dark.
I thrive in dark versus light battles. It's my favorite. It's where I feel most alive, most capable.
Well, definitely. This is your place right here. That's for sure.
This is your place. Ike Haxton, 1.8 million, surely good for the tournament chip lead, unless there's something going on at the outer tables. Cyan, after that hand that Jungle got him on, has 8 blinds. Charlie Carell up to 27. Bjorn Lee with 33, and Benjamin Heath still over 1,052,000, and the Jungle, the two men that are giving out nicknames and talking it up, they're both sitting healthy, and man, what a cooler hand. And Ike Haxton, how does he know? 7-6 suited, just flats it, maximizes. What a hand.
Yeah, he knows how to win a lot of pots when he doesn't have a hand, but life was made very easy for him, but that's what you need for big stacks in tournaments. And so should Jang back with the big stack too. Of course, we saw her earlier play that big pot against Elton. Good to see you in this table again. In the middle there, Timofey Kuznetsov, Truth Teller, online, so most people will know him. This is a pretty tough table here. I believe it's Tune in seat 1. There we see Elton Sang on the left, Michael Watson.
How many whites is there? Is there like 400? Or?
400.
Nikita asking for a little inventory check. He's got the puck.
Looks like he's gonna call. Doesn't want to get shoved on. We see this tendency a little bit from players today.
It's interesting because, you know, you do that, you ask, and then you put it in, and your hand, as though, so we mentioned, we saw it earlier, Queen 8, sort of that range of what he has-ish, Broadway, Jack 10, Queen 10, King 10, some of those type of hands, but at the same time, he's a player that could limp aces there, knowing that and doing this, and so it makes it tricky. I'm sure he's got a nice balance in there.
Yeah, it's important, you know, especially if you do things that are a little bit out of the ordinary. You don't want them to be one thing, because they'll stand out even more.
Yep, and as played, we see a nice move with Elton Zhang with the Jack 10 suited. He happened to be dominating, but just in his mind, he min raises, maybe shoves also, he loses more chips. But to that point, you know, it's a nice spot. You limp aces or kings, you get someone to rip it in there with one of those hands. So gotta have a few tricks. Yeah, nice pot there. It's the best hand to fold.
And one more. Yep.
Socia Jang made that impressive move with 5-6. She had the best hand, but she was definitely targeting a better one, and really cool to see her just unload the clip there in a spot that was super aggressive, took control of the hand, and like I said, this is no one wants to bubble, no one wants to get knocked out, but this field, these players in particular, really seem to, in the other events we've been seeing, just go for it, make big calls, make big folds, make big hero shoves. So this is shaping up to be an exciting bubble. Some of the big stacks that have. Tan Xuan was one of the chip leaders. We haven't seen him much, just on the outer tables. He hasn't been on a feature. I saw a healthy stack. It's a huge £3 million first place prize.
Yeah.
Top 4 going to get £1 million, I think.
Oh, really?
At least 3. It's pretty wild. Not a lot of 100K pound events out there in the world that get runners like this. This is 130. Creates a large prize pool, a lot of excitement. I mean, it's the main event, and most of the players here, only some played the million. So this is their. A lot of people flew here for this particular event.
Yeah, it's a nice range too. You have 25Ks, 50Ks, 100Ks. There's a, it's nice to dabble also in some of the short deck events. You see a lot of players kind of popping their short deck cherry on the Triton tour.
Yeah. Sort of good fate too, if you're one of the pros that don't play that game in particular a lot, and it's sort of good fate too. You show like, well, look, some of these guys, business guys maybe, or some of the short deck specialists are hopping the mains and playing where they're not experts, and you're like, well, look, I might be giving up an edge, or I'm learning, but hey, I'll give it a go.
Yeah, you got to give action to get action, and tournaments, that's a different story, but that's definitely gonna play into effect if a businessman can pick a pro, for instance, for a tournament.
Yeah.
Like a guy like Jason Koon will always be picked because he does everything, right? He's chatty, he's friendly, he plays all the games, he's willing to learn, jump into the deep to kind of like, okay, sometimes you guys are on my turf, now let's see how I fare here. And
yeah.
That's those guys are always gonna, get in everywhere, get invited. It's just it's good, and I don't know, it feels like a normal dynamic too.
Yeah. You're always on interview, and speaking of two of the UK's best and brightest, we got Stephen Chidwick, so he probably is chip leader with 1.9, or got to be top 3. We saw 1.8 stack as well, and Mr. Carell here with the ace king, he's got a diamond, he's got stuff going on. Chidwick in there with 5s, and these are the pots, these are the ones, these kind of decisions, these type of navigations after the flop. These are where the game's won and lost. You got, you get it in ace king to jacks, and you flip. And hello, Stephen Chidwick, the baby run good confirmed. This is getting out of hand. He is just, he's hitting sets against overpairs. He's turning full houses. He was already ahead, but this definitely makes his hand easier to proceed.
See if Carroll is happy to just take it to showdown, or if he's going to put in some bets. I mean, Chidwick has to feel that, if your opponent checks on the flop, you're just slow playing something, pot controlling. One nice thing about Charlie Carroll's stack is that for Chidwick, he can get all of it in 2 bets. So he doesn't have to slow play to do anything fancy. He can also just bet. And he's going to get definitely a call on the turn here, I would say, from Charlie.
Yeah, he calls though. He's got 320, but how can he fold? And what is Chidwick? There's a lot of bluffs he's gonna have. He's gonna target. He also knows, and they both know that Carell stack's vulnerable. Look at how much of a lead Chidwick has.
Yeah.
So.
And Charlie has called himself the best live hand reader in the world in the past. So, I mean, when people make statements like that, I think they're also a little bit more prone to hero calling. Maybe trying to defend that status a little bit.
It's true. He's also on TV. It's on camera. You don't want to get bluffed.
Yeah.
There's a little bit. I don't know how much that plays into stuff, but it's a tiny bit. It's also the other side of you get to see though, right? You get to find out, which is nice too. Yeah. So it depends. I guess it balances.
It's worth the trouble, but it's really nice. So yeah, I would love to have a longer trip.
The saving grace may be that he has a diamond here. Like again, it's a small thing, but it does. When in 50-50-ish spots, you start looking at stuff like, does he have diamonds? Does he have, what bluffs does he have that he's going off with? And it's not necessarily always enough for a difference, but if you're ever looking for a deciding factor, a small little thing like that, you can make some decisive decisions. And here he is. We see him with the stare down on Mr. Chidwick. And,
I don't know if you're going to see much staring down Chidwick.
Right.
But, the problem for Charlie here is also that Chidwick is going to have Queen 10 suited, queen 9, 10 9, those sort of hands. He's definitely going to call re-raises with those. You know, even a hand like king 9, why wouldn't king 9 be able to just pull a move here? So there's tons of high card hands.
I think a lot of people would go if it was
Yeah, pretty much.
really big pot. Especially now the PCA is like not a thing.
PCA?
PCA is dead this year, I think.
Dead this year?
Like they're not doing it.
It's done.
Yeah, that seems really odd. So it's
That's always a big thing, and then
yeah, it was such a big thing, and then it's done. I thought yeah, I thought that was like a legit
revival.
Huh?
Like a attempt.
I don't know how zen you are. That's the problem.
Yeah.
No, to just be a leaving party. Try something else.
Maybe poker subs are making money.
13 PCAs in a row.
So it's a lot of
I
commitment.
feel like I've been released from jail. There's not going to be another one.
Fun? It's the last time I'm using. Screw that.
Spent a little more than 6 months of my life at the Atlantis. Stroking thought.
It's not that bad. I mean, isn't that the place where they like advertise on TV?
I feel like you're too zen to get a read on this time.
Slide and stuff.
It's pretty interesting here.
That is a very impressive
And
zen
Jungle
state.
discussed that the PCA is not happening again, and
just folds.
That makes a nice fold. It's not easy, hand to fold, even though it's no pair. I say I spent 6 months of my life at the Atlantis, which is pretty crazy. If you think about it, it's 12 years and 2 weeks each time. It's true. It's a lot of time.
Good deal.
When you're 90 years old, or hopefully will make it there, and you say, you know, I spent a year of my life at a stop.
That's really insane when you think about it, yeah.
Dude, I don't. If he has white magic as well, I might have just got.
I mean,
if he's just a dark magician, then I should be right.
He's giving you the stairs.
Yeah.
He's giving you the. Yeah, I've seen the. I see the stare downs.
You got to watch the hands that they play though. How many of them are in the dark realm and how many of them are in the light? Someone else. From my
You can't
previous
be.
thing.
Oh yes, I heard
Yeah,
some video
sure.
about this and some texts as well.
It's like I pay attention to stacks and stuff. Not that hard.
Yeah.
Raise 40,000.
He's got the beard of a wizard.
Oh. Yes, this is something, a theme we've been seeing, and especially sort of 7-8 handed tables, getting to watch some of the plays. And when you start talking about hand reading ability and ranges and stuff, like here we see again, what hand is Jungle calling from the small blind? Likely a suited broadways or pocket pairs, but this is something Chidwick knows, Jungleman knows, everyone knows they know, but then it's a matter of maneuvering on board textures and being able to represent different things. You know, at the highest level, the blockers and these type of things start coming into play a lot more. So, you see Jungle does flop a gut shot. No player has a heart out of anyone. 3-4, Heath won't be involved. And then Chidwick also just decides, you know what, 2 players, I have no heart in my hand. I just have king high, which is actually good, but we don't see him c-bet here. To the point where he may even just be like, you know what, I beat a fair amount of broadways on Jungle and I lose to his pairs. Now Jungle's going to flat, I guess, ace-jack, probably ace-10 maybe there too. There are some flats with aces, but Chidwick, no one coming out attacking him right now. 2.3 million, that is a huge stack.
Wow, yeah. Definitely chip leader, I would say.
Yeah, 9x starting. And Chidwick just improves. He didn't need it, but there's fading a fair amount of cards that would, a 9, a jack, a 10, a 3, or 4 would put him into second position. Jungleman has jack high. He's seen no betting at any point. Don't know if this is necessarily the right time to start, but he does go for it.
110,000. Oh.
The jungle coming after Stevie here. Yeah, I think he's thinking, Chidwick, what did he never bet? He doesn't bet the turn, he doesn't bet the flop. Could he have some pairs that just given up? Does he have maybe, yeah, you know, targeting some hands? And Chidwick has to think too, what is jungle doing here? I don't know. King Queen's pretty strong to get to this point. And
gets rid of it. Good bet by jungle. So Stevie really expects jungle to be able to check an ace twice there, and that he's going to come along with some of those ace 9, ace type hands from the ace 10 type hands from the small blind.
Yep.
Gets it done. Feeling good.
Jungle's, he wants to make a statement.
Yeah.
I think Steven would be more appropriate if he grew out his beard and put the hoodie on. He'd really look like a wizard.
Super druid.
I don't know, structures, the way it's run, and production.
Yeah, it's run very well.
Yeah, very, very good.
I think it's safe to say Jungle's seen the Harry Potter series. He references a lot of sorcerer and
He's
wizard
a big fan.
and
magic.
Goes to the studios in LA every month, maybe. Side trip from Vegas.
I think one of the differences is they just aim at only high rollers, so they don't need to like serve that many people.
Like, look at this event. It's like 100,000 pounds and 130
Yeah.
entries. You know?
Yeah, it's sick.
And short deck we could get even more.
Short deck probably will get it more. Yeah.
Well, it's good because, like, by the time people have not even necessarily played, but you know, played and watched a million buy-ins, it's like, oh, what's 100,000 pounds?
Well, all these tournaments just get the same number of people.
Number.
Like the 25K gets this, like the same, and the 50 gets like I'm just saying it's.
I mean, some people are just not playing 25Ks and
Yeah.
50Ks.
Yeah.
It's actually not so few of those here.
Yeah.
It's not only.
Yeah, but 200 was a little too much. Oh, in Korea at least.
Short deck one is always funnest. Like the biggest short deck tournament gets the most people every time.
Yeah.
The small ones, people are like, maybe not bother.
That's amazing.
The biggest short deck is always the best tournament.
Yeah. The main event 1 million.
Yeah.
Or
See
the
Jungle
one-
Man,
the one-
make
I
a
mean, no,
nice
150
bet
would be
here.
like
Chidwick has no heart there.
They
Not
need a
gonna be
£1 million
televised, so-
buy-in short deck tournament next year.
Multi-way.
£1 million buy-in short deck.
Nice bet.
Tournament.
Yeah, next year.
What?
5 bullets, 10 bullets, you know. Start
Yeah,
with-
rebuy, right?
Unlimited
No,
rebuys.
no rebuy,
Oh,
just
no
like,
rebuy,
you know,
10
these
bullets.
bullets, yeah. A lot of bullets.
Third of 1,000 ante. 100K.
So your unused bullets get topped up as chips later on?
Yeah.
There's True Teller, Kuznetsov in Greenwood. Gonna tango, a raise and a call. A couple. See the ace and the 6 are burned.
No.
Heart's available, but you know having the ace 5 is that much different because you're able to make a straight with the 2, 3, 4. The ace 6 suited's the worst ace to have, but it is got a couple hearts and other ways he could win.
I don't know, 10 hours, people just having fun for the first day, like, you know, they having extra bullets.
True
nobody
Teller's
busting.
up to almost $1 million.
I gotta learn me some short deck.
Have you tried it?
Not really. I mean, like, not really. Not really. It looks super fun.
If you're Greenwood here, you're thinking, all right, I do have runners. I mean, if I'm flatting ace 6 suited, I'm not always just trying to hit the
It's just hard to have enough time.
an ace or a flush draw. You know, I gotta have ways to win. This is not the worst board, and if you're True Teller, surely you're not checking to fold here. So you know, you can either bet small, take the lead, or check call. But with one over in his hand, he's just always going to be calling, especially versus the in position player who he realizes he has some good situations
Yes,
against.
but he doesn't have much time either, right? It's on the list. It's on the list. Like, I think especially during Triton starts, it's really worth playing like at least some of the smaller short deck.
So we see a check, and this is a spot where Greenwood likely is going to be barreling on any equity he picks up. So if it had been a 7 or a 3,
How long have you been playing short
heart, great cards to barrel. Even an overcard to the board would have been potentially a good one, like if it's king were on the turn. But in this, as played against a player of True Teller's caliber, that's his online handle. Many of you know him. he just decides this isn't one I'm going to try to barrel off.
Do you have
And
much chance to play the cash games that these guys play?
Yeah, I played some, but not too much.
Gonna look here,
Are they
Socia
gonna
Jang.
do TV cash game this stop, or there's too much stuff?
No, I think they will.
The TV cash games have been like really good TV.
I'm
They
sure.
haven't posted the one from Montenegro yet.
No, they haven't posted it yet, but yeah.
So many characters.
I mean, even
Alright, outer table action. Oh, quickly back. Really cool that we can switch. We have a few different camera crews out there, and everybody relaxed as well. We're all gonna show, I know sometimes you're in the middle of a hand, but we get to show the outcome of the hands. Charlie Carroll is gonna go all in here. He has 16 big blinds. Hexton, ace king. That's bad news. For Carroll, that is.
Like Haxton, tangling, flirting with the chip lead. And he is in a dominating position, but we're going to see 5 here. No club for Carell. He's doesn't have a clear path to win this one. There are some sweats other than a jack. That's not one, so it's down to 3 outs, or else Charlie Carell, who has deposited 4 times into this tournament, is going to be on his way out. So
Game, Charlie.
he normally might be a little more disappointed, but he's got
If you cannot beat 5s full of jacks, you may play good balls.
even gets the positive reinforcement. Chidwick does tell him his hand doesn't make him go watch on the stream. And again, he would be maybe more sad, but he did take first place in the last event that finished the 50K side event for 1.3 million pounds. So
looks like Tench Fun is just stacking chips again.
And Casey, who was the chip leader, one of them, is standing up, grabbing his iPad. Must be the ace-5. Still has a 30% roughly, 25-something%. There's a wheel card, not the flop he's looking for. He also is going to need some serious help. Oh, a little flick of the wrist, does pick up outs. Not enough. Kyle Carlson going to say good luck to everyone. And he had 900 to start the day, so just must not have gone his way. Didn't see how much he was all in for there, but he did get it in behind ace king to ace 5. So a couple ace king hands holding, knocking out players.
I think he's saying from his point of view, like, is it rude for him not to say goodbye to Charlie as Charlie's leaving?
So what's this? 2, 4, 5, 6-handed, 5-handed, 6-handed jungle with a 5-blind. Certainly don't see him getting away from this. Think deciding to re-raise and bin the field or just flat. And ultimately decides flatting the best option in case someone behind wakes up with something huge.
107.
And Chidwick gets away, so ace-5, best hand folds. King-queen is ahead.
Well, yeah, I'm saying from me. Yeah. Well, actually, either case, because when I bust a tournament, I don't want to be there anymore. I don't know about you guys. I don't really care if someone says sorry, bad beat. It doesn't make me feel better.
This is a great moment for this conversation.
Actually, you're right. That is true. All right, I'll shut up.
Well, that's a couple backdoor turns, straight options, the high and low. But it's going to take a sip of the OJ and look to see if he can get another, at least turn sweat. He does pick up one of those options, does improve jungle to 2 pair. It's sort of irrelevant because he is going to need a jack and a jack, only 4 of them. Not going to be, so Cyan going to bow out.
Good game, Elliot.
Good game. I apologize for being lucky.
Are we holding up?
Lucky today.
Yeah.
So far, good luck.
Is that the quote of the tournament? When I bust a tournament, I don't want to be there anymore. I think that's insight.
You see sometimes too while streaming, it's,
Like, personally, I
you
don't
bust a
feel
tournament
like
in 5th and people are like,
bad
oh,
or
watch how it
something if
finishes.
someone
No,
doesn't say good
yeah.
luck.
never do that.
No.
Close the table, I don't care.
Yeah, I'm
Sorry,
out.
man. Tough luck, bro.
I guess so.
All right, this table's getting slowly dismantled. There's 5 people
Like,
there
you
right
need
now.
someone at the table that said it, and you don't need all 7 people to be like.
Again.
Hilton Sang, Socia Zhang with 1.6 million. That is a healthy day, taking out Hilton Sang's flip ace queen to 10s. So flips and dips, people are dripping on out. This is going fast, Lex. I mean, we're getting near the money here.
This is
It's
fast.
really crazy.
Always kind of goes like this. There is going to be a point where it's kind of leveling out, and you're not going to see a whole lot of bust outs though. It always happens.
Also, seeing Socia Zhang wearing the face mask, some of you may be thinking that could be, a scarf type deal or trying to hide a tell, but I did hear her coughing a bit when I was down there. I think she's a bit, maybe just out of respect, trying to not spread germs and has that on. So also help, it does look intimidating though. Gives her a little extra, a little extra spice. Ripping some all-in bluffs earlier.
No, not this time.
Crossbook will be the.
I did last time.
Who'd you say?
Myself.
Did you get odds or did you get?
No.
Oh wow.
I mean, if you give me odds, I'll book him every day. 1% chance I'm in.
I mean, we might find you some clients, for 1%.
I mean, I need more maybe if people think he's so fucking good, but yeah, I'm in for that.
I don't have the heart for crossbooking. I don't have the stomach to crossbook. You just just sitting there being like a.
Referencing crossbook someone means you basically are betting against them. So if you book 5% crossbook against another player and they win the tournament, you owe 5% of their score. So it is a bit savage. It adds another element of sickness to it all.
Dan Smith says something that he lost $1 million to Bryn on the crossbook of the main.
Who did?
Dan Smith.
Oh really? Yeah, I'm not sure.
Something like.
They might have moved it back down there.
Might have heard it wrong.
Yeah. If there's ever a sick tournament to crossbook in
it was like
the £1 million is that.
It was a cool way to get exposure team versus team. So do you know what I mean? Like, because otherwise the event's not a. It's not a team.
Stacks are getting big here. Look at this. Greenwood started with about 2 million.
Bryn Kenny and Carrie Katz, and so I'm just relying on him to lift our EV. And then he just can't fade the 3 out. So what can I do?
It's 4, but it's 5.
Oh, well, there was not any bets that went in, but as it runs out, gonna make 9s full for Timofey here. Gonna double check. Anytime you hit the river full house card, you gotta take a peek. Although as played, I don't see how there's gonna be much action here. Although it's a little peculiar if he just starts betting now. You have queens. He's probably gonna bet like 80 or 90,000. I guess just think maybe as a weak ace for Greenwood checks back, but I don't know.
190,000.
Okay, or just go way over pot. For Greenwood, you're like, what's up, man? We're checking down here. Things are friendly. What's happening? Oh, hello, Fedor. Just pops right into this row. Look at this. Look at this lineup. Those 4 guys on screen right there. Now, Fedor was in the £1 million tournament. We didn't get to see him much. He was on the outer table for his play. So this is on the big stage, getting deep in a fun tournament here. Young Prince, Fedor Holtz. This lineup knows each other very well. I mean, look at this table. So see Jang up to 1.6 million.
I'm using this one.
Yeah, I've been using this one the whole time.
Okay, well, I guess we'll need
clarification, I guess.
I mean,
Was it? I think I was with Randy, but we were talking about Jungle Man. It would be nice to have Jungle Man sign a waiver that you could just mic him up at all times. You know, like even if he's on a not a feeter, it'd just be kind of fun to check in with him every other hand.
He'd be my #1 pick out of any poker player for a reality show to follow. I also think he,
you know, if I don't move,
he grinds as one of the hardest. Like you'll see him on Instagram that he's in Vegas playing against Gus Hansen heads up, and then the next day a tournament in Montenegro starts, and he's just there. You know, he's just everywhere, flies over the world, plays cash games, tournaments.
Yep. Plays on apps, plays this. He's always in games, different sites, different things. It's just firing. Yeah, he's one of those guys that you just wonder, like, what's he keep on his the main sites balances. He just, you know, most people keep in like what they need for the week or month or so if they need a reload, but he's just loaded up.
Maybe it's fun.
Yeah,
he's ready for anything that brings its way.
First teams event this year. It was actually really fun.
I think could be something done about like setting up maybe some small prize pool for team who performs better or something like that in tournament.
But I mean, 1 million format was pure success, so they should run it once again for sure.
They will, but not soon.
2 years from now, maybe?
Maybe.
Greenwood's gonna try and print some of his equity, get some protection.
Yeah, not next year.
On the Jack 4. Michael Watson has so many good runouts with this particular hand. He is going to call. He's 25 big blinds behind. That's a good card for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we don't need rebuys. You just start with like 1 million chips, 10 bullets, and there is no rebuys.
Better like 300k pounds rebuy. Much better.
250 million prize pool.
Yeah.
Provided by 3 players.
Yeah, it's actually way easier to, like, you know, for many people, easier to lose 1 million like in 300k pounds than with the regular structure, because like they first think like, okay, I could play 300k, it's like not too big money, and then they got steamed and like not even noticing how it goes for 4 or 5 buys.
If you had the 4, there's not many cards. Like the only one actually that can basically, I guess the 3, but yeah, it's a sort of bricky. Just not really ever feeling great with Jack 4.
It's really hard not to rebuy when the option is available.
It also depends how long the late reg is. Like I was in for 7 at the 300k in Macau.
That was it.
Where it was 14 paid and 18 left. So
300k.
Oh my god.
So you literally had to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember myself like coming for another 2 million HKD with like 15 bigs on a big blind and just like, you know, praying to not get stuck in the very first one.
It was literally all about like seeing the 3 tables where you're gonna be potentially sitting regarding big blind and fucking 10 big blind rebuy.
That's too fucking sharp. Just rebuy.
Alright, this is a bet to win situation for Watson. It's really hard for him to assume that he's gonna have the best hand.
He's got this pot's so important for his stack too. He's got 405 with 420 in the pot, but it's anything but an all-in. You know, if you bet and you leave yourself short here, 20k big blind. So he has 20 blinds if somehow he gave up. He does go for it.
How much?
And you know, you can just see Greenwood, who knows his opponent's capable. He says how much he's interested in. He has the diamond as well. Does his opponent shell off runner have a flush draw that he just barrels with? What does he have? And he's
yeah, I mean, Watson's gonna have a lot of the hands that he has now, but he's also just gonna have pocket jacks.
Gonna invade you, mind?
Or ace 5s, you know, or 5-6 suited. He's opening that for sure. Sir Watts. Wow. It's not what he wanted to see. It's just an incredible call.
You see this trend with Chidwick, Sam Greenwood. Those guys are just, all right, the money's invested. My opponent could very well be bluffing here. My hand feels like it's limited to weakish type hands, and they just call. Turrets. Calling against Soiza. Soiza with a stack.
Wow.
Ooh, spade.
Soiza, yep. He wants a chop. Instead, he gets a jack. And Thurz, who fought hard,
Open, table 5.
was battling a lot. It's gonna go ahead. I guess he just got to the feature and out.
He was like
Sir Watts, Michael Watson.
4 days.
It's, some condolences. Looks
He,
like
had to
his
check his cards
fiance
20
Sarah
times ahead to
coming to hopefully make him feel better. It's never fun when you bust a tournament, though. No matter what, your friends or family or girlfriend, wife, fiance. There's just it's just hard to know because you've been in there. They don't know what you've been up through. Have you had a rough day? Have you gotten unlucky? In either way, it doesn't feel good. So.
Here we see a Wai Long Chen, a hand from a little before, keep out of the tournament, putting in his money. That is against Michael Turrets, actually. That's interesting.
Yeah, I think for a long time. 39.
This happened just before, I guess. And we're gonna see if we get to see what happened here. Big decision that we know will end up, and he has been eliminated, but this is just a glimpse at what happened just before. Maybe help us see a little more of a path on what was going on, but
yeah, we'll give us some insight into Wai Long Chen's stack as well.
Yeah,
runs deep in a lot of these.
Yeah, really good demeanor. Seems to think hands through very well and has made great decisions this week from the hands we've gotten to see. Did fold there, but looks like there were some bets going on. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Ace, king high, aces.
439, right?
Nice hand for Wai Long Chen.
See, it looks like Thurz didn't. I mean, they didn't get it all in pre. They got to a river. He had a chance to get off of it and decided to make the call. You can't blame him there. He's going to beat some some bluffs, and then we just saw him at the feature for one hand. And look at who we have joining this table. I don't know if we are, I mean, we really can't ask for more excitement than that. Michael Zhang is joining this
cool.
group.
Yeah, we saw him firing.
Let's see if he's going to, at this stage of the tournament against these particular opponents, he's going to just start unloading the clips. But this is quite a treat of a lineup here. And Chun, we've seen make good decisions and have a stack in the variety of events too. Maybe a little less known, but I believe plays. He plays on the. He's a Triton regular. I'm not familiar with Chun's game, but I have seen him this week and seen him make good decisions.
Chun's trying to get it done on the turn.
As it turns out, True Teller can't go anywhere, and he did have some nice clubs to come. Also, a 10 or 7 would have been good. He might not know it. Probably would get to showdown, and if he hit a 10 or 7, as it is, ace high is good. And he does slip it over there to Mr. True Teller. Will he take a stab with his 10 high, which he knows can't be good? He blocks kind of the hands that would not be, like he blocks 7-8 that might be stabbing. He also blocks clubs, right? So it's like, from his perspective, it's just, what is he targeting here? What's he going to do? And he does have one of the worst hands. And we see him with this over bet again, or big bets. And this should work, right? I mean, this is be a tough call here.
Yeah, I'd be really impressed because you'd pretty much have to give True Teller. He does make the fold, I believe. Nice bluff there from Kuznetsov. All right, so we're gonna go on a break, but not before Marley with one of the crowd's favorites, Jungleman, in an interview. We will catch you guys after. Enjoy.
I am here with Jungleman, straight off the featured table. You were just telling me there's many sides of you, but you're in a very fun mood today. Tell me about that.
Well, I heard a few people saying fun around the room, and I thought, oh wait, that sounds good. All right, well, let's try that.
Well, it sounds like you're already having a good time over there. I heard you giving Ike some hard time about flopping the nuts and stuff.
A hard time? I think he's the one giving everyone a hard time, being the he's the Dark Prince. That's what he's known for, showing people bad news. And
what does that mean? He just runs like God?
It doesn't really mean anything. Just that he wins. That's the only implication.
So
it wasn't meant to be a hard time. I didn't think I was giving him a hard time. Just saying nonsense. I just think it's funny.
So you guys have played a lot together, though. So you have good history and good rapport.
Yeah, I think we do. Unless there's something I'm missing. It doesn't seem as though he's irritated by any of the stupid stuff I'm saying.
Well, we're all enjoying it at home. We're gonna send you guys on a break, and we'll be back with the action afterwards. Thank you.
else who happens to be trying to make some money in this game, you got to take that. He's super nice if you speak to him off table. He does a lot of charity and stuff as well.
Alright, this time it's Burns' turn with the ace-6 of hearts under the gun. See a Ellier sign there as well. Over to Thorell. So we see two Queen 10 offsuits in there.
Huh?
Both dominate each other's suits. Really good spot for Burns here, possibly.
As long as they read it, right? They don't have to stay there.
No, they don't have to stay there.
Yeah, as long as they read it. Yeah.
That is a pretty good spot for ace-6, wow. Just flops it, not a concern in the world. It's so amazing when your biggest concern is, okay, so, I'm not gonna lose this hand. How am I gonna extract most money? Well, Thorell wastes no time. I think normally he's gonna get a lot of credit for bets like this if he just bets this quick. No hesitation, just fires at it. I mean, we know it's not gonna work, but I like the fact that he does it that quick. He gets a piece now. Might actually make him slow down. Sometimes, you know, when somebody flops a card, they're gonna be happy to show down. No, it's no slowing down the Thorell train in this hand. 60,000. Cal Burns has a decision here. We're still 50 big blinds behind. Is he hoping his opponent has a flush? Is he going to put in a raise? Does he estimate, you know, maybe my opponent has an ace-2 and will call anyway? If Thorell has a hand like ace-jack with a jack of clubs, he definitely might. He's just going to call though, it seems. Yep. Bricked out.
One more bet, please.
Thorell not gonna go for it. Pretty nice spot for Burns. I mean, that board is so dry. It's hard to get paid 2 streets.
Got a lot of heroes in the field, and Fedor is all in. Looks like someone's got a decision. Or he's getting paid. Maybe he's just getting paid out. That looks like that looks more like a payout. No?
No.
Board's complete. Maybe not. Maybe oh no, it's an all-in and a decision from Soiza. These are $2 million tournament entry battlers that both did not cash, so they're looking to get. This is a good chance to get unstuck and maybe even more. $3 million up top. There's going to be several people going to have that opportunity. Interesting board here. You know, if you're Soiza, you have ace king or ace jack. Still not a great spot. And Soiza he looks enrolled in the hand here. One of the great poker minds, Fedor's putting his opponent to the test. I'm not sure we'll get to see that or not, but maybe flash over. There's a call in here. See a Pretty classic flip, ace king to nines.
Only if you.
I hope we don't see
sevens.
carry cats go.
Sevens you fold.
Carry's so fun at the table. Mixed comments.
For sure. What about eights? Eights
Especially
use
on
a
a table
time
like
back.
this. Pretty quiet here. You see him already making comments, laughing.
Eights, I hate my life pretty much. Sevens, pretty good hand.
The slow peel there.
Terrible flop.
Carries.
Back. I guess.
Carries already counting the back doors. Not many, so he needs.
Yeah. I like the paint. Don't like that one.
He needs help and.
All right.
Good game, buddy. Good
game. Gonna knock the table and.
Lasted one.
Does Carry play short deck? Do you know? Or I guess we maybe haven't seen him on the Triton stop, so hard to say.
We have seen him in Jeju.
Oh. Oh.
This is a good flop. These two squaring off again. This time it's Mulder with the pre-flop initiative coming off a raise.
20,000.
Bet 20,000.
Welcome back. Triton Poker Series. We're in London. We're at Park Lane in Mayfair. Not what you see on the picture. Right next to Hyde Park. We're playing the £100,000 main event. Been sweating the action all day. 70 players or thereabouts started today. I have to feel busted already. 130 total entrants. That's a record for the main event.
I am joined by tournament chip leader Sam Greenwood. You have been crushing today. It must feel good after coming off that $1 million tournament to come in today just commanding chip lead.
I mean, having a chip lead at any time in any poker tournament feels good. Obviously, I mean, we still have a while to go here, but yeah, I started today with 800 and just pretty smoothly got up to 2.5, so I don't know, it felt pretty easy today.
You've got a commanding chip lead at your table too. The next closest is Socia next to you. What do you think about her play? We saw her run a pretty big bluff earlier. What do you think?
I mean, I've played with her before. I talked to her a little bit about like hands and stuff during the million because we were partners. I think she was one of the better business people in that tournament. I think she's one of the, you know, better recreational players in these tournaments. So yeah, she's very good.
Thank you so much, Sam.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marley, again, as well as Sam, taking the time. Holds opening it up. Nice to see a fold for him from Queen Jack suited. Holds with about 30 big blinds. June has a monster. These guys are going to get it in. It looks like Tune is the player at risk, but Fader holds. Be left with very little here. Sometimes it's gonna be a tiny bit off, so we'll see with the graphics. But massive pot regardless. One of these guys will have a very comfortable stack after this hand.
You all in? Ace king?
Tens.
Tune pulls out ahead. Fedor needs one of the remaining tens. Otherwise he loses this monster pot.
Good game.
I think I know cover.
You two are very
Yeah, you
close.
have more. Okay.
765.
Zhang will help. Zhang is used to putting chips in the middle.
Yeah, it's 25k
No
more.
problem
I think no
to
cover.
do it with somebody else's as well.
No.
Yeah.
740. No, 740 and 725.
Yep. I 725.
You have seven. I think you have 740.
And again, it's going to feel like a free roll.
Yeah.
Because of the big blind anti-structure, well, I do believe he's in the big blind. That's actually quite unlucky for Fedor.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to really hamper his chances of making a comeback.
Okay.
No. Oh, no, it's and yeah, and then he gets 15,000. Yep.
There you go. A little rebate.
So now I can only win the ante.
It's not NG, it's a big blind first.
Big blind first.
Oh, Triton's big. It's not bad.
Big blind first?
Yeah.
Wait, so
What
does
if
that
he
mean?
just
What's
stand up and like not being in the cherries, he's
It means when
dead
people
or
put money in the
like
pot,
it's all
it
in
goes
plays
in
all
there.
in?
Because otherwise, if you
course
just
it's
put
dead
in
if
the
it's not at the
ante,
table.
So the hand
then
plays
like
all in
the-
automatically.
Come
then
on,
he
Nikita.
He's got a negative. He either gets to the ante, but
Can I play my hand while I'm not here?
Ellie Triton.
So I can watch from over there and try to look at your card.
Look at the TV cameras. Yeah.
Thank you.
What a roll.
yeah, but otherwise.
I'll 10. Ola?
All right. This is going to be a welcome surprise for Fedor.
35 from
You got at least one.
McZhang. I guess it's MC Zhang.
And free rolling.
Michael Z. Zhang.
9, 10 jack.
He's Fedor is actually favorite to double up. He's gonna have to work for it though. No, Fedor gets a little breath of life there. I mean, it's actually pretty sick. Like you're just on your way out.
All of that goes.
Should be 45, right?
Yeah. Just give him 45.
Halfway out the door.
Okay.
Just do that. Yeah, that's right.
And now he gets to play for the antes. So even if he there's 25k in the middle, he doesn't have to ante himself. So
Thank you.
that's why it's also a big advantage if you have a one big blind stack. The antes don't get taken from your stack if you're in middle position. That just only happens on the big blind. So you get to really pick a spot all of a sudden over the next few hands. But he is in a small blind, so he's gonna have to pay, and big chance he's gonna go for it with the chips invested. But we'll see.
No, he lost ace king to Fedor's ace queen.
Put it.
Okay.
Jason.
Now I got the revenge thing.
Greenwood 2.5 million. 100 big blinds.
Same hand as the last guy who tried to knock you out.
He speaks the truth.
You want the exact same run out.
I'm okay with that.
Haha. Alright, that's a bad start.
Less interesting run out this time.
Oh.
Good luck.
Alright, GG, Fiador.
You and Luke have the same chip motion.
Possible.
Is that like innate? Oh, well, I guess it must be.
Yeah. When we were kids, we were premature, so we had like motor skill problems when we were like babies and stuff. Or like even wasn't like. No,
I asked
whatever, but I don't know, maybe that's it too.
Randy Lou Nananoko, I
When I was,
texted
like,
him and I said, hey, is
I
Zhang,
was
is
maybe
that
like 5 or 6, I remember being
MC
in,
Zhang
like
online?
occupational therapy where they're like teaching you how
And
to,
then he
like,
sent me
write
back
and
yes
stuff.
with 5 dots.
So,
It's
maybe
literally
that's-
his name,
maybe that has something to do with
Michael Z Zhang. Oh, Michael Chi Zhang, sorry. Michael Chi Zhang. I was like, how am I supposed to know that? He could be Scottish too, McZhang. This tunnel looks a lot less grand on the way out.
I am.
Actually, it still looks
I
nice.
said that before the million, and I was like, I don't know, they're twins. And they were like, you invited him, how do you not know anything about him? I'm like, what?
I'm wondering what is the stats for, like, you know, twin brothers, sisters. I would expect, like, you know, the older one is being kind of ruling like 60% of the time or something, you know, being like bossing the other one.
Yeah.
Even though it's like tiny
minutes,
difference.
Yeah.
These are going to be very interesting battles to see between these two. 40 big blinds deep, so quite some play for Truth Teller and straight dollar homies. That's Sam Greenwood online. Both players content to check the flop.
Mua mua thấy một sao này đâu ạ?
It's nice we're going for some value and against the high card. And possibly a deuce. It's also, I like it too, because a lot of the combinations that hit the jack, Green would bet with on the turn, mainly thinking about, you know, hands like Jack 10, Jack 8, 10 8. So, Truth Teller are really comfortable.
feel so stupid to use like a time bank in that situation, but like more than any spot, like you know, really want to use a time bank there and like think it through.
You're having too many of them anyway. How much is there? Like 10 or what? Even more? Huh?
13.
13?
That's unlucky. I should get rid of one.
Gita Bachikowski always fiending for those time chips.
Organized.
4 is unlucky.
Yeah, you don't want
So you're saying if I
14.
have 5, I either not using them or go for 2?
Yeah.
At the same
Yeah.
time?
Yeah.
But 14 is even more unlucky than 4.
Is it?
Yeah, it's like double.
I guess that's why we never play in 14-handed tables. Huh?
It's a good point.
It's interesting to hear that reference about the 4 and 14. There's 8 events here, or event number 8, but they don't. There's really 7 because they take out the 4 here, which Randy mentioned earlier. I didn't realize that. Was that serious of a thing? But I guess the floor of the buildings, they don't have 4 or 14, I would imagine.
Yeah, they don't
They
have
don't
that
have 4, so.
in Western either, right? It's like there's
The 13.
floor.
Exactly,
Mhm.
36 cards going to be used till the Euro.
I think maybe only in Vegas, though. I don't know if, and I'm trying to think in most buildings. I don't.
Yeah, I guess so.
I'm not sure.
I noticed it in Vegas for the first time, so that could be true.
Yeah.
Big.
I like how her mask matches her outfit too. You know, it's like black. Like you see a lot of those white masks, but she's got the look going today.
Should
Even though
not
I
be
think it's
way
because of
bigger
the
than
cold,
this
not
one,
because
though.
she's
Like,
trying
we
to give
could probably
facial
fit,
tells.
like 12 players on this one.
Yeah, it's also a culture thing.
Not very comfortable,
Yeah.
but you know, 10-handed and
But she didn't wear it in
WCP
the
is also
million.
like that.
True.
But also maybe you weren't allowed to even then, so I don't know. Either way, she's got a nice stack. She's playing well. And Mr. Jungle trying to do a little sorcery of his own here. It's a pretty wet board. He can't know he's in. I mean, you got to feel good with middle set, but can't know he's in that good a shape. Could be against a Jack-10 or a flush draw. He's got their particular hands just crushed. So one of the highlight hands today is a similar hand where Chidwick had ace-queen off with the ace of diamonds against Ben Heath, who flopped, each flopped top pair, queen high, he went 3 streets. This is a bit of a different situation. It's multi-way, although this is a troublesome card for Chidwick. Daniel's gonna now have a very wet board here, but he checks it over again. You know, Chidwick strikes me as in position here. I could see him doing a bunch of different things. It's such a wet board with the straight draws and 2 flush draws now. But you know that hand in the million we saw him check with a multi-way pot with a jack high flush. Trick ended up turning his hand to a bluff. But you know he's, I think, even more so conscious of multi-way situations and what's going to accomplish here. And I just don't see him getting in a ton of trouble in a spot like this.
I mean, it's also, you know, there's a few things to say. Like, sometimes you think, oh, this could be a trouble spot, and he bets anyway because he knows how to handle the trouble.
Right.
But if he bets here, he's playing his hand a little bit face up. So he could expect some heat, and I think that's one of the biggest things here for Jungle, where he could get a big payoff because, you know, he's going to get some respect for being able to bluff. Like, what if a Jungleman says, you know what, I have a flush draw, I think I can make you fold because you have a 1-pair hand, I'm just going to check raise you,
Yeah,
barrel the river.
500K here, make it huge. I think he is going to go pretty big just because of how the dynamic of the board, plus the fact that if he does bet get called, there's some hands where, you know, it's going to be hard to get necessarily value. Even with the set, it's so strong, there are cards that are scary, like any diamond, any flush, a queen. No, he does make it 500.
Yeah. This is tough for Chidwick because Chidwick's like, man, you know, my hand is really face up. I check the flop, I'm betting the turn. I'm pretty much saying like, you know, I mean, he could have some, you know, set some 9s, but how often does that happen?
And Chidwick, who's certainly going to be paying attention to blockers. He doesn't have a diamond. He does not have a jack. He does not have a 10. He does not have a club. All the more reason he's going to maybe think that his opponent has a hand possibly like that. But
He has a queen of diamonds, though.
okay, yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, he does. You're right. 10 jack. He doesn't have a 10 jack or a club, but you're right. And this is tricky, man. Very tricky.
And, you know, whenever we see Chidwick in these spots, he just tends to not really fold. I'm not saying that he doesn't make laydowns, of course, but whenever he bets knowing that he could get attacked, or whenever he's in the big blinds and he could have a possible weak hand, he just doesn't back down anymore.
Jungle Man can't know it. I mean, he has the perfect scenario here. You know, if Chidwick did have a hand like Ace Queen of Diamonds, for example, he would be up against a possible hand. And as it shows, he has a 100% chance of winning if just folds.
What?
Should have bluffed one time. Come on. You're gonna see it anyway.
All right,
Yeah.
whatever. Back me in. I don't know, man.
Good luck knocking this guy out.
Get out. Just calls it off with Jack 5 in a million.
The worst is when they show, but the whole
Sick, man. It's just silly.
I mean, if Jungle sees that he folded Ace Queen, you're going to be disgusted.
Probably something pretty legit. What can you say?
I don't know.
He's just a highlight reel. He's a human highlight reel. How to fold.
I can't explain how impressive that is.
I mean, I might not actually, just because I know he's gonna see it anyway. If it was that ridiculous, I mean, it would be hard, or a little bit harder for me to resist for sure.
He's so funny, man. He really is funny.
Yeah, Jungle's great.
Chidwick doesn't strike me as a guy who's gonna ask, "What'd you have?" He just
No.
he's just kind of like, "All right,
Alright,
whatever,
fold.
let's go." I already know I made a good fold in my mind. That's why I folded.
Not like much, but just it's hard because in my usual way they say it bends the cards.
I haven't seen any much, but just like
I
a little
appreciate
bit.
it. Yeah, thank you. I'm trying my best.
These are big stacks. I mean, we're 10 off the money. 27 players left.
Yeah.
It's getting deep.
You see it next one.
And we're gonna pop back over to the well, no, it's not a secondary feature, equal feature. There's two features. It's not a normal thing.
12 o'clock restart is pretty brutal. 12 o'clock restart is pretty brutal.
305.
Or the night
This is
out,
gonna be
yeah.
called here.
Yeah. Some people are playing cash games at night.
For 12 blinds.
The night, oh my god.
Nikita
That's good.
does have live cards. He talks us through it. It says it's good. Definitely could be worse. 2-1
What
dog,
is your stats on King 5? Is King 5 running good?
When the bluff doesn't get through, but you know.
And
does have a spade option, but it's some straight options.
See your straight draw.
Does find it.
Chop it up.
Oh wow! I thought, yeah, I didn't even. Okay.
I've got 15. Easy money.
And you get the extra.
Yeah.
What a bonus.
Yeah. The life of Nikita.
Nikita hanging around here. The CU's out in the chat. Look at Chidwick, man. These people are.
I got the best.
Someone said super nit to that. That's crazy. That's not the right thing to say there. That's just straight impressiveness. That's not a nit fold. That's a impressive dialed in.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, arguably the best call of the week, maybe one of the year. Just situationally, that Jack 5 in the £1 million final table situation was so massive of a spot to be wrong. Would have been maybe 7th place or so.
You only have like 450.
He had a lot of chips and he just hunkered in there.
490 to start the hand.
Thanks.
Soiz and Heath, couple of the hands and hold them. They're tricky to play. They're nice. You like when you get dealt 2 8s. King Jack also not a weak hand by any means, so these are hands where it takes a little extra hand reading ability, being comfortable post flop to play. A lot of times the board's just not going to connect nicely with your hand like this. Both players can't love the flop. 2 8 still in the lead and has position, so we see a raise and a call. And generally, I see a lot of times players lead like a quarter, third pot here out of position, but with the hands such as this, but we'll see how Soizig does go for it. 170 in the middle right now. Does go for around just under third pot. We've seen the ace-jack kind of flats here. A hand like his, he does hold a mid-pair. If you have ace jack off or ace 10, maybe you could release it. If you have a low pair, depending, probably won't go away for one, but Soiza knows he has some equity turn cards. That's not one of them.
Yeah, it's just it's specifically horrible because people with aces have such a more easy time now. Really hoping for like a 9+.
Yeah.
Anything above a 9 you can bet.
Yeah, but also at the same time, so this is where hand reading comes in. It's like, all right, he called. Does he have queen X, or what if he does have 8s or 9s, and you get a second bet here? Like, if you're Heath, it's kind of thinking does he have ace queen? Does he have kings? Does he have aces? And he's just barreling, because it's a pretty good board if you have kings or ace queen. You know, it's unlikely your opponent has a 5. If he does have mid pairs, you know, the board pairs. Is he flatting you with 3s pre-flop? Probably not. So it's kind of can go both sides, and this is the kind of hands we're talking about. King, jack, and 8's hard to drive post-flop, and both players have interesting decisions here.
I really like it when people use these underbluff situations to still pull it off. Like Soiza does a great thing here, you know. He thinks, okay, my opponent could have a hand like ace jack of hearts, or just calling along and gonna put some pressure on him. Really, really well done by him.
On your bike.
Who's out?
Yes. Who's out?
Tony G on his bike. Fold.
This is the jungle man opening the action. Min raising, we're playing 10k, 25k, 25k, big blind ante. I see a pop between him and Chidwick. Let's quickly to the outer table. Somebody getting a brutal setup here with ace king as a short stack. Needs a deuce for a chop and a deuce only.
Wow.
Paul with the aces there. Peter Chatton taking it in good stride.
Paul, wow, look at this. We saw him make a tough call at the. He had 2 pair of the king jack hand, but we saw him in the tank versus Tan Xuan with his favorite hand on the button, the 3-4 suited, and that got him propelled back into the game. Looks like he's on his way up there, getting the nice set of aces to ace king. Daniel Cates gonna c-bet the 9-7. Chidwick does have a jack-high flush draw on a ace-high board. Wow. Jungle finds the offsuit 9. Even though he does have position, he has ways to win this hand at 10 of 6. Some other cards could be good. He does go slow down, and right into Chidwick's hand makes his second nut flush. King high flush, the only hand that's going to beat him right now. So it's going to be Chidwick just thinking, you know, Dan doesn't show a lot of strength here when he bets flop, checks turn. So he's kind of thinking, like, what does my opponent have? And he is with 215 in there. Gonna go 1.5 pot here. Just really don't think there's much Jungleman can do. You can see these overbet pot situations that get this spark the interest. A lot of these players. Jungle's probably one of the players that exercises very well over bets and uses that, incorporates in his game. So he knows what that means more than most. He just folds. Nothing he can really do with the 9 there anyway, but
Yeah, he's gonna have some like some stronger hands that get there. He wants to call with.
Okay. Good luck, man. You too, guys. Good luck.
Soiza looks like he's being taken out. This must be to balance the tables as we see 27 left. Is Fedor over there still at the other table? I haven't seen.
Fedor's out.
Fedor's out.
Fedor's
I
out.
did not even. I was eating. Took a second. What was it? A big hand? Did we catch it? I didn't.
Yes, he lost 10s versus Ace King. That was it for 30 big blinds each.
Versus. Who?
Chun.
Chun.
You would have won in Vortex too. If
Big flip.
Boys qualified.
I don't know. It's not a fact, but when you're retired, maybe you run a little worse in these spots. That's a flip that in a certain year, Fedor would not be losing a flip with. What year was that? 2016 or 15, where it just seemed like every big spot he just won.
When Fedor moves all in, somebody says call, he just fist bumps.
Right. All right, let's do this. And Timofey, True Teller, is going to pick an untimely time. He's going into Chun, picking on the wrong man at the wrong time right here. And he's just going to waste no time, send a message, and True Teller is going to not tank, nothing to tank there. Just, all right, took a shot. That's the kind of stuff we like to see, though, and that's what sort of Triton seems to embody, right? It's like, all right, you 3-bet Jack 3 suited, you get 4-bet jam. He's not sitting there for a minute, 2 minutes, throws in a time banker, takes down to the second. He just kind of folds. Look, I was messing around. Nice hand. Bluffing's okay. It's okay to bluff and not work. You don't have to be save face or even had a smile.
It always looks like he wants to do very bad things to us.
I don't.
Yes, but you have a good look for it. What counts.
Yeah. Could roleplay a villain, Russian.
Russians are always the villains.
Yeah.
Shots fired.
Yeah. And Belarusians don't have.
Oh, Belarusians, no.
Yeah. Let's think only about Russia. You know, like just by having your flag, it's already creates a vibe. Something shady. Criminal. No, I'm kidding. Russians are good.
I think we need to see a True Teller and Jungle Man same table. They play stakes together too. I'm sure they have
not
some.
Always. Only sometimes. Kidding.
Some jokes together.
You have big hand?
Huh?
Big hand?
Yeah, big hand.
I have small hand.
Yeah, small hand. What do you have?
He said, "What'd you have?" The rat
Yeah,
hat said.
Yes. I have under 20% versus 8.
A queen.
I had shameful holding.
Shameful.
Not very good.
I like that.
I had shameful holding. I am ashamed to admit what I had.
Can't be suited then. Can't be suited then.
It was suited.
Oh, 2 gaffer. Oh.
2 or 12.
No, it was not 2 gaffer.
2 or 10. Pretty
8
big gapper.
Oh, okay. 8 gaffer. Okay. No, King X suits are decent. It has to be King X suit then. Ace X suit can't be shameful. Queen X suit, you're just an idiot.
It was Jack X.
Oh my god.
Interesting hand here. Sosie Jing decides to flat. We're down. We're 8 off the money. It really is coming up quick.
Right? No,
and
no,
Greenwood
no,
again in these spots. Jack, don't think he's going to be check folding. He does go ahead and peel. Still not an easy board to proceed. We saw Sosie Jing take initiative and go for it. And this card is definitely, if you're Greenwood, if you weren't sure, you're feeling good now.
I completely slept on the fact that it went so fast and now we're 8 off the money.
Yeah. secondary kind of bubble starts setting in again. You put the 100,000 pounds up, you're in there, get kind of deep midway through the field, and there's a certain point where you start realizing, all right, you know, I got 20, 25 blinds, 15 blinds, I can make it work.
Checks it back. Might save her some chips in the end. And this is a scare card for her hand, so as good as the turn was, the river was pretty bad for Greenwood.
Yeah. This is where you say jack ups and everyone guesses you have jack 9. No, jack 3.
Just he's probably thinking, why is she bet the flop and what changes her to check now? So she does check again.
Not too bad.
Yeah.
She's
If it was not suited, this would be too much.
Yeah.
At least I know I'm not getting any.
You weren't getting flat cold.
I wasn't getting any
Whoa!
money.
She was gonna raise?
That's
Man,
true.
she makes some big moves sometimes.
You could have raised.
yeah, we saw, yeah, for sure. Ben Heath. Top and bottom, missionary. It's in a interesting spot. Jungle has a hand that's got a piece.
Is that what you call top and bottom pair?
I mean, sometimes.
All right.
On a Twitch stream, yeah. A missionary. Never heard that one?
No.
Yeah.
First time.
What's the one you said? I like what you said. Legendary, legacy grinding. That's good. I told you I'm gonna use that. These hands are always tricky, but you gotta feel good. Blind on blind, 2 pair.
Yeah, Kates is gonna be pretty happy with this board too. A little bit less so now. Ben Heath won a 50k, won a 50k high roller at the WSP this year. 1.4 million if I remember correctly. Ooh, he's gonna get the call. Nicely done by him. Draws in the jungle. And it's really hard for your opponents to have straights here now. Because you overbet the turn and they were out of position, like Jungleman is very unlikely to just check call with Jack 10.
I already checked.
So the only thing is to wonder here, I believe, is if this card could possibly make a higher 2 pair.
Yeah, Ben Heath running through the possibilities now. Also probably thinking, you know, it's a big pot, but the greats do go for it when, you know, this is by no means an insane value bet with 2 pair here, but it's a critical time in the tournament too. Well, not only does he bet, he just goes for all of it.
Yeah.
Jungle didn't think long.
Left 1 chip behind.
Dominique Nietzsche exercised.
I think Chidwick was the first one to do it at the PCA. I kind of remember that.
Who? Chewy?
Chidwick.
Oh, okay.
And then everybody was like, wait, what's going on?
It's funny.
I'm not sure if he's the one who thought about it, but we have Isaac Hexton with exactly 100 big blinds. Michael Soiza with 88. Soiza always seems to run deep in these things as well. He's winning a lot of tournaments, lots of success. Definitely one of the breakout players over the last 2 years.
Yeah.
And there we have Chidwick with exactly 2 million. Nice rounded out numbers. Bjorn Lee in trouble, 17 bigs.
Yeah, you see he's short, but 17 is enough to dance around. You flirt around, get 2-3 away, and big stacks start making moves. Things happen. 17 blinds, 7 off is definitely not. This is a curious one though. Ace Jack, 17 blinds, kind of an uncomfortable spot, but short-handed Ace Jack off. He is gonna just weigh his options. Yeah, okay. And he is going to find the bad news by black magic. What's Jungle's gonna say? There it is. Kings to ace jack, another fortuitous spot, but gonna see 5, 70, 30 roughly situation. Kings seem so powerful, but just gonna win 7 out of 10. Tony G lost this hand to Bryn Kinney on sort of near the money. Exactly, Kings to ace jack off, and that is not the start. Needs a space ace, it's not a spade, and not going to do it. So another one out, down to 24. Like Caxton having quite the day. That looks like 3 million.
Running extremely well today.
Yeah, it's gonna be a redraw now.
Is it redraw?
Yeah.
Hallelujah, praise the Lord.
It was 50-50.
Yeah, this is kind of a ridiculous table. Look at it.
That is actually, that's crazy.
You're on top of the important stuff.
I think that's right. Actually, I think I'm wrong. He's 1 in 3. Sorry.
How is he sweating it? Red,
Red heart or no spot.
The dealer in the 100K main event. Please
Right?
complete the hand
Like
you're on.
ace 2-3.
Catch you up on some action at the other table too. Right before we go to a small break, the players redraw at 24. They will also redraw at 16 left. It's going pretty fast. 70 players to start the day, 25 left. After about 4.5 hours of play. 2 ace highs duking it out here. Kuznetsov with the best of it. Locks it up. Let's see if that's the card that Chun decides to fire on.
Ace 10, ace 8. And this is a tricky spot. We saw a similar hand with Eric Seidel with ace 10 on this type of board. I think day 1 of this tournament, and it's not the easiest like hold on because you're just it's not a lot of great scenarios. And look at that, it's gonna work.
Nicely done.
Heck of a bet.
Yeah, that was a really good bet.
Chun. Like his game, he's been seeming to make a lot of right decisions in the right spots.
Yeah, runs quite deep in a few of these. We've seen a lot of action past few levels again, and like I don't think we can keep up this pace of people going out, but the players seem really intent, not backing down. We are gonna be 7 spots away from the money now.
3 tables of 8, really exciting stuff. This is as good as it gets. Big scores, big prizes coming up, and big pressure. We'll see some of the big stacks, how they maneuver, how the short stacks maneuver. It doesn't work like this in tournament poker. 18 through 24 isn't going out now. People jock and jive, and it's exciting to watch. We'll be back in the near future, see how the redraw comes out, and see how the matchups go. As Soiza mentioned, he was happy to get a redraw. Not the case for everyone. See you guys soon.
should be on.
Yeah, yeah. The all-in is on the aces, not the ace-9.
On aces?
Yeah.
Yeah, please.
Aces are at risk.
Oh. Please let me keep my aces.
There is a 9. It's always nice to at least have a sweat there. No spade for any player. Alright. So that is gonna severely handicap Dan Smith. There he goes. 22,000 for Smith. He's gonna go all in.
And we count.
24.
Sure, thanks.
Adams with 130 big blinds, very deep. It's a fair fight though, 43% for Dan. Dan Smith, our third place finisher in the £1 million. Gets to fight another day. 6 big blinds. Limit Hold'em Streets. Has a milli. That's a lot of chips. We saw him at the final table of the 25K as well. I think he busted 6th in that one. Randy always says in the booth when somebody's stacking their time bank chips in a funny way. Seems like he's doing the same thing now. He's inspired. Seth Davies gonna put in the money. Thorell probably not gonna hesitate. Cyan really has to think here. I mean, it's unlikely that Thorell is bluffing very often. We know Thorell likes to take flops, so once he comes in for a raise, you gotta be a little bit careful. And then on top of that, if somebody attacks that raise with not that much fold equity, you gotta give some respect. And he gets out of the way correctly. Gonna make the call. A bit cooler there for Thorell. Yeah. It's not what you want to see with Ace King. Still 34% for him though. 1 out of 3 he'll win this. This might be one of those. Tough hand for Davies. We know he's on at least 2 bullets. No run of hearts for him. It's 1 out in the deck. King of clubs. Doesn't get there, so Seth Davies gets eliminated. So we see some big names leaving the fold early on in this tournament.
19 or 20, I guess.
So Thoreau wins a nice one.
They'll pay 19 or 20.
Get some
They've been
chips
doing
back.
15% gigs here.
Yeah. It was just that.
Alright, so we see Chidwick and Wyken Young. Son of Richard Young.
He's got a couple Triton titles I saw in the hallway.
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, he's doing really well for himself. Plays the cash games too. He's a really good player. I think he's one of the best short deck players.
I can't wait for the short deck. Like, this is so exciting, day 2 of this 100K, but it's like I'm ready for this
Yeah.
100 to really get into the short deck matrix. And these are definitely some of the best players in the world here on the Triton Tour that play that.
The very best indeed. Guys like Tan Xuan, Tom Dwan. So good at it. Here we see a Cyan with a similar hand.
Randy. Nano Noko.
Get in there, Randy.
He has got the best of it at the moment.
I think one of these cards is marked.
And Cyan here, after making a move with King 10, one of those hands that's decent candidate to bluff with. Not so fun when you do get resistance. Now he's got a bit of a math equation. He's got a big stack.
Yeah, he's getting a 2-to-1.
Did you put them in?
We'll get a new deck.
Yeah.
So realistically, he feels if he's up against the hand exactly that
Yeah, I mean, it's better than showing them.
Randy has, he could make a call here.
Wow.
He does make the call.
Randy, Lou, we are sweating boot sweat right now.
Wow.
Got to root for our man, Randy.
So I'm a little bit surprised he calls it off there. King 10.
Happens a lot with these cards.
Yeah, maybe it's just a card.
Yeah, he's not going to
Maybe
get a ton of
someone
great
doing it.
scenarios,
Please.
but going to have 9s or lower pairs sometimes, I guess.
Yeah,
I don't know how often Randy's going with 9s or 8s there, but
difficult to look at them without.
Ace Queen.
Yeah. So far, so good for our boy.
Randy's got his time bank chips in an interesting formation there. He sits back, leaves it up to the turn and river. A little more of a sweat. He does block that with the two dings. Don't want to say, let's just see if Randy can do it. Some guys can do it. Randy did it. He held. He knows that was a major sweat, big spot.
Why not, you know, right?
I want to hit that set. See that?
And yeah,
It's not a proper gotcha, it's only half a gotcha.
he's healthy.
Yeah. 440,000, 44 big blinds. Awesome to see.
Half a gut shot, he said. I haven't heard that term, but yeah, 2 of the jacks were gone, so
I would have folded anyway, so.
Cyan makes a speculative call and does not get there against Randy. Maybe
Twitch do it. Don't lose your mind.
Dan Schwan started the day as chip leader. Looks like he's still got a pile in there, and he's in a pot. He's got position. And he's got the boss, Paul, on the tank here. Looks like for his tournament life, trying to recount the action, think about what the best move is against a guy. I imagine they play a lot together, cash games, and he's familiar with Tan's capabilities.
Yeah, these guys are very familiar with each other. I mean, something that goes through your head is a cash game from last night, from last week, a tournament they played 2 months ago. You know, it doesn't get closer than a Tan Xuan and Paul Poa.
Little talk, little back and forth here.
Is 5, is 3. Check 5.
Sounds like Paul is top pair.
Tan on the button, definitely has a wide. We saw him with the 3-4 spades yesterday. We know he likes to play a wide variety, and with that, it does make it difficult for your opponents because they just can't. It's harder to just can't say, oh, this makes sense. Well, no, he's playing 3-4 suited. He's playing all these different hands, so it's like the random 2 pairs start coming in, and Paul is maybe doing what lives some randomizing here. He's gonna have to make a tough decision and figure it out, but dynamic board. Some stuff misses maybe.
Sounds like I think Paul has ace queen here, the way he's talking.
You're sharp on your Mandarin. You caught a little. You've been brushing up. He definitely is pain, whatever it is.
Trust me, bro. He has ace queen.
Well, we might get to see it. We might not. He does take his poker seriously. I know he wants to make the right decision. He knows there's no re-entries at this stage. Short deck he could look forward to, but this is a fun one, the main. It's getting deep. It goes quick, too.
How many cricket fans here? Crazy. None. Zero. Ah, 5 already?
I have to face a man who's bluffing. Richard Young's one who's never used the timing chip, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's Richard Young.
Paul had, he's used a lot of them now. And he is,
Oh,
he
man.
can't decide what's happening.
He's in pain.
He is in.
Oh,
Was he bluffing? He's paying him out, it looks like.
No, you don't.
What's he got? Is Lex in the matrix? Is it ace queen?
不要乱搞 chip leader 就没了 3-4 call a race
Is it 3-4 again on the button for Tim?
I think, oh, King Jack. 3-4 again.
It was 3-4. Dan Schwan, the 3-4 button man.
Oh.
Was it well, either way, it's a river 2 pair. Because it's King Jack on the end, whatever way they're showing it.
Man, Dan Schwan putting people to the test. Slow roll.
That's awesome. That's
room,
good
like,
stuff.
Crashes into the wall. Like, Jungle, you okay? He's like, long night. It's like, were you partying? Like, were you drinking? No. Like, you're just like incoherent.
Or maybe I misunderstood that.
All bikes quickly.
4 bikes.
Bring
Oh,
four
is it 4 bikes?
Yeah, he's like, bring
Oh, I
4
just said
bikes
all
quickly.
the bikes quickly. All the bikes.
All the bikes.
Chidwick, wow, gonna find himself in a pretty sweet spot.
Yeah, this is 4-bet pre-flop by Chidwick. Thorell slow playing with the kings. That is incredibly unfortunate. Wow, Chidwick binking off a very important pot here. I mean, this 1.6 million. This is a chip lead pot.
Yeah.
Chidwick. Wow, that's unfair when Fader Holtz and Chidwick start doing things like this.
Yes, making big hands, sneaky hands against big holdings that you can't blame.
The action. I am here with the tournament chip leader, Ike Axton. You had some fun table talk going with Jungle Man over there. Tell us about that.
Oh yeah, well Jungle and I play together all the time in the cash games in Vegas, so yeah, we're good friends and a lot of backstory there, I guess.
Yeah, he called you the Dark Prince. What's the meaning of that?
I'm not entirely sure. It's a nickname that seems to have got on for me in sort of that group that plays cash in Vegas over the last year or so.
That's awesome. So you guys seem like you guys are hanging out all the time outside the tables, or is it more like just for work?
Mostly just at the tables, but hundreds of hours a year at the tables. So
It builds up. You're on the new feature table here. You're commanding chip leader, but you have some big stacks. With Sam Greenwood to your right. How is that going to work going into the bubble?
Well, I actually haven't quite gotten a look at exactly who and where and what is going on at this new table, but yeah, it looks like we've drawn the table with a lot of chips, so I guess it's going to be tricky trying to sort of stay out of the way of the biggest stacks and apply pressure to the medium ones and chip up a little on the bubble and try and get into the money.
But it must feel good going into the bubble with the big stack and kind of, flex a little bit.
Can't be in a better position than this. So.
For sure, for sure. Well, good luck to you, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right.
Thanks, Marley, there with Isaac Hexon, and a good spot for him indeed. Has been running extremely well. Great player, of course. Here's some chip counts, Jeff.
Yeah, looks like Sosia Zhang got the table chip lead. 1.5 million, 63 are one remaining, and I think one entered female in the field. Nice to see her doing well. Went for some big moves. Ike Haxton, 118 big. Sam Greenwood also over 100 big. Stephen Chidwick just strong there. 80 blinds, 2 million even. Tan Xuan, look at this lineup. Timothy Adams.
Wow.
I mean, this is True Teller, Bai Kin Yong, Daniel Cates, Randy Liu. 1.1 million,
there
45. You go. Wow, look at that. Bonomo, Seidel, Michael Zhang goes for it. Nikita, Molinowski, Limitless online there. I mean, there's not much else you can ask for. We're at one of the most exciting junctures of the tournament. The final table's fun, but the bubble play is always intense to see who goes for it, who sits back, and how things play out. We're gonna find out here. Big time coming up, big level. Should be near the bubble very shortly. No one's really short here. Stands out. 28 blinds, 25 blinds that are two features. A little bunched up on the red table there. 25, 26, 26, 33 blinds. Bonomo at 39, and Nanonoko in a strong position, 45. Sosia Zhang looking good. This is great. Be getting it going. We just heard from Ike Haxton, the dark. What's it? The Dark Prince?
Dark Prince.
The Dark
Prince of Darkness.
Prince of Darkness. It just rolls off the tongue better that way, so it's exciting. Some Harry Potter comments. Yeah, I mean, Ike is, he's got multiple nicknames, and he's definitely been around, stood the test of time, one of the all-time greats, tournament players, plays the big stakes cash games. We're going to get to see him operate as chip leader here on the bubble. He's got a tough row on the left of him there, though, so I don't know how much he's going to just get away with total. I don't know if we're just going to see a run over. I don't think that's necessarily in order, but see what hands are dealt, and there's the man, Tan Xuan.
There's a few guys here that are very tough to play and will, definitely mix it up with the best of them, but that also will disregard things like being pressured on the bubble,
Yep.
We talk about this a lot, but it's very important to highlight this with the dynamics of the current tournament composition.
You see a look at True Teller there. Him and Randy Nanonoko used to battle at the Heads Up Cash. Maybe they get a chance to collide here again, deep in a high-stakes tournament.
Are you wearing that cushion?
Bai Kin Yong, looking good. He's won a couple of Triton events. Looking to add to his tally. Wouldn't be a better one really than the main. Sam Greenwood, 100 plus big blinds.
It wouldn't even be close.
I don't see any.
Like if I saw an all-out on the table, it would be time to.
Oh yeah.
Ike shaved. He had the stash going, as I remember a day or two ago. Came in fresh today, ready. Might have caught a Barber Royal shave. Looks clean and fresh. And Stephen Chidwick showing us what he does. 2 million chips. That ace queen hand stands out to me. Just bet full pretty quickly too.
That was a highlight.
Yep.
Right?
That was a highlight because the pot stayed small.
So you can rebuy, like late levels, you can only rebuy for double stack?
Yeah, I think
it's only for
put that on his highlight reel of this week here. The Jack 5 hero call and then fold top pair second kicker on a super wet board. Jungle's going to show up with bluffs there.
Reduce the rate.
Seems to know.
Yeah.
That's a bit harsh.
Yeah.
Well, they reduced the rate on all the.
They reduced the rate on all rebuys, but.
For short deck only, right?
For short deck only.
Wacken was asking us yesterday if we thought reducing the rake in this would get the no limit would get more people to enter, and it was torn between paying less rake and telling him the truth.
Yeah. Yeah. If you track the field this good, you can charge us this much, right? That's just the truth. Stevie, how much you have?
Started the hand with 2 million exactly. Before the end.
Hung gonna play all the
Match on
Huh?
Hung's gonna play all the
Oh, was a short deck event?
I can tell you that while. Okay, hand's over.
I'm gonna book him.
Too much.
Teacher.
Yeah.
He wants to book.
Crossbook, okay. Book, no.
I love that.
Crossbook,
that
I
Ike face when he told.
No.
Are you crossbooking teacher with Tom?
Huh?
Is that what you said?
No, I would crossbook teacher versus myself.
You're not making me want to play with teacher. That doesn't make me want to play with teacher.
Timothy Adams not shy, but you don't hear him say a lot at the table. He's not one of the guys engaging in these nickname wars and chirping too much. He's pretty soft-spoken.
He's the boss VIP.
I'm just sure.
Does he cash 100%? I think so, right? He's third place in the 25K 6 max. Maybe not the 50K, I guess, or maybe he didn't get to play it then because Timothy Adams. He's cashed out the million
he
and the
didn't play the
25K.
50K because of the £1 million one. Yeah, those tournaments ran side by side on that second day, I believe.
Yeah, so he's looking to go 100% here, healthy, deep in this one as well.
30 minutes, and he played an absolutely spectacular hand, but.
What did he do?
Tan Chuan under the gun, 8-5 suited, into Murderer's Row.
What was that?
I'll tell you after this hand. So I think a 4 or 5-way limped pot. Comes ace 9. He's the first limper. Checks to Romain, who's I think cut off and bets. Fold. Teacher raises like almost full pot.
I know.
5 seconds?
Romain calls. Turn is the third ace, and teacher goes all in for like maybe 2 times pot.
Yeah.
And Romain has wads, and teacher just has 10-9.
We could. How long have we gone for so far?
He wanted to get him off
30 minutes more, and then
Apply pressure.
That was a lot of pressure. I think he would have got him off anything other than guap.
Make the 5 million 5 bullets.
5 million 5 bullets short deck. This trip.
With rebuys?
I think.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes.
Come on, must rebuys.
If that's rebuy, it won't be 5 bullets.
It's okay. Rebuys 3 bullets. Same stuff.
I don't think I've seen Timothy get a massage yet. It's maybe wearing to him all this. He's logged a lot of hours going deep in all these tournaments. At some point, it gets a little exhausting. Some of these guys have had time off. Saw Big Ben, done some tour stuff. He's just been sitting upright for days.
Yeah, I think that's sometimes what viewers don't realize is that you're just sitting hunched over, sitting there, and it's very tense.
Britain not playing a 500k short deck.
It's important that way. You know, get some of the blood flowing, relaxes you a bit.
For like 30 years, I think. First something.
If you buy in for £100,000,
yeah,
it's good to get some relaxation when you can too.
Yeah, we're $1 million for in his case and some of these guys.
True.
He quit his students.
I want to ask him what he teach.
Yeah. Would be funny if it's something like philosophy.
No, he's like
pottery.
He's like a high school teacher. Like, probably like a PE teacher.
No, I think math probably.
Probably math.
Most likely math.
But it would be great if it was pottery.
Yeah. I mean, physical education would be great. It's just like showing some exercises. So like, fuck this. Or as a gamble. It's stupid.
Tan Xuan, 6'4". Greenwood is gonna flop top 2 here. Tan Xuan likes these low, tricky hands. Again, one of the benefits that gives him his dangerous feeling is that he covers boards a lot better than players. When there's these low boards, you really have to think, hey, Tan's in there. Tan could have this. It's not like maybe, you know, these other guys playing really solid ranges, broadways, pairs. I think it does, especially when you know how to maneuver them. You know, it makes it very difficult to play against. That's one of his strong suits. How many times we see him in there? 8-5 suited, 6-4, 4-3 suited, 4-3 suited, and you know it's a lot to handle. It's a lot to put in if you know how to play. He's an experienced player. It's not just like he's in there with 3-4 suited doing crazy stuff. Like he really has a good feel for where he is and how to proceed. And it's a tricky spot here for Wai Kin Young. Under the gun, full 8-handed, 17 bigs. Does elect to raise, essentially min-raise, just over a min-raise, and not shove. Some pluses and minuses to doing that, Lex.
Yeah, for sure. You know, some pluses is that you're gonna be against the big blind in very favorable positions. Downside is that you give that big blind an option to outflop you.
Yeah.
But if you min-raise, you could get some shows from hands like Ace-10 suited, which is another advantage. So you can go either way with that stack depth.
Another problem is when Tan Xuan decides to make a speculative appeal or any other player, and then you could go 3-way, 4-way to a flop somehow. Less likely these players in holdings, but it does cause some potential problems. Just such an important. It's a big pickup when he shoves and picks up. It says 31 blinds though, so maybe he's got. I'm sorry, more than.
Yeah, okay.
Did say 31, which makes it even much more clear of open, not just a rip.
Let's change 50 to 150 to 500. Let's not touch the 150.
I think we saw on the screen though it said 17 at the.
Okay, let's change 75 to 500. It's better.
What's a VIP too?
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
Six. You're gonna go into 500. Put in the peasant 20. Put in like a 50K for.
Same day for
yeah, same day.
People who won't play? Yeah, no reason not to.
You'll get people for it.
50K no limit, you mean?
Not enough tables?
No, it's still short deck. But like, yeah, if you take the 150 and make it a 500, also do 50 same day.
No, should do 75 or 500.
Yeah.
Sure, whatever. I don't care what the price point, but no.
Oh. Yeah, everybody who plays 50 can play 500 too. Sell 90%.
Are you buying?
No. I'm cross booking. I'm cross booking anyone who does that.
So we did double check the payouts, and it is going to be 4 places. The top 4 spots are going to receive $1 million plus pounds. So, and I think 5th is even 900. So I mean, really.
Like, is Ace King off in favor with Jack 10 suited? And
Really
if you guess
sweet
right,
spot. I mean, we get in the money there. You can basically taste $1 million pounds. I mean, you got a decent shot at it. High percentage of those players that make the money will be there.
Should I know the answer to that question if I'm planning on playing?
I don't actually know.
What is the answer to that question?
I don't know that.
What is the answer to that question?
An open here for Queen 10. He's going to get some resistance from Greenwood. Ace Queen of Diamonds. Greenwood chirping now all of a sudden got pretty serious. Time to think about what are the options. It's nice when you really cover your opponent because these are hands where you just know you should have the best hand, but when you massively out chip your opponent, it really favors towards putting pressure, putting a big 3-bet on him and putting him to the test. But
yeah, I think you know, Greenwood is just gonna abuse his stack when you get close to the bubble. So sometimes it can be a big mistake to slow play too much with your good hands because people are gonna fight back at you, and that just creates a lot of possible very profitable situations.
Ace
I
queen
mean,
is a favorite.
if Kuznetsov has a hand like ace-10 of spades there, he might really think, you know what, I'm just going to rip it in. This guy's just putting bubble pressure on me.
How much?
That happens
Like
all the time.
flat.
And by
I mean,
flatting
depends
with
on
ace
the
queen
suit.
or slow playing them
Did
too
you
much,
say
you kind of
Ace queen
suited or off?
keep your opponents out of
versus
that
suited.
spot.
Yeah.
Ace queen off versus jack 10 suited.
Yeah. Jack queen?
Jack 10.
It's nice that we're not switching back and forth this trip.
Short deck and
The
no.
Netherlands is done,
Yeah.
and then the short deck is done. And in Montenegro is some, you know. Although the half and half tourney.
The half and half tourney was actually pretty cool.
Yeah.
I enjoyed that.
Wai Long Chan kicking off the action. He also cashed the £1 million event, finishing just outside of the final table.
Yeah, it's nice one to have on the resume. Pretty sweet. He's got that look to him. He looks he looks like a nice guy, just very serious, very in tune, focused. And you have more experience with him. He is. Does he pride himself on short deck, or is he a more cash game background, or does a little everything?
He does a little of everything. He's really solid at all the games. He just seems, I think, one of those guys who just started playing there also, you know, because he liked poker and then just got better and better at it. It's definitely, I think, one of the more solids. He's, I know he's one of Randy's favorites too.
Yeah. Nothing much here for either player. Ace-Jack suited has got backdoor flush draw, looking pretty good. Man, I made a couple little side bets on Tan Xuan, and I grabbed a piece of him in the million for a small, just like a bet, and got it backwards. I didn't put any bets in on this 100K. This is here he is, just surfing through it. Yep.
They have like 9 tables.
Yeah, I cannot do tutorials.
You want to have 9 tables?
This will be the biggest 100K. I mean, there's not a bigger 100K going on anywhere, is there? Not that I know of any series to get 130 entrants in pounds as well. I mean, so really it's like
60 players
like 145 or 50. Add another 26 on, so it's like a 160 person US tournament. USD.
Day one being like from 7 p.m. to 5
17 pay, that is correct. Top 4 get £1 million. 5th is 900 pounds. That's actually that's over $1 million USD. So top 5 getting over $1 million. We are in London. We are working with the pound.
That might not be that if it's. So what you play 8-handed?
It's kind of fun to have a mystery card hand here and there. So hijack, open, ace of diamonds.
63 uniques isn't that like.
63 uniques would be a lot.
Yeah.
I don't think we hit it. We hit it and we just.
That's it. Yeah.
Wai Long Chan with King Deuce offsuit. Not a particularly attractive looking hand, although you do close the action. The big blind King High could even be the best hand. True Teller isn't one I'd necessarily just be super fist pumping going up with, but he's not afraid. He's going to take a peek here. Can't blame him. Also has a 2x stack on
There's a cube.
Like an alternate, like
True Teller, so that always, you know, it's a little easier to proceed when you cover someone significantly. There, we don't know his other card, but it was at least top pair. Curious to see if he checks back some of those ace holdings or just goes for it. I'm sure he has a plan on different textures, but as it is, he is going to pick up the pot. And 24, this feels like it's time to slow down a little. The tournament moved pretty fast. 24 can feel what's happening here. And
so many people busted. I'm pretty sure that up until 16 is going to take some longer. Blinds are up though.
75 might get
15K, 30K.
That's smart, Jim.
30K ante.
Yeah, stacks are not so shallow. We don't see anyone really in the danger zone. At least on the 2 features, there's 3 tables total. So take a peek at the outer tables at times if there's some all-ins, if we can grab the action. But as of now, these two features, everyone's got opening playable stacks. Don't see any really, sub 18, 20 blind stacks. We're going to see some open jams or jams. Probably going to be a lot more flops right now.
Pay for the other players to like go to a show or something. Get them a nice dinner reservation. Like you run 2 500Ks, but my flight's still booked for Monday, so give me like a dinner reservation, tickets to a show, something like that.
Buy your ticket show to the Phantom of the Opera.
Seidel in the field, Nano Noko in the field. We haven't seen Nano Noko at the other feature, I believe, as we saw it at the start.
Dinner reservation, no wine is okay.
2 4s on the button. He is raising into Mr. Chidwick's big blind, who has a playable hand. We're going to see a fair fight here.
Phantom of the Opera is fine. Lion King the musical.
Fair fight.
Yeah, Lion
Chidwick
King's the musical. Yeah,
with
for sure. So they got
nice
steam
stack as well.
First time, and they play the second 500K.
He's content taking a flop.
The Lion King's the musical would be really steamy, especially if you're stuck for the trip.
I saw the Lion King musical when I was 8.
Pretty good boards for Chidwick.
Yeah, but you weren't stuck for the trip then.
See if I kind of disregards his hand and start repping this board. It is unlikely that Chidwick would bluff a lot going towards the bubble, so Chidwick definitely has a lot of his top pair hands.
Yeah, so if you're Ike and you figure, all right, what am I doing here? I'm going to deny equity for those 6, 7, and 8, 9s and 7, 8s, and or maybe a Jack 8 hand like that might peel pre-flop and get the fold. Now, on a particular Broadway, Queen Jack, King Queen, not a hand he's going to shake Chidwick probably on. He's going to be curious to peel one more. He's still drawing to the nuts, and he also could just have the best hand. I think, yeah, for that Chidwick's going to at least continue once here. Curious to see if Ike barrels on this, because with the ace-5 flop too, a 2, a 3, or a 2, he's going to pick up some gutter outs. Maybe he could tell a story a little more clearly, feel more confident to bluff with some added equity. On this particular one, when it goes check, I think these are spots that you just don't know, like how these players think and what they do. He does have a 2-to-1, looks like a 33% more stack than Chidwick, and could maybe shake a 10 here if you bet twice, give it up.
Yeah, it's a little bit tough because he bets so big on the flop. It's kind of more of a one bullet type of deal.
Yeah, I don't anticipate him to bet on any other card, but maybe a 2 and a 3. He might go for it.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Of course, a 4 would be fantastic for him, but as it stands, he has the best hand.
But it's like, it's not okay if 3 people in field
and Chidwick.
Yeah, there's such a spread out board. It's really hard for Chidwick to just be good with King High, especially if you most likely beat hands like Queen Jack or Jack 9 High, and they all gonna barrel the turn, having a good straight draw. Chidwick recognizes that, goes for a.
It's also, I like the bet here too, because he realizes if Ike had Jack 10, King 10, he might just check back. When he does bet, he's sort of repping the ace, and then when he checks the turn, his story's kind of weak. So, I think Chidwick figuring this out, and Ike realizing, well, what hands is he calling me on the flop with that I'm good? King, Queen, King, Jack, yeah, Queen, Jack maybe, and that's what he's deciding here for this sizing. He's going to give it up, and that's a really well-played hand again by Chidwick. Kind of gets old saying it, but he just gets it.
Went to the Din Tai Fung here. Yeah. He says it's the best Din Tai Fung. And he said they specifically have pork chili crab xiaolong bao.
Fun table to watch. We got another main feature, hoping to get to see Randy, as well as some other talented players. I believe Sosia Jang, that's the chip leader over there at this other one. Maybe we're this table was fun too though, so keep bouncing around here. Dan Schwan showed us the 8-5 suited to open under the gun a couple hands ago.
Who am kidding? So there's 295 million chips in play.
So two guys that tango a ton. This is
Okay, 9.5.
Timothy Adams and
Sure,
Stephen
they're playing
Chidwick.
around sevens or tomorrow.
Both final table the £1 million event the other day. Both play a lot of the high roller 20 to 60, 70 person fields all over the world.
Tomorrow, like 5 p.m.
Safe to say they played a couple small blind, big blind pots in their day.
Hmm? 1, 2, and 2.
Chidwick with the mystery card here.
Yeah,
King
but, I have
something
bought
of
in way more
spades.
than I won.
He does cover Timothy Adams, who ventures out in with the nice hand in the big blind, raises it up, ace 10.
I went a long stretch of not cashing.
Gonna flop open-ended with the nut club
Irons of
card
those
here, which is
100Ks.
nice, and Chidwick has a mystery hand,
Like,
so
there's no
king 10 would
tomorrow.
be the nuts. King X, spades would have back doors. Could have connected with a jack or a queen or a 9. And
Triton is meant for Jason.
Timothy
And Bryn.
has some choices here.
No. Why so pro-American?
I have no idea.
10's definitely an important card here. He's gonna see a check.
Nikita's 1.
Pretty safe to say Timothy has the best hand. Timothy Adams,
Yeah.
well, unless Chidwick somehow had a 10 as well, Timothy has an ace and a 10, so not a lot of 10s available. That would be the only card. I guess an ace could have ace king, but I don't think they would limp call ace king, so we can pretty safely say
Line doesn't count.
Tim Adams is in the lead here, although you never know, and Chidwick's reaching for chips.
I guess it counts. He's gonna get the money.
Yeah.
What do you think of this bet here, Lex? We got a limp call and then a check. So if you when you think about it, it would favor that Adams might have an ace. He raises, and now Chidwick's just attacking that ace, which is
Yeah, it's a 1/3 bet, so he might also want to get some value, but it's so important here to just know what Chidwick's other card is, and not because then we can hindsight reason or anything, but then we can just see what the plan is there.
Yeah.
You know.
I have one good guess.
He does have a hand like King Queen or.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
I don't think so. He doesn't play enough.
Yeah.
He plays almost.
But he usually
But it's quite.
5 bullets in main event short
irregular.
deck every time.
Yeah.
Chidwick. Oh, Timothy Adams goes from open-ended to running trips with blocking King 10, which is a straight. You got to feel very, very good if you're Adams here, and you got to think about what kind of sizing are you doing.
Mike Watson.
No, Tom.
Maybe 175. Does he go to like 230?
Million.
250?
He's already million.
Okay.
Try to get Queen King, or it's a tough fold if you just have.
I guess it's hard to keep up if you don't play the million.
And just give it up. So I guess he's just got the King X.
I want
We're not gonna know.
20 million buy and no cash for sure at some point in Triton.
About group. Tom's group is.
Yeah. My group does pretty strong too.
Your group is pretty strong too.
Big dust. Only for cut winning.
Peter's helping out Tom's group.
That's true.
Yeah, but
it's not enough.
No, it's not.
I mean, also depends who you count in my group. Do you count Alexi in my group?
How is Alex your group?
Is his credit line?
My group is huge.
Yeah.
Their group is massive.
Sound like the players are referencing
North
their
America
clans,
is
their
a pretty
groups,
big
their
group.
core, who they
Actually,
talk
we just
and
break even.
play poker with, is what it sounds like.
Yeah, at the end of a stop, if you win money, like just like send it to this guy in stars. Or if you lose money, Ike says send it to this guy in stars, and if you win money, Ike says okay, someone's gonna send you in stars.
Sounds fair.
Really nice looking hand from Adams. Going to limp into
Oh
an
my God,
aggressive
King
Tan
Belarus.
Xuan. Both players have
King
about the same
Belarus.
stack.
Only Mikita? Yeah.
Well, what isn't
Matthias maybe?
Is Sergey Lebedev? Is he?
He's
No, that's Timofey's.
Oh, okay.
The other Russian also.
Which one?
The
Misha?
other cap game player.
And Misha?
Yeah.
Alex Borodin?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Small blind, big blind. Both players miss.
Oh,
Tim
French
does have a gut shot
French?
to go with that 9 high.
The result is pretty good.
Paired board.
The
No player has a
their
club.
result was good.
Yeah.
No, our result no good.
Getting killed.
Especially last
Check,
stop in Montenegro.
check.
Very killed.
Open ended now for Adams. Still 9 high in the lead.
I'm in cash. Okay.
Yeah, accumulation.
Tan Xuan, you just got just no part of this.
What's that?
Let's check it.
Yeah, 14 bullets, not impressive. Team North America.
That'd actually be funny if you just had a
Easily
leaderboard that just
25
said
in
country and bullets fired and catches and
9
everything.
high is the best hand. If you're Tim, it might make sense to try to get queen high or king high to fold, but I don't know if Tam would fold king high. And 90,000 out there, small bet I guess could do the, maybe make sense. But
Yeah, it's also, you know, the person who called in the small blind has actually put money in the pot. The big blind checks or has random 2 cards.
Right.
So it's much more likely for Adams to have a high card here. So I think this is
That's a classic American
a
thing.
must-bet situation.
Every American thing, the World Championships.
Yeah.
Although in sports, I'm actually okay with it.
Also, you know, it's not like you're trying to, what's
Like
that guy's
the idea
name?
of
9 high like a boss. You're not really
yeah,
looking
in
to
baseball,
check call,
'cause-
so
'cause of
you,
whatever,
know,
like
you hand like
Japanese
7-5,
baseball
they
and
may
Korean
get brave.
baseball, which is
Exactly.
like a
So
much smaller
I like
league, you know.
the whole.
Like I would be,
Thank you.
I'm sure Brazilians and Argentinians would have problems with this, but if like they call it Champions League, like UEFA Champions League.
Right here we see some chip count. Sam Greenwood, 2.7 milli. Isaac Haxton, also these 2 guys are the big dogs at the table. Isaac Haxton with position on Greenwood, so effectively he is going to be dominating this table a little bit more often. Stephen Chitwick with the 68 big blinds. And the other table we see Sozia Jang, a really nice stack, over 1.5 million. Randy Liu, 1.5 million. I mean, it's 48 big blinds. Anything can happen to Randy, but that's really awesome to see.
Yeah, stay safe. Nanonoku, as we say. Do it out there, man. We haven't seen any of the since the break. Maybe, I don't know if there's hasn't been much going on, or it could be camera getting recalibrated, something.
No, most likely there's just not going to be we usually go with pots on one table and then stay there unless something happens on the other table. And once we switch, so not to go back and forth too much. Just to show the interesting hands. Like this one here, we see Stephen Chitwick from a late position raising 65,000. Tan Xuan has 40 bigs.
Yeah.
Just always going to root for this guy. I don't have a clue what he's talking about, but it's always friendly. And he lets the chips do the talking most of the time. And Chitwick's just going to let it go.
Team Malaysia very strong.
Team Malaysia. Yeah, it's not. It's without this series, right? It's before this series, right?
Yeah, it's before the series.
I think Timothy Adams' username, not sure how much online he's playing these days, goes by Timothy. And as noted, had, oh, here we go, ask and receive, other table over here. Timothy has one of the more impressive 5-10 no limit 6 max graphs. When back in the day when there was a lot of cash games plentiful and going. His line was just linear to the moon at that. Like something I've never seen. I remember being impressed by maybe 2008 or 9 seeing it.
Yeah.
And I was just like, this guy
Same as Nano, by the way.
Yeah.
Randy Lou, also one of the most famous graphs. Just a straight line in the skies.
There he is, looking dapper, focused, not a hair out of place.
Good to see Malinovsky again.
Yeah, we saw him at the very beginning of this event at the featured table, and his name Limitless Online seems to have been playing very well. He made a nice hand value bet versus Chidwick. I remember with jacks on a 4 flush, got paid off by 6s. Lower flush, made a value bet there with a couple hands that could beat him ahead. And here he is on the bubble, just confidently raising the jungle limp. Man that's not scared of jungle man is a fearless man. Jungle looks like he's lost a couple chips. Less talkative as well. He doesn't have his Prince of Darkness with him to chat to. Maybe the other players aren't as engaging into his talks, but this is a strong table. And Michael Zhang, who we saw Nick Schulman benefit off a full double, 4-betting Queen Jack off and proceeding, is still in here too. At least one rebuy we know. Bonomo, the famous last word statement. He's back in now though. He's in the mix and looking to chisel out that 10 million gap between him and Bryn Kinney now. Bryn Kinney taking over the first place all-time money list. Justin Bonomo about 10 million out with just casual 45 million lifetime earnings, but 3 million pounds. Bryn Kinney said he would never relinquish this lead, and 3 million pounds carry the thing. That's like, yeah, it's close to 4 million. That would take a little chisel out of it, out of the lead.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, every tournament's gonna be a new battle. Definitely brought some people closer.
Yeah, no doubts. It's jumbled, and jungle, a little frustrating.
If a card flashes,
nonchalant fold. Seems visibly agitated.
If one player saw part of the card, the other didn't, he has an advantage. We should show the card so he doesn't have an advantage.
Maybe ask the floor if you don't know.
Bonomo.
Yeah, call the floor, please.
Breaks down the reasoning. That makes
quick
sense.
Explanation there.
Not his first exposed card situation.
Nope, sounded like it.
Seen this before.
Ready to step in.
And Limitless, thinking about shoving on the legend here, maybe. Or what his options are. Seidel has... 14.
I saw the red one too.
Why don't you just flip the card out? Why don't you just flip the card out?
Because the players involved are the one that saw the flash.
Yeah, they're both, but we're not sure about what card. We can
Why don't you just show both?
Picture and red, like with the information we could go. Like if we flip, like we're not sure what card actually. If they are 100%
The top
sure.
card. The top
Wow,
card.
Limitless thinking he might just
The top card is the red king.
fire home here. What's...
While we await this ruling, I can tell you one thing, guys.
How is that a reason not to show the card? If it flashes, why don't you just always show it?
Doesn't matter. But like, now that you're looking at it, you should show it no matter what, right? Because it could.
Yes.
Seidel's just enjoying life.
Seidel's like, come on, man, I have 8 deuce offsuit. What are we talking about here?
Certain color, a certain card that might not be in there. Like, that's actually worse that you looked at it.
He said, one thing. What is that, Lex?
One thing, if Malinovsky here, whatever he does, that's the correct move.
Right.
And that's sometimes like people see all-ins and they think, wow, that's something I wouldn't expect, or how could you do that in such a big tournament? But it doesn't matter, it's a numbers game. If you're in the small blind, you need to do whatever makes you the most money, and sometimes that could be going all-in, and he decides to call. So from this moment on, guys, in this situation, we call with Queen 3 offsuit.
Yeah, the stack situation, ICM-ish time coming up, 24 left.
I promise you, this man puts in the work.
And he is still going to have the best hand with Queen High. 6 actually a pretty good card for him because, like a 10, an 8, a jack could change if he was winning. He's not now a 6. If 6 doesn't make a pair even with on that 9977, gotta feel good. And Seidel sitting as one of the short stacks in the tournament, but he's been there before.
I wasn't sure what picture. So
That's why I wanted to like, oh, maybe it's
Like a male picture.
yeah, male picture.
And that's bad. You don't want that to happen.
It really has slowed down. We've been here a while now without any, even an all-in we've hardly seen. So
True, yeah.
they're covering the all-ins at outer tables. At least they have been so far today. On top of it, and went down to 24. Now I think also whenever it's like your point too, when they don't necessarily announce how many are left or whatever, it's like all of a sudden everything's happening, and then it's like, all right, redraw, refocus, go see this other stacks, figure out what's happening. Everyone sort of has a new kind of understanding of the situation, which can bring things to a halt a bit.
Got into the second most winningest player, right?
Yeah, I'm on life tilt now.
Well, he's laughing it off, but he was very
okay,
proud of
Glenn
making
has
that
the lead
list.
right
So,
now, but if I win the entire prize pool of this tournament, then I pass him.
Nice. What if you win this tournament and then win another tournament or something? Then
that wouldn't get
yes,
that would effectively
like
work.
that.
If I think if I won every remaining Triton tournament, including this one, I might pass him, maybe.
Wouldn't be enough, I don't think.
Oh yeah, if they had that, then I probably would.
Actually, the short deck hits a lot, right? Short deck will get
oh man,
be like 4
we're gonna see
million
bullets
first.
flying.
Yeah.
There's people with easy,
Right.
6-7 bullets.
I don't think I'll ever pass him.
People just laughing.
I plan on playing
Yeah,
less.
600
He
behind?
plans on
Yeah.
playing more.
I guess similar. You gotta encourage more million buy-ins then. You gotta encourage more.
Yeah.
5 million buy-ins.
Oh.
5
Someone's gotta up it now.
That's just.
We don't have to go 5x. We can go 2x first.
You gotta make it hurt for Brent. He'll have 90% of himself in that tournament. The next highest person will have like 0.03%.
You want to make sure he can't enter the next tournament after.
Everyone will have a lot of crossbooks.
Exactly. Not only will he have 90%, he'll have crossbook the world as well.
Not even just last on a crossbook.
You gotta give that guy credit.
Yeah, man. It's crazy.
55.
That's 55.
Ja. Oh. Oh. 真的发出来。
Oh, we do see an all-in right here.
You wanted no spades? Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, clearly nobody had spades.
Look at this hand.
That is crazy.
Chidwick is human. He has a. He did get a.
Going confident.
King bleeds.
Easy win. No need queen, just spades. Just
Sick
go for a
spot
flush.
to get aces. You see though, what he was like 9-10% pre-flop. It does happen.
你的股份呢？还是多余的股份？
Got a big hand over here too. Big spot with the stack size. Look at these guys' stack sizes. They both have very vulnerable stacks here. Not a lot of big blinds behind for each. You got to feel 2 8s is feeling pretty good in this spot. Wow. Nikita. Thinking he's going to put pressure on a lot of 6s, maybe, or 3s that would defend. Oh, I'm sorry, it's an under the gun raise, and then, okay, and then a defend on the dealer button. So even more interesting of a spot. Sort of a really tough spot with the 8s, Lex. I mean, you're either good or you're not, right? That's what it comes down to.
Yeah. And this is another one of those spots where Bajakowski's just saying, I raised under the gun. I was gonna fire at it. People don't really bluff these boards, but that's exactly the reason why I can get some folds, and it's a trend that we see in a lot of these hands, and you gotta put some respect on it. Like Bajakowski is not really gonna be messing about with this stack this close to the money, raising off a 20 big blind stack. But he's capable.
Just the flat call. He actually, he still has 6 outs, 1 to comes, 14% roughly. But the question is on a 7, on a
yeah, I want to see a brick.
Jack, on a queen.
I want to see a brick. I want to see a 9.
Yeah.
I just want to, because it keeps it most marginal. It's easier to get folds when the river's a queen. I want to see what Bajakowski does on like a 9, or see, like, this is, if you're gonna keep betting, then this card.
This is actually a fantastic bluff card.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, for him, because he has ace king for bluffs. He's got a lot of things now that it's just like if you're Malinowski, it's tough here.
Yeah, that's also what's nice too is for Bajikowski. Not only does his bluffs get there because he hits the king, but he could also already have queens and jacks and he just be going all in the same way. Because Malinowski is just not going to have the king very often.
Yeah, you can't really hold on with king queen on the turn, right? So it's like he doesn't really have ever other than like a trapped aces.
Yeah, he could have like king jack of clubs or something, but that's about it as far as kings go. And you're right, he could still trap definitely from these stack sizes.
But the thing is, though, Nikita does block aces with an ace, and I don't know on kings if you get that cute, like on the turn, the stack depths, you might just put it in. So, I mean, it's interesting stuff. This is not a brick, but it's also a interesting card, and he doesn't shell it. And this is going to be a very relieved Malinowski to check back here.
I can't imagine we're going to see a bet there.
Yeah, that would blow my mind.
This would be like the next level value bet.
Oh my, value or even like, is he ever? Yeah, because he's not really trying to bluff queens or jacks.
There's no point in bluffing here. You're going to be good so often that.
Did he bet?
I think he put in a time bank.
Okay. Wow. I mean, does he ever in a million years think like he's getting like 9s, 10s, jacks to fold? Or
Man, I'm sorry. If he gets called here, this is like one of the plays of the tournament for me, honestly. It's I don't think he's trying to make 9s and 10s fold. Because he's just going to win too often against
these hands, yeah.
This hand.
And Nikita might think he got somehow binked, like, yeah, king somehow clubs or something, like a king of random king clubs.
You know,
I mean,
you know what's super interesting is that if he's not going to expect Nikita to check any strong hand, right? Why would he? Any hand is better. Think about it. Like, okay, maybe 9s, possibly 10s, but anything better than that, from jacks all the way up to king X or better, would just go all in for value because, you know, your opponent's going to check behind a lot. I mean, I don't know, like Victor Malinowski really showing why he belongs in this field here. That's incredible. I really hope he gets paid off. All right.
Nikita finds a fold.
Man, that's cool.
Yeah, very interesting.
Like we said, you know, nobody is the best in the world because they win aces versus queens at the last 15, but people are the best in the world because they pull moves like this.
Yeah, very interesting.
We're just sitting here and we're both like, wait, what?
Yeah,
He's grabbing chips, you know, and then you start thinking about it, it's like, oh, wow. You know, because oftentimes I think one of the big mistakes that people have in poker is they'll see something that they're not used to, and then they'll think, oh, that's bad because I don't do that.
Yeah.
Where if you see these guys play, and these guys are obviously the best in the world, when they do something, or you play in certain games where you know a guy is winning a lot, if they do something that is out of the ordinary, you have to try and think, what is the reasoning behind it? And then you could still decide it's not for me or I don't agree with the strategy, but like we just learned something there, right?
Yep,
like he just thinks, you know, he's gonna shove all his value hands, so here will call me with ace queen then.
That would be one I'd love to hear his thought process on the river, though. For a lot of the reasons mentioned, just seeing that is it's fun. It's fun to be here. It's fun to watch. It's fun to be front row to this. This is great.
Yeah.
This really is fun. It's an exciting time in the tournament.
Yeah, in the end, this guy is playing 100K, you know, and the people that are watching are not. And he got there by grinding there, so.
Excuse me, could I please just have a cup of hot water? Yeah, thank you.
Seidel finds a big hand here. Really easy jam for him in this spot, even though it's just never fun to be at risk right before. But, I mean, this is a cutoff versus dealer button. His stack size is perfect. 13 blinds. He does have fold equity, and you know, this is one where it's on. Malinowski doesn't quite have enough here, I don't think. It's just so much. There's a lot of his stack. He does have 60 out there. You know, Seidel could be shoving suited broadways. That's a possible shove. So he's going to do a little accounting, think about it, but definitely not one he's loving.
Also kind of comes back to, you know, how often does he expect Seidel to be messing about here. Like you said, the bubble plays into it.
So it's actually only 340 more. If he calls and is wrong, he still has 650, which is 20 blinds. But, you know, is he at Seidel shove sevens? Probably. Is he shoving the king queen suiteds and stuff? I mean, this probably shoves king queen suited, queen jack suited. Cut off first button. He's in the tank, and let's see, it's about 340. So it's 11 more blinds to call. He's doing the math.
Fair call.
He does put it in. Seidel knows that he's in good shape, but also at risk. 1 out of 3 he will lose, roughly. Still a pretty good spot to put your money in. Let's go to the flop here. There's an ace, so Seidel sees the grim news. He's been playing for almost 2 days. Gonna need to re-catch up, and he's not gonna do it. We're gonna lose the legend, Eric Seidel, falling short, 24th place. Got it in good, and you see that's part of the math. It's like he knows that he's not gonna have the best hand all the time, most of the time, but how much he had to call, how much his stack still is if he loses, situations where he's ahead, the times when he's dominated, just like that. Poker is fun.
They have a WSOP circuit.
Most of the time.
He cashed for like 100. Yeah.
Chidwick started with a flush draw, ends up with top pair.
He plays most of it too.
Yeah.
Just goes for a straight 1/3 pot river bet, and he's gonna get called. Does miss his flush, but gets a nice card. Maybe even gets paid because of it. The king non-diamond come out. The only hand for that price gets the affordable price. I think something we're seeing is Stephen Chidwick really dictates pot sizes. He really constructs pots nicely. You've mentioned that he likes to bet small in the flop, bomb turns when he's in position and stuff, and just in certain river situations, spots where the board's tricky, he doesn't know. He gets bets where he freezes opponents, doesn't really let them, you know, value bet him maybe or get raised. So it's you saw him get an aces to ace queen suited. He lost, and he would have even more chips. But just constantly see him continually, consistently making great decisions.
Sounds like the slow rolling wheel.
Yeah, I mean, every pot against Chidwick is just a headache, it seems.
Tournament? Is that what you mean?
Yeah. Although now we are at 23, so I guess somebody at that table.
I don't see Eric anymore.
Someone mentioned that his name might be Grimstar, but we're told Limitless. It's confirmed.
No, that's a troll. It's Limitless.
Ike Haxton, we saw him drive some 4s when he had around 3 million into Chidwick, who made a nice bluff with King Jack, another pretty cool hand. Here he has the Ace King in late position with the big stack. Tan Xuan, this could be fun. I don't know how many folds he has in the big blind. Stephen Chidwick had a playable hand. Tan Xuan, that's a fun one. Tan Xuan, healthy stack too, 1.7 million. Pretty sure this is gonna go call and then see a flop. Let's see what we got. It's got a Jack-9 suited, just looks powerful here.
That's a great window cards.
Ton of possibility. Gut shot, 2 overs.
Remember yesterday in day 1 in the main event, Tan Xuan went all in on this board with a flush draw. Exactly, 8-7-4, 2 spades. He went all in with a flush draw. And then Paul Poix actually called him with the Jack-9 high.
Oh, I think it was Richard Young.
No, it was Paul Poix, yeah.
You sure?
Mm-hmm. Because then Paul was talking about wanting to have a big stack again. Doesn't matter, but...
Yeah, I remember. I do remember. It was Jack-9 and Jack-9 of clubs, right? Was ahead?
Yeah, exactly.
And he had Jack-5 of spades. Yeah, that's right. I just don't remember which one it was against. But that is That is a beautiful looking card if you're Tan Xuan into the Nutter Butters. It's hard to have the nuts on the turn in a pot out of the big blind, but a little bit unlucky for him. Ike just has ace king high. If he had aces, because he wasn't going away on the flop, that's for sure, with whatever Ike did. And he's going to lead out. Ike's got a key card here. He does have the ace of spades. He's thinking Tan Xuan, his reputation, I'm sure he's done his homework. He knows that Tan Xuan's a capable player. He's thinking, what hands does he have? And I think he's got to stick on here just based on Tan Xuan. This is where his reputation can pay off for him. When he makes hands, he's going to get some calls that maybe some people would say, you know what, I'm not interested. It's too dicey a board. I'm just like hoping. But Ike may have think that Tan is just capable here of having some queen jacks and other hands, but he does release it. Good fold from Ike.
I was doubling up my 300K to 600K and then getting it back down to 300 already twice. That's the third time.
You still have
That's
9
all in.
I already spent a couple.
That's a big flop for ace-6 suited, but also queen jack's got possibilities. So
Speaking of 6,
he's got things happening, and Bonham will try to get one home there. Tried to wheel it in, he doesn't.
Too many lives being wasted.
That's an expensive pot for him. He's down to 20 big blinds himself now.
Only has 600.
Not great.
Yeah. We haven't seen Sosia Jang involved tangoing too much here. She did have the table lead 1.6. Nano Noko also looks very healthy still. These are two of the more impressive, maybe up and coming, if you will. I don't know if it's fair to even say up and coming, but in the last couple of years just seem to burst on the scene and do very well. Ben Heath and Michael Soisa. Soisa got in that £1 million tournament and final table to 25K 6 max, so he's had an active week.
He was going to do sightseeing. When he woke up, he's like, nope, you're playing the Millie.
It's a good call-up. It's very similar, kind of like getting called up to the Yankees, right? You're in spring training, and then you just get like, oh, you're going to the show. It's a pretty big shock. You know it's possible, but you just don't think it could happen until you see it.
At every table, we have some of the world's best battling it out. No hands are easy. Soisa just always with stacks. This guy is so good.
Yeah.
Ooh, let's see. Michael Zhang.
Michael Zhang rocking those fresh Triton hoodies over there.
There's so many different ones too.
Yeah.
All different styles and
a lot of variations in colors. It's cool. Jungle's got a big hand here.
Yeah,
Pairing
it's
a
about as
flush
good as it
draw.
gets.
Yeah, out of the big blind. And he knows Michael Zhang's got a wide range on the button as well. He may just be thinking about pumping it in. It's interesting when he bets his mid-pair, deny equity, but he's kind of realizing the reality that like he has an 8, so what is Jungle repping here? Is he gonna raise? Like he may just have exactly a flush draw. He happens to have a pair with it, but you know how many hands is he? If he has like a, depending on what king, is he gonna check raise just a weak king? I don't know.
He could, and then there's some cool lines if you just check raise and then you check turns, and we see people be so sticky. If they have ace high, any kind of backdoor, they just call. So sometimes it's like a fake bluff attempt. You check raise the flop and then you check the fake giving up.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, these guys go
They
so
got
deep.
tricks. Yeah, this is sure a lot of history. Jungle knows Zhang. Michael Zhang is a high stakes online tournament player. I'm sure they butted heads several times. In this particular card, I don't know if Zhang's gonna buy what he's selling if he goes for it, but check, check. Wow, that is the one that is just...
Yeah, that is the out.
That's... Well, yeah, for sure.
I mean, Zhang does know that Jungleman will also just randomly show up with some 5-deuce suited here. Well, I guess 5-deuce is obviously a boat, but he knows that there are some deuces that he could check raise sometimes. We saw Linus do something similar.
Yeah, even Bonomo 2 in the million where he bottom pair check raised.
Exactly,
and then, but he shelled off here. Jungleman doesn't. He's got to love this card. That's for sure. 485. The question is how much. Does he go all in? But Zhang's stack is sort of short. Maybe goes like, yeah, I don't know. He's going to have to go something decent. 250, 300. Jungle. What's going on in the Jungle's head? He just willed in that deuce. Going 2. Or is all of it? Most of it. Leaves a little behind. Does a little funny leave behind. Not one chip, but it's something. Got call. He made a nice call to check raise. Decided to check back the turn. Got a pretty good run out if he thought he was good on the flop. It would leave him if he calls and is incorrect, which we know he would be. Would leave him with 13 big blinds. He would have 400,000. 30K big blind, 300, yeah, just over 13 blinds, so vulnerable position, 23 left. Their pictures sort of tell the story of this hand. Look at Jungle's little picture in the circle. It's all cheery and smiley. Zhang doesn't like what's going on. A lot of time bank chips coming out. In my mind, the more time banks I see, the more likely they call. I think you just feel like you've lost a lot of time banks, chips. It just seems like, in history, my experience at least, it seems that people generally call that the more time banks they invest, but that's not always the case, of course. He seems like he really feels like he has a flush draw. You know, that's like what he's spinning. I think we're going to see him make the call, but it's great players, do great things. And great fold.
Nice.
It's a bit spicy. It's a bit spicy. I'll show you now or wait?
Sure, it's entertainment. Entertainment.
You aren't going to find out anyway.
Show the 10 of clubs, General.
How much you play now in there? Like 1?
Oh, man. Nice fold from Zhang. Mr. Zhang. He is gonna ultimately make a good fold. Well, what almost as good as it could go. He called when he was ahead, folded when he was behind, and if they had got it in at that point somehow,
now it's okay.
Jungle would have
play like
been
1 mil now, right? Something like
eliminating
that,
a player. Hope you guys are enjoying the coverage out there. This is on many platforms, Twitch. Big shout out. You guys know Lex on Twitch, obviously. Stream as well. And we really appreciate it. Love the comments. Love the feedback. Love that you're having a good time. I think this is broadcast all over the world. Replays go up on YouTube. There's a Mandarin broadcast as well. Just the highest quality production possible. Really big cheers to Triton. It's my first series. I know Nanonoko and Lex have done numerous before. They've said how much they love it, and I see why. Just an absolute treat of a production setup here, and they really thought of everything. Even the time bank color coordinated boxes where you get 20 seconds pre-flop, 25 on the flop and turn, 30 on the river. James Dempsey, Andy, Paul S., all the boys making this happen. Of course, the co-founders, Richard Young and Paul Pois. This is a high-stakes playground and party poker coming along with Rob Young partnering up here to make this possible. And if you're going to be in the area, there is a combination hybrid coming up here next week at the King's Casino in Rosvedov. I didn't even know this until this week, that there is a 100K Triton event at that million stop, as well as a 25K short deck. I will be there playing the millions. I hope you guys are in the area and are able to play, or if not, there will be coverage. And never been to King's, never been out that way. Gonna check it out. About an hour flight from here, so. Love the Triton action. There's more to come. You can also check out their websites. There's talk that I believe different size buy-ins, maybe some 5, 10Ks, other stuff at future Triton stops and places. So they really do take in feedback and look to expand. Hope to see you guys on the next one. I just love it. So with the mask, to give you a little bit of just an idea, I don't believe she's wearing that. I saw her cough a bit earlier. I think she mentioned she's not feeling completely well. We did see her in the £1 million. Yes, she did play the £1 million, the only female that entered that competition, and she did not have a mask at that time. So I'd imagine it's more for the other people.
Okay.
How do you pronounce it? Zhang? It's Michael Zhang?
Yeah, Zhang.
Zhang, cool. Just making sure.
Yeah. So pretty cool to see Kuznetsov limp before the flop. As Jeff said earlier, if these guys limp with Jack 10 and Jack 9 and all that stuff, they're going to limp with some strong hands too. And we see Truth Teller demonstrate exactly that.
Yeah, he's got a hand here. Still feels like he can have the best hand. Board gets a little bit worse and worse, but still going to be in the lead. This is a spot where I just wonder if someone's going to take a stab. I mean, he's going to be happy to check back 2 9s here. Check. 10-4 off. Checking. 2 9's going to be good. We haven't seen the outer table. Have you seen? I haven't seen an update on the chip stack, the other table, but still 23 left. Not a lot of movement.
Yeah, that just means probably that some big stacks opening pots.
I'm button.
Yeah.
We see it here too, right? It's not
Yeah.
not any explosive action. We usually show the really big pots where people's lives are at risk on the other tables.
There it is. Look at that. You got
Matthias
a look at what's
Eibinger.
going on.
Luke Greenwood's still in two. Paul Poit, Michael Soysa now at the table.
If I raise pre-flop, though, it's not going anywhere, so...
No.
Or like, I'm not getting a chance to bad
Luke's on the
BK or
shorter
anything.
side.
It's not a set.
Is the limp raise, not the limp fall coming?
No, it's not the limp fold coming.
It's not the limp fall.
Yeah.
If I limp, though, and I check it down, I win 5 of those lines.
Dan Chuan got an impressive stack still. Been pretty quiet here.
Yeah.
So I'm open 8-5 suited on the gun not long ago. Definitely likes to play hands. One of the Greenwood brothers, both still in, 23 left. Two of the brothers. Like saying, man, don't you? Table captain, I got the button opening here. Takes a look around.
$260.
Upstairs. It's one of that, similar to that hand we were talking about, Ace Jack with the suited, unsuited, a nice Broadway hand here to D flat, to 3-bet. It's, Greenwood's got a big stack too. He's going right up against a similar, almost the exact same stack size of Greenwood.
Yeah, this goes back to what we said before too. Even though Greenwood had a little bit of the advantage, we, still Ike gonna be table captaining a little bit more because of his position. But Greenwood has a pretty solid hand here, so he will take a flop. And here comes into play the advantage of actually raising with these hands.
Wow. Yeah.
Well, it does flop a really strong flush draw. But if it just comes ace 4 deuce, then Ike is the one that's going to take down the pot most of the time because he has the initiative, giving him most ace combinations and the strongest ones. Ike's got to be very pleased with this flop.
He is, and at the same time, he's realized his hands like, some pairs may stick on, and it's. Greenwood does have the king of clubs. See, it's going to spark his interest a bit more, but not easy to continue here with king queen high, facing a 3-bet from Mike Haxton and seeing an ace-ace flop.
Yeah, he still call 1/5 pot. It might be something that makes him consider king of clubs.
The sick part is if he does call and let's say a club rolls off, definitely when he flats king queen off, I think if a club were to come, it'd be definitely a credible way to rep, right? What the Broadway's like, he can't anticipate his opponent's 3-betting him with a Broadway flush draw. So in this particular scenario, if a club rolls off, if he starts going crazy with it and he's betting into what he's repping, Ike would have a hand that he can't fold. So it could get pretty sick, but he does just pick it up. So
I handed my time chip in pre-flop, right?
a nice executed hand from Ike. Wouldn't have been the craziest thing to see a 4-bet either. The king queen off. I think a good hand that he could do there on Ike, and that would have happened to work. But poker is not always easy, and there we see position being executed nicely. from Ike Haxton.
Sometime I should just spend a few days just like calculating 3-bet sizes. Make a spreadsheet or something. I don't burn time banks figuring out what a pot size range is. It's like most of my time bank.
Write them all on your hand. Or maybe down the arm. Get a big tattoo.
Cheat like a quarterback in a football game.
Yeah. That's actually a good idea. Yeah, just sleeve.
Get a custom designer one, like Bryn's, you know?
Yeah. Of Syracuse.
Well, we saw Haxton with Queen Jack suited in action before him. Got to imagine the Queen 10 suited. He's going to open here on the cutoff.
I have like 1.5.
Just doing a little counting on some of these other stack sizes here.
Wait, 80,000.
So he's going with the min raise. And Wylong Chan with 2 threes on the dealer puck with 25 blinds. This is one of those late position raises. It's on a late position open. It's got options. Does fold.
Definitely has options. Like if he's a little bit shorter, he's just ripping that in.
Tim Adams has the best hand. One of the things about defending in a big blind in these late position opens, you're just going to be winning a lot. Guys are opening, Ike's going to open 6-7 suited, 8-9 suited, Jack 10s, Queen 10, Queen Jack, and King 3. It's hard to play, especially offsuit, but Tim very comfortable peeling here and knows the situation. No, Ike has a big stack. And Ike's connecting with some flops right now. Does Ike have a Triton title? He's got. I remember hearing he got second and second last tour, so he's got some. He's got some scores.
I don't remember.
It's hard to win.
65.
Seeing a lot of this table here. Now, do you think the £1 million got 54? Was it some of the players that didn't get in that maybe wanted to? Was it a function of just not enough businessmen, the pairing? So do you know? Did you hear kind of the list? Was there maybe 5, 10, 20 guys?
No, it wasn't that many. I mean, there's a lot of people who say now, I wish I would have played and stuff. But
right.
There wasn't too many, honestly. So I mean, you know, you're not talking about like 30 people.
Yeah.
So it's.
I mean, I could think of a handful. I could think of 10 guys off the top of my head. Even some of them that are here that probably wanted to play that didn't get to play. I know. Heard Linus Love, I think, was one. Maybe wanted to get in there.
Yeah, he for sure is just gonna be here, hang around. Maybe he'll get invited or something, you know.
Yeah.
So some business guys were in direct contact with the pro that they wanted to bring because they have like a favorite player or something, and then there were also just business guys that wanted to play, and then it was like this pool of players that let Triton know that they wanted to play, and then the pro could just pick from that pool. So
yeah.
pretty tense moment for the players. 190,000 pound bubble. Only 6 players have to bust to get there. 4 tables. 3 tables. Last 3 tables, yeah.
And again, these situations you just never know. It can go very fast or take a while. Generally, it does slow down, but we saw here why King Yong get it in with ace queen suited. Can't blame him. Found a double versus aces, I mean, that's a player that would be down at 22. It's just, you know, those things add up. The stat, and then you have big stack that kind of tightens up, narrows things. If there's guys on 25, 30 blinds or the short stacks, it's not. Guys aren't just rushing to get it in. So we're you know, there's a lot of experience here. People are used to it. Sometimes bubbles, one person can take hours, or you could have a 6-person bubble take 30 minutes. So you just don't know. And this is supposed to be a 2-day tournament. Looks like it's going to be a 3-day most likely. I don't see how this is going to finish.
I think so. I think we're going to get down to a reasonable amount of players, or the final table. It's booked as a 2-day tournament. But again, it's one of the beauties of these series, if it just changes a little bit scheduling-wise. I mean, the 25K was supposed to be a 1-day at the first day, but then so many people showed up that they decided to make it a
and what was the size?
2-day, playing the final table after the £1 million one. Wow, what a flop. Kuznetsov got some nice relief, possibly.
He certainly was not winning before the flop. We see Jack alone was ahead. Now it's not. See check back, and could potentially bring a flush draw here. Jack 7 of diamonds would be the most interesting situation.
Who knows? Maybe he has 2 diamonds.
Yeah, R7. He's definitely thinking. Just gonna see, get to the river here.
It's not a great cards. I mean, he upgrades his hand. He goes from trips to straights. I just feel like he's gonna get paid off more when he still only has the trips. It's just another scare card for Ten Schwen. All the gut shells at bet make a pair.
See a check, so just a matter of how much. I've seen True Teller here, Timofey, do some very creative bets and over bets in situations, and you just never know what he's going to do exactly. He's really good at sizing up his opponent's hands. As you said, this isn't the best card. Yeah, he's got a winner, at least a chop, as we can see at worst, but it sort of just takes away the disguisedness of his hand.
Oh, he's gonna overbet.
Yeah, I've seen this from him a ton.
That's cool. Maybe he thinks in his mind, you know what? If you have ace high, you're gonna fold anyway on this board. But if you don't have ace high, what if he has a 9 or a 6? You know, he's quickly gonna release it. But it's really, really thoughtful there. Long days. Ten Schwen, of course, battling in the cash games till late at night. It's actually his main focus. Ben Heath involved in an all-in situation. Somebody got lucky. So far, it doesn't look to be Ben. Maybe, I don't know, we'll see. The cards are on the left side and Ben is in seat 1, so that's usually how they put him down. So, looks like Eibinger lost there with the queens. You see Liang Zhu there as well as Luke Greenwood on the table. Michael Soy's a tough table. Chidwick opening. Chidwick has about a little over 40 big blinds. 10 Schwen, 45. He is dominated.
That tournament, very many fish.
These two guys heads up to
That
the flop.
tournament, very
10
many
Schwen
fish.
with position. Chidwick with the better
Look.
hand.
Oh, VIP. Who's that? Who's that? That tournament probably Mr. Sun proceeded. Mr. Sun? No, maybe too small for Mr. 6 to play good, I think. I think the small Mr. 6 may be a big problem. Yeah, I would like to book 1000% of Mr. 6 in that tournament.
Check to the river.
Is it actually working? I hope to have something like that.
Loses a little bit. Neither player puts in much action. Jungleman here from the hijack. King 8 of hearts. We got Mr. Randy Lou in the big blinds. He's lost a few chips, it seems.
You have black chips?
Full black.
Randy on 30 bigs. One of the co-commentators here. Randy's been involved with Triton from the start. It's a reasonable board for Randy. He flops a gut shot. Jungleman raising from mid position. Jungleman has a little over 20 big blinds behind. So both guys are okay, but definitely not very comfortable near the bubble. I like the check call from Randy there. That's gonna give Jungleman a gut shot too, but he's generally not gonna like this card very much. I mean, if he was ahead at all, some sevens give Randy the win. It's just a pretty bad board. The King 8 of Hearts does have some good turns, of course, with the backdoor flush draws and backdoor straight draws. Wow. Great read by Jungleman. He's gonna put it to the test, and it's gonna be really tough for Randy to maneuver through this hand now. Really good bet. Absolute whiff. He has a gut shot. Gets it done though. Nice play by Jungleman.
Am I the only one who levels themselves super hard with like tells and shit for myself?
I've done it before.
Huh?
I've done it before.
I like do a lot of random shit or think people have tells for weird reasons and
They just show you ace king top head or kicker.
well, it ends up mostly not being true.
That's the
conclusion I end up coming to, but it still fucks with my head so hard all the time. Like, oh, I did this one hand, and maybe they think bad, and I did this.
It doesn't really fuck with me much anymore. It did a lot before, but
huh?
Doesn't fuck with me much anymore. It used to fuck with me a lot.
It fucks with me non-stop.
I think it's ingrained in all of us. Or as poker players, it's ingrained in it. No matter how much I want to fold, I always have this inner Chinese person saying, "Cool, cool." Cool.
Yeah,
I have to
you
like
have to
oppress
fight
it. I have to
the
oppress it.
Fight the station.
Yeah.
It's Michael Zhang's turn with Queen 8 on the big. Alright, outer table action. Haven't seen many all-ins so far. It looks like ace, I'm gonna say 5. I'm really bad at reading cards like that. Haha. Ace 5 of spades against 10-9. Wow, what a flop. Ace 5 is gonna need a 10. Bring this one home. And that's the end of Daniel Divorce. GG. I think we see people getting ready for the 25k short deck event as well. Alright, so Michael Zhang with a little bit more potential on the flop, but look at this. Malinovsky with top set. Makes a small bet, lots of hands he can get called by.
$155.
And here we go. Michael Zhang committing. He's gonna get a lot of folds from high card hands. Wow, that gives Michael Zhang more outs. He's going to be happy with that card. He has 405,000 behind, 530 in the middle. He's going to go all in, get insta calls. Man, Malinovsky's not going to be happy to see this. Look at that, 30% against top set. Wow, he gets there. The spade will do it.
How much was it?
MC Zhang.
430.
Rough hand there for Viktor Malinovsky.
Bra.
Bratishka.
You were big blind last time? In that hand?
I was big blind, yes.
Okay.
Tough hand for Limitless. Some really short stacks at this table. Pachikowski, Justin Bonamo. Both not doing great.
We move into level 4 in the 25k short deck. We're staying on the same level until 2000 bottom 4000.
我们现在进入第4轮，我们的25000短牌，我们的强制注还是2000，诸位还是4000。
See Randy open it up on the button.
260.
Man, Zhang does some really cool stuff, I have to say. She's involved in some big hands. She's makes some really cool overbets. Absolutely fearless. Check call the flop against Pendling in the 1 million with ace high in a 4-bet pot. Ended up working out for her too. She is here to play.
There's no dinner break for us today, right? I don't know actually. Probably is.
I would expect that for
There wasn't one on the
245.
Oh.
245,000.
Some strong ace high hands battling it out here. Weiken Yong. Man, all these guys have 1.1 million. This is tough. Adams is raising from early position, so that's going to be a concern for Weiken Yong. He is going to go all in. This gives Adams a really nice out in the hand. 30 big blinds. That's a relatively easy fold. Kuznetsov not going to go anywhere. Fair fight.
Easy.
No spades. No spades this week. I feel like
I'm not sure who has more chips.
Yeah, Weiken Yong won ace queen suited versus aces earlier against Stephen Chidwick.
Yeah, we do. We should spend more time with our feet up on the table. Maybe they give us one.
So far, so good again.
Oh, it's an affiliate deal. Sign up with my code.
There's a spade though. Straight. Straight for Wyken Young.
Yeah. Top speed. Just go so I can come quicker.
Big needle.
150. 1.19.
Yeah, I have less, I think. Yeah.
Good game. Yeah, they were.
Because of this.
Alright, we say goodbye to Timofey Kuznetsov.
I'll make it happen.
Thank you.
GG showers. Close to the money.
1,000,009.
He's making sure. Covered him by a little bit. Oh.
I thought they were saying that's what that 20 was. I thought they were saying the 20K was.
Get out.
No, that was the amount.
Checking to see if it was indeed covering him.
Well,
Alright, so field is down to 21, I believe, with Daniel DeVoris busting as well.
never mind, that makes no sense.
Greenwood still on a big stack. 2.4 million, 60 bigs. He's been hovering around the 2.5 million mark for ages. He's been in the top 3 of the chip counts almost all day.
Yeah, I guess. Unlikely my master plan is going to work out. So.
Seems like the master plan is in trouble.
Yeah. Lately, everyone at the table should have been helping me out here too. I'm not good blind.
Is it collusion for you to tell them?
I guess the EV doesn't change. It doesn't really matter, right?
Oh.
Because either I'm like get away.
You're easier to catch.
That's true. Yeah.
It just has to be good catching off your table.
Yeah, that's true.
Wyken Young now also joins the 2.5 milli club. Big stack for him. Gonna use that. That's kind of what I mean. This is not something you would see people open a lot with people like Sam Greenwood and Isaac Haxton behind you, right? Because they're gonna put pressure on you. They're gonna play a little bit looser because of their position, and they cover you by a little bit. So that's just normally where people kind of skip that one with King 10 offsuit. And as predicted, Wyken Young is not gonna fall for that. Wei Long Chen, big hand for him. 30 bigs, gonna take it down, print some money. Easy.
Sam, are you about to sit down in my chair?
Want those chips? I think so.
North America.
Good hands here for Greenwoods. Pocket nines, very solid. It's nice too to open this because you can pick off some short stacks at the same time. If you get re-raised by a big stack behind you, you get the call. Pretty easy to play pairs like that. Of course, there's going to be some dodgy situations, but if you hit, you never have to let go.
Yeah, full your head. That's good. UTG too bad. Never English shit.
So Tenchuan not going to hit many nines, neither does he want to.
Just that. UTG.
Greenwood at the diamond.
You play the top 10, let's see how you play nines. I mean, it's a sweet video.
What was it? Nuts.
Huh? Nuts, yeah.
$60?
60,000.
Top. Coming down in 10.
Just 10 So 3 more.
Takes it down. Quick and easy. Tough table this. Really high level play.
Do something.
Come up like a couple times a year.
Luke Greenwood. Looks like he's all in at risk. Well, so far so good. Rubbing his hands. Yeah, don't do that. Famous last words situation. It actually seems like he had sometimes they put the cards down, a little bit confusing. I always think that if the guy's sitting on the right, put the all-in cards on the right. But Paul Poit. Oh. Is that actually what happened? Yeah. It is, so I was wrong. So it was Eibinger with the ace-queen. Takes out Luke Greenwood. So dwindling down, 17 people in the money, £190,000.
I wonder who's the most serious at the table.
Who's the most serious?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Definitely not me.
All in?
I think I'm the least serious at this table.
It's gotta be Makita or Justin.
Give me a
It's gotta be Makita or Justin, sure. Could be me? Is it me? I don't think it's me.
Very
Maybe
annoying
it
against
could be just a
15
bottom
big
out.
blinds.
Nikita for sure.
It's gonna be easy against 10 big blinds, and it's gonna be tough in the middle. How much is that? Remember
when I called you a sexy fish yesterday?
425.
You really did look like a sexy fish too.
Seems like the size I have to go for.
Alright.
425.
Some people are into that, so I don't know.
I mean, most people associate fish with not being that attractive. So if you can be a sexy fish, it's hard to pull off. That's a compliment for sure.
Yeah, I mean,
Not that conversation again.
Well,
Alright, Mikita's gonna call. Great news for Malinovsky. He can make a comeback here.
Again.
Oh, that's a bad omen for someone.
Jungle.
Oh, jungle.
Least
jungle.
serious for sure.
He's just trying to make a point.
I saw the ace 4 and I thought, oh, what?
Aces.
Get some extra outs. Bank of 4. This could leave Makita crippled. Ooh, that's all she wrote. 7. All right, Makita down to 4.
It was 425, right?
4 big blinds.
Drawing dead, right?
It reminds me of 1 million.
You say you're the most aggressive, but you say spice, you just have trips.
You had used I mean spice on the flop.
No, it's not spice.
What you folded?
Spicy on the flop, I had
Mine because you see.
I had 7-8 with a 7 of clubs.
Michael, can I get some?
Yeah, sure.
That's a classic nit move. Play super tight, never bluff, and then use your table talk, make it seem like you're crazy.
Exactly. And now he gives a speech about being the most aggressive on the table.
Like when you come up with the screen name Jungle Man, it's because you're a nit and you want to get paid off.
Listen,
Listen. We can see the whole cards, buddy.
I didn't say I was the most aggressive. I was just thinking about who's the most aggressive player at the table. I didn't say I was the most aggressive player at the table. I was just saying, I care about that stuff. I started caring after watching the episode when Jared asked Patrick. I don't know if anyone knows what I'm talking about.
No clue.
No.
Well,
Nobody.
Patrick was losing his ass, on some TV game, and Jared asks him, or tells him, he's complimenting him. He says he's the most aggressive player at the table.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, just and he just gets blanked. Oh, it's the best scene of all time.
And then later on, Patrick says this guy is such an idiot. I want to punch him. Something like that.
And then everyone at the table just looks funny.
I didn't know what Jared you were talking about before, but I think I know now.
Yeah, I thought you were gonna. Yeah, that's the best. He's got that removed from YouTube. They can't find it anymore. I've got it somewhere.
What?
He got it removed from YouTube.
Oh, he did?
I think it has. Yeah. You must have asked someone because it's not on there anymore.
Really? I could have sworn I watched it relatively recently.
Patrick, I think you're the most aggressive player at this table.
So Randy down to 20 bigs. Good blind defend for him.
So what?
Queen
He
jack
says so
offsuit.
what? He says so what, doesn't he?
He says who cares? I'm
Who
losing
cares?
big or
Man, Randy really card that, not hitting flops. He had a great calling hand against Jungle Man, but Jungle Man made a great bluff for the turn.
I think Martin said, "Do I look stupid to you?" And Igor says, "Yeah, sometimes." I was on stream in the million.
Oh, nice.
60,000.
So we see the field. 20 players left out of 130. Randy still battling. So close to the money. 3 players have to bust. I mean, Makita has 3 big blinds. There's going to be some shorties at the other tables too.
Also, by the way, just because they make moves doesn't mean I'm not allowed to have it sometimes.
You're not allowed to defend yourself, right?
Well, I just realized that. I didn't really have to defend myself because I never said anything that wasn't true.
Alright, so no antes for Makita the next 5-6 hands. He can try and pick a spot with his last 4 big blinds. Ooh, good hand for Randy here. I think all options are okay. Shove, raise, limp.
I'm going to be spicier than I am aggressive, but sometimes I'm aggressive, and I'm definitely allowed to have it. I think we can all agree
Alright,
on that last
takes it
part
down.
What's the
at
last
least.
Good, good.
Huh?
What was the last part?
That I'm allowed to have it.
Yeah, you can agree on that.
I think I'm pretty spicy. I think I'm the spiciest player at this table. I'm not sure. That's still up for grabs.
I can be spicy.
You can be spicy?
Sometimes though.
Spice me up with that 9 offsuit.
I did. That was spicy.
There was some spice added to that one. I was tilted.
What did you call?
Huh?
What did you call?
Pair of 5s.
Oh. Pretty cool, huh?
Am I supposed to fold a pair of 5s to 1/3 bet? Half pot on the river? Doesn't think I fucking should. Maybe it is bad.
Fuck, I'm tilted about that misclick on the river with my ace-3.
Just gonna go for it.
Yeah, just bet small.
That's how live poker gets you with little.
Yeah, I had
Three
those
big blinds.
time banks, I'm like, it looks like 1/3.
Well, how many of these have you played? Because I've literally always had more time banks than.
No, now I have like still alright
Yeah,
enough.
queen jack
but
suited.
Sometimes.
Is he gonna flat?
I mean,
Is
I've
he
always
gonna
had
isolate?
time banks.
It's gonna fold.
Maybe that's just me.
Oh, come
First
on,
day I had
guys.
no time bank.
With a guy so short, it is really, really important to keep your chips.
What? 100 and whatever?
And 30.
King 6?
Oh.
There's people short everywhere.
Looks like chop.
He knows Makita's still gonna go with a reasonable hand
Still good at the chop.
because he has 4-5 free spots to look at.
King 5?
No, you had king. No, no.
Oh,
When
yeah,
you had king
yeah, I
6,
did chop
king 6.
before,
You
yeah.
had king 6.
I mean, it must be a chop. Good one.
Oh my.
The deuce
Is it
5
good?
disgrace.
You see the pain on Randy's face. That is brutal. Oh, that is brutal to see that.
Is that good?
Oh, that's a 4 for Bajakowski, by the way.
He's just that good.
He is that good.
Doubled up again. The starting stack.
130, yeah. I mean, so far it goes for me like literally same as in a million. Very short stack, then super short stack, double up.
Oh, and then you had that stupid spot versus the girl.
Queen 10? Yeah. Especially after, you know, managing short stack for so long, then I finally got chips.
What'd you call me?
You're a big
Punted
blind.
off.
Don't ever call me that ever
It
again.
wasn't a punt.
Yeah,
It's obviously not supposed to
You're
have
Saying
that there.
some random shit.
Okay.
It was normal hand.
I will invite her. Don't ever look
My
at my
heart
big blind, so don't steal it.
Yeah, my joke didn't make much sense.
I mean, if you say, are you big blind? And you're like, what, you want my big blind? And they'll be like,
I'm always
you know,
really
like before
into
it was
Makita,
always
even when
like
I'm not
in
supposed
USA,
to.
people were offended when you
Appreciate it.
tried to steal them.
He is one of the all-time great survivors.
Him and Carrie.
I'm not a bad one myself.
Yeah, before record.
Right up to Ike. Small by big blinds. These guys are Most likely gonna see flop Wei Long Chen with the dominating hand. Both players with some backdoors, back to straight draws. Wei Long Chen back to flush draw. Oh, that's a great card. It's also a card that Isaac Hexton might try and represent. That looks all she wrote for Isaac Hexton. So this is getting down to the wire. 20 people left, 17 will finish in the money, 190,000 pounds. Players are going to take a small break. Of course, we're going to provide something for you guys to look at. Curious to see what feature tables we'll have. Maybe we'll stick with the same ones. I'd be very happy to keep looking at these two tables. Here's an overview. Isaac Hexton across the 3 million. First player to do so, 61 big blinds. Greenwood and Chidwick exactly even, along with Wyken Yong. Everyone in a pretty good spot there. The shortest stack is 26 big blinds. In the other table, we see Soja Jiang with 2 million. Michael Zhang with the 27 big blinds, and that's where all the short stacks are, and that is exactly why you have to tighten up. We will see how it goes. I'm going to throw you guys over to the studio, and I'll see you very soon.
It's bubble time, Jeff. It's my favourite time of the tournament. I think it's most people's favourite time of any tournament. And we've got 20 left, 17 paid. It's really crunch time for the short stacks, of which there's pretty much only one tiny stack. We'll get to that shortly. But let's first look at the payouts. Let's look at what they're playing for. It's quite a big bubble. We got 192 for the first rung there. I mean, that looks nothing compared to the Triton million, but that's a big chunk of change. That could buy you a 3-course meal somewhere around here.
Yeah, it's definitely very attractive. Also, you see the top 4 places getting £1 million, the fifth even getting 900,000. So this is a good opportunity. Some of those players that are still in that played the million to maybe recoup that. Some of the players that are here, you know, that didn't play the million, had some nice opportunity to make a huge cash and a big splash this week. So a lot to play for, and you know, we're right here. We're right at the most exciting time. This is where you can offer and separate yourself, give yourself a real chance to win, or maybe just sneak in and get that hen and mob, get that result on the paper. No one likes to bubble, but you know, you want to have a chance to really win when you get through the money.
It's amazing how you get detached from reality after working on the million, and you see 19 million up top, and now 3 million is just like blah.
Yeah.
But I mean, we got to remember that's like.
Yeah, this is one of the marquee 100Ks of the year. How often do you see a $100,000, let alone pound entry, where it gets 6 figures in registration? So 130 with the sterling, that's a lot of money, and you don't normally see payouts that pay 4+ spots at £1 million pounds. So yeah, it's a pretty special event here.
And almost 200K for the bubble. Even for these guys, that's a big old jump.
Yeah, no, it is. And again, we're not a ton of really short stacks. It looks like Nikita is on the bubble with 7 big blinds, but there's a couple other 18, 20 blinds. Our own Randy Nanonoko Lu, he is in here and he's hanging on too. And the Triton, one of the co-founders, Paul Pua, with about 20 blinds as well. So, you know, there's someone's got a bubble. It's just how it works. There's a couple of guys that are hanging on, and there's a couple huge stacks that are battling for, you know, a runaway stack at the moment too. So it's really interesting dynamics. As you mentioned, your favorite time, many people's favorite time to see on the bubble. It's going to be very, very exciting coming up here.
The question, if Randy bubbles, can we still persuade him to do commentary? He's not going to be in a great mood for that, is he?
Maybe let him have the rest of the day off, yeah.
I think he deserves it. Right, let's look at the bottom 10 stacks. Let's start with the bottom 10, see how that's standing. Obviously, you've got Makita way out bottom there, 105, 3 bigs, and then there's our boy just above. But he's got a bit of wriggle room.
Yeah, what stands out for me there is, you know, you can't count Nikita out. He's had a couple all-in and doubles, obviously 3 blinds. Let's just assume if he does not make it, you're down. We're on the two stacks there, but no one wants to give it away. And sometimes when you see these bubble situations and this type of atmosphere, people go for it maybe more. They're not quite as worried, but 20 blinds is a lot. This is something that could take a while, and you know, you got to be willing to be patient. And if you're one of those big stacks, you can really leverage. You know, if you're a bubble stack and you see, if you're a short stack, you just want the money to burst. If you are one of the larger stacks, it actually kind of works out well for you when there's 1 or 2 short stacks, because you can really press your edges and push people to test. You know, if you have if you got 100-something big blinds and you're in the small blind, for example, and the big blind has 35 blinds, you can really leverage that and raise and bet. And no one wants, if a guy's got 3 blinds, for example, and we're down in the stone bubble and Nikita's hanging around, you know, they can take advantage of that and put people in some difficult situations.
Is it a case that the big stacks almost have the easy job? They know what to do and they've got the chips to work it. The small stacks is quite straightforward for them. They know when to push, they know the maths. The mid stacks have the trouble here. It's going to be a tough hour for them, maybe.
You know, and this is something we see in tournament poker, where the lion's share of the money comes in the top 3, top 4, even, you know, in this case, top 5, 6, 7 places. This is where you jockey for position. It's one thing to get in the money and just sort of crawl in. It's another, as you mentioned, those mid stacks, it's a difficult position, but this is where some of the elite players, you notice right now, take a screenshot mentally of the list and notice who finds their way once a bubble emerges to find in the top 4 or 5 spot. Of course, there's some coin flips, there's some situations that play themselves, but a lot of the time you'll see the world's best kind of find their way, slide up the ladder and put themselves in a really good position. So, you know, it's as you mentioned, such an interesting time, bubble time. Who doesn't love it?
Is it easy to pick out who in those mid stacks is looking for the win and who's looking to ladder?
Yeah, it sometimes is, sometimes isn't. Of course, the situations dictate themselves. Sometimes there's like the clear ace-king suited, pocket jacks, pocket queens, where you get the money all in, and then there's times where you got guys with ace-jack offsuit, pocket fives. You see them jamming on opens, you know, really pushing their edges, and yeah. You can tell, I guess, to answer your question, you're going to be able to see generally who wants to go for it and who's just really trying to secure that cash. There are hands and situations that do highlight that, and you know, I think we're going to get to see some of both coming up here.
Okay, let's look at the other end, the top 10 stacks here. So Souza out on top. He's already won a Triton event back in Jeju. And the dark magic continues as Ike Haxton, the Dark Prince, rises.
Yes, this is Jungle Man, everyone's favorite. You know, he gives this nickname to Ike Haxton, and he's in there at one of the top counts. And also, you know, Sosia Zhang is the only woman that entered the £1 million, and if I'm not mistaken, the only woman that entered this 100K main event here. And she's got a healthy stack. We saw her make an incredible play with Kristen Bicknell did enter as well in this one. So, you know, not a lot of women that entered the Triton series. Hopefully that changes. But in terms of the £1 million, again, Sosia Zhang has a shot to get that buy-in back by finishing in the top 4, and she's made some impressive moves. We saw her barrel off 5-6 on a really scary board where she was turning her hand to a bluff. She happened to have the best hand, but you know, she's not afraid to mess around and play some pots and do some stuff. So I, you know, really happy to see her deep here and being able to showcase what she's capable of.
and we saw why Kin knocked out Truteller to leapfrog him up into that top 10. Have you seen much of him play yet? Are you impressed by the way he's been playing?
I am. I did notice him on the hallway, the awesome hologram hallway here. He has a couple Triton titles, so no stranger to the events. The son of Richard Young, and he's absolutely in it to win it. You saw him go with the ace queen suited. He ran down aces. Let's not forget he got fortunate, but that just shows you the willingness. Doesn't need ace king suited. He doesn't need pocket queens or better. He's in there ready to take a little bit of a chance, and that makes him dangerous to win a title.
And the Greenwood brothers, we just lost Luke, sadly, but Sam is flying the Greenwood flag now. Sam, once he gets a stack, he's a tough man to get it off, and he knows how to work it.
Sam, as we mentioned, got in ace king to ace jack in the million to be knocked out. Not one of the times you want to run below average and get in dominate position. So let's see again. There's just there's a lot of storylines here. 3 million pounds up top. It's pretty exciting. And again, after not to be foreshadowed by the million pound, it's a marquee event. This is something that's exciting to watch. You're getting to see a lot of the top players in the world that are battling here right now in this what we're coming to a bubble. Going to be 3 tables right now. Short-handed play, you got to remember, when it gets down 24, 3 tables of 8, when it's down to this 18, 19, 20 mark, you're seeing 6, 7-handed. You're seeing some people exhibit the short-handed skill set, obviously mattering. If you're 6-handed, 7-handed versus a 10-handed table, for example, the hand ranges change a lot, and people that are able to play at different table sizes, it's a skill set. Not everyone has as much practice as others, and they get to push their edges when it gets short-handed.
And I find we keep bringing up Stevie Chidwick, but he keeps giving us reason to. I mean, the masterclass has continued, and we look forward to seeing what it'll be up to next. But one hand from earlier on, a couple of hours back now, but I think it's worth mentioning the ace-queen fold to Jungle Man's 8s on the turn. I mean, he made that look a lot easier than it should have been, right?
Clinical. We just see him make an incredibly difficult call at the million-pound final table, and probably one of the biggest ICM pots you'll ever see spots. And then here on a board, I don't know if we have the hand or not, but I remember it was a check. He turned top pair. It was 3-way pot. 2 flush draws present, a straight draw was out as well, and he had ace queen. He turns an ace, gets check raise. He bets, I believe, 130, 140. Jungle Man makes it 500,000, and Jungle Man had a set of 8s. He had 0%, and as we saw him, Leroy Jenkins, I like to say, those time bank chips in that million final table here, he just threw in one, thought about it, and he kind of calmly folded and just made what most of us would be heeing and hawing and saying this is insane. He just got rid of it without even really blinking an eye, and he's correct. You need to be, when you're folding those type of hands, you need to be correct. If you're not, you're just making massive mistakes. You're going to be exploited. So it just shows the level of class he has and how dialed in that he just seems to get these spots right time and time again.
Continues to impress. And the bubble, are we going to see a quick one, or is it going to go, we're going to see a bing bang boom, or are we going to be chatting at the next break saying,
well, again, I'm never going to count out Nikita, 2-time Triton champion, legendary player, crusher. He's got 3 blinds, though. There's only so much your power and sorcery can do when you have that stack. So let's just assume that if he does not continue on in this tournament, we're down to 19 relatively quickly. How long will a couple 20-blind stacks take to get down? So, I think we have another over-under. I'd say like an hour. I just feel like it could go for a little bit, hand for hand, and there's not any super short stacks, but we'll see.
And just a note on the 25K, we got the short deck. Yeah. Let's get that right. It just kicked off a couple of hours ago now, but that's going to be interesting to watch. Have you ever commentated on short deck? Have you been studying fast?
I haven't studied a lot. I have commentated before, and I've played once before in a televised short deck, but just for fun, like very small stakes. So I have a general idea. I've talked to Jungle Man this week, so I'm trying to have him give me a couple of things to sound sharp with. We'll see if I can remember and execute any of that. But it's a fun game, and I can't wait to sweat that in front row seats, see it in action, and maybe pick up on a few things, and hopefully battle in one of these Triton short decks in the next stops. We'll see.
We'll look forward to watching it. Well, Linus has actually jumped in as well, surprisingly. But that guy, he has no fear anymore. You win one event, and who cares?
Play any game. Who cares?
Let's do it. Okay, talking of let's go and get back to Lex in the booth, who's going to bring you the all-action bubble.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Pete. Thank you, Jeff. Some excellent points. Will it be a fast one or will it be a slow one? We will see. Bubble always tense. What I like about a very slow bubble is that action is very fast after. The bubble is always tense, so here you see, I mean, look at all these 30 big blind stacks, right? On the left, we see a few of them. On the right, we see a lot of short stacks. If any of these stacks get pocket tens and one of the other ones get pocket jacks, it's over for somebody. Can go quick like that. It's important to manage that, to not take too much risk. It's also the moment for big stacks to try and make other stacks fold some more hands than they normally would. Here, there's an exact example. Adams with less than 30 big blinds with ace king. Somebody goes all in with pocket nines here with a similar stack. It's a good game for one of them. And with Mikita really short, it's very important. Good to see Wailong Chen defend that Jack 10 suited in the small blind. Performs really well.
Right now. Yeah. Like in like a river spot where like you do get a little bit of help down too with the by street.
Color coded too.
Yeah, there's like color coded, so you're like, alright, do pre-flop field. No, the river was like I'm trying to see if like this is anything all on far.
That is 80% of a royal flush, and it is also top to pair for Adams. Wow, Adams checking it back. Turn is a 5, that's a break. Wailong Chan's gonna be so happy with this. He does have a pair with it, so he might feel like, you know, maybe I'm gonna beat 10s, 9s, and 8s when we just check it down. But one thing is for sure, Adams is not gonna check back again. Wailong Chen is gonna check this again. He's only gonna leave in hands that beat him if he bets. $235, so big bet now. That's the call. This is a big river sweat. 3 spots off the money. It looks like a, wow, what a brick. What a brick. Really, really nice hold there for Timothy Adams. Adam's considering his possible bet sizing here. $600,000. And he gets rid of it. Yeah, really tough to do that. On the turn you feel pretty comfortable. You think, well, there could be a chance, but then you see his bet sizing, you're like, And then the river bet. Convinced him that that was a slow play.
Never mind.
What a draw.
Yeah, no, it's on.
Lol.
I'm a latte. Actually, no.
It's not the latte guy.
I know. Yeah, but I'm a jungle man, so it doesn't matter. I can ask.
The world is at my service.
That's what happens when you're a jungle man.
I can only imagine.
It's hard to imagine. It actually is. It's just that crazy. You trying to give me your time bank?
Right, we're coming back in 1 minute in the 25k short deck. Players, you're more than welcome to start taking your seats. And dealers, if you have 2 or more players at the table, you can start preparing your deck.
Michael Zhang opening things. Close to 30 bigs. Randy with ace-8 suited in the big. Come along for flop. That is a lot of red, I believe. It's a good kind of red. Wow, this is a big one. Randy Lou with a flush draw and a gut shot. Michael Zhang with an open-ender, 2 overcards, and a lower flush draw.
Button 6,000. Dealer start, please. Anti Santian to Liu Chen.
145,000.
Right, so bet and a call. Wow, what a turn there. Michael Zhang makes a nut straight. Randy really dependent on hitting a flush. He's down to 16%. This is rough to see. I wonder if Michael Zhang is gonna get cute here, maybe give a free one. Maybe that's just me hoping.
$165,000.
He goes for a small bet.
65,000.
Randy, what will we do? He's gonna make the call. All right, dealer, put that diamond. 4 of hearts. That is a rough whiff. Very, very tough situation there for Randy. Wow. Drops down to 9 big blinds. Yeah, that's frustrating. Well, Randy down to 9 bigs.
Victor, do you know where the
Floor?
where
Are we getting any extra timeline cards at some point?
where like there's hand reporting or something here?
Triton?
Yeah.
Yeah, just go Triton Poker live update. They don't get all hands, but yeah, that's where you get.
9 or 8, right? Okay. It's not a big deal.
Just coming back here, looks like Randy. So there was an under the gun open. He defended. They both flopped the world and made the nuts, but they each had the diamonds and
yeah,
nothing
check
really
call
Randy
twice.
can do.
We can't kill Nikita.
Rough.
Can't die.
Animal. It's an interesting spot here.
100,000.
Open it up and can't be too picky with this stack. Ace-4 suited.
So Nikita is on the button. He's gonna go for it. Doesn't want to wait anymore. 3 spots off the money.
Wow.
Could see a few free hands, but wow.
Look at this spot. This is always good news, bad news. Good news is you have massive hand. Bad news is you're going to be at risk on the bubble. It's
yeah, but you know.
Yeah, 2 queens.
Yeah.
There's not much else you can ask for, especially with your opponent sharing an ace. And if you're Bonomo, you realize this is an extremely strong hand. Randy Lou has barely more than Nikita, and he sees a raise or all in, and he can sort of narrow the range on his hand here. It's ace king.
There's no bluffs.
Yeah, no bluffs, none. Like Randy, I don't even know if 9s if he would put it in on a raise and all in. Maybe not. It's like
yeah, this would be very debatable.
He's doing some math. He realizes this isn't great, but he is going to put it in.
Oh, that's light. You're up against somebody who never bluffs, and Nikita is trying to, you know, get in there as well. You have to pretty much beat both people because they have very similar stacks. And losing, you get down to 14 big blinds, so this is a really bad spot for Bonomo.
Wow.
He's one of the people on the outs, pretty much, if he loses this one. Everybody's really screaming for the ace-10 to win here, I bet. So Randy has 2 outs against him. Very favorable spot.
It's really sick. I mean,
they all have big stacks.
Whoa.
Alright, so Randy needs to fade an ace or 7 or backdoor diamonds.
Can't be chopped. Oh yeah, 10-7. I guess 10 of diamonds is your best card.
Clean turn. So Nikita's. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
That's absolutely disgusting.
That is really disgusting. So 2 players get knocked out and we immediately go to the stone bubble. Man, it's, oh man, it hurts so much more too when your opponent is going super light there.
Man, that bracelet, Justin.
Fucking bracelet.
Nanonoko, Max Payne, plays 2 days, stone bubbles, gets it in a great spot, man.
Yeah, wow.
Got unfortunate as well against Queen Jack of Diamonds, the Ace 8 of Diamonds, where flopped the nut flush on a straight draw.
And you know, I had Ace 10. I made it straight.
Yeah.
Serious?
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay. Okay.
Man,
He tanked called Queens. He was the one who tanked
that's
called
not,
Queens.
not like seeing that.
I was like, okay, it's 10,
See
but then.
him.
Oh,
Chat
Queens is really
Soiza
close there.
on the way
Sometimes,
out.
yeah. You might not.
Nah, that's what I told you. You're tank. Yeah, exactly. You're tank and they stand. Yeah.
Bit disrespect. Bit disrespect.
I'm not even sure I made the right decision there, to be honest.
I mean,
Yeah.
I think Randy's range is too
Definitely something to look at.
It doesn't make him feel any better. Just saying, man, I might have made it. I'm one of the best in the world, and I think I made a mistake, and it cost you. It's super frustrating.
Unless I get knocked out next.
Where was your bracelet in the $1 million event? I mean,
It was sitting in like a pouch in my backpack that I never looked at. It was sitting in there for over a year.
You know what? I fucking
Yeah.
forgot to get my bracelet. I just realized this. I'm so tilted. That bracelet might just be the luckiest thing I've ever seen.
You want to go bracelet shopping?
That looks pretty
Do
strong.
we get like top final 2 tables now or what?
Yeah, Johnny is making a joker. He has a World Series bracelet. He forgot. And our condolences, Randy Nanonoko, one of the good guys in the game. You guys know him, of course, from the Triton, and here and all over, all the greatness he does and provides, commentary and otherwise, player, legend. He's gonna have to shake that one off. That is it's as cold as it gets.
Bonomo.
Randy
Nikita and Randy.
Just nothing to say, really. Just don't like to see it.
Really bad job of boxing people.
I remind you, there is an exclusive giveaway now at Triton/series.com, as well as Triton Poker Series on Instagram and Triton Poker on Facebook and Instagram. Some really sweet design. Sweatpants in particular, my favorite. They got hoodies, they got hats, they got all kinds of stuff. I saw them talk about sandals coming into play. Check that out. Jungle doing a little exploration here. Look at the Jungle Man. Little peek into his mind, doing a little bit of, almost looks lost walking around. Just seeing what's happening, doing a little counting. Jungle Man Dan plays the highest stakes in the world. Not too proud to take a peek on the bubble of a 100K pound tournament. Do a little accounting. That needle too. The Jungle Man saying, wow, Bonomo's up to 41 bigs, 2 million as the lead now at his table with that. Stephen Chidwick 67 big blinds, 3.3 million. Stephen Chidwick, anyone heard of him? Sam Greenwood 46 blinds. Waikin Yong 43 blinds as well. He was fortunate, pretty unlucky as well for these players. He got it in ace-queen suited to aces and did run it down, but looks like he's built to stack up from there. Ike Haxton was table captain. He has 38 blinds. Timothy Adams, Tan Xuan, Wai Long Chan. I mean, the heroes continue. Malinowski, Limitless online. Daniel Jungleman Cates with 22 blinds. Maybe that's why he was pacing around. He knows he's not home free. Sosia Jang, 38. Some Sosia Jang fans out there. She's really played well and exhibited her stuff as Hand for Hand's coming in now. One away. It feels like Randy's still in bubble, even though, essentially 1, 2, 3 off the money. It really is. There's nothing else to say. It's just not fun. Hurts. That does hurt. I'm not sure if we'll be seeing him today or not. Wouldn't blame him if not. We could handle it from here. This is don't expect.
That's a
one you get to just kind of.
You just bubble the house.
Yeah, a nice one too. 200,000 pounds basically.
I mean, he lives in Australia though, so it's more like a shed.
Yeah, I think it is expensive.
It's like
there.
he bubbled a piece of sidewalk.
Yes, got a slab.
That feels really bad.
Does not feel good. Bonomo, 41 blinds. Man, this is we're getting some special stuff here. These two featured tables, and there's some very elite players. And I think I saw Soiza, one of the chip leaders, on that outer table. Give you guys a little more time to dissect the chip count, see what's going on. an eye here, guys. They're just double checking everything. Going to get the chip counts right. Make sure moving forward, hand for hand is going to happen. I believe the Triton co-founder Paul was in as well. And someone is going to have to walk away with 0. The remaining 17 will have a shot at that $3 million+ pound prize pool. So Steve Jang been navigating nicely today. Daniel Cates with 2 7s under the gun. A tricky hand with 20-something blinds and 7s. Is he going to take a gander here? He does go ahead and open it up.
How much are you playing?
Oh man, look at this.
Close to 1.1.
How about this, Lex? 10s and 7s. Jungle open 7s. Doesn't shove it. He's got more than 20 blinds. Gotta imagine this could be a interesting spot. Bonomo feeling good. He covers him.
Yeah.
Might just rip it on him.
He does have 2 people behind him, so
350,000.
yeah, I like raising because if somebody behind him goes all in and jungle calls, and look at this, Michael Zhang with the pocket queens.
Wow, everyone's got a pair.
Yeah.
You got to have a pair to play here. And he is covered by Bonomo, but 2 queens. Michael Zhang we've seen enter into the arena with much less than this.
All in.
Wow, Jungle Man's gonna likely get saved, yeah, and pretty easily.
Yeah, please.
Maybe that was a bad open, maybe. I don't know.
Jungleman out loud are contemplating if it was a bad open. 2 7s.
You were right, soon I was going to have less. Might have 0.
Bonomo is going to turn it up and get the bad news that he is a 4-to-1 dog. Michael Zhang.
I had 7s.
How lucky is the bracelet?
Fuck, I'm kind of worried now. He's playing with it.
Yeah, big moment here for Michael Zhang, our guy who was mixing up at the feature early on. Re-entered after playing very aggressively. Does find a very strong position here, but he is at risk. What do you think, guys? We got a hand for hand. We're going to take a look. There's a look at the other table. Sweating, realizing that there's people at risk right now. Things can happen.
Yeah, they paused the hands.
Very close.
I decided I was like the worst thing.
Very close. Maybe.
No way.
I don't want to induce, but yeah, I mean, I think it's okay.
No chance of open jams, right? Are you kidding me? I'll keep my
Cut off.
And on the main event, we have an on call on table number 2.
Thank you.
But
Play showdown, please.
how much you got? Depends how short is the other stack. But yeah, okay.
Tens have flopped a lot of sets.
Oh, I told she had ace king in the race.
10 against queens.
Who's the only one?
I'm all in with queen.
I covered by 350,000 about.
Oh, so okay, so you're
Yeah, again, a pretty gnarly situation for Bonomo.
Saba.
Queens. Oh, queens.
Bonomo, the whole look at there's Paul looking intently over. He sees what's at stake.
Yeah, lots of money out there.
Whoa.
Oh, that's actually a no outs.
Yeah, that was the turn of champions.
Yeah.
I mean, let's talk about range game. Let me know.
Now Bonomo down to 3 big blinds.
Whatever.
Yeah, I don't know.
Is it? 1.715.
So yeah, if you're, Bonomo, don't mind seeing him get shorter, but at the same time, you want to, Michael Zhang's dangerous, and everyone in wants you want the bubble to burst.
Yeah.
Dude,
Still in.
Definitely on the light side of things there. A few hands in a row. Down to 3.5 big blinds now.
Except for the physical ones.
What do you mean except for the physical ones? They're all physical.
Like a strength one.
Right. What?
I can do weekly things, right?
Yeah. Well, what about something like pull-ups? Because like you're much smaller than me.
Whoa.
It's not really strength. It's not entirely strength.
You know, capture the moment in case you bubble, you know.
Yeah, they just, yeah. You sat there like, just to get it.
There's a lot of strength element to it. I wasn't sure if you were going to do it, but...
Wow. Chip counts are updated already.
Wow.
I'm trying to think what we can even
Chip
do.
counts are good now? Or no? I don't think they...
Can we do like a random board game or something? Or I don't know.
Jungleman's just figuring stuff out as he goes. Not sure what he's talking about there. Oh, there's a good hand to have, but it is on the stone bubble. It's gonna raise the 2 black rockets. The ace and the ace, tier 1, hand rank 1. Michael Zhang gonna go up to queen deuce, Sosia Jang. 10-9 off, won't play, and Jungleman. No action there, but nice hand to see.
Dan Schwan with A5 suited again. Not the first time we've seen that.
Seems to have a few favorites. 8-5 suited and 3-4 suited have been ones we've seen multiple entries on. It's a good flop for 8-5 suited. Dan Schwan here, 285 in the middle, he's got 1.2 behind. He does open the button. Gotta expect to get called a lot here. This looks like a good board to continue on. He's got a gut shot and backdoor diamonds, 8 or 5 could be good. And if you're gonna open 8-5 of diamonds, not much more you can ask for here.
You want?
Does go ahead and fire. Pick it up. Look at that. Tan Xuan, you wonder how he just seems to maneuver and get chips. He plays a lot of hands. He plays a lot of hands, but he doesn't seem out of line. It's not like you see Tan Xuan just in there opening every spot, every position. He plays a wider variety, but he doesn't do it in a way that looks reckless. Taking a look here at the 25K short deck. There's Jason Kuhn.
We can do that too.
Taking a peek at the 100K, seeing if he recognizes anybody. Wai King Yong gonna go ahead and open King Queen. Going to add to his, I believe, 2 titles already for Triton series. Michael Zhang passes Sosia Zhang, nothing to see there on the button. And he is going to be met with resistance in the big blind, but I would imagine versus an under the gun raise, he's got a half of what he's got, just going to be a call. Proceed with caution. Ace Jack suited. Limitless doesn't look have a lot of fear going to flops, playing hands, and look at that board for Ace Jack suited. You're covered here though, Lex. What do you think on the stone bubble? Normally pretty easy, not too worried about playing a big pot, but here, I don't know, with the Ace Jack suited, I don't know if you're necessarily looking to push the variance. And
oh man, yeah. I mean, on the other hand, you know that the guy that has a bigger stack than you is always gonna bet. He's just gonna bet because he knows, Justin Bonomo barely has any chips. I'm sure these guys are aware of that. It always goes pretty quickly.
Yeah, be curious if he jams or if he just check calls based on that exact fact.
And this is, again, like, I guess we'll learn, because whatever he does is best, because this guy's one of the best, so...
It makes sense too, though, because I think if you hit your hand, you're gonna get. He might rep it too, right? Like that's a nice part of making your hand and getting bluffed, maybe more than normal.
And why I think that's especially true with Malinowski is because he just came from online, and the online guys, I think, are a little bit more tuned into the ICM spots, the hardcore studying them. They play so many tournaments. Wow, what a run out for him. That's a tough one.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy run out. Not even the fact that he doesn't make his hand, but that Why King Yong actually does, you know, because if it just comes, it could easily come, and it's we saw the check on the turn. I don't know if Why King Yong, or yeah, Why King Yong's going to necessarily go for it on the river, if it's just a brick or pairs the board.
Tough. 4 outs against him.
Yeah.
That's a very important pot for him. But yeah, just to finish the thought, you know, like those guys play so often. They play, you know, 30, 40 tournaments a day. So they crack down on those situations a lot more, I think. So
yeah,
like whatever he does there, it's kind of like, okay, cool. So he check calls. So in that spot, not flush draw. Even if somebody's going to pressure you a lot. And you make a great point too, because if it comes to heart, people will just be like, okay, all the more reason for him to fold.
Right.
Dark Souls fastest clearance.
Fastest what?
Clearance.
Clearance?
Yeah.
That'd be interesting. Maybe we can do something like that.
I'm just kidding. I know you play a lot of Dark Souls.
I mean, I played the Sekiro stuff recently. I've never tried to do a fast clearing.
I never even played those games. I mean, I played Bloodborne.
It's a similar thing.
Yeah, but I played like 3 maps and I gave up.
3 what?
3 maps.
Yeah, Jungleman short stack 37 off, can't really do much. And
I mean, we see Jungleman fold A7 on the short stack, and the small blind we see Malinowski fold Queen Jack against just the big blinds. That just shows you like how tight you have to play.
I look like an all-in, but it's not. We have a raise from the dealer button. Real hand here from Ike Haxton. Wylong Chan reluctantly folds. Same thing, kind of like have to be tight. Man who doesn't have to be tight is Stephen Chidwick, who could be pushing his edges here with this stack against a player like Ike that he knows is also very aware of ICM in situations.
Yeah, we're going to see it in reverse now.
I mean, this would be one where, honestly, it does just call, but it would be one of those spots where, I mean, I couldn't be thrilled if he got popped there, right? Like, you just, especially with Bonomo so short.
I mean, if somebody goes all in against you there, you have to fold ace queen.
Right.
Probably ace king too, looking at the field.
Yeah. Here's another way to drive this hand. Instead of pre-flop, let's just go to a flop, look at the ranges, advantages. You got ace queen off here, no heart. You got Chidwick with queen 10.
I really like this lead.
Gonna fire.
It also means, you know, there could be, the threat here is there could be more.
As you've mentioned, his style too, with his sizings. On the flop, friendly. All right, I got ace high. I got a pair of 7s or
Bang,
9s.
600.
Yeah, turn half over bet pot. Ike's aware of this. He knows that Stevie's got plans, and you know, also the ace queen's kind of tough because if you do hit the deuce, you know, you're a little worried maybe he could have a 6 too. That's a real possibility. A hand that he might lead on the flop too. You know, normally you might say, well, Ike could have anything because he's on the button, but I think Stevie also knows in this situation Ike's going to be on the tighter side as well. So this is, look at this. He's probably going to go big if he bets, but doesn't have to. He could also 180 here. And
yeah, the 180 is suspicious.
yeah, it almost looks just kind of stronger. If Ike does call, he'll have about 1.3. There'll be 930 in the pot. It's exactly 1.5 stack to pot ratio. And Ike is saying, you know what, man, I know people are saying you're the best in the world. I'm no run over. And it does improve his hand. The board looks a little scary, but if you're Ike, maybe a little relief, although depending here how Stevie would perceive that. This would not be a phenomenal spot if Chidwick unloads here. You don't just love it. So that's a little bit of relief for Ike. Pretty sure, well, we've been wrong in these spots as well, although it just seems like in this situation you might be kind of thinking, though, to that point, though, wouldn't Stevie just rip it in on him if he had somehow a thing? But it's like, I know you know, and do you think Ike value bets here?
Seems tricky.
It does, right?
I mean, are you going to open hands with a deuce?
Right. Oh my goodness.
It's really, really scary opening up the door. It's gonna get it done, but I'd love to see if Chidwick has like a 6 in his hand there, what happens. But you know, wouldn't put it past Ike to just call then too.
Oh, Jungle's missing hands, doing a little inventory checking here. Look at
Paul has 10, 9, 6, king.
How much, Paul?
Sorry, sorry. My apologies.
Diamond door. Diamond's the back door, right?
Front door, front door. Diamond's the front door.
Diamond's the front door.
front door. I don't hear that reference a lot for the flush draws. Front door. I hear the back door, but otherwise a flush draw or back door. But front door flush draw. Jungle sweating the bubble a little. Bonomo, if you're going to be in the big blind, you're going to be short. Oh, this is not going to work. But
I have a very good hand.
He gets kings in the big blinds. That's pretty nice.
That is nice. That's a nice wake up, and not nice if you're generally the short stack is so they're forced in at some point here with the big blind ante, especially. You know, it's you're going to be in a fortuitous situation when you have him all in, but not here. Kings to queen 8 off, pretty big favorite, and whoa, another big hand here. Hijack. We saw Ike 3-bet Greenwood earlier with the queen jack suited. He flatted king queen. This time, if he 3-bets a similar Broadway suited hand, not necessarily going to get. He probably saw that as well now, and they also have similar stacks like last time. This time he gives it up. Different situation.
Oh, you're not.
Stack too close to Greenwood to really exploit him.
And also shallower. Before it was like deeper. You know, it was like, all right, I'll 3-bet you here, and all right. So that action's gonna halt as we see the other tables.
Start the clock, please. Thank you. How much are you playing, Tim?
Around 1.8.
You like the bet there? You bet that spot? I mean, in the ace queen, do you like the bet there? I guess unless you bet folding.
I don't know, man. I think that if you bet, you look so strong, it's going to be really, really hard to get paid. And you leave the door open for somebody who thinks, you know, see if you bet your one pair. It's really tough. I don't think I'm betting that, but you know, that's just me.
I wouldn't bet it, but I guess for that reason too. What are you hoping to get paid by? But
it's really
I guess he has aces, right? Like he has aces and Chidwick doesn't. The board's paired. He has an ace on the river. I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's just his logic, but wouldn't put past Chidwick to do something crazy.
It's 200.
Did you hear that there was an all-in at the other table?
I heard.
Floorman 10 says it's okay.
Kings to queen 8 off. I mean.
Yeah, KK.
Very good hand.
Very. Well, you have a way better hand than I thought.
Well,
yes, John, but it's the second best hand in the game.
Yeah, that's a random hand on the big blind.
But, actually got 6 blinds, right? I mean,
Hearts.
Hearts, yes, for Hearts got a little something there.
7 hearts.
And a lot of people rooting against Bonomo. That's a rail full of. Bonomo's looking for a teammate somewhere. He can't find one. Maybe Burns might tag in on the sideline, but everyone in the tournament's going to root for a Sweat. There's a little something. There's 4 remaining 6s. There's a heart. He got a little everything. Part of the gut shot, part of the runner straight, part of the runner flush. Not enough. And to everyone's dismay, Bonomo has 640,000 now.
Man, so sick. 5 big blinds. Kings on the big blind.
And how many times do you see the ace-X there? Just a little extra sweat. He's just so clean. Queen 8 off. You see Socia Jane coughing over there. I think, again, why she's wearing the mask.
The big 3 were all in
to hide herself from these soul crushers.
All-ins, you know?
There, people asking about what the mask is. There it is.
Back to you by the web reaction.
That was a long hand.
That's such a.
Yeah, it's actually probably comes from a very social. It's the opposite of hiding, actually.
I agree.
Man, I would be very happy if if you're grinding a long tournament series, everybody who's feeling a little ill would wear that. That'd be nice. Alright, so we're gonna get to some really sketchy situations with this bubble going. One in there with the 9-5 offsuit. We're getting it done.
So who's shortest now? Is Bonomo? He's up to 12. He's over. Is he the shortest at 12 or so blinds?
I think so. That we get to see more of these guys being put to the test. Chidwick now up to 3 million.
He said, oh, he said, oh.
Yeah, he's gonna put himself at risk here, but big hand.
And that's just the thing that can happen, you know, at any of these tables. 10 Schwan, 1.2 million, definitely not the shortest stack in the field. Could just go out right there. Of course, has to shove as well. Hand too strong.
Well, 25k less now that it's on the floor.
Okay.
It's fair, yeah. 2.215 before I anteed. 2.165.
2.13.
Thank you.
Great time to secret
We
21.
could just put it in dark and then one of us would be chip leader.
I don't know if that's true. Soy has a lot of chips. Stevie,
I heard something about Soiza having a lot of chips.
Yeah. So this is an interesting situation. Chidwick, we saw just open 9-10 off, ace-5 off. Not good hands, but okay hands. And here, Timothy Adams could just rip it in. I mean, he's got 1.5, so it wouldn't be the craziest spot. He does have people behind him, and also he knows there's a lot of short stacks, so he doesn't want to take up the variance and just go at him. He's kind of turned his hand just into a set mine.
Yeah, and his position.
Yep. Well, not
also,
when you got Tan Schwan in the building, because now he's in there. Yeah. He's got a 3-4 suited on the button. Looks like aces. Queen 10 suited. This is it's a big hand for Tan.
I think if somebody behind you covers Chidwick, that is really, really strong. Like if you have Linus Leuliger behind you that actually covers Chidwick, then you might want to stay away from calling there because you're going to get squeezed out the pot, but you know that there's very little bluffs coming. So I think 8's in position is very nice.
True. So Tan Schwan covers this board the best. The Queen 10 suited, nice open-ended spot. Tim Adams. Tan Schwan behind him complicates the situation. And Chidwick does have a nice key card here, the ace of spades. Hand's very happy. Go ahead and take a free shot. Not a lot of 8s left. That would be quite a card. Turn card. Is he gonna try to take control here? Doesn't go and bet into 2 people. Also, Tanny knows is not afraid. Timothy Adams very capable of hand reading in situations, so not maybe his favorite candidates to try to bluff 2 people here with his sort of no equity hand in his mind, or very little. The ace is good. And deciding now if it's time to bet. 455 out there. Kind of a disaster if he bets and gets raised, even at this point. So, you know, he's weighing the options. Gonna take a free one again. I think he realizes that's too big of a problem. And look at this. 2 8's gonna hold up in a tricky pot if he can get to showdown. 4 players will hit £1 million score today. Well, when the tournament ends, which is going to be tomorrow. Because at this point, still 18 remain. There's another talk about it, but Tan Schwan just has board coverage. You know, if you're Timothy Adams, you see Stevie not put a chip in the pot, you can kind of think you're safe maybe with the you know, feeling okay. But Tan Xuan there on the button, and Tim is going to be very happy about this result.
Yeah, that's a big one. Gives him some firepower.
Loves his ace.
That's what we're talking about. Bonomo finds a huge hand as the super short stack doubles up into a healthy position. That's a guy who knows how to drive different stack sizes and maneuverability. So don't expect him to just mail it in 10 or 12 blinds. And if you're one of the other players, you know that too. This is not just a cakewalk now to make the money. No one's under 10 blinds, and it's a huge bubble. Chidwick's opening 9-10 off, ace-5 off, ace-10 short-handed here. Certainly going to pull the trigger pre-flop. Still got the table lead. Hello. He was inspired by Bonomo's kings in the big blind, and he has found them as well. So a couple options here, but sometimes when you have 20 blinds, Lex, if you're gonna jam, maybe jam. Like, is there ever a 3-bet? You don't really have like a 3-bet bluff here, right? So it's kind of like, just would put it, shove it, and then if your opponent somehow has jacks or queens or ace king,
well, whatever it is,
yeah, you know, something that they want to look up. But
it's one of those spots. If somebody has aces, they have aces.
Yeah. I think flatting's just a little too cute, especially when Chidwick's gonna. I mean, he is gonna be one of those guys though. If you want, he's one of those guys though that would maybe do some tricky stuff. Look how fast Chidwick folds. He just knows ace-10 for that stack shove is just no good.
Yes, please.
Did see Chidwick run down Thorell his 10s today, but that was not all in pre. That was after a flop. Thorell got 3-bet. He got 4-bet, and he just flatted.
You too?
With kings, and it came Jack-10 high. That was what propelled Stevie into a very healthy chip stack. I think got him up to around 1.5 at the time. They got it all in on the flop.
Did they really Justin thing that he went from like 800K to 3 million to 300K back to 800K? Like, did the same outcome if he just like wanted, like, yeah.
He gets it in.
I mean,
we know 8-5 suited, 8-4 suited. Look at this.
Yeah,
8-4 suited. Tan Xuan, not afraid.
Maybe it just happens to him, like a flawless round, you know?
And just into Sam Greenwood and Ike.
Yeah.
Ike Axton on the bubble.
Hello, Stephen Chidwick, Mr. Chip Leader. I have 8-4.
And no defend. Tan Xuan staying active.
Cares not.
Stevie, your call was Vivek?
Let's see, Sam giving.
When you had the hand with Vivek, were you called? Everyone I know who bought the hand thought you did the move where you were just spreading out your time bank so the dealer wouldn't bother you.
Yeah.
But everyone who I was playing, like all these people thought.
He's referencing the Leroy Jenkins time bank chips, but we have an all in on the bubble here. Ben Heath at risk.
Look at those chips. So is
two very relaxed players having a smile. Soiza can be more relaxed here, but Ben. Can't see, maybe we can tell by the reaction of their faces who has what. Kings to ace-9. Imagine Ben has. No, maybe he's short though. Let's see. Ben's on the phone typing something. Either typing he doubled or he's out. I guess he's sitting down, right? He would have been probably standing up with that flop if it was the vice versa. So
that's strong.
Ben's yeah, right.
I think this must have been a raise by Ben Heath, and then Soiza, by far the biggest stack of all the people left in the hand, just ripped it in on him. If we look at the small blind tune and the big blind Paul Poit, it looks like they're shorter, so Soiza just doing what big stacks do. Sometimes you get called, you have 30%. Doesn't hit this time.
unless you're against Brinkini, who just has aces and knocks you out when you at the biggest final table ever. But 30%, yes, versus ace, king, kings, queens, hands that are human hands, not just aces. And look at that, Ben Heath, man, big stack now. That was a big rip. He's got over 3 million. That was 1.5. Tense times. This is where you're really not fun to be in that 10, 15 blind, 12 blind stack. I want to again say how disappointed it is for Nano Noko. Randy Liu, he played great, got it in a good spot, and didn't win with queens to Bonomo's ace-10 and Nikita's ace-4 suited on the river of all things, and Tan Xuan under the gun. You got to talk about it.
Also, after I folded the flush on TV, I just decided I'd never fold a bluff catcher again because I couldn't handle it. Everything I felt.
Sam Greenwood, from himself or some other intel, may have by now caught on that Tan Xuan does not have to have a tier 1 hand to be opening under the gun. He is anyone who's pressed his edges on the opening spots. He's going to give it up.
80% on the row.
What was the flop bet? I'm just out of curiosity.
25%.
Okay, didn't what we talked about the night before.
Yeah. That was another part of the reason.
Lots of ways to get under your skin. I know all that shit.
I think you're reading too much into my question.
I think I'm a master of psychology. That's what us grizzled lie veterans are.
Mm-hmm.
Once you get old, you'll understand.
Jungle's got all the moves.
Raise 100,000.
Like 2 million?
I'll take that as a compliment.
2.1, yeah. Thank you.
Still battling. Like in Young, raising the sixes.
Michael Zhang has a nice looking stack here. 3.5 million after that queens to tens. Sticky call on the flop. Ace high thinks it can be good. See why can Young back down a bit on the turn and gets called on the flop.
Ace high.
Check, check. 6 is going to pick it up.
We definitely won't do. We can't do it last longer. We're too good at tournaments.
No?
In general, you always go deep in tournaments. You're like a tournament pro.
No, since when?
Huh?
No.
Haven't you won like 3 of these things?
2.
Only. Oh. I felt like you've done really well.
And that was like 3 years ago, come on.
Do you play them all?
Hmm?
Do you play them all?
I play them all. Never miss any Tritons.
Yeah.
Processing it all.
I remember I missed one Triton and
Oh.
I think Richard was upset. I've been to like 90% of them, I think. Like at least 80%.
It's just buttering up Wacking Young into his aces.
I can't think of the word. My vocabulary isn't strong enough. We can do a spelling bee. For yeah, I'll do a spelling bee with you. Oh, I'm dead money on a spelling bee. I think I'm good at spelling at least.
Zhang might think he can pull a fast one here. It's such a big stack. Well, he's gonna make the call, so possibly looking for some post-flop tricks.
Wacking Young, when Jung was talking to him, was thinking, first of all, don't blow up my spot that I'm a good player. Second of all, I have aces. Just leave me alone. And now top set. Ace-9 deuce rainbow, pretty dry. Nice check back.
It was a little piece for Michael Zhang.
That's why poker's so fun. There's so many different scenarios, possibilities. You're never really gonna have the same hand in the same spot with the same stack versus the same person. Or early in the tournament, late in the tournament. It's just a lot of creative things, different ways you can play your hands.
130 down.
Yeah, the chance that the that deck of cards has been in the same order is like 1 in billions.
Yeah.
Crazy, crazy. No, I was so surprised when I read that, but it makes sense. So many different possibilities. Get some action.
Yeah. The running 10s would have been quite the situation. As it plays, the 10 still could feel like they're doing okay. The queen's not a great card to have, though, right? Like if he
Yeah,
checks
the queen
back,
of spades is bad, yeah.
Yeah, it's one of the worst. If he's got queen, king, or queen, jack, or spades, you block all those hands. So maybe he's going to be able to sort out a fold here. We'll see. You know, it's actually like the worst card to have. Stone cold worst. Jack or queen of spades.
280 down.
So a 10 does look not so bad on this particular board with the check flop. He's also got to think, is it aces exactly, but like ace king or ace queen, ace jack, ace 5, you know, are those hands, is he betting the flop, is he not? And because of the queen of spades.
I wonder if he's sick enough to do something crazy. Where he thinks, well, this guy just has ace jack, ace queen. Maybe a weaker ace, going for some value. He's never betting a 9 on the turn. I mean, it's just only because we've seen him play,
Right.
but
yes,
isn't this the kind of guy that could just make it like 1.4 million because he blocks ace 10? Alright, he's just gonna make the call. A little bit of sensationalism.
Does do it. Nice hand there.
Seems excessive.
Good time to pick up top full house. Stone bubble of 100,000-pound Triton high roller.
Yes, play fast. And not too fast.
Limitless been quiet. Saw him
Is that
maneuver
a
a couple
stack
really
of
tricky
20?
spots.
The
That
whites?
Queen 3's hand he
Yeah.
limped in against Eric Seidel and got to showdown was cool. He's
It's
done
no
a
ordinary
few.
stack of 20 though.
The Ace Jack
Yeah,
of Hearts
quite
was interesting how he played that.
Yeah, folded queen jack from small blinds.
Yeah, no, it's so.
I don't want him.
You don't want them?
Nah.
Okay. Thank you for not getting greedy, I guess. I don't even know. What do I want here? I want kings.
Well, you have a decent hand, and you have the best hand in this situation. You are the jungle man. He's short. It's not a great spot. Would you be surprised to see the jungle rip it here? No, you wouldn't. There it is.
The moves.
No count, please.
I'm sure Jungle Man is right now thinking, how is this happening? I've maneuvered, I've seen these all ends, I'm doing it now, I'm the one. I've got a guy asking me for a count, I got a modest ace-9.
Modest.
And I'm in the tank here, but ace-6 is just not quite good enough, but.
No fair.
Told you. I've warned you guys.
Not being abused in this bubble.
I heeded your warning, so thank you for the warning. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Check these left.
Looks like Ben Heath is sitting at least 3 milli there.
Yeah.
Stack and seat 1.
Big shove he made with the ace-9. He really shows you Soiza. There's a little glimpse of what Soiza's capable of, and maybe some of the reasons why he builds these big stacks and just pushes the action. We haven't really got to see. There's not in the feature, but I mean that's just the one he got called on and didn't win. Sure, he's doing a lot of exciting stuff.
Looks like Paul Pois down to 400k or so.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he has some stacks, chips in his hand too, but doesn't look great for him.
No.
This is the board we're playing on. About 550 in the pot.
Here's the main event. We're going to play one more hand of the previous level. We're going to play one more hand of 25-50. The lines will be up after this hand.
Chidwick's still around 3 million. It's going to open a lot, but not the jack 6 off.
2.2, a little more. 2.2, 15.
Okay, I think.
Matthias used 2 time banks and calls with ace-ace. When towards the cover with him. 8-9 with the nuts. I don't know the rest of the action of the hand.
Yeah, that sounds unlikely to be a thing.
Tan Chuan's not going to back down here. Ace 3 off, ace 5 off.
About 1 point, just under, like 1.99. 13.
Just doesn't care.
All in.
Second time he's had resistance from Greenwood.
Yeah.
He's looking at him, saying, hey, man.
Ace 9. It seems very hard for that hand to have played it in such a way where 8-9 is big enough chunk that you can just call under a board ace.
It's 30-60 now, yeah?
I wasn't 30-60 last time.
Not 30-60 last time.
Can race to 110, 30-60. Not get through.
Where's Paul's chips? Is it over? Is covered by? Oh, there they are.
A little bit of the logic.
He's got 4-ish. Yeah, the big blind Annie's going to pose a problem. When you get that short, it's just so hard because big blind really rocks you. It's hand for hand. 3 tables left. 3 tables of 6. Hope Ivan here has a couple of hoodies. He's got, seen him 4 days now wearing that orange hoodie. He may have a couple pairs, but
Sick all that.
I mean, it's not that hard. It's a bright orange hoodie.
That is true.
Yeah, it's like.
I'm sure he got hooked up with.
Yeah, he might have a few
I mean,
pairs.
it's his own thing, right?
True. Just saying.
Yeah.
It's hot in here.
It's hot in here.
I wasn't bluffing.
I'm not gonna guess because I don't really care.
From a PR perspective, though, not the best play because you're gonna be in the same outfit all the time. You know, you gotta spice it up a little. Show the black, the orange. Have a final table and maybe a gold or. Ike with the button. Queen 5 suited passes. And not a spot you like into a chip leader. And 6-7 off Chidwick. That's gonna earn a walk.
Did Paul just get a walk? Is that what I just heard?
Wow. Paul gonna be very happy about getting a walk there. He's very short, and that's a critical spot, but also player in his left short too, so, or on his right. I mean, it's not it's kind of playing for rolls, right? You push it in. I mean, you're jeopardizing bubbling. It's not like it's Soiza on his right who has every chip and it's like a trivial shove. It's not an easy spot. It's a couple short stacks. No one's critical. Justin 10-7? Nope.
No, service shy of 1.8. Okay.
It's pretty cool. Those 3 players in a row all cashed the £1 million tournament, and here they are on the Stone Bubble 18. You got Tim Adams, Chidwick, and help me with pronunciation again. I've had a tough pronunciation day or two. What's
Wai Long Chen.
Oh, yeah. 3 of them all cashed the $1 million. That's a nice fraternity to be in right there.
Yeah. The strong side of the field.
Yeah. Tim Adams is going to let Stevie in there with the Jack 2. Jack 2 actually the best hand. I think if you're looking to improve your tournament poker game, one of the spots that comes up the most and is the trickiest is small blind, big blind. I think that's something that a lot of, it's really interesting to understand how the dynamics work, and it's a spot that you can look at because it's not, there's different ways to play it, and seem to be seeing a lot more limps these days, like the limp in the small blind, pretty standard, and the big blind, actually, the big blind as well, finding hands that are bluffs to be raising the limp, what hands you're going to limp raise if you get raised. I think that's a fun area you can work on.
Pretty good turn for Chidwick.
Yep.
Always nice when you have a 1-card open-ender with full equity on board.
Tim Adams, absolute airball there.
I don't think Chidwick is necessarily winning as many chips as he hopes during this stage. He definitely has the biggest stack. I think that, 10 Schwein just randomly opening hands really throws a wrench in those plans. Like, 10 Schwein is definitely opening too light with ace-3 offsuit, 8-4 suited.
Ace-5 off.
Yeah, exactly, but it still kind of hampers Chidwick a bit because what are you going to do? Pressure 10 Schwein with bluffs? That, that just also doesn't really work.
Yeah.
Six, 8 offsuit will take one down.
Sixes or 6-8? I didn't see it. I saw A6.
Okay.
Might have been 6s because it was a showdown. Greenwood first to act here, 6-handed, all tables 6-handed, 18 left, 17 cash, £3 million to first. Min cash at stake at the moment. 2 sevens, I believe he is coming at Tan Xuan's big blind. Ooh.
Like 2.2 total?
2.4.
Nice.
He's got him over-colored, oversuited, 8s to 7s. One of the players that Chidwick doesn't commandingly dominate. So he does go for the call.
Yeah, if you want to pressure, 8s plays so well post-flop. If you want to pressure, just do it with hands like ace-4 offsuit or 6-7 suited, whatever you want.
Yeah. Tan Xuan, not amused with his big blind dealings. 5 deuce off, not going to cut it for Hib. Multi-way versus these 2 players in this spot.
2.3 guy.
Thank you.
And if you have 2 sevens here, pretty good flop in your mind. 1 over only. But you got Stephen Chidwick, who has you covered, staring you down. And you happen to be no good. expect Chip to bet about a third pot here. Maybe take the lead. You want to deny some equity. Greenwood can't get too sticky with ace queen. Ace king even. It's not loving their placement. It's not bluffing as it has it. And Greenwood, you can't like this. Like, you know, you think you might have the best hand, and you're just gonna as we mentioned, you mentioned Chidwick likes to bet big on the turn, and this is gonna be kind of treading in uncharted territory. You're sort of lost on this one, but feels too exploitative to just check fold here. Well, life
Lock it up.
Even Chidwick just feels the dream card.
This is especially frustrating, right? You check, it's a reasonable flop. You're just like, well, he's just gonna bet the turn so often because he has the chip lead. But you know, Greenwood's good enough to not play his hand face up. He could be very easily checking a hand like jacks or queens here.
525.
We're gonna toss it in. Chidwick gonna be disappointed with that one.
You bet really large there, but I think it's like you said, he is capable with jacks or queens. You bet small again, you let jacks or queens peel cheap, and then, you know, maybe a scare card comes. He's basically targeting that. Maybe if you're Greenwood, what are you going to do with queens? Or you kind of can't just call then with queens. You kind of make your decision. So I like that sizing. But again, just showing you what he is thinking and how he operates, and maybe people would do something different. And why, when it doesn't work, or when you get a fold there, you lose your guy, you're thinking, oh, that's not the right play. But what about the times he does have kings or queens?
True.
You can get it all.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, there's so many short stacks.
Look at this. Jungle avoids a much better hand.
Raise. 120 down.
Why King Young has gotten some nice hands here. He's chipped up. He's up to 3 million. He's having himself quite the bubble.
Yeah, he's doing well.
And he's got Jungle Man to talk to, which is fun. You know, he's having a more enjoyable experience than most. Short stacked and away.
I would take Jungle Man and all his skill and veracity just
I will shove you.
for the table.
Oh, really?
I will shove a 3-bet you.
That's probably worked out over the course of his career. People just enjoy. He's like, yeah, this guy's probably better than me at poker, but I'm gonna hang out, play a little cards with him, be entertained.
It's through hand to do it.
I'm good enough hand to do it.
Huh?
I'm good enough hand to 3-bet you.
What, like 10-9 suited? Or like ace-4 suited? I just got bluffed instead.
Important to note too, Jungleman did just man up there on the bubble with the ace-9 off, knowing that Paul Poix and these other guys are pretty short.
Yeah.
And he just said, you know what? I think I have fold equity, and I think Michael Zhang, I know he's a capable player and has some folds, and
I thought it would, yeah.
just put it at risk.
Not used to live poker.
I mean, Bonomo, 14 big blinds, is a guy on his table with 7 big blinds. Knows that Paul Poix is short as well.
Yeah, these spots are super interesting to see how he navigate. So he does go for a raise, not a shove. Looks really strong.
How much did you start the hand with?
Michael Zhang's intuitions are so strong. We saw him get aggressive the other day, yesterday. Didn't work out, but you know, there's times people don't just have aces and huge hands, and he knows that Bonomo, he's got raised folds off this stack in this caliber. So he's thinking, all right, if he has jacks, if he has ace, queen, ace, king, he's probably shoving. He has some raised folds, and he also, you know, like, yeah, maybe he has kings and aces. What other hands is he just min raising here off the stack? Queens he probably shoves too, but his spidey senses were on, but he does pass.
Yeah, and you can tell there indeed that Michael Zhang didn't really trust it.
Bonomo and Cates battling here. Jungle does cover, does take a peel, and just a casual top 2 pair for Bonomo, and he needs it most to go into a speculative hand and just flops basically the nuts. Greenwood, Sam Greenwood in particular, in the Greenwood brothers, but Sam Greenwood he also seems like he gets it right all the time. Just very calmly, casually, confidently making the right decisions. Tell you what, that picture Jungle Man's rocking in the lower right hand of the screen just feels like he's got something special up his sleeve today. Just looks happy in there. He's so funny.
Yeah, Jungle Man is the best.
The best.
Jungle Man is so funny. I understand too, like sometimes you just look at Jungle and you think about something funny that he did a week ago or yesterday or posted.
Or 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, you just start laughing. Or when you know he wants to start saying something, you just know that something is coming.
Yeah. I like how he like goes into like a playful voice when he's saying funny stuff, so like you know where he's coming from. You know, he sort of like makes this like little, like how he talks and he's ready. It's just quality.
Very close hand distance. Very close.
Yeah, limitless over here. Pretty short. And the other side of that, though, the ace-jack of hearts he navigated well, was maybe going to get to showdown. King-queen hits the 4-outer. If he check-raises that flop, he's going to take it down. But, you know, hindsight's 20/20. It's easy. But, I mean, I like how he played it. He got really unlucky there. Here's Justin again. Close to 20 bigs. Going to, again, open, not shove. That makes a ton of sense, especially on this stack size. Jungleman realizing he's opening on this small big blind, but queen 6 off something he's just not going to be able to compete with.
Noski may feel like he's being attacked, which is normally going to happen when a stack is this short, especially on the bubble. Gets out of the way. Good for him.
Yeah.
He has 6 big blinds left. Pretty disgusting for him that Bonomo woke up with the kings on a big blind as well. Pretty much for everyone who's short now, but not only that, but it just made the bubble last an hour longer, right?
Yeah,
possibly.
Which makes all the stacks shallower.
Exactly.
And
so even if he inches into the money, maybe he'll have 4 big blinds, you know? Like, what can you really do with that? Usually not going to make it with that amount.
It's so true. Sosia Jang has been very quiet, and not to her fault. I haven't seen her have a playable hand in this bubble period. So she's still healthy, but she's on the shorter side. I mean, it's kind of annoying. She's all right, but. Won't play the 8-6 suited. Michael Zhang. It's been antsy to play. King Deuce off's going to fold. An interesting hand. I'm sorry, no, she has 1.5. So this is a difficult hand to play. 2 9s in the cutoff. Lex, what do you do? Open? You get too much to shove. Think it's just to open. Just saying she's been quiet. She also doesn't have to worry about Limitless doing anything. She doesn't have to worry about Jungle Man really playing, getting it. So it seems like a nice spot. Why King Yang, 4-5 suited, pretty hand appeal here. She's in better shape than she's going to know. Ideal scenario, 2 unders. He is connected, suited.
Not the best flop for 9s.
No, it's not, but it's going to be tough a lot of the time to play. I wouldn't hate falter for the check back or the bet. You know, if you could hand like a hand that you risk getting bluffed if you bet, but then you also lose control here. In this particular case, I mean, Wyken Young just has 5 high.
Did you look at Timothy's ass?
And she is, see, by giving up control, maybe forcing some bets here. He does decide just to check back. Pretty good card for So Jiang here.
Okay.
Jiang, So Jiang.
I mean, I have no cards all day.
And it doesn't get any better for her hand, although she is in the lead. And just a random stab here from Wyken Young. Not sure it would work at this point. Right, nice play. She gets a showdown, picks up a pot.
Jojo.
Jungle just giving out nicknames to people, whether they're accepting them or not. She's just.
Bubbles are so much fun.
Jungle saying bubbles are fun. I guess that depends. There is an all-in, so.
Looks like June against either Soisa or Heath. The Ace King is all in. The 7 in the window.
Wow.
That's a brutal spot.
Wait, who? I thought I saw 2 all-in button. Oh, there's just 1 all-in, so it is. Wow. Paul, tell him it's not over till it's over. I've seen this too many times.
There it is.
A bubble burst. Wow.
Everyone else, 190,000 pounds richer. Pretty grueling bubble. We know the Limitless at the feature table is going to be pretty pleased. So regular play will continue. 17 players left.
Make Jack's winning. If I know I'm getting 1 buy-in back. Right? Depends how crazy you're getting.
Wailing Chen with another cash.
I realized that was a real possibility. Twos?
Nothing changes for Tan Xuan.
The twos.
No, it doesn't.
He's just going to see more hands in an hour, but
yeah,
going to play the same.
3s.
Kings.
Jack napkin.
I guess you have 1.1, 1.5.
I get ace king by the time you went all in.
Over 1.6.
Big hand and small here. Chidwick is up to 3.8. Looks like he did a little chipping up while we were taking a peek at some other tables. So he does go ahead and raise here. Now they're in the money. And Tim Adams has he is in position. He's going to call a rather large raise here, but it's out of position, so Chidwick puts a little extra gas on it. We have seen Chidwick basically limp his ranges, and here's a premium. Ace Jack suited, gonna open it up. So Tim Adams does flop middle pair. Yeah, payouts are large. The bubble does burst, but that doesn't mean you can't lean on people, right? It's like Timothy Adams, you don't think he wants another final table? He's got a 3rd in the 25K turbo. He's got a 7th in the 1 million pound. Kings all in to ace 10, mind you, pre-flop to be eliminated. You got an ace-king to ace-5 to be eliminated in the 25K. And this guy wants to make it. He's not just like, oh, whatever, let's just min cash and, you know, punt it or try to take a high variance spot. So I think Chidwick, you know, of course, they know that. Big money here, 17 left up top. But Chidwick does, it goes check, check, and Chidwick gets a really big card for his hand.
Yeah, and you know, the same holds true. It's like you're looking at, you know, almost mini bubbles now. The pay jumps, they're less severe than what a min cash would be for now, but that means there's still you know, short stack to take into account.
Yeah. Yeah, so if you're Timothy Adams, you check back to 6 on the flop. Now Chidwick checked the flop. He raised pre. Why is he checking the flop? Why is he betting the turn? Tim says my hand's too good to not call. So 8-10 in the middle. And this is a pretty clean river card, just the innocuous jack. This is a pretty nice spot for Stevie to go for some value. Gets called on the turn, hits the top on the river. Flush, backdoor flush card would bring some alarms to Tim based on check, check, flop, bet turn. What do you like for sizing here? He's gonna definitely be betting. Time bank card bet.
Such a big chance that your opponent will check behind.
Maybe 550, 500 in that range, something sizable. I think he can think that Timothy has a.
Maybe if he bets, he's gonna have to go towards like 700,000.
Just big.
Is there a problem with trying to make a lethal call?
Okay, or just the whole
just,
shalada. I'm having fun watching Stevie with his bet sizings because he's really doing different stuff than I think a lot of the players, or even, you know, stuff that we kind of, you know, I'm just think he might do, and this makes a lot of sense too. You know, if you're gonna bet 500 or 700, and you know, like in your mind you have the best hand, your opponent has some showdown value, why not like really make him choose? It's a really sweet run out. I mean, you can't script a run out better for that hand. Pick up equity and hit the kind of, not even an ace, which is the ace is always kind of like, oh, it's an ace.
Yeah,
this is
it's
just
by far your best out.
Yeah. It's so frustrating too if you're Tim. You navigate, you call pre-flop with 6-4 suited. You get to a flop, you get to go check, check. Turn, you call, you're ahead, and then the river, just something doesn't feel right. But it's like, what hands are you repping? Folds correctly. Theme that develops continuously. These guys, same guys, we keep saying correctly, correctly, correctly.
Never tell a lie.
I remember I 4-bet you and barreled twice against you before in Manila. 10-20K.
Did it work?
Work.
Oh.
You 4-bet me and barreled twice? I don't remember this hand.
I showed you.
Oh, you showed me?
Yeah.
I believe it. I just don't remember it.
I believe you, but it doesn't register. So I think, Lex, interesting in these spots is with the big blind ante, you're going to see spots where people go a little lighter than normal. This is a jack 7 off. I mean, you did make the money, don't want to wait forever, but he is shoving before taking a random big blind hand.
Yeah, I mean, it's a disaster if you get deuce 6 on the big blind.
Yeah.
Yeah, the turn was a king.
The turn was a king, yes.
Yeah, and I had like...
Ooh, Jungle Man.
Yeah. This is a pretty big decision. I mean, 5 big blinds under the gun. It's gonna get called by, you know, king 8 suited type hands.
By Jungle Man, or by Bonomo not shoving actually looks stronger here than shoving, but Jungle may just say, you know what, I'm beating this on the gun raise. I don't know about Bonomo. I don't know. I think Jungle. The thing is, though, you gotta assume it's tough. That's really tough to put in with 6s and be maybe 3-way though. He just call?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's pretty surprising.
That is surprising. That would have been. I would think.
600 behind.
Yeah.
I guess. Yeah, that surprises me as well. Just so hard, some of these flops. Like this. Super interesting.
Yeah, bottom one at the same time might wants to. There's so many suited connectors still too. If you look at like the 9-8 suited or something, could be in there. Queen 10 suited, all those hands make a very.
Go for it, and he's gonna really. It's gonna work out.
See what you have?
Well for him, but also Jack 7 is live.
Yeah, I don't know if I like Jungleman's plan here at all.
Me neither.
I couldn't call that, but fuck, I'm so tilted.
I'm alive. I thought I'm in bad shape.
Sixes. I can't fucking call.
Yeah, but that's why you do a pre-flop, I think.
Yeah.
So you don't make bad folds on the flop. I'm not saying it's a bad fold from like he should have called, but
Good news for me, you had 6.
I mean, you're not folding pre-flop of a shove, I thought.
that doesn't have to be.
Wow. Well, Jungle.
Let's go.
It's gonna lose the same amount of money anyway. In theory. Actually, well, no. Yeah, I mean, if, I don't know. Yeah, Bonomo's gonna fold. I think it's just a weird. It's unconventional.
Yeah, it's kind of like if you're investing that big of a part of your stack with sixes, you know, you're gonna fold random boards.
I mean, I think I should play sixes as I did. No.
The rare moment when Jungle Man is unsure, and we are now too.
I really don't mind folding either.
Yeah,
Flop.
that's what I'm saying. That's why I think I would call would be my last choice, but
I think so.
I promise you one thing: Jungle will be in the lab. He's gonna be checking that up. I think that's also showcases what's amazing about poker and tournament stuff. It's like, again, this is some guy who Jungle's run sims. He's done a lot of work, and the's like, here's a spot where he's clearly not sure. He's even asking for reinforcement from Bonomo. You could straw pull that, and you might get a. You're definitely gonna get some different answers.
Call the 5 big one shove from the button. I guess it's just that.
Might see an all in here for Bonomo.
He had the ace-4 bluff.
All in.
Smart.
Yeah, because I wonder if Bonomo shoves, he may have just called. I think that's almost the weird part. Like if Bonomo had shoved, he may. Maybe he just folds on it.
What you have, Justin?
Maybe Jungleman goes for the spite call now because he didn't pull it off last hand.
970, right?
That they would.
So tilted.
I feel for him. I hope Jungle doubles and gets back in the game, man. Just to get to retry this. Just got the chat freaking out. People are not on board on the Jungle show on that one.
Yeah, this is 16 big blinds, so this is one of those rare situations where even though you have a decent Broadway, a stronger Broadway might fold to your all in. Big win there for Z Justin.
Well, just finds a way. Just finds, like, you know, it's just perfect. It's just perfect. The King Jack off holds. Ace Jack's gonna call him. King Jack off. Has him beat. Picks up a pot. Jungle Man short circuited for a second, and everything just. How do you win tournaments? You stay alive. You find creative ways and unconventional lines, and a little bit of luck, maybe a lot of luck.
Yeah.
He's got like 900 now.
Yeah.
King of the world, Victor. 900,000. Being so shortest stack on the bubble, I would say. The whole duration almost.
Yeah, and I mean, look at that bubble that burst. Ace-7, Ace-King. That would have been another short stack, just super back into it, and everyone just sitting here talking to themselves.
One of the best things about the bubble being over is that we're going to see Michael Zhang now, you know, open up. I mean, he was already ready to fire. Look at this.
I just want to know if we can get Zhang and Xuan, Tan Xuan at the same table. That would be fun to watch. Nice when your big blind hand just lines up something fun. You know, 6-5 off, it just feels so different than 6-5 suited. You go in defending 6-5 off, kind of like, ugh, and 6-5 suited, like, this is real possibility.
Top pair for Michael Zhang. Not much there for Mike and Young.
Back 110,000. Oh.
Easy peasy.
Your name is White, right?
White King.
White King. Nice to meet you. How do I get myself on a list for like a draw for pro? I just want to play a cash game. You say they do a draw for the pros? Yeah, but do they do a draw for the pros?
We do draw for the pros.
Is there any way I could get on the list, or just
Yeah,
like for
sure,
the draw?
for sure.
Thank you.
But you have to have money deposit.
Yes, I can put a deposit on. Yeah, right. When I do it.
What cash game?
TV cash game.
Oh, but when is it?
Tomorrow night, I guess.
Okay.
It's not confirmed, but we will do one.
Okay. And I'd probably like to play.
Oh. Play roll in.
All in?
2 players all in. Fold. Fold.
You have.
Forward and call, table 2.
Yeah.
Is it a redraw 16?
All right. Jungle Man gets ahead.
That's close.
Husky.
It was a diamond though. It can't. If you're sweating, you're 0%.
That way. That's what you're looking for.
That was also 4 across.
GG.
Roller coaster
Oh,
remote.
no, I'm still in. Oh, okay. I thought him.
Internet
Okay,
player.
let's time spin it up again. I was told.
Alright, so back where he was earlier, 340. Really rough situation for
More
him.
than you have with Jack 7.
Ah, yeah.
45 more.
45 more? Okay.
Maybe I should have called. No, I guess I can't.
Man, what a spot to get 2 out. It's last few tables in the 100k main event.
It's 4.
Okay, how much you
It
get
gets me
now?
to fold 6s, 7s.
3.
I do not fold that. if I ever had it.
I thought I was going to skip my big one.
340, okay.
Just saying, did you think I forgot the hand against Fedor like years ago in the EPT Monaco, where like torched it with 10s? Something. It's like a sort of similar spot to what happened with you.
I don't remember the hand.
I do. I would fucking route forever remember it.
Oh.
Fold.
Oh.
Roll in.
Play roll in.
Count, please.
See you again. Alright. That's quite fun though.
It's got to the fun stage, you just all in everything.
I see king.
That's
alright.
Bad news for Malinowski. Gonna need runner. And a strong hand.
GG.
That's it. So now it is GG for him. Our 7th place finisher. Malinowski. Rough for him. He was able to triple up with the Jack-7 right after the bubble burst and then got 2 outed by the Jungle Man. Really great showing. Learned a lot. Played incredible hand with pocket 8s. Something I'm going to be thinking about this evening. So definitely learned some from him. These last few hands, I think that these guys are on a redraw break. That is a mountain of chips in the middle there.
Redraw. 16个2张牌 redraw。
The whites are 25k. Looks like Michael Soisa against Liang Zhu. Soisa bets 1 million. Makes the call. Soisa shows. Is that a flush? I think, yeah, it is a flush. Flush spades, back to flush draw. Hitting. Liang Zhu upset with the run out. Must have had a strong hand as well. Could also, of course, be upset with his call, but Michael Soisa just continues to pile. He lost a massive pot with ace-9. Pressuring Ben Heath to his right on the bubble. Backfired as he lost, I think, it was close to 2.5 million pot. And now we have another short stack. Liang Zhu. Man, this has been so interesting to watch. I can't wait what this table composition is going to look like. And we're also going to have Randy Lou in the booth tonight. I have to give some credit to him. What a soldier for stepping back in the booth as well after that bubble. We're going to hear from the break desk. We're going to take a redraw break. We will catch you guys after. See you soon. Don't go anywhere. main event. That's quite a lot. Let's see, a massive first place prize, and 64 of those are still left. People were able to still register before the start of today with 25 big blinds. Daniel Vora's gonna go all in for 28 big blinds with ace-8. Wanted to attack that button range, so he gets himself in a bad spot. Chinwalim hesitates not. Would probably fold ace-10 and ace-9. That's of course a massive win for ace-8. That will be the nut flush.
GG.
And that's GG. Tough way to go for Webster here. Man, it's a big pot. 60 big blinds. We see some of those rough ones.
Good game.
At the first club, it's like, oh, he has a sweat. The second club is like, oh no. And the third club is just like, wow. That's a disaster. One of the regulars dabbling a little bit in the no limit hold'em streets. Has a milli. That's a lot of chips. We saw him at the final table of the 25K as well. I think he busted 6th in that one. Randy always says in the booth when somebody's stacking their time bank chips in a funny way. Seems like he's doing the same thing now. He's inspired. Seth Davies gonna put in the money. Thorell probably not gonna hesitate. Cyan really has to think here. I mean, it's unlikely that Thorell is bluffing very often. We know Thorell likes to take flops, so once he comes in for a raise, you gotta be a little bit careful. And then on top of that, if somebody attacks that raise with not that much fold equity, you gotta give some respect. And he gets out of the way correctly. He's gonna make the call. A bit cooler there for Thorell. Yeah. It's not what you want to see with ace-king. Still 34% for him though. 1 out of 3 who win this. This might be one of those. Tough hand for Davies. We know he's on at least 2 bullets. No runner hearts for him. It's 1 out in the deck. King of clubs. Doesn't get there, so Seth Davies gets eliminated. So we see some big names leaving the fold early on in this tournament.
You pay 19 or 20, I guess.
So Thorell wins a nice one.
They'll pay 19 or 20.
Get some chips back.
Gigs here.
Yeah. It was just
A lot of heroes in the field, and Fedor is all in. Looks like someone's got a decision. Or he's getting paid. Maybe he's just getting paid out. That looks like that looks more like a payout. No?
No.
Board's complete. Maybe not. Maybe that's, oh no, it's an all-in and a decision from Soiza. These are $2 million tournament entry battlers that both did not cash, so they're looking to get. This is a good chance to get unstuck and maybe even more. $3 million up top. There's going to be several people going to have that opportunity. Interesting board here. You know, if you're Soiza, you have Ace King or Ace Jack. Still not a great spot. And So he looks enrolled in the hand here. On the great poker minds, Fedor's putting his opponent to the test. I'm not sure we'll get to see that or not, but maybe flash over. There's a call in here. See a pretty classic flip, ace king to nines.
Only if you.
I hope we don't see carry cats go.
Sevens you fold.
Carry's so fun at the table. Makes comments.
Yeah, for sure. What about eights?
Especially on a table like this. Pretty quiet here. You see him already making comments, laughing.
Eights, I hate my life, pretty much. Sevens, pretty good hand.
The slow peel there.
Terrible flop.
Carry's,
I guess.
Carry's already counting the back doors. Not many. So he needs.
I like the paint. Don't like that one.
He needs help and.
All right.
Good game, buddy. Good
game. Gonna knock the table and.
Lasted one.
Does Carry play short deck? Do you know? Or I guess we maybe haven't seen him on the Triton stop, so hard to say.
We have seen him in Jeju. I think he played short deck.
He tried to win it early, you know? He tried to win the tournament.
Try to win on day one.
Tried to win on day one. Early day two.
Yeah. Once before he won from day one until finish in China. 1,000 over players. This different.
What was the first card you see?
Everyone was saying before what a
running
fantastic
into
job you guys have done.
dominating
Everything
hands.
was really amazing. Players are all very well taken care of. Easy to buy in with any currency. It's like, you should be very proud of it.
Yeah, this.
Wow. This is good for you.
你個煙正係嘛？
As fun as possible.
GG. See you later.
See you later.
You want to play Robo's game? They have game, you tell me. Huh? Later shot deck 2-5, okay.
Alright, so. Robles game, there you hear
I
it.
won. I'm the biggest winner.
Yeah.
Won 10 million. Quads. Quads against nut flush. Nice.
And short deck quads.
Yeah, Limport.
I'm just coming back in here. As I was leaving over there, I saw this hand and I saw the all-in with the cards face down. I was very curious on it, and that is not what I anticipated. Not that she's not capable, but that's a crazy move. I mean, what a play. Happened to have the best hand, but that was not her intention. She was definitely trying to get a better hand to fold. Really impressive to see her just go for it like that.
Yeah. Shows that she wants to be in control of things rather than wait it out. And here we see Fedor Holtz and Michael Turrets. Looks like a big riverbed. Fedor always involved in the big pots.
Look at those chips in the middle. That's a lot of white chips. That's a huge pot.
Yeah.
Wow. Fedor does not like this. Doesn't look like he's going to call, but then again, you just don't know. I mean, when these spots are so close, when they take time bank cards and think and everything's running through, you know, when they don't snap call, you just never know what's going to happen, if they're going to actually put it in or not. And I haven't heard Turret since the first, earlier when he was on coverage on day one, getting some time, and stayed incognito today. Haven't heard of him, and here he is. Looks like if Fedor calls, well, if he folds, he's going to have a big stack. If he calls and he wins, he's going to have a really big stack. Fedor, if he folds, looks like he still has over 500K there, 300, maybe 600K. So I think I saw an update where he had around that. Oh, he does call, and that's and he is going to not be able to beat what looks like aces. Or no, ace 10. I can't. Two pair, right? Ace 10, wow. So judging by the look, I mean, maybe Fedor had a better ace.
This guy's definitely not afraid to hero with all.
Yeah, it's true too, right? Does he have to have ace jack plus? No.
Adams. I have a feeling we're just gonna see him at the final table again. You know, it's just like, oh, final table, welcome guys, cool, let's look at the table. Oh, Timothy Adams.
Tim, hey, my name's Tim.
Yeah, hello.
And here he is, playing aggressively. And Ivinger. It's one of our big stacks as well today. Board's paired here, flushes here, straights are possible. This is about as many combination of possibility there is, and really interesting when you see these big bets, because if you're Ivinger, if you got a straight somehow, if you have a flush even, you know, you're not feeling amazing about it. Jason Kuhn doing some ace queen, ace king. Not sure if he was on the right end or wrong end of it. Looks like he's putting some chips out. Maybe did he get there? Looks like, or is he seeing?
I think it's.
Reversed?
Looks like he. Yeah. Oh.
Was it reverse thirds?
No, it looks like it was against Fedor again. So.
Oh, maybe
they're trying
Fedor.
to see, but I'm not sure if they're trying to see if Fedor covers him or not.
Fedor looks like he doubled up. That's how I see his posture, and Jason looks frustrated, but I'm not sure. Maybe not. The outer table sweats, you know. We see the cards, we get the great coverage, and Kuhn is. Nope, Kuhn is gonna be. It looks like got it in good. Ace king, guessing pre-flop to ace queen, and Fedor is gonna leave Jason Kuhn, our second place.
The businessmen plus pro draw was done on Twitter. They would announce the pairings, kind of leading up to the event. So definitely follow the socials if you want to see some of the biggest hands, the results, where the event's going to be, kind of get hyped up a little bit. And we see Ben Sharif going all in, 8.5 big blinds, early position, king 8 suited. Elton Sang also down to 20 big blinds himself. This could be an excellent opportunity for him to chip up. I mean, Ben Sharif is live, but Elton Sang looking at a really strong hand.
139. 139 guys.
Oh, yeah.
Raise all in?
So, Elton saying he did win that £1 million, he won the one drop in the pro one? Or the amateur one? That's, I'm not familiar with that. I don't remember swaying that tournament very hard, or even knowing that he won that, but that's a
won
big
it
score.
for 13 million. That's what he wanted. It was in Monte Carlo. Alright, they are all in. Ben Sharif, tournament life at stake.
That if you want.
Key hand for Elton Sang as well.
Yeah, shows, I mean, he's short, he's under the gun, doesn't want to hit the blinds, big blind ante, king 8 suited. He's got some potential. He's gonna go jump into the lead, even though he was in bad shape versus the hearts, oversuited there. Still fairly live, and look at that. Doesn't have to wait long for the turn.
That's tough. Gets on the flop, so I'm gonna say goodbye to Ben Sharif.
You need to get a change, right?
Does tap the table, head on out.
Why is it 7?
Dark Magic's very precise to the point.
Huh?
Dark Magic seems very precise and to the point.
Dark
Quite
Magic
powerful.
is more like, it's more like, how do I say, like science type stuff.
Yeah, this is not.
And White Magic is more feeling and intuition and whatever.
If you could find someone that can mix science and art, man, you've got a powerful magician.
And then you have something like gray magic or something. I don't know.
That sounds pretty shitty.
I don't know. It doesn't. That was very anticlimactic.
And yeah, here comes the grey magician.
Hey, Shaq. Must be chicken.
Mr. Heath, 2 black aces.
I don't know how to aptly describe that sort of magician, but it would be good to know both white and black magic. Oops, sorry.
I feel like you understand
Hard to
black
fold,
magic
give
a
me
lot
a
more
good
you
price.
understand white magic.
2 for 2 bet.
Yeah, more
People say that you win.
of a sorcerer, you could say.
More of a what?
A sorcerer.
Unlucky Louis.
Well, we could see dark and white magic clash on the stream.
Us basically.
Yeah.
That's the other side of that.
Yeah, and Junwa Yup as an open-ender. Heath with a gutter. I think everybody's reasonably happy, but let's switch over here real quick. We have Badjakowski all in for 15 big blinds. Tune not going anywhere with ace-queen. We have action behind still.
See, Sir Watts, Michael Watson, very talented player.
Was a setup.
Greenwood as well, true teller. This is, look at these guys. I mean, these are some of the best tournament players in the entire world just in a row right here. And
that's good.
Chun is, we've seen him maneuver and build stacks so far this week too. Seems like a very talented player.
Kita always smiling. That's their really nice hands, I guess.
Still like it.
Feels okay. Some paint could be interesting. There's some sweat cards. He's calling for cards. That's as clean as you're gonna ever see for sixes to ace
if I
queen.
ask for a blank, that's too much.
So he did ask for a 9, so he was trying to pick a middling, not like a, you know. So and if it had been a 9, he would have been out counterfeited. But as it runs out, he is gonna get a double. The dangerous Nikita. 640, huge swing for the tournament.
Yeah.
See a knockout and a tough player depart. Pretty sure Socia Zhang, we know who she was rooting for, him on her direct left. There's the man we were talking about, Tony G.
Less chips, so less talk.
Yes.
You see it on his face too. If he'd have a mountain of chips, he'd be smiling, looking
chirping
around,
at him,
looking
talking.
at the camera, screaming.
Hope Chidwick's able to remain focused with my son out on a date with his daughter. I don't know if that's crossing his mind right now. He's generally one to not rattle his confidence or his focus. He is one of those guys you just know has all the regiment down, the workout, the routine, the mindset, works hard on his game, is an understatement. Tony G's not amused. He's gonna fold. He's got, looks like 400-ish, 500-ish. Final logic.
Up against Hecklin.
Two beasts. Something's got to give. Okay, well, someone's in bad shape. And Bonomo's going to hold. Says good game, taps the table to Hecklin. And there's Timothy Adams as well. Looks like still well over a mil, at least over a mil. Oh yeah, let's get back to this one. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, what a turn.
And don't see any way out for Junhwa Yap here.
Looks like Hexton bet the flop.
I mean, that's even more sneaky, right? This is where you can't imagine it's this sick, right? There's like it's like the one hand where your opponent's just nutted as well.
Yeah, this is the worst. Just gonna make it 430. That's gonna be music to Ike's ears. What a setup in his favor here! Wow.
So if you're Ike and you're thinking your opponent's not bluffing here, he could have 5-3. He could have 8-5. 5-3 would be a gut shot. He bet the flop. So yeah, 8-5 is a straight. There's an 8-9. He could have an 8-9, like somehow flush draw as well. He could also have a 6, right? As sick as it is, but with this being in the big blind, that's something you're thinking about. But now the question is there any other play but call? I don't know. I don't see it, but at the same time, you don't think your opponent's bluffing. What if he does have a flush draw? Maybe he's committed to put it in. I can't. I mean, when you flat 6-7 suited, you don't get too much better of a spot than this. This is as good as you're going to see.
Wait for the big blind to also hit something insane like this.
opponent looks very in tune, watching Ike his movements. Ike's checking back his cards again. Pretty sure he knows exactly what he's got.
The thing you make a good point, because the thing is, if somebody's not bluffing here, right? Like I don't think that Junhwa is really gonna be bluffing here very often.
Yeah.
If they're not bluffing, but they have flush draws as well, maybe it's better to get the money in.
Yeah.
Maybe if the river is the jack of diamonds, he'll just give up with those flush draws. As we see it, though, there's no way around this. This is just disgusting. I think that for Junhwa, his only saving grace would be a 7 or a 4 here.
Or a spade somehow, but even then probably not, right? I mean, it's just stacked up high ratio. It's like maybe my opponent has, he flatted, he's got 8s, he's got 9s, he's got 10s, a spade comes, you can't just say, oh, I lose now. So it is, as it plays, just the biggest brick you're gonna see. And he's gotta just be thinking, wow, I mean, I have 8-5, it's so pretty, it's so good. And he should, rightfully so. He is going to get snapped out of his pants when he says those 2 words. He gets shown the bad news. There's just no other way around it. He's got a quarter pot. He's got a fantastic hand. And you're wondering,
Cool.
That's so disgusting.
he's not even going to believe it. It's just hard to believe. So gross. What a ridiculous spot. Ike is going to catapult himself into the chip lead. A little bit of
I told him he was the dark prince.
magic. Yeah, I was waiting for Jungle Man's reference.
Fucking darkness.
Super darkness. It's even black gloves. Man, you can't blame Junhwan Yap. Just absolutely coolered there. No other way to say it. Really unfortunate flop and turn. Just as like the fact no spade comes. It's just you know. There's nothing to say there. It's cooler in a big spot.
Or the main event.
Maybe he'll see him in some short deck events.
Dark magic all around us.
Jungle
you
just.
It was gonna be a dark day, Jungle.
No, you didn't. What are you talking about?
Too back. Really cool that we can switch. We have a few different camera crews out there, and everybody relax as well. We're all gonna show. I know sometimes you're in the middle of a hand, but we get to show the outcome of the hands. Charlie Carroll is gonna go all in here. He has 16 big blinds. Hexton, Ace King. That's bad news for Carroll. That is.
Like Haxton tangling, flirting with the chip lead. And he is in a dominating position, but we're going to see 5 here. No club for Carell. He's doesn't have a clear path to win this one. There are some sweats other than a jack. That's not one, so it's down to 3 outs, or else Charlie Carell, who has deposited 4 times into this tournament, is going to be on his way out. So
Good game, Charlie.
he normally might be a little more disappointed, but he's got.
If you cannot beat 5s, 4 jacks, then
Even gets the positive reinforcement. Chidwick does tell him his hand doesn't make him go watch on the stream, and
tips again.
And Casey, who was the chip leader, one of them, is standing up, grabbing his iPad. Must be the ace-5. Still has a 30%, roughly 25-something percent. There's a wheel card, not the flop he's looking for. He also is going to need some serious help. Oh, a little flick of the wrist, does pick up outs. Not enough. Kyle Cross, I'm going to say good luck to everyone. And he had 900 to start the day, so just must not have gone his way. Didn't see how much he was all in for there, but he did get it in behind ace-king to ace-5. So a couple ace-king hands holding, knocking out players.
I think he's saying from his point of view, like, is it for him not to say goodbye to Charlie? Is trying to say that.
So what's this? 2, 4, 5, 6-handed, 5-handed, 6-handed. Jungle with a 5-blind. Certainly don't see him getting away from this. I think deciding to re-raise and bin the field or just flat, and ultimately decides flatting the best option in case someone behind wakes up with something huge.
107. fold. Fold.
And Chidwick gets away, so ace-5, best hand folds. King-queen is ahead.
Well, yeah, I'm saying from me. Yeah. Well, actually, either case, because when I bust a tournament, I don't want to be there anymore. I don't know about you guys. I don't really care if someone says sorry, bad beat. It doesn't make me feel better.
This is a great moment for this conversation.
Actually, you're right. That is true. All right, I'll shut up.
Well, that's a couple backdoor turns, straight options, the high and low. But it's going to take a sip of the OJ and look to see if he can get another, at least turn sweat. He does pick up one of those options, does improve jungle to 2-pair. It's sort of irrelevant because he is going to need a jack and a jack. Only 4 of them. Not going to be, so Cyan going to bow out.
Good game, Elliot.
Good game. I apologize for being lucky.
Are we holding up?
I'm lucky today.
Yeah.
So far, good luck.
Is that the quote of the tournament? When I bust a tournament, I don't want to be there anymore. I think that's insight.
You see, sometimes too well do that close to the table. I don't care.
Yeah, I'm
sorry,
out.
man. Tough luck for us. I guess All
right, this table's getting slowly dismantled. There's 5 people there right now.
Someone at the table has said it, and you don't need all 7 people to be like.
Again.
Hilton Sang, Socia Zhang with 1.6 million. That is a healthy day, taking out Hilton Sang's flip ace-queen to 10s. So flips and dips, people are dripping on out. This is going fast, Lex. I mean, we're getting, you're the money here. This is really crazy.
Always kind of goes like this. There is going to be a point where it's kind of leveling out, and you're not going to see a whole lot of bust outs, though. It always happens.
Also, seeing Socia Zhang wearing the face mask, some of you may be thinking that could be, you know, a scarf type deal or trying to hide a tell, but I did hear her coughing a bit when I was down there. I think she's a bit, maybe just out of respect, trying to not spread germs and has that on. So also help, you know, it does look intimidating though. Gives her a little extra, like, a little extra spite.
Welcome back to the Triton Super High Roller Series here in London. The bubble has finally burst and now 16 players remain. All these players are at dinner now having a lovely time, but sadly one of those guys is not Randy Lou. Randy, we lost you in 19th. We felt your pain, but it's lovely to have you back. You happy to be back?
No, I'm not happy to be back, to be honest. Is there a way to rebind to the tournament?
We did feel your pain though, Jeff. That was a horrible way to go out.
Yeah, to add insult to injury, it was to hear Bonomo afterward sort of reference that he probably made a mistake. He kind of referenced that, oh man, your range is so tight there, you know, in that spot you have to be. You woke up with queens. He's probably supposed to find a fold there, and he got really lucky, obviously, hitting the ace-10. And I don't know if that makes you feel any better, but basically him saying he made a mistake shows you, you know, you made the right play, and it's not fun to bubble any tournament, let alone 100K. I thought you played great from the hands we saw, some difficult situations, and I know it doesn't feel any better, but you know, it's got to happen. Someone's got to get knocked out. Unfortunately, you got it in and got it in great. Just didn't go your way. So nothing you can do.
Well, I mean, good thing it's me, so we have another commentary in the rotation.
There is that. There is that side of that.
Randy, what do you honestly think about Bonomo's call? You must have thought about it a fair bit.
Yeah, I rewatched the video a lot, and same results, and the river card never changed. The 7 was always coming. But regardless, so of course, like Jeff says, my range is very strong here because we were 3 from the money. Pretty much, I'm not messing around here. I'm not going to get it in light. I'm not going to reshove hands like King, Queen, and things like this. It's a mathematics problem, which I'm not the best at. Of course, a lot of ICM in consideration. I think it's very close because I shoved only 9 big blinds. I guess the only problem for Bonomo in this situation is that the Makita's shove was like 6 to 7 big blinds, so it's not like he shoved like 2 or 3 big blinds where I'm going to be much more wider in shoving. Because if I lose that all in, it's actually quite detrimental to my stack. So my range is it's really strong there. Whether the mathematics justifies a call, I haven't actually punched that in, but I do think it wasn't like an easy decision.
Just to add on that, what would be the bottom hand you would shove in that particular case? I mean, are you shoving to 2 9s, or is it 10s plus ace king? Like ace queen, you're probably going to fold, I would imagine, or it's close. I mean, what is your actual range?
No, I suspect ace queen and 9s I'd pretty much go with for sure, and the tweener hands would be one pip below.
Yeah, 8s and ace jack suited, or okay.
Yeah.
All right. So
I have to be honest, Randy, I thought you'd take the night off. We said in the last break that if you bust, we didn't expect you back, and here you are smiling. So credit to you for even coming back here. What a champion to be here. But that must have hurt. How did you blow off steam after that one?
I mean, I was fortunate, of course. Like, there's some hands where I won, and I could maybe bust out earlier, like some coin flips. I just took a walk outside. London's lovely. And took a little stroll, came back, just kept watching the video, but I was like, I didn't make a mistake after I thought about it. I thought about all the other hands I played before, which maybe I've made a mistake or not, and I was actually pretty happy with my play today. I thought I played pretty well.
And on the flip side of that, you've had 2 days off, and Jeff is exhausted. So I think it's about time he paid you back, Jeff, because it's been non-stop in that booth, right?
No, like you said, I couldn't. Happy to see Randy back, but I'm sorry it went like that, and I thought he would take the night off. So this is very, very good sport of him to come back.
He was jumping for joy in that booth.
Yeah, he was jumping for joy.
No, I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that happen to anyone, especially now with the best hand. And literally, I think at home, if you don't realize when you bubble, it's not just the money, but it's also you played for 2 full days. You're playing there, you put your heart into it. It's exhausting, and then to walk away and there's no asterisk that doesn't show up on the results. Well, Randy Lou played great and got it in good and lost. It's just never cashed, never happened.
I mean, this was the biggest buy-in I've ever played by far. Before, the biggest buy-in I played was probably like a 25K roughly. So, and this was the biggest bubble I've ever experienced. Right, like I played tournaments where the bubble is much higher than even the first place prize. So yeah, it still stings a bit, but as a professional poker player, I've played millions and millions of hands, and if you kind of let these things get to you too much, it's just not good for your poker game in the future, because you might start second guessing yourself and making some mistakes. So I'm just gonna keep my head up high, and next time there's another No Limit event, I'll probably jump into it.
Yeah. Well, it was a cruel way to go, and we did genuinely all feel your pain, obviously, but also thought you played fantastically as well, especially the Queen's hand against the Queen 9. Just talk us through your call there, because that was a big moment in your day and a fantastic call, and it held up.
Yeah, so that hand was about can't remember how far we were, maybe in the middle of the tournament. So I forget who raised to 30,000. The blinds were 612. And Kale Burns called on the button. I wake up with queens in the small blind, and I re-raise to 115,000. The first guy, who I don't know, folds, and Kale Burns makes the call. So it comes King, Jack, 7, 2 hearts, and I have pocket queens, which is pretty much kind of a disaster a bit. Regardless, I still bet 73 to 78,000, and Kale Burns calls. Turn was what card was it? Do you remember what card it was? It
brought a double flush draw, right?
Yeah, it was like a low card, right? And it brought a double flush draw, so it was like King, Jack, 7, 8 or 6 or something. And then, now this is actually the really tough spot. I had about 220,000 behind. There's roughly 400,000 in the middle at that point. And I actually use 2 time banks. And ultimately, I was basically deciding, should I shove or check call or check fold. I figured that I shouldn't be too worried about the king. And the reason I say that is that ace king would have just got in pre-flop. Yeah. King queen, I have 2 queens in my hand, so I'm blocking those hands. So actually his range is heavily weighted towards those jack 10s, the jack X type hands, ace queen occasionally, some flush draws. And I figure against this range, it would actually check back the turn a lot. So despite there being an overcard, I still shoved my pocket queens pretty much for value, thinking it's just unlikely he has me beat. And then he snap called, which had me a little bit worried, but he actually had the Queen 9 of hearts for a lot of outs, and I faded.
And of course, it was not just you that felt the painful bust out. The bubble boy himself, it was Chun Xiao with the ace-king against Souza's ace-7. The 7 on the flop, that was a painful way to go in it. But it didn't look like that bubble was going to burst. It didn't want to burst. It was about 5-6 all-ins, and finally it got it done. But even nastier way to go.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. When you get so short, it just happens that you can't get people to fold. So when you have a hand such as Ace-King that's so good, you have to remember Ace-7, a hand like that, is still has equity. So it's important when you fall below the 10-blind, 12-blind range, you have to expect to get called. And, even in that spot, you have 27, 28, 30%. You're going to lose that almost 3 out of 10 times. So it feels bad. It's painful. No one likes to lose when you have such a dominating hand. But when you're short, sometimes the luck just comes into play more often.
Yeah, I just want to add to that. Chun from Malaysia, he's not a professional player, and he's played all of the Triton events, and he's actually had a lot of deep runs and cashes. So, hats off to him. He played well, and sometimes you get unlucky.
And he also smiled when he went out. I don't know what's going on here. You guys are very different to me. I would smile and then scream as soon as I got out the door, maybe. But let's look at the last 16 remaining then and look at some of the chip counts. Souza jumps to the top there, helped by that little knockout on the bubble. And then we got the 2 Brits in there, Chidwick and Ben Heath, representing the hometown. It's still a lot of exciting players to be watching there.
Yeah, world-class players. Stephen Chidwick, again, here he is, top 2. Souza, very aggressive player, very solid player, dangerous. This is shaping up to be a very, very intense final table coming up. I think it's going to go a little quicker now that the bubble burst and people are jockeying. I think one of the themes in Triton is people go for that trophy. They really want to win, and there's a lot of money up top. Top 4 places are going to get £1 million+ pounds, which is pretty incredible. It's one of the biggest 100Ks that I've seen in a long time. 130 entries putting up 100,000 pounds. You just don't see this type of 100K field sizes anywhere in the world. So really, really exciting finish we got coming up here.
Yeah, I want to talk about Souza actually. I met him maybe like a year and a half ago. We used to play a bunch of like 10Ks in Asia, and he wasn't playing these high rollers. But we would always get really deep with each other in final table. But he plays really, really good. He's always looking for the top spot. Of course, he understands ICM and all these things. He was on a big heater. He would just either win the tournament or not make the money, pretty much. The first time he came to Triton, his debut, he won the 6 Max event for like $1.5 million, and I believe he got far in some other ones. He's very, very good. He understands how to play the big stack. He's going to put a lot of pressure as we get closer and closer to these bigger pay jumps. I think he's going to get very far in this tournament.
The only thing he does struggle with is getting through metal detectors at airports, because he broke his arm and it's full of metal now. This just happened just before Jeju, and he was telling me he struggles to get in any country now. So wow. He's going to need a little bit of luck. Maybe if he goes to America, he'll struggle these days.
Yeah,
but, he'll be on the ground before he knows it. Okay, before we move on, I just want to discuss the fact that the dynamic will change now for the chip leaders. They were having it all their own way, putting the pressure on, but now they're going to see some fighting back now the bubbles burst. The short stacks and the mid stacks can start to put up a fight.
Yeah, I think the dynamics definitely change. This is something you're going to see, as we mentioned, people start to go for it a little more. There is big payouts up top, but some of the jumps initially, especially the next few places, there aren't so significant. So it does incentivize people to go for it a bit more. So, I think that it's not uncommon that we'll see this get down to 9-10 pretty quickly, and then from there, depending who has the chips and what positions, it'll dictate how long it takes to get to the final table. But I don't think we're going to see it slow down. People are ready to go for it.
Yeah, you're exactly right. The play is definitely going to be super tight on a bubble, as you guys saw, because the jump from $0 to 200,000 pounds roughly is a lot. It's 2 binds, but then it's only like maybe $50,000 or $100,000 pay jumps. I didn't look at the structure, so now you have a lot of incentive to kind of try and chip up. But when we get to reach the final table, then we're going to see this kind of big stack playing all the pots, middling stacks kind of waiting for short stacks to bust. And then if there's no clear short stack, that's when people kind of fight a little bit more then again. So the final table is the most interesting, one of the most interesting parts of the tournament, because generally speaking, before the final table, like in the money, you just kind of play your hand to the best of your ability. But now at the final table, it's really when you play the player. You're playing the situation, you're playing the pay jumps, you're going to see some, what you guys might think is some wild 3-bets, wild all-in plays because of the big pressure. Some people are going to maybe overfold a little bit more because they don't want to make the wrong mistake. But then again, people know that, and these guys are world-class players. Some are going to make some really sick calls in, as you guys saw in the million before.
I don't know how much of the rest of the action you've seen, if anything, Randy. You've been a busy man. But we touched on a hand in the last break, which was the Stephen Chidwick fold with ace-queen against Jungle Man's eights. And we've actually got that hand now that we would like to show you. And Jeff, if you talk us through it, and like to get both your thoughts.
Yeah, so this is a 3-way pot, and we see a pretty, 9-8 4-flop. The Jungle Man, Dan Cates, does flop middle set. It's about as good as you can ask for. He has an absolute hammerlock on the hand. It gets going here and it checks around. So this is something where Jungle Man's hoping to see a bet on the flop. There is a flush draw, so there's something where, depending on the board texture, that he may want to check raise a bet, try to think his opponent may put him on a flush draw and he could get the money going. It does check around, and this is something that we've seen Chidwick navigate so well in spots, and he's just aware of where his ranges are, what he's representing, what he's trying to accomplish. You see him check back ace-queen. On the turn is where it gets super interesting. So Chidwick makes his hand. You have ace-high, you're multi-way, and now you have top pair, top kicker, and although there's so many draws present, this would be a spot where a lot of people stack off and just say, oh, like my opponent probably has a draw, like I have ace-queen, it's likely the best hand. But this is where we get to see some of Chidwick's brilliance, and I don't know if you were able to see this hand yet, Randy, but I'm kind of blown away. I thought he might even check back. I thought that was one possibility, but when he does bet, I'm really surprised how the hand goes from that point on.
Let's first touch up on Daniel Cates' check again on the turn. I think this is actually really important. When a player from under the gun checks the 9-8 4-flop, they really do look like they got ace high, right?
Yeah.
Also, Chidwick, very likely to have bet one of those middling hands when under gun player checks, because he can easily take it down. So it just really seems very likely someone's got an ace, or they don't have an ace and they're going to bluff the ace.
Right.
So actually, Jungle Man's check on the turn is really, really good, because Haxton, most likely player to have an ace, will bet to protect his hand. There's a lot of straight draws and flush draws.
Yeah.
Or someone, he might have possibly tried to represent the ace of a hand like King Jack. So Jungle Man, if someone has an ace, they're going to probably pay off a bet at least. And if they don't have an ace, they're going to bet this card. So by him checking, he kind of gets the best of both worlds, rather than if he let out, he only gets called by ace and doesn't let the people represent the ace.
Right. Well, as it plays, he does go for a sneaky check raise here, and this is where you see Chidwick eye up his stack, say, what do you have left? And this is what, again, it's just, you couldn't see that it's possible. Why does he not have a draw? Why does he have to have a set? Why does he have to have two pair? What hands is Jungle Man flatting in the small blind? He's flatting the suited broadways. He's flatting Jack Queen suited, Jack 10 suited. He's flatting King 10 suited, King Jack suited. So now when Steven bets and gets check raised, he realizes that on the rivers, though, there's going to be so many difficult decisions on a club, on a diamond. He kind of has to decide, is my hand good here or not? He's not just calling and then expecting Jungle Man to shut down if he misses. So I think I don't know if it's some live tells, just intuition, just understanding, really being in tune with Jungle Man's range, and says it's not worth it. This is a marginal spot where I'm maybe not good, and even if I am good, I'm gonna have to probably fade a massive river hand, and he just decided ultimately to bet and fold, which to me just was super impressive, just how he navigated out of this difficult situation.
Yeah, it's a very interesting spot. I think Chidwick, from a GTO point of view, ace queen is actually at the very top of his range.
Yeah.
I think he would always bet 9s, 8s, 4s, and 2 pair. But the thing is, 2 pair is also a little bit unlikely. He probably would have bet ace 9 on the flop. And 9-8 definitely would have bet the flop. Ace 8, does he even play that pre-flop? Not quite sure against under gun raise.
I think it was a raise and a call.
Yeah.
And that's how Jungleman got in with the 8s, right? So that's another reason. Another thing to look at is the pre-flop action, how it went down, and what the ranges are, and how the hand constructs. But that's, to your point, gives him an out to get away.
Yeah, I'm saying that I feel like Chidwick Ace Queen definitely is the top of his range here, possibly the very best hand. So from a game theory point of view, he probably would want to call here in theory. The thing is, sometimes if you know when to deviate at the right time, you can really profit a lot. Of course, you could be making a huge mistake, but this is the one time, you know, this spot has happened in the 100K main event. So maybe he felt like Jungle Man probably would have. I mean, I'm sure he knows that he's capable, and Jungle Man definitely is capable of making a bluff here. But I guess he just had a really well-timed deviation. But I don't think, like, I think that if he folds this hand 100% of the time, he will be folding. He'll be very exploitable in a sense. So I don't expect him to always take this line, because it just seems like this is very, very strong for him to have. And the other thing I would think about actually is, how does he perceive Jungle Man to play his draws, which is the hands he beats? You know, the clubs, the diamonds, and the straight draws. And if he thinks that Jungle Man would lead these cards, lead the turn with these types of hands, then, you know, that changes, it makes it pretty clear on what to do. But I actually think that he respects Jungle Man in a way that he knows Jungle Man should always check raise like all his value and all his draws here. I wouldn't say all, but a lot of them, because it's quite weird if Jungle Man just all of a sudden just blasts the ace that comes off when it checks around, because he's not really expected to have the ace. Even if he does have an ace, you know, he doesn't want to get value owned by like ace king and ace queen. So yeah, it's quite interesting.
Very interesting hand.
You lost me at hello. Yeah. No, I'm with you guys, but my question is, wouldn't Jungle do exactly the same thing with, say, Jack 10 of clubs, with the flush draw and the open-ender? And how does Chidwick know he hasn't got that? Or does he think maybe he does that, but I'm not willing to pay in this risky spot?
I think Randy touched on that, saying that he would maybe anticipate him to lead on the turn with that type of hand, and that's sort of maybe the distinction, that he decides that's how Jungle Man would proceed on that particular board based on the action is gone. It's definitely not an impossible move to make, but I think you know, the real point of that is Jungle Man, that Chidwick is just getting it right. He gets it right with the Jack 5 call at the £1 million final table. He gets it right releasing Ace Queen. He's getting the plays right, and it just seems like I can't think of a time in a big spot that we saw Chidwick make a misstep. Maybe there was one hand where he paid off jacks first sixes against Limitless on a 4-flush board. He check called. That was the one time I saw him like call and really in a decent sized pot and didn't make the right the session. That's maybe the only time, and he just seems to get it right very, very often, and far more than his opponents in the critical, bigger, tougher decisions. Chidwick's just getting it right, at least at the moment.
Okay, well, just be aware, Jeff, if we do play, I'm capable of moves like that with a Jack 10 of clubs.
I doubt it.
You know me too well. Well, on a little side note, all these guys are obviously playing for that top prize, 3 million, but the trophy as well. And looking back to Montenegro, there was one event in Montenegro where we had a winner in the Timothy Adams Invitational. Henrik Hecklund took that one down, but because it was an added event, an extra event, there was no trophy. But finally, Hecklund received his trophy, and I think we get to see the presentation now. Welcome one and all to the Timothy Adams Invitational presentation party. Now, in Montenegro, there was an event added, Tim's idea, and it was a successful event, and we have the winner here, Henrik, but he didn't receive a trophy because it wasn't a planned event. But it's finally time. Tim, will you pass the trophy to Henrik?
Thanks.
Let's see what she looks like.
Is this the trophy? There's nothing in here, right?
There's something, Henrik. Come on,
How do I get it out of this? I mean, it's an incredibly big trophy, this one. Thank you so much.
What do you think of that, Henrik?
I like it.
Was it worth the wait?
Of course, yeah. I like the box as well. It's a great box.
It was more about the trophy than the money, really. When you receive something like this, baby, special moment.
It's a beautiful trophy. I'm going to cherish it for the rest of my life.
But I tell you what, if that trophy isn't enough for you, of course every Triton winner gets the check. Luca, please. The tournament director, Luca Vivaldi, please hand over the check to Henrik.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Just look at the camera for the picture.
It's a great Thank you.
Oh, we're nearly done. Hang on. Get in, Tim. I'm going to do something special now. There we are. The Triton Timothy Adams Invitational winner, Henrik Heckler.
Wow, that was didn't expect that. What was the first on that thing?
We go all out and
that
try
was
and
that
I
was
think
beautiful.
it was about $400,000 that you won, and that's what you get.
You
I believe he will get a real trophy one day, but
one day
he's got a badge
Temporary.
in the meantime,
Temporary,
and that's not bad. But I think one of the good things about these Triton events, it's high rollers playing for a lot of dough, but it's a good sense of fun as well. The players are willing to have a laugh, and it's quite light-hearted considering the stakes.
Yeah, I would agree. I've played in a few of these Triton events here in the last stop, and they're very friendly. Everyone's always chatting, just talking about everything. Of course, the play is very high, but you know, one of the things Triton does is they seem to always be willing to add new events. The Henrik Heckler tournament that he won was an added event. It was unscheduled because I believe there's a lot of no limit players still in town, and you know there's no more left. And they're like, we'll throw in one more for you. I'm really agree with you that it's just very chatty and fun.
It's definitely for the players. I think the players come first, and you realize that when you're at events like Montenegro and the players make the tournament staff wait 2 hours to start the event. They start when they're ready. They're the bosses around here. Now, let's just turn our attention to the short deck quickly. Today saw the start of the short deck events, and we have 87 entries in the 25K, and we've got 39 remaining. We have the chip leader is Chuck Leng Chong. I hope I pronounced that right. About the short deck, the Asian players always enjoy the short deck, and we see the fields full of Asian players. But with every event that passes, there's more and more Western players. Why is that? Are they trying to take advantage of the value that's there with the businessmen that like it before the time runs out and all the other pros jump in and spoil it?
Yep. So short deck is definitely favored. It's a high variance game. It favors the non-professionals a bit more. They have more of a fighting chance, I would say, and they like to play the game. It's got a lot of flops. It's got a lot of all-ins, and equities run really close. Like Ace King versus Queens. Ace King's a favorite. Kings versus Ace King. Ace King is not. It's like a 60-40. Ace
King's a favorite against King.
No, it's a 60-40. So King's got 60%. It's really close, and that makes a really good game. And you know, the very first time we had the short deck events back in Montenegro, the very first one, there wasn't that many Western pros, but there were some that jumped in, just like this looks like a good spot, big prizes, and jumped. I think Bryn Kenny, for example, I don't think he ever played a hand of short deck. He played the 100K and played exactly one hand. Like he registered the very last second, busted of pocket 8, so it was a mistake actually what he did. So the game's got some gamble, and really that game anyone can win.
And we've already seen some success from the Western players. Jason Kuhn with the title in Jeju, and then Ben Lam won the event in Montenegro. I believe it's the last event there. And Jeton, he's had a second, third, and a fourth place. So hurry up, guys, because time's running out, because the pros are all moving across that way. But it's not easy for them, because these businessmen are top-level players, and the Asian pros waiting for them. They're sharks as well.
Yeah, the Asian pros actually have the first time I saw the Western players playing the short deck events, I felt that the Asian pros had a massive edge. A lot of the Western pros are very mathematics-based players. Of course, they have very good instincts, but they depended a lot of strategy on pre-flop. And I do think they probably solved the pre-flop maybe even better than Asian pros, potentially. But in the post-flop play, they had a lot less experience, and that's when you saw all of the Asian pros and businessmen really shine. Actually, the Asian businessmen that play these tournaments, they're not weak players at all. They are very feisty. They're going to get in there. And in this game, when you get close to the money, because equities run close, you probably actually supposed to play very tight, because you don't want to get in on a 60-40, 55-45. But you know, these fearless businessmen, they're going to shove it all in on you, and really pick up a lot of chips. So I think they have a big edge in the game.
I think maybe the biggest surprise entry is Linus Slowlegger. You know, he was a bit worried about playing live standard hold'em, and here he is in the short deck. I mean, the guy's just lost any fear he had, and a title's going to help.
Yeah, no, we saw him mix it up. He already has a third and a first, so why not? If you're gonna splash around, why not try the 25? There's a 100K, the main event short deck coming up as well, and the numbers look insane. I know I've heard the amount of re-entries are just people really fire in that one, so that's gonna be a lot of fun to learn. Yeah.
So can you see a future for the short deck? It's been a huge success in the short run. What, in 5 years' time, what we're going to look at is it going to take over? What's going to happen?
100%. Short deck is growing. Like you've seen the numbers grow every single time. Like you said, the Western pros are coming in. Hey, if you're coming out for the no limit hold'em, half of the schedule is short deck. You might as well learn short deck and get in on that high stakes action. Otherwise, if you think you have an edge, you're just leaving money on the floor. I think that. And I've seen it. All the tours, that aren't related to Triton are adding short deck events, and more. There's one at the World Series of Poker. All the EPTs and everything.
It's online now.
It's
the
online.
Sites are spreading the cash games. It's a lot of fun. It really is. It reminds me of the PLO burst. It kind of at one point I remember thinking that PLO would take over for no limit hold'em in casinos, and it didn't quite happen, but it's still very popular. And I think there's room on that in that pie chart for short deck.
I think short deck's going to be more popular than PLO by far. PLO can actually be quite a tight game at times. Short deck, it's not really possible for it to be a tight game because of the way it's played. You're going to limp shove a lot. You're going to jam your flush draws and straight draws because you're 50-50 with like top set or whatever. Like, it's a really good game, Jeff. You got to try it because you'll be hooked. You'll never want to stop playing it.
Maybe not with the 100K, but we'll take a peek maybe in next Triton stop. I like that idea.
My friends and I, we've played short deck for about 5 years now because we had a deck with 2 jacks and a 9 missing. So we got our own version. And, yeah, I wondered why I never hit a set with those jacks. But now it all makes sense. I just have to touch on one bit of commentary we liked. The top and bottom pair you call the missionary, Jeff. Explain that one.
Well, I mean, I think that's sort of.
Can you explain it to me, please?
I draw a picture. I have no idea what you mean.
I have a 3-month-old son, so that's sort of one of the ways it works, right?
Okay,
like you see what that's how I'm getting. Yeah. Well, just next question.
We'll delve deeper into that in the next break time, maybe. And maybe looking ahead to this level, what can we expect? Is it going to be fast and furious, or is it going to be a lot of feeling each other out?
Right, it's definitely going to be fast and furious for all the short stacks. They have nothing to wait for anymore. They need to chip up, all ins to play.
Well, I think it's going to be an exciting next 2 levels, and I look forward to seeing who moves up the chip stack. And well, we're getting to the nitty-gritty end of the tournament, so I think it's time to pass you back to Lex and enjoy. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
And me.
Thanks, guys, at the desk. Welcome back to the broadcast. The Cards Up coverage. Again, shout out to Randy Lou. Bubbling 100K. He doesn't very often play buy-ins like that. And bubbling 100K, being able to sit down. There's seasoned pros who play them every week who will not be easy to talk to after that. And that's understandable too. But Randy Lou, really great attitude. I have to applaud that. And here we see, we're suspecting of the big stack of Michael Soiza, and there we see it. 5 million. It's the first time I've seen that number. Short stack, Lang Zhu lost a big pot against Soiza. Soiza hitting a backdoor flush against an unknown hand of Zhu. And on the red table we see Paul Poix and just a Bonomo short. Jungle Man, Timothy Adams a little bit above that, so we have quite a few short stacks. Dan Schwen at the other table with 13 big blinds. So there's a big chance that this goes pretty quickly. Of course, if the short stacks double, guy with 13 big blinds doubling, puts him in a fine position. Same, of course, if you double from 21 big blinds, you're going to be middle of the pack. Easy, but definitely a big difference between the big stacks and the small stacks. So field not evenly spread at all.
In the money.
1.4 BB per 100.
Is that a lot? It seems like a lot. Actually, yeah, ring them.
Talking shit.
Huh? Oh, yeah, you're talking. Fuck, that was code for talking shit. Fuck. I didn't know. Saying I'm bad. Damn. You really think I'm bad? Alright, sweet.
Wait, you said 1.4 BB per 100, and that was your way of talking shit?
Yeah. Jungle has very high standards. I knew he was going to be offended.
Wow,
Should've
this is
that.
a
I
bit
mean-
sick.
1.9.
Thank you. Jungle最勁喺後邊。
I was a bit offended. If you said that in certain other games, it would be fighting words.
I understand.
I would have challenged Ike to a duel if I was like...
Slapped him with a glove.
I mean, clearly I can't say it. You know, wait.
Yeah, then the security have to rush me off the stage.
Hulk out.
But maybe the Blade would have that edge against one of us.
Probably. There's only one way to find out.
So mad just so mad.
Heath against Michael
Yeah,
Zhang.
good bad Jungle. He's not here.
He got away, that's the point. He fucking got away.
No problem. 16
He'll come back.
to 9th is only 100,000 pounds pay difference. So not too many ICM implications. Of course, it's always there. ICM, of course, talking about the different money jumps and the effect it has on your stack, the decisions you need to make. Staying in the tournament's very important, laddering up. The bigger the jumps, the more it matters. And since most of the money is in the top here, as it is with tournaments, but 3 million pounds for first. That's 2.8 million from 2.8 million from 11th, so that's a big jump. Interesting turn here with the spades.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
There is the back to flush draw for Heath. Really nice run out for him. There's a milli in the middle.
$580.
Yeah, very logical bet for Michael Zhang. He has to feel pretty good about this hand. Man, what a spot for Ben Heath. Ben had a massive double up against Michael Soiza on the bubble. Michael Soiza just ripping it in with ace-9. A bunch of shorter stacks in the hand. Ben Heath having kings. Gonna use a few time bank cards, but money's gonna be sailing in.
Oh, count this.
All in he goes. Oh, with an all-in at the other table too. Don't worry, we will show you the action. everywhere. These guys have already decided.
Check very
We're
loud.
always going to show you conclusion at the end of
King of
hands.
hearts.
But by switching back and forth, we can actually bring you all the action. Liang Zhu, looking pretty good for him, even though he's super short. But he could go up to 11.5 big blinds. And does. So short stack of the field doubles. Sam Greenwood dropping down to 20 bigs. And here we go back to that river decision for Michael Chi Zhang. What a tough decision. It's so hard to figure out a hand. Does my opponent just river king 10 or will he shove against me if he hits that? Hard for me to have a deuce. Would they just bluff me? Knowing that I'm value betting an 8. There's so many things going on. That's quite annoying too, because then you think, if you end up calling, you say, ah, okay, that one. You know he's not afraid to put the chips in the middle. He busted his first bullet, making a big hero call against Nick Schulman in level 1. Ben Heath, incredible player. We always come back to this. If your opponent is not world class, then you can easily just fold here. But the fact that they'll put you to the test time and time again means that these decisions are really tough. Makes the call. That is bad news. And Michael Zhang loses a massive one. Really, really tough run out for him. Ben Heath over or up to 4 million now.
Hả? Đi thử luôn á. 1.5. Có 3 con à?
05.
Hả?
Google spreadsheet. Got that one down.
King 8 à?
Welcome to the booth from the break desk. We have Randy Liu. Randy, what a performance, man! What a rough.
What a performance, Lex! Congratulations on 19th place. You received £0.
Yeah.
Videos of you in the shower.
Yeah, great achievement. Top 15% of the field. Crowd goes wild.
You're a little crazier than I thought.
Did not cash achievement in the 100K.
Yeah.
First 100K did not cash.
I really,
but played the maximum.
I really hope we were gonna see you walk through the tunnel, the walk of shame. Maybe trip, you know?
Probably trip.
Yeah, there he
Stumbling.
is. On the floor, just walk outside. No, that's the wrong way, Nano. Don't go there.
You're lucky.
It's okay. We're in the money though, so everyone's guaranteed £192,000.
Yep.
So pay jumps are quite small. So at this point, you kind of, I would say it's insignificant for the next 2 spots roughly, because it's about a 10K pay jump.
Thank you, that's so nice. I feel richer already.
It's a lucky chip as well.
I like, I really like, in high rollers, like flatter payouts at the start of the caches and then really high at the end. You know, if it's like a regular 10,000 main event somewhere, I like flatter payouts, but all the money at the top in high rollers is awesome to watch.
Yeah, so we got a raise and a shove. Should be a all-in a call. Tan Xuan is much more aggressive than most players. I don't think you can fold this hand to him.
2 9s.
I jacked him in his face.
I always feel if Tan Xuan is all in somewhere, you hear Paul Poit, and the other way around too. If you see Paul Poit and you hear Tan Xuan in the background, it's always the same.
Yeah, it's funny because I was at Paul's table and thinking like, Tan Xuan, just like charity, give me chips.
Yeah.
This hand seems so strong.
All right, let's see that flop.
A lot of them.
You got the chip.
Ooh, that's actually a pretty cool one.
Yeah, nice sweat. Spade.
Spade or the 9? Or hearts or 9 of clubs?
I say I won them both, not the girl ins. That's a problem zone. But we're gonna change it now.
Okay.
Peter lied.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I like the way he counts it out too.
65, 68.5.
685.
85,
Yeah, you're not gonna get into any sympathy ever from the Asian guys. These guys are ruthless against each other when it comes to trash talking and needling.
Yeah, for sure.
好位置。哎，这就不一样了，金马了，差不多金马。Can't believe Matthias gets in there. Prevents me from busting cans.
Alright, so this is what we said. If the short stack's double, then play will be a little bit deeper.
You together deal with your crazy ace-10 suited open.
一张就把他干掉了。
Oh, excuse me, it flattens out a little bit.
我就被干掉了。差点一针见血。
到我了，60。
你等一下啊，
等一下。
忍着来，你搞他们啊。
There's a jungle man here. Oof, that is a rough flop. Justin Bonham runs pretty good today, huh, Nano?
I have nothing else to say. Clearly a great player as well. No, you know, he's upset. You know, someone overtook his all-time money list. He's got to fight for it. Let's get to his hand. So Bonham will open Underground +1, and when stacks get very shallow like this, you're gonna see these very small bets relative to the pot. 110,000. It's a quarter pot. Jungle man, middle pair, gonna make the call. Man, they're playing very shallow. 10 to 11 big blinds.
Yeah, we see so many of these type of stacks. We saw him tango earlier. Jungle man very upset at a fold he made in a short stack situation. So queen, not that great of a card from Jungle Man's point of view. It's actually not that great for Bonmo in the sense that it's quite scary because when you defend from the big blind, what do you got, like ace-6, ace-7, 7, 8, like all these types of middling hands, and you never want to see that overcard, so we'll see if Bonmo wants to go for like... I mean, he knows he's got the best hand. The question is, do you shove to try to make it look like you got a draw, or do you just bet and hope your opponent calls? It's kind of tricky because this also looks extremely strong because how often does someone bet 325,000 and folds for the last 500k? True. Also betting that flop already, right, against the big blind. It's so connected. So many more hits for the big blind than for an opener from early position.
Now, with Jungle Man's hand, I was going to say, yeah, it's an easy fold. I don't say it's easy, but it's likely to be a fold because I don't think he expects Bonomo with that stack size to continuation bet like ace queens. I mean, like ace queens, ace kings that much. I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm done with it. Yeah, that's interesting. But as you can see, the stacks are getting quite shallow for a lot of people.
You stay in here from here?
From England, yeah.
Might not be.
You born here?
First time we've seen Michael saying here.
Michael.
Confirm.
Nice
Just asking if you could play the cash games too.
Crazy amount of people.
Always a cash game. And then that's when the chat goes, "Where's the cash games?" Don't worry, we record that for you for later viewing.
Yeah, it's better that way. Okay, we can show you more refined. Sometimes there's like a lot of breaks in the cash games because people just decide to take a 40-minute break with nothing really happening. So
correct.
This way we can show you all the highlights, cut out all the dead parts, put a nice piece online so that you guys don't miss anything instead of watching like a 7 or 8 hour show.
So, question is, do you just open jam here or go for a minimum raise?
Yeah, I like open jam. With people defending blinds and stuff, you have 13 big blinds.
It's more detrimental to your stack if, say, you min raise, the big blind calls, you see bet and have to fold, and you lose like unnecessary amount of chips.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, this should be a call, I imagine,
Really?
from Gates.
Oh, really? Oh, cool.
The dealer button is expected to shove like any ace on the button.
Bet call,
Ace 8,
bet
ace
call,
7, ace
no
6.
fold.
Yeah, even like king 5 suited, those sort of hands.
All the pocket pairs. 9s is crushing that range.
Next time London go to
He's trying to look also a little bit weaker with Isaac Haxton behind him. If he snap calls, that like might be deterred with some ace 10 type hands. But racing we go.
Oh, one event, okay, one. Yeah. 25k.
No shit.
Jungle Man's at risk.
Anytime I'm there, you're gonna be there.
I mean, long day you can do 200k.
Unfortunately, I only had 1 8.
Cheers.
Jack off suit or something.
Train about guys.
I'm not feeling it. I don't feel it.
Oh, that's a good door card. Adams needs. Okay, that's not it.
That's it.
I'm feeling it.
Jungle Man down to. Doubled up. Adams down to 1.5 big blinds roughly. Let's take a look at the other feature table. Lang Shu here, Queen Jack against the Queen 10 of Chidwick. In good shape, both flopping a queen. It was a raise and a shove pre-flop. Chidwick was committed, given the stack size. So, only 2 10s that can hit Chidwick. 10 of diamonds would not win him the hand. And that's a good river card for Lang Shu. Up to 1.5 million. Chidwick in another prime position to get a deep run. Just always seems to get to the end.
You have like 2.5 Matthias?
2.3.
Enjoy.
花我就8个盲注。
44 big blinds for Steven Chidwick.
So if I want to get Paul actually.
Calling your shot.
What's that?
I want to bust you next.
Adams is down to 2 big blinds and the cutoff. Jack 7 suited. Definitely about an average hand against the big blind, who definitely would not be folding. Question is, does he want to go all in from this position or wait a couple more hands? He is going to go for it. Pocket kings for Daniel Cates.
Go after this, 22. And then go to continue tomorrow.
So it's actually quite tricky. Maybe he should, if he just calls, the big blind likely to come along. He could jam to kind of make it look like he's isolating light. He can also re-raise very small. All options are pretty good.
So they are. Then we cannot play again if we find out the vote.
I'd rather not play that.
What is the action? My clock can't start.
You prefer short deck to hold him?
Maybe bust.
Yeah, play both.
Because hold them, I cannot compete with you guys.
Oh, you I can't
So
compete. I'm
your
just a nobody 15 less.
less than a min raise.
Jungle
You
Man
can
is
make it
min
even
raise.
more than what you have in front of you, right? Is that correct?
I think.
Yeah, it's 80 more. Yeah, it's 80 more.
Right.
So it's going to be.
Okay, so trying to figure out what a minimum raise is.
230, right?
150, 150, yeah, 230, 150 at 80,
The player
230.
announced that I raised the minimum. I min raised.
The announced min raise and put 200 in front of him. It should be 230, right?
All right, we figured it out. Did announce minimum re-raise.
The action is 230. Yeah. Okay.
Wow, Bonomo's got ace-9 offsuit in the big blind. Sitting on about 15 to 16 big blinds. There's an all-in from Adams, a min re-raise from Daniel Cates. And Daniel Cates' min re-raise has been perfect in this spot because this allows Bonomo to potentially reshove thinking he's got fold equity. Is going to shove.
All in, right?
Jungle Man quickly calls and he's got 2 players at risk. Bonomo in trouble.
No short deck, or no short deck?
Adams.
Now I want to play short deck this hand.
Could have a double elimination.
Let's get him, Tim.
Yeah. I was nice to you, Justin. Don't do that to me.
Jack 9 deuce and 2 different players actually catch a piece against Jungle Man.
I don't mind if Tim gets me.
So we need a 7 or a 9 for Jungle Man not to win the hand. Purple card is the 4, complete blank, and Jungle Man's eliminated 2 players. That means we're down to 14. And we do lose Lex Veldhaus. He's going to call it a night. Joining me is Jeff Gross. Welcome in.
Just in time, the Jungle Show continues. Look at this. Jungle hit a big 5 there on the bubble, or well, after the bubble. I don't know if you saw that with 8s to 5s versus Limitless when he was going to be in trouble, and he is now very healthy. I don't know where that puts him. Got to be one of the top solid stacks.
Did he hit a 5?
Yeah, he got it in 8s to 5s. He actually was in maybe the more bizarre situations that I've seen, where there was a under the gun all in for 5 blinds. Bonomo flatted ace-4 suited with a small stack as well. Jungleman had like 14 blinds total, and Jungleman flatted 6s in the big blind, and it came 4. It was like a 4. Let's see, 4, 5, 9, or 4, 5 queen flop, and Jungleman went all. Then Bonomo shoved, Jungleman checked, Bonomo shoved, and Jungle folded the 6s there. And he was like very confused. He was like thinking if he was supposed to shove pre, fold pre, what pre, sort of short circuited Jungle for a bit.
Yeah, it's funny because it's like a lot of people know exactly what to do with, you know, just open shoves and things like this. But whenever there's that guy with only 2 or 3 big blinds or 4 big blinds and they shove, those are spots people haven't studied as much.
Yeah, no, it was less than 20 blinds for sure.
Jungle is happy.
He really is always fun to play with, even if it's high stakes.
Fun to watch, fun to play with.
Yeah, last time I played with him in Montenegro, 25K, he was talking about Destiny's Calling. It was just like hilarious. And he won that tournament actually, I believe. Chip counts, Benjamin Heath at the top at this table. And actually, a lot of people doing pretty okay here. Daniel Cates, Wyken Young, Isaac Haxton in okay shape. Michael Chi Zhang's been on a swingy day. It was very short, and then he was up to the top. Paul Pua was really hanging in there when around 3 from the money, and he's still in with 14 left. He consistently gets very far.
Is this a misfeel? Like, what's going on
Maybe another deep run from here.
And Ike was small.
Yeah, Michael Zhang, he's been impressive.
So this
Paul
is a
Pua,
misfeel, yeah? Okay.
just doing it,
We're gonna
getting
get
it done,
players
getting
here, right?
deep.
We're gonna stop. Wait, right?
Yeah, we wait.
Okay.
Nice
What I have
to
is
see
time.
the host going deep and having some fun.
Yeah, it sounds like we did just get a double elimination, so there's a chance we're gonna rebalance a little bit. Might take a couple minutes, so we'll hang around, see what happens.
Yeah, exciting time.
Yeah, we are playing for that top prize, £3,080,000. That means everyone's guaranteed $201,600. Pay jump's about £20,000, so I would say it shouldn't change people's play too much. I think people's play will change a lot more when we actually get to the final table of 9. I think pay jumps get quite significant at that point. I mean, definitely a well-run event. You know, I got to play it. It's always world class. You know, it's cool to be the commentator, and it's cool to actually get in on the action and watch all these guys play and actually have a little bit of a kind of a understanding of how they approach the game. Now,
Yeah.
I'm not claiming that I'm better than them by any means.
You just had to hold queens, and that was it. That's all you had to do.
I know it still hurts. After I busted, I took a stroll around London, and it was a nice walk. It actually felt quite relaxing, and you know, just watch back, listen to you and Lex. I heard you guys rooting me on a little bit.
Big bit, man. We were, you know, you can't really play favorites, but we were
Yeah,
obviously rooting for you.
I felt it, and it was hard. It was gut wrenching because you know this is the very first 100,000 I played, and it just felt like there was a point when I had a pretty good stack, and it just fell apart. But it happens. It's poker. I have to, you know.
Gotta make a move. You gotta go with queens. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, what am I gonna do? Yeah, so it's all right. I'm okay. I'm feeling good now. I'm here to join you guys. And we move Lang Shu to this table. He was pretty short.
No small blind?
Just doubled.
No small blind. No small
Okay.
blind.
All right, Paul's got 11 big blinds with pocket fives. I'd like to see him strongly consider shoving this in. He really doesn't have that much time to wait. The big blind is coming. I imagine, like, just think about, yeah, if he hypothetically folded here, then he eats the big blind because the big blind usually is a bad hand, eats a small blind, be down to like 6 big blinds. You want to shove when you got the fold equity whenever you got these kind of spots. Jungle Man has ace jack in the cutoff.
860.
Pretty interesting spot because, you know, we are in the money. Seems like I don't think he thinks Paul is shoving very light here. I don't think he thinks, oh, Paul's going to shove like a queen jack, a king jack that much offsuit. So definitely something to think about. Wondering.
5 seconds.
And you know, he's got 3.6 million, a bunch of people behind him. Looks like I like to just cold call. Cold call is definitely the correct play rather than just rejamming. Because if you rejam, all the people behind you, you know, they can just stack you and you can safely call and fold to a shove. I don't think anyone's going to reshove on you light because if you had aces and kings, you would just smooth call here too.
Yeah, exactly. It does look stronger.
5 seconds.
So Lang Shu here with king queen. He's thinking about how loose would Jungle Man call here. I like to see him fold this. It just seems, sure, you could be flipping a lot, but you got 2 people to beat.
Yeah. Also don't have fold equity either. I mean, Jungleman's gonna put in the extra 6.
5 seconds.
Yeah, exactly. The only reason you would consider calling if you thought Jungle Man would call with like
You have a
any
pair?
pocket pair,
Okay, good.
you know, queen jacks, which is not true. So we got another coin flip.
You have ace? No.
He always asks. He's always asking all at the table whenever he's all in. Do you have these cards?
That's hilarious. I love. Look at those glasses. It's
Yeah, yeah.
intimidating.
Oh, jungle. Punish you.
Let's see, can Paul punish him?
Wow.
Oh, that's a fair fight. You saw how excited he got.
The club realization came through.
Wow.
Jungle stands too. Little gamesmanship. He's not going to get outstood here.
Rotation dealers in a 25k shortag if you start on the shuffle. Please come
What?
behind your own.
Yes!
Raise your blinds.
Punish
you!
Yes. Oh, Paul.
Please, registration is now
Paul is
closed for
going
this
to the
event.
club tonight. But it's not over. Daniel Cates can hit an ace or a jack to hit a full house.
Here in the previous level, you can still
No,
win.
no chop. Bottom of the club plays.
Almost chop. Nice hand there.
Stack me. I stack you. What are friends for? You so much chips.
It's a big double. Big implications for everyone. I mean, it's Paul's fired up, rightfully so. He's got a healthy stack now.
那一轮
啱唔啱啊？
的最后一手，
幾個？冇理由 restful。
现在还能买入。
Okay, thank you.
What do you think the crowd
If I
favorite
win, I give you
is out
something
there? Who is
nice.
everyone rooting for? Paul's the. Does Paul have a title? He's got some deep run
Now,
seconds.
Paul actually has no titles, but he has I think a lot of second places, thirds. I'll take a look at his history. Yeah. I'm actually quite curious myself. But he got very, very close.
What are friends for? So near yet so far.
No, sweet jungle money.
You cannot run good forever, jungle.
Small blind.
He said he can't run good forever, jungle.
Alright, let's take a look at Paul Paul's end amount. 11.5 million earnings. So he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 cashes in Triton events. Let's see. So he got a third, a fifth, an eighth, fifth, an eighth, a second, a third, a sixth, a second, a third, an eighth, a fourth, and a 13th.
Right,
so he has multiple seconds and thirds.
In the previous level.
Yeah.
And those second places, 2 of them were for 2 million US each. So it's not like he min cash, you know, the tiny tournaments or anything.
All right, so we see him with two deuces here.
Depending on the table, I think it's reasonable to just open fold. It's also reasonable to raise. I think Paul's got a pretty good image, so hypothetically, if he did raise, it would get a lot of credit. But I kind of like folding. It's just hard to play post flop. You know, if you get 3-bet or flatted, unless you flop a set, you're not going to win, and you're never going to call a 3-bet.
Yeah.
It's pretty good discipline.
Does give it up. See Ike with the puck here, 7-3 suited, 2 million going to fold as well. Small blind, big blind, ace deuce suited. Seems like a pretty good spot to just shove all in here. Short stacked, sub 20 blinds. As we see Ben's hand, it would work, and I don't really see another solution here.
So he's going for a limp here. This is a trap. I think he's expecting Ben Heath with his stack size 3.8 million to actually raise.
Yeah.
And he's just going to limp jam. Of course, open shoving would have been just fine, just trying to take down what's in the middle. But if you're against a player like Ben Heath, who's clearly very strong, and will just raise like some weak hands and fold, it can definitely be much more possible to potentially limp.
Yeah, the limp jam would be a well-executed play, but he does go to a flop.
Pair of twos. Pretty tricky, actually. You kind of want to bet just because the big blind just has any 2 cards. You don't want to give him 2 free cards.
Yeah.
You also don't want to like bet it and get action, and you're like, oh, I literally have no idea where you're at.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's one of the problems here with the hand, though. And you actually do get a pretty good flop. The backdoor flush draw, have a pair. Does go for a check.
Yeah, I think it's fine to just keep it slow. Again, if you think that Ben Heath's the one to kind of just take stabs, and I do think Ben Heath probably should bet this flop a reasonable amount. Got the backdoor hard draw, backdoor straight draw. We can put multiple barrels on. And what's important is that we're playing a small blind versus big blind situation. It's not a raise pot like from the cutoff or hijack. In a small blind versus big blind situation, ranges are pretty much everything but premiums, or yeah, pretty much everything but premiums. People are even limping like Jack 10 offsuit, King Queen offsuits, and things like this. So if you're playing against a very wide range, what does that mean? That means that people don't hit flops. Normally, when you look at this board, you're thinking people have 10-9, 10-8, 8-9, pair of 7s, pair of jacks, pair of deuces. But people are also playing like 9-3 suiteds, King 4 offsuits and things. Both players actually turn a flush draw. Then Heath's the one at the initiative. The 7 is actually a quite interesting card because it's good. You pick up the backdoor flush draw, but it's bad in the sense that, let's just say you bet again. Lang Shu probably would play a 7 this way too, and let's just say he just jams all in because he's so shallow. You might get blown off your flush draw. It's actually pretty tough to bet again. If you're betting again, you're trying to target the ace highs and king highs and those inside straight draws, which Ben Heath seems to think there's enough of. Before we finish off that hand though, Greenwood and Sosia Jang all in here with very similar shallow stacks.
Yeah,
Another
massive flip. 2.6 million gonna go to, well, 1.4. So she does have Greenwood covered, but it is, as you mentioned, this is for the lion's share of the chips. Sosia Jang, one of the 2 women that entered in this 100K. She was the only woman who entered the 1 million pound entry.
I believe the only woman to have played this series so far.
Kristen Bicknell played the 100.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, don't
sorry,
leave Kristen out.
Sorry, Bicknell. Let's get to this flop coming. So very safe board for Greenwood.
Yeah, the ace-9, there's no, ace-10, you'd have some backdoor straights possible. The ace-9 doesn't give you that luxury. There is a wheel possible, but that would actually be
the partial wheel.
3-5, it wouldn't.
No, that'd be terrible.
Yeah, it wouldn't be enough. So she is going to need ace or a 9. Paul's fired up. He's sweating action, having fun. He knows how deep he is.
He probably has the most cashes in Triton history.
Wow.
All right, full double up for Greenwood.
1.245.
Let's get back to the hand. So he bet the turn, got called by the ace deuce. So Lang Shu is up to 1.9 million. He was very short. He had like 500K at one point.
Nicely played hand. Impressive on that short stack. He did get some extra value and found his way to a river.
You know, some people would just bet out the flop, which I do think is a fine play, but actually he maneuvered through the hand pretty well and actually won extra 500,000, which is very, very important this part of the tournament.
Yeah, so Associate Jan going to be very short, still in. As mentioned, 4 players will cash for £1 million plus 5th place is a £900,000 score. So there's some serious money up top here. And Greenwood wins a huge flip, deep again in a big tournament, and Heibinger in there. So this is a really tough table. A lot of millionaire participants in here. Tan Chuan.
Oh, you mean the Triton million?
Yeah.
I thought you meant millionaires. I'm
no,
like,
I mean look at this whole table. Look at who played the 54-person £1 million tournament.
Yeah.
I mean, is it the whole table?
Let's see.
It's a whole table.
So far, it is every person. Yeah. Heibinger was in there.
That's crazy.
Soiza. Socia Jane gonna just jam her last 3 big blinds of Queen Deuce offsuit. She figures that the Queen High is I'm gonna say above the average hand of a big blind, but Soiza is thinking, what a dream. Now the question is, it's a 3 big blind raise. Do you just flat here and try to get Heibinger to kind of come along, or do you re-raise? I like the just call. You don't really care if Heibinger come along. You know, if you had like queens and jacks, your hand's much more vulnerable. You're more likely to just jam. So Jack 3 suited to close the action.
Yeah.
Pretty tricky. It's like what, 2 more. It's a 3 big blind raise. I think he might come along here. He's got position.
It's got a suited hand. It's tempting.
And Soiza's going to call here with a much wider range than just premiums. I think he would call with like, you know, ace 5 offsuit, for example. You know, like some reasonable king highs. Now, of course, Eibinger's in big trouble pre-flop, but I don't think it'd be wrong for him to come along.
I wonder if he's ever considering to do anything else.
I don't think he's going to do something super crazy like jam.
Just yeah, doesn't want to give her the triple up protection either. I mean, he's happy to take a flop, not much more.
You got position, easily get a 4th card. Let's see that flop.
Wow.
This is why you call Jack 3 suited.
Yes, you have a lot of stuff happening all of a sudden. Ton of outs, no ace of diamonds for Soiza, so he's got the pure diamonds, the whole lot of it, the jack, the 3. And this is a situation where you get a little sneaky and potentially could be in for a surprise here.
What a sneaky check. Aces. Soiza's actually really tricky. Like you know how like some people you think, oh, when they bet the flop, they always got like a flush draw. He like can have mini lines, and Heibinger does take the bait and bet.
This is a crazy situation here. I mean, Soiza's got a huge stack. He's got a trap laid. He does have the best hand. He's got one of the worst hands. You know, he's hoping to nick his opponent in there with like King Deuce or whatever, King X or a pair, but he has a big pick hand on this
so he
flop.
just calls here. I think the reason he just calls here is because he believes Ibinger would always fold to a check raise. So, because it would look absurdly strong if he does check raise here. Just trying to trap his opponent. Now there's actually a side pot to play for, and it's a significant side pot. So it's not unreasonable to see Ibinger maybe blast off as a bluff. Because if it was a dry side pot, you would never bluff at it.
Yeah, and just to note, Sosia Jiang's tournament's going to end. She has queen deuce high, no draw going to the river, so she doesn't know it yet, but that is going to be the end of her tournament.
I think Ibinger can get better hands to fold if he bets again. I think he can get like 8-9s out of there, some pocket pairs like 4s, 5s, 7s. And this side pot is pretty significant.
Yep.
You can see that he's really thinking about betting.
All in.
All in. It's
Wow.
going to be a call from Soy's, a snap call.
Whoa, he's going to be pretty sick.
So Ibinger is now also at risk. Sosia Jiang is eliminated from tournament guaranteed.
Heard him say, "Hold, baby." This is a super big pot out of nowhere. Sosia Jiang's already out the door. She knows it, but what a fantastic display from her, getting 14th place in a tough field, 100K, big 130 entries. Really strong performance.
All right, here comes that river card shortly. Soisa trying to dodge all of those cards on the screen. 2 minutes to name.
This is literally every one of these players participated in the million. That's pretty incredible that they were all there. Even at the other table, there's got Paul, got other players. Let's see the big river card here. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, correct. Wow, Ibinger's up to 4.3 million. It's overtaken Soisa now.
Whoa, huge spot.
You know, one of the cons, of course, if you try to trap your opponent in the big blind when you just call pre-flop is they got equity now. You could lose the pot. Not saying he played it poorly by any means, just that you can't be upset about it because you have to be aware you're never 100% pre-flop in this game.
It's really sick. I mean, he would have had such an overwhelming lead on the field.
All right, so Sosia Jiang gonna take her lucky charm, got her into the money. So job well done, like you've been saying.
What a sport too. She's got a little. Looks like she caught a cold. Just wearing the mask and got her tissues and just in there, friendly, chirping, competing at the highest level.
She's very respectful, and you know I've met her at some other stop before, and she's very nice. She's New Zealand. Plays all of the Australia stops. See you in some future events.
Yeah. Short deck stuff going on too. Might even see her in that. I'm not sure if that's a game of her choice. I mean, those are what an equity. Soisa plays the highest stakes, but that's the 4 million. That's 40 stacks. Or no, we start with 250, right? So it's still it's a 4 million chip pot. It's a lot. Like
it's a lot of
whatever
stacks.
it is. It's
I don't know what
millions,
the number is, but
it's millions of pounds. It's over £1 million in equity of pot, and you know his table is still all million participants.
Ace Queen for Sam Greenwood.
Unlucky for Sosia too. She did get a good clean flip at it for a big stack. You know, she was to be around 3 million. She would have had if she had held ace 9 to 6s. I mean, she'd be happy. I think flipping a coin this lineup to get a chance for a big stack.
Yeah, eventually someone does have to flip and bust. Greenwood's gonna open Chidwick in the big blind. Queen 5 of diamonds. I imagine he's gonna come along. You can pretty much call any suited hand almost. You always usually get into odds with these really small raises, especially a suited queen. You got 28% equity. You got to call 85K to win a 375 in the middle. The odds are insane. You only have to win about 20% of the time or less. You got 28% equity and you outflop your opponent here. The standard line is to check. The question is, do you bet here if the flop ace queen? Do you check it back? I can really see it going both ways. maybe you got more incentive with ace. Well, it is still on Chidwick's turn. Maybe he'll lead out. But I want to say, if it had checked to Greenwood, he's got more incentive to check back when you're up against a guy who's very capable of check raising you.
Yep.
Does check.
Kalau aku punya scheme sekarang. Saya sudah seperti itu.
Yep. No club either player has.
The reason you'll bet is basically denying your opponent equity from the big blind. A hand I would just check fold Jack 9, 10, 9, stuff like this, but you definitely respect Chidwick to have a lot of check raising in this game. Doesn't get blown off as ace queen high. Now, if you're Chidwick, when a player checks back 5, 4, 2, they usually have ace high, king high, something I can't really, that it won't bet when check to. They'll try to show it down. It makes a lot of sense to bet, protect your hand, try to get value from them. Because if you had a hand like Jack 9, you probably would have just bet the flop.
Yeah, he's gonna bet. All right, pretty sizable one.
It's a very big bet. Makes his hand quite polarized to clubs, 6x, 7x, 3x. And he's definitely can have these kind of one-card straight draw hands because he's defending from the big blind. He's defending queen 5 suited. He's defending queen 6 suited, queen 7 suited. You know, things that would go for a polarizing bet. Polarizing bet's quite effective. You want to bet big if you're bluffing too, because you want to target those ace highs and not make him give him a good price.
Yeah, another pot for Stevie.
Sounds like we're saying this all week.
It's
Another
been a lot
pot for Stevie.
It's definitely not the first time. This is another deep run, another solid big stack, and another well-executed hand.
Exclusive giveaway. Dude, the quality, I don't know if you've touched the Triton gear. The quality is top-notch. So, free stuff. Check it out on the social media channels. Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. Man, they're on YouTube as well. Just Google Triton Poker. You'll find them.
So I was really interested at the play of Tan Xuan on the bubble. He was opening ace-3 off, ace-5 off a vulnerable stack, 8-5 suited, literally on the bubble, 2 off the money. It's just really unconventional and just so comfortable maneuvering.
I'll tell you, Tan Xuan is the type of guy who tries to win it very quickly. There's no knock to him, of course. He's a very aggressive player. He understands that the professionals, the Western players, are trying to like squeeze into money and things like this, and they will be much more tighter. So even though he wasn't a big stack, as you said, he was still willing to open thinking no one's going to defend.
Mm-hmm.
I thought these were 25 for some reason.
And in the big blind here, he's got a powerful hand against the hijack open off of this stack size, 15 blinds.
That's a tough spot.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, no, I'm not saying he should fold. I think he should either go all in or call.
Yep.
One of the things that would cross my mind is that Weilon Chen is a pretty short stack, so he's playing sub 20 big blinds. It is perceived to be stronger in general, so that's why he just calls with the king queen, thinking that Weilong is not raising the fold too often.
I hit a 2 out jack.
Yep, pretty nice flop. Got the king queen, even has a diamond in there just in case.
Spiked an 8 against Dom.
Weilong Chen, not gonna love this flop, but
I think he can bet. The big blind doesn't have that many chips and can't really check raise bluff you or float you out of position. So it's pretty easy to maneuver, knowing that when they check call you, they always have a 5, a king, or diamonds.
Yeah, it doesn't take much. You see, it does go for a small bet there.
And small bet is definitely the right play with these effective stack sizes, because whether you bet 150,000 or 300,000, the big blind is going to continue pretty much the same exact range. So you want to you get a better price on your bluff.
Yeah, no decision for Tan Xuan here. To call or raise.
Going to go for a check raise. And actually, I really like the check raise. And the reason I do is that when you check call king 5-5, like I said, you got a 5, you got a king, you got a flush draw. And no one's going to think you're going to have a folding range on a turn. So you might as well give your opponent the chance to kind of make a mistake. And you're so short. Quick fold from an ace-3. Tan Xuan playing well. 20 bigs.
Gotta see a lot of heroes in the chat, across various platforms, but I do want to shout out my wife in the chat, say hello. And she took our son on his first date today. It was with Stephen Chidwick's daughter, who is 1 day older. So just like his dad, he likes the older women. 1 day older. Hope that went well. Can't wait to hear about it.
Beautiful. Went to Hyde Park or something?
I'm not sure where they went. You know, that was I'm sweating the details later.
Nice.
But yeah, this is a treat, man. Everyone here, 13 left. This is rare. You get to see this type of whole cards face up in 100K. Both tables getting shown, not just one.
And I like that we show you the tournament from the very beginning. Some of these other broadcasts out there, they only show you the final table, and I think it's very interesting to see the lead up to the final table.
Mm-hmm.
People battle really hard, very deep stacks. Like, the coverage is very extensive.
I have two.
And best of all, it's all free.
Yes, that is nice.
It's
very nice.
And I believe they're going to do a Triton event in Rosvedov coming up. Is that right?
Yeah, they got 100K and a 25K short deck. So that's coming up here next week. That's going to be at the King's Casino in Rosvedov. Party Poker and Triton teaming up. I didn't even know that was a thing, but I guess it's happened before they did it in Sochi. And now this is going to be at Rosvedov. So it's going to be pretty cool to see the hybrid combination of the two in a Party Million stop. That's going to be great.
Yeah.
Have you played did you go to Sochi? Were you out there?
I haven't ever been to a party event yet, but I've heard they're pretty great, and I definitely should check it out sometime, huh?
Yeah, well, you got after what just happened, I think you're in good form. I want to see you back in a high roller. Nanonoko, of course.
I need to withdraw from my investments a little bit more, sell my house. I'll be back.
Yeah, 100K pounds too. It does add a little extra. Don't want to add the needle in there, but it is expensive.
When we get combined, we immediately rate, so
did get it in good, in a big spot.
It was still world class and fun, and I thought I played it really well. I think a lot of the hands I was actually interested in, that I was like kind of going after people, they didn't actually show them. So because I was like, oh hey, I was like asking my brother like, hey, did you see that hand? It didn't get shown. Like, what?
That's the thing on a feature. We were checking on it too, but they didn't show every. You know, there are two features going. They don't show all the hands, so that's good to hear. I know the hands we saw you played well. And look at this, Sam Greenwood going to apply the pressure here with 8-5 suited, and this is an uncomfortable spot with Weilong Chan. King high for this stack size. It's just awkward a bit, but you know you're so close. You can taste it. You know the money jumps are big. You know your opponent's capable, and even in this scenario, you're not in a great situation.
This is tough.
Really hard spot.
You got to use these time bank chips on this kind of situation. I know from a pure Nash equilibrium, small blind versus big blind for this stack depth, I'm almost certain this is a call, but we're in the money now, and obviously the final table to pay jumps are quite large, so I can see this maybe not being a call anymore, because also Greenwood, he's not blindly shoving Nash and things like this, so does lay down the best hand, but as you can see, even again 8-5 suited, he only had 57% favorite. What tends to happen actually is at these pre-final tables and final tables, you'll want to be the one shoving and not calling off if possible in close situations, because at least you got the forward equity. Okay, so final two tables, right? The chip leader is Matthias Eibinger with the Jack 3 suited. All right.
Big equity pot. Did play the million, didn't cash, so big opportunity here to get a nice score. We got Daniel Cates, 31 blinds. Jungle Man Dan over there. Y King Yong got it in ace queen suited to aces on the close to the bubble. Did run down a flush, turned him turn the flush, and he is very healthy now, making use of that, showing us what he's got. Ben Heath, 4 million from the UK. He's been in great form as well, and
He's kind of just been cruising.
just doing it.
Yeah, he made a nut flush against Michael Chi Zhang, and Zhang did hero called him and was wrong.
Yeah, Tan Xuan in the cutoff. We've seen him open a lot of weak holdings. He has now 21 blinds. Going to be playing this
I
hand.
see, but I really want to get a lot of buy-ins.
I think the 25k is like 2 million guaranteed.
I mean, I believe, I trust you obviously that it's very good, but I think I'm not traveling like those
If
11
you're
hours jet lag thing.
Wylong Chan here and you have 11 blinds, ace-10 suited, you really have two options, shove or call, but I think being so short stacked, and it's just one of those spots versus late positions.
I was going to say,
in.
I'm shoving here 100% against Tan Xuan. Tan Xuan, like you said, was opening 8-5 suited and all sorts of garbage
ace-10 suited
hands.
monster.
You got a lot of fold equity. I know some people think, oh, you're sitting on 12.5 big blinds, I got no fold equity, but that's just not true, especially when you're approaching the final table.
I mean, I think it's
people are so shallow, you definitely got fold equity.
It's tough for Tan because this is most of his chips. Does have a pretty good hand here, King Queen. But with
yeah, it's his. He does make the call. I was gonna say it's. Wylong Chan probably shoving all of his pocket pairs, a lot of aces, some worse kings occasionally. I think from a chip EV point of view, definitely plus EV.
yeah, cards on their back. See the percentages. Ace-10 suited has the lead. Definitely a vulnerable hand.
But in Austria, I'm tax-free for poker, so I can't use that argument at all. So
I'm favored by 60-40. Yeah.
60-40, he gets it right, knows what's going on.
It's similar. So if they approach, like drawing that.
Ooh, 2 clubs, very good flop for ace-10 suited.
Yeah, that's very bad for Tan Xuan. Cannot hit the king of clubs or the queen of clubs.
Did you cash last year?
It's okay, I guess. It's not that many.
It's very good. Use of clubs.
Oh, nice. What events?
Use that turn card.
So.
One more shot, King Queen, or he's going to be down to 700k.
Yeah.
How many you got? 4
previous years.
4 out. Going to a river, big river card coming. 4 outs only, but it's never easy. Does it? Tan Xuan not eliminated, still 9 blinds.
Another deep run coming for Wylong Chan. It's a Triton tournament regular. Primarily a cash game player, I believe.
The fold with King 6. Yeah. And then
now is it your responsibility?
I think it's good.
Can you go to them and say, I need money?
Yeah, I know, what I'm saying.
It's really hard. You can't really charge them for it.
I mean, that Soiza would have had a clean, big lead there. Really, really big lead if he had held with the aces, played it tricky.
Soiza is a very, very strong player. I've played a lot with him in the past. And
yes.
Just when you